Chapter 1. Rebirth or Dream. Ding! Please select your Hex Enhancement Rune. In a state of stupor, Wang Luoshu faintly heard a synthesized electronic voice echoing in his ears. He rubbed his eyes and yawned as several prismatic hex deck runes floated before him. Prismatic ticket high-end shopping bang boom. What a ridiculous choice. He'll go straight for high-end shopping. Instantly invigorated, Wang Luoshu slammed his hand on the table, sprang to his feet, and laughed heartily. This round is a win. Just as he reveled in his joy, a surprised voice suddenly broke through the moment. Hey, Luozai, are you having a spring dream? Why so excited? Wang Luoshu turned his head, puzzled, to see a chubby figure wearing headphones and glasses. One hand tugged at the headphones, exposing one ear, while the other gripped a mouse, his face a portrait of astonishment. Joey! Wang Luoshu reached out and pinched the chubby man's cheek. How on earth did you gain weight again? You look just like you did in high school. Huh? Indeed, this plump fellow was none other than his childhood friend Joey. Their friendship had blossomed from kindergarten and endured to this day. Before university, Joey had been quite portly, yet he slimmed down in pursuit of a goddess. Although he never won her heart, he at least shed some pounds, garnering attention from other girls. At first glance, Joey appeared identical to his high school self. A surreal experience indeed. Was I let go? Joey winced, swatting Wang Luoshu's hand aside, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you still half asleep? You were all mopey earlier. How did a nap transform you into this exuberant creature? Oh! At that moment, Joey elongated his tone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You didn't dream about Lin Shuqiu, did you? Did you give her a good scolding in your slumber? But let me tell you, we must face reality. Lin Shuqiu is the daughter of the Lin family, and it's perfectly normal for her to look down on us mere mortals. Although you're close to her, being rejected is simply to be expected. Take my advice. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over a single flower? Once you enter university, you'll encounter girls of all kinds. Luozai, you must look ahead. If all else fails, you can always wait for the state to assign you a partner. Lin Shuqiu? Upon hearing that name, a tidal wave of youthful memories surged within Wang Luoshu. The undisputed school beauty of Qinqing High School. She had ultimately gained admission to Shuemu University with the highest score in the province, a true paragon of excellence. Due to certain circumstances, the two had shared a period that could be deemed ambiguous. However, this relationship abruptly ended following Wang Luoshu's confession, leaving behind an indelible mark on his youth. So it was just a dream. Wang Luoshu glanced around, taking in the familiar surroundings of the internet CAF outside the campus and the sight of his old friend Joey. This must be the weekend following his failed confession. Joey had brought a heartbroken Wang Luoshu to the internet CAF in search of solace. Luozai, there's no time for sorrow. Cheer up. You play as Rumble, and it'll take Yasuo well wreak havoc together. Oh, today my hands are on fire. Luozai, show me your passion. Should we give them a chance to breathe? Or, let's annihilate the match. Good. That's the spirit, my brother. Log in. I demand absolute domination. Let the Summoner's Rift become our slaughterhouse. I shall commemorate my brother's lost love with blood. After the match concluded, Yasuo, 038, Rumble, 018, the two exchanged silent glances. Recalling this memory, a smile crept onto Wang Luoshu's lips. Those were indeed amusing times. However, one must wonder, why did he dream of this scene? Was it due to his nostalgia for the past? And why was he still selecting hex deck runes in the dream? One could say he shouldn't have played games until so late. It was all Joey's fault. He had insisted on dragging Wang Luoshu to play until 5 in the morning. At over 30 years old, why did he still harbor such a passion for gaming? Luozai, just as you've woken up, hurry and log in. I just played 2 matches, and my hands are on fire. UB Lee Sin, and it'll take Yasuo. We're bound to wreak havoc. Joey eagerly beckoned. I'm not playing anymore. Wang Luoshu waved his hand, sitting down instead. You go ahead and watch a movie. He mused that this dream felt remarkably real. If so, he might as well enjoy a film, especially since soon enough, one would need a membership to watch movies. All right then, I'll play by myself. Joey turned back, red-oning his headphones, and began furiously typing. Wang Luoshu glanced at Joey's screen. His friend had taken on the support role and was currently typing for position. Like the wind, support swapped to mid. He'll carry. Wang Luoshu turned back to his own screen, skillfully opening the browser, intending to search for movie websites when suddenly a pop-up advertisement caught his eye in the lower right corner. Disaster star warning. Emergency alert number JS2010006. Disaster star eruption, Jupiter. Disaster level, level 2. Disaster type, pseudo-human storm. Eruption time, May 20th, 2010, 13 hours and 14 minutes. Involves cities, Huaqing, Haicheng, Qiancheng. Duration, estimated 35 days. The Disaster Monitoring Institute reminds all citizens that during the eruption of the disaster star, please refrain from unnecessary outings, ensure personal safety, and contact law enforcement if necessary. The advertisement's bold, red text made Wang Luoshu's head spin slightly. What disaster star warning? Is this part of the game? Quite an interesting concept. Wang Luoshu casually clicked on the pop-up. It redirected him to the official website of the Disaster Monitoring Institute, where the announcement was prominently displayed in bold red at the top of the homepage. Numerous likes and comments already filled the section beneath the announcement. We're doomed, brothers. This disaster star has reached our doorstep. Don't panic, brothers. We still have 3 days until May 20th. Take this opportunity to flee to another city. It's just a level 2 disaster. If we stay home, we should generally be fine. Where is Qiancheng? I haven't seen it mentioned in the announcements before. A small 4th-tier city. By the way, what exactly is a pseudo-human storm? Pseudo-humans are monsters disguised as normal people. There was an outbreak in Qiancheng before, and it caused quite a few casualties, very hard to guard against. Originally relieved to see it's just a level 2 disaster, but now you all have me worried. Huh? What's there to fear? I've survived level 5 disasters. Level 2 is nothing. Trust in the authorities. Pray. Grateful. Wang Luoshu found this all rather novel, scrolling through the comments with great interest, though a sense of unease crept in, as this dream seemed a tad too vivid. But as he continued scrolling, a chilling thought flickered through his mind. What if this isn't a dream? Chapter 2. How to Protect Oneself. To confirm his suspicions, Wang Luoshu pinched his arm. Ouch! He felt pain. Wang Luoshu was astonished. Could it be that he truly was not dreaming? Hey, fatty. Wang Luoshu resolved to investigate further. What's up? Zhou Yi was still furiously typing, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument with his teammates. Let me borrow your hand for a moment. Wang Luoshu replied. Zhou Yi, bewildered, extended his chubby hand. Then, smack! Wang Luoshu struck Zhou Yi's hand back with force. Ouch! Zhou Yi yelped, leaping from his chair, a mix of indignation, astonishment, confusion, and a hint of pleasure flashing in his eyes as he glared at Wang Luoshu. What was that for? Does it hurt? As he asked, Wang Luoshu gazed at his own reddened palm, already knowing the answer. Of course it hurts. Damn, that was painful. Zhou Yi rubbed the back of his hand, glaring at Wang Luoshu. If it weren't for the fact that you just got dumped, I would have retaliated. Seriously, Laozai, what's gotten into you? There's an old saying, either turn bad after a breakup, or become a weirdo. I think you're leaning toward the latter. Wang Luoshu didn't respond to Zhou Yi instead. He turned his attention back to the computer, searching for information. He needed to ascertain whether he had truly been reborn and what this disaster star warning was all about. This wasn't a part of his recollection. Godsend. Seeing that Wang Luoshu was ignoring him, Zhou Yi muttered under his breath before diving back into his heated keyboard battle with his teammates. Due to the recent slap he received from Wang Luoshu, Zhou Yi's aggression was now fully charged. Like the wind, Yasuo. I'm raining rice all over my keyboard. A chicken could play better than you. Like the wind, Yasuo. I'm gonna roast you, you piece of trash. Like the wind, Yasuo. Speak up, you little brat. Miracle Walker Cassidon. What's your name? Like the wind, Yasuo. Did I mention you? What's your name? Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick Malphite. His name is Cassidon. Yours is Yasuo, and mine is Malphite. Meanwhile, Wang Luoshu grew increasingly unsettled. The more he searched, the colder his heart became. After Zhou Yi's energy finally waned, Wang Luoshu slumped in his chair. Having come to a thorough understanding, he has indeed been reborn. However, the unfortunate news is that he has found himself in a parallel universe. At present, it appears that his life's trajectory and interpersonal relationships remain unchanged. The sole alteration lies in the trajectory of the entire world. A century ago, the 8 planets of the solar system underwent sudden transformations, becoming harbingers of catastrophe. At regular intervals, these calamities erupt in succession. The eruptions of these disaster stars summon varying degrees of calamity, with an array of terrifying monsters descending upon Earth, inflicting varying levels of destruction. Initially, humanity suffered tremendous losses, as the once proud conventional weapons proved utterly ineffective against these horrifying creatures, leading to the obliteration of several small nations. After experiencing a significant upheaval, perhaps the heavens, unwilling to witness humanity's extinction, bestowed mysterious powers to aid in the battle against these terrifying monsters. This enigmatic force manifested as breathing techniques and awakening platforms. The breathing techniques empower humanity to unlock their latent potential, while the awakening platforms enable them to master various combat skills. Those endowed with such gifts are referred to as warriors or extraordinary beings. In this grand environment, powerful warriors emerged in succession, repeatedly repelling the invading monstrosities, barely preserving their homeland. The Dragon Nation stands as the least affected country during this calamity, soaring to the status of a superpower. Being the least affected does not imply that it endured fewer disasters than others. Rather, it is due to its unique cultural heritage and the unity of its people that has led to the current outcome. In such circumstances, the status of warriors is self-evident. With a national ethos that venerates martial prowess, the aspiration to become a warrior demands not only talent but also resources. Thus, despite the national obsession with martial arts, the proportion of warriors remains relatively low, further elevating their esteemed status. Upon grasping this reality, Wang Luoshu harbored but a singular ambition. He yearned to enroll in the martial university and become a warrior. For only by doing so could an ordinary individual hope for a brighter future. Yet his family was as ordinary as one could imagine. Of course, before pursuing such aspirations, the immediate priority was to devise a strategy for the impending disaster star eruption 3 days hence. If I follow the trajectory of my previous life, I should survive into my 30s with my parents and siblings intact, and thus be spared from this calamity. However, this is a parallel world, and unforeseen events may arise. I must formulate a comprehensive plan. Perhaps relocating my family to another city to evade the impending disaster is a prudent choice. Wang Luoshu closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering his course of action. At that moment, Zhou Yifeng, belatedly aware, noticed the disaster monitoring announcement on Wang Luoshu's computer. Another disaster star eruption? It seems less than a month since the last one. This cursed world is becoming increasingly perilous. Lozi, I wonder if your despondency is due to this? You are being overly pessimistic. What does the disaster star eruption have to do with us? The most pressing matter is preparing for the college entrance examination. Let me see which cities are affected this time. Oh no! Zhou Yifeng, initially rambling about Wang Luoshu's undue worry, abruptly widened his eyes upon seeing the words Qian City, his breath quickening. The sky is falling. This disaster star eruption has actually impacted us. Wang Luoshu opened his eyes and turned to Zhou Yifeng. Fatty, what do you suggest we do? What to do? We must evacuate. Zhou Yifeng, shaking off his drowsiness, sprang to his feet. I will rush home and persuade my parents to take me to the neighboring city for safety. Lozi, you should also hurry home to inform your uncle and aunt of this news. The sooner we prepare, the better. All right, let us go. Wang Luoshu concurred, recognizing the wisdom in this course of action. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall sometimes. Evasion is indeed a wise strategy. The two exited the internet CAF, and as dawn broke, they realized it was already past 6 in the morning. Lozi, keep in touch. Zhou Yifeng waved goodbye, as their homes lay in different directions. Wang Luoshu headed toward home, still processing the information about this world. Good heavens, had I been reborn in my original world, I wouldn't need to become the world's richest person with my foresight of over a decade. I could live comfortably. Instead, I find myself in this predicament, unable to utilize my skills. The crucial question is, why haven't I been granted a golden finger or something similar to aid me? Wang Luoshu ruminated furiously within, but as the notion of a golden finger crossed his mind, he suddenly halted, as if rooted to the spot. Speaking of a golden finger, have I forgotten something? Chapter 3. The Hex Tech Rune Selection System. A flash of insight struck Wang Luoshu like a bolt of lightning. That's right, the Hex Tech runes. He suddenly remembered that in his dazed state, He had chosen some high-end shopping option, thinking it was merely a dream. Could that be his golden finger? System, where are you? Wang Luoshu silently called out, and immediately, a virtual panel materialized before him. It was not a dream. Wang Luoshu's heart surged with joy. Host. Wang Luoshu. Cultivation level. None. Evaluation. A frail student with no strength to even bind a chicken. Owned Hex Tech Rune. High-end shopping. Prismatic tier. Successfully survived a disaster occurrence. Eligible for 1 Hex Tech Rune reward. The system panel was quite simple, easily comprehensible at a glance. High-end shopping. This feature seemed formidable for earning gold in games, but how would it aid in cultivation? Wang Luoshu felt he had made a hasty choice. High-end shopping. When the host acquires any item, there is a 50% chance of receiving a reward of a higher tier. At that moment, a system notification window appeared before him. It seemed that it might indeed be worthwhile. Wang Luoshu stroked his chin, pondering. However, it doesn't seem to enhance combat power. Acquiring any item. If I ask my dad for 50 yuan in pocket money, is there a 50% chance it will become 100? Successfully surviving a disaster occurrence allows the activation of 1 Hex Tech Rune reward, but does surviving in another city count as surviving? Ding! The host must survive in the affected city to qualify for rewards. The system's emotionless, synthesized voice reminded him, it was indeed not so simple, but was this evaluation too low? What does it mean by being a frail student with no strength? Am I truly that weak? Wang Luoshu glanced down at his physique. Well, perhaps he was a bit on the slender side. However, this meant that he could not leave Qin City. Otherwise, he would forfeit his next Hex Tech Rune. Wang Luoshu frowned in contemplation. After a moment, he made a decision. Fortune favors the bold. If he feared even a level 2 disaster, then this system would be practically useless. It should be noted that disasters are categorized into 9 levels. Level 2 is already at the bottom. As long as one doesn't act recklessly and stays at home, generally speaking, official agencies can clear out all monsters in 2 or 3 days. He must not falter. Otherwise, how could he take the entrance exam for Wu University and become a martial artist? With his resolve firm, Wang Luoshu's steps became lighter as he walked briskly. After all, youth was on his side. He had just pulled an all-nighter, yet he felt no fatigue. Soon, he reached the entrance of his home. Gazing at the dilapidated old community before him, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if my family no longer lives here? Fortunately, nothing had changed. Wang Luoshu skillfully ascended to the 6th floor, retrieved his keys, and opened the door. Their home was a typical 3-bedroom apartment. Upon entering, he found his father, Wang Weigua, and his mother, Li Lanxin, sitting on the sofa watching television. The news was broadcasting the latest updates on the disaster occurrence. Upon hearing the noise at the door, the two turned their heads and caught sight of the somewhat furtive Wang Luoshu. Li Lanxin furrowed her brows and asked, "Where were you last night? You didn't come home all night?" "Mom, I stayed over at Zhou Yi's house last night." Wang Luoshu dared not admit he had gone to an internet CAF, lest he face a severe reprimand. Hearing Zhou Yi's name, Li Lanxin's expression softened somewhat. "Next time, let me know in advance if you're staying out." "Hee, I will definitely do that next time," Wang Luoshu replied sheepishly. Then quickly ran over to his parents. "Dad, Mom, what are your plans regarding this disaster occurrence? Your mother suggests that I take you and your brother to the nearby Xin city to avoid the situation." Wang Weigua said, looking at Wang Luoshu. "What do you think?" "What do you mean? Mom isn't going?" Wang Luoshu asked, puzzled. Li Lanxin shook her head. "During a disaster occurrence, hospitals are the busiest. I can't leave. However, during such times, hospitals have security personnel to ensure the safety of medical staff, so you don't need to worry. Mom, you're not a medical staff member." Wang Luoshu felt it was somewhat inappropriate. "Although I'm not a medical staff member, I'm a logistics worker. I'm quite safe in the hospital." Li Lanxin rolled her eyes. "In any case, you should go to Xin City with your father and brother. Your second aunt is there. You won't have to worry about a place to stay." "Mom, if you're not going, then I'm not going either. I'll stay at home." Wang Luoshu seized the opportunity to say. After all, he had no intention of leaving Xin City. Otherwise, what would happen to his rewards? Li Lanxin shot him a glare, her maternal authority surging forth. "Don't cause trouble. A disaster occurrence is not a joke. It can genuinely cost lives." "Mom, I'm not causing trouble. I plan to stay home to study. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I intend to apply to Wu University," Wang Luoshu explained. Upon hearing this, the living room fell silent. "What?" At that moment, the door in the middle opened, and a young man poked his head out. "Did I hear correctly? My little brother is applying to Wu University?" As he spoke, he took off his headphones and approached Wang Luoshu, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Little brother, that's the spirit. I support your decision to apply to Wu University. His brother, Wang Wenwu, was 5 years older than Wang Luoshu and currently unemployed. Perhaps due to the martial aspect of his name, he was much more robust than Wang Luoshu, full of youthful vigor in his earlier years. He had expressed a desire to join the army but was filtered out during the physical examination. Nevertheless, he had not ceased exercising over the years, and his muscular physique was quite imposing. See, even my brother supports me. Dad, do you support me too? Wang Luoshu turned to Wang Weiguo. Wang Weiguo glanced at Li Lanxin's expression, cleared his throat, and said, Son, it's good that you want to apply to a university. But you can also study at your second aunt's house. That would take too much time. What if I miss a few questions? If they happen to come up in the exam? I could lose my chance at Wu University because of a few points. Mom and Dad, don't you feel any remorse? Don't you feel sorry for me? Wang Luoshu paused before continuing. Mom, and this is just a level 2 disaster. As long as I stay at home obediently, I'll definitely be safe. So you don't need to worry about me. Li Lanxin remained resolute. Just then, the television news anchor suddenly announced, the Disaster Monitoring Center has issued a new warning. This disaster occurrence will arrive ahead of schedule, expected in 3 hours. Residents of Huaqing, Haiqing, and Qian City are advised to take precautionary measures. Unless necessary, do not go outside and await government notifications. Chapter 4. The first experience of high-end shopping. A sharp and urgent wail pierced the tranquility of the morning. The disaster siren blared, effectively silencing the room. Wenwu, you and your brother stay at home, Li Lanxin said gravely as she stood up, calling out, Old Wang, let us go buy groceries. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo stood up, casually draped his coat over his shoulders, and patted Wang Luoshu reassuringly. Son, don't be anxious. Just stay at home with your brother. The couple hurriedly left the house. 3 hours, neither long nor short, was sufficient time for grocery shopping. Wang Wenwu stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the somewhat overcast sky, murmuring, if it arrives early, will the disaster level also rise? Brother, have you encountered such a situation before? Wang Luoshu joined him on the balcony, observing the sky. I experienced it in college. It erupted 2.5 days earlier than expected, and that time. I'm not sure if it was due to the negligence of the Disaster Monitoring Center staff, but the broadcast was delayed by several hours, resulting in heavy casualties. Wang Wenwu pointed to the long scar on his right wrist, which spanned several inches, and chuckled. It was that time that almost cost me my life. Fortunately, the people from the mysterious bureau arrived just in time to save me. The mysterious bureau? Wang Luoshu asked, intrigued. It was his first time hearing about this organization, a mysterious organization that specializes in handling supernatural and disaster-related events, filled with formidable figures. Wang Wenwu's eyes sparkled, but he shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, my talent isn't sufficient. I didn't get into Wu University back then. Otherwise, who knows, I might have been part of the mysterious bureau by now. So, little brother, give it your all. I hope your talent surpasses mine. Wang Wenwu patted Wang Luoshu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. If Wang Luoshu remembered correctly, June 1st was the Awakening Day, when all third-year students would be taken to the Awakening platform. Whether or not one possessed talent, and the extent of that talent, would be determined on that day. The results of the Awakening directly affected the eligibility to apply to Wu University. Those without martial talent could only apply to Winda, Liberal Arts University. Of course, having talent did not guarantee admission to Wu University. One's academic performance also played a crucial role, culminating in a comprehensive ranking, as Wu University valued both literary and martial skills, not merely combat prowess. Rest assured, I will definitely get in. Our family will finally have some pride. Wang Luoshu declared with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's my brother. So confident. Wang Wenwu laughed heartily. At that moment, Wang Luoshu's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. He decided to test whether the high-end shopping feature would work. Brother. Wang Luoshu initiated with a frame zeroed. Wang Wenwu's expression immediately turned vigilant. What do you want? You always call me brother when you need something. Yet when there's nothing at stake, you address me by my full name. Look at me, I need to grow stronger to pass the entrance exam for Wuda, don't I? Give me 100, and I'll buy some supplements to bolster my health. Wang Luoshu casually remarked. Ding. High-end shopping activated. At that moment, a system notification echoed. Wang Wenwu was taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of guilt. Indeed, his younger brother was still growing, and as an elder brother, he had not been attentive enough. If his brother possessed talent, but failed to enter Wuda due to insufficient resources, would he not regret it for life? With this thought, Wang Wenwu wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye and said to Wang Luoshu, Come with me. Is it really effective? Wang Luoshu's heart leaped with joy. Entering Wang Wenwu's room, Wang Wenwu rummaged through an old wardrobe for a considerable time before extracting a worn iron box. This box, Wang Luoshu recognized it with a hint of nostalgia. Haha, this was the first birthday gift you ever gave me. Wang Wenwu caressed the now yellowed iron box, his eyes gleaming with reminiscence. You were so adorable back then, just a little one. On your 5th birthday, I convinced you to use your red envelope money to buy me this 4-wheel drive car. You probably don't even remember. How could I forget? Wang Luoshu's eyes widened. You said we would play with it together. Yet I never got the chance, as you left it on the road and it was crushed by a car. Accidents happen. Wang Wenwu coughed a few times, then pried open the iron box, revealing a thick stack of money, ranging from 50 cents to 100 yuan. Beneath the money lay the broken 4-wheel drive car. Wang Wenwu generously handed the entire thick stack to Wang Luoshu. I've saved 1036. 5 yuan here. It's not much, but take it for now. If you can pass next month's awakening test, I will persuade our parents to buy you some supplements, striving for you to achieve excellent results in the martial arts exam. As Wang Luoshu gazed at Wang Wenwu's radiant smile, he felt a tightness in his chest. His foolish older brother had emptied his savings due to a mere casual remark. The money in his hands suddenly felt heavy. This is brotherly love, brother. Once I get into Wuda, you'll be the one basking in glory at that time. I'll allow you to borrow my name to show off. Wang Luoshu indeed needed the money. After the awakening ceremony, those with talent would master breathing techniques and a randomly assigned combat skill, and the most crucial part of the martial arts exam was assessing one's mastery of these breathing techniques. With sufficient financial resources, one could purchase various substances to enhance the mastery of breathing techniques. Why would I need your name to show off? If I'm going to show off, it should be with my own name. Wang Wenwu chuckled, patting Wang Luoshu on the shoulder. All right, you should return to your room and study. I'll stay here for a while. Okay. Wang Luoshu nodded and exited Wang Wenwu's room. Once he left, Wang Wenwu immediately donned a mask of anguish. What am I doing? That was the money I've saved for a new phone. Sighing, he thought, forget it. My brother's future is more important than anything. I'll save up for the phone later. Upon returning to his own room, Wang Luoshu closed the door, leaped onto his bed, and stared at the ceiling, feeling a sense of unreality wash over him. How did he end up being reborn? Moreover, he had been reborn into a parallel world. Could it be possible that when I wake up after a good sleep, I'll return to my original world? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, coupled with the exhaustion from staying up all night, a wave of drowsiness suddenly enveloped him. Accompanied by the piercing alarm from outside, Wang Luoshu gradually sank into slumber. Chapter 5, Codename, Tornado Qinqing Bridge. This was the only passage out of Qinqing, which was now completely sealed. During the Catastrophi's outbreak, in order to prevent monsters from escaping, all citizens were prohibited from leaving their respective cities. Captain, why did the mysterious bureau only send 3 people this time, and one of them is a little girl? Is it because we are a 4th-tier city and thus overlooked? A young police officer expressed his dissatisfaction. Standing before him was a middle-aged man, tall and upright, his public security uniform lending him an air of righteousness. Li Jingyi did not respond to the young officer, but instead took out a cigarette, placing it in his mouth, and began searching for a lighter. Captain, allow me, the young officer quickly offered, pulling out a lighter from his pocket and lighting it for Li Jingyi. Taking a deep drag, Li Jingyi gazed intently at the tightly sealed Qinqing Bridge. The smoke rose slowly before his face as he began to speak, his voice steady and authoritative. Xiao Xiao, one should not judge by appearances. Do you know who that little girl is? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian instinctively turned his gaze towards the bridge's edge. There, a girl in a white dress sat with her back to them on the railing, her small legs swinging in the air. This seemingly dangerous act went unchallenged, for she was a member of the mysterious bureau sent to deal with the natural disasters, possessing abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I don't know. She doesn't seem particularly special. Zhao Ritian shook his head. She's just a little prettier and cuter than ordinary girls, with a couple of cute dimples. Deputy leader of the 3rd Special Operations Group of the Mysterious Bureau. A wind-type martial artist, codenamed Tornado, Li Jingyi replied with a slight smile. Whoa, Zhao Ritian gasped, his expression turning astonished as he stared at the girl. She is Tornado? But I heard Tornado is a stunning beauty. Am I not beautiful? At that moment, the girl suddenly turned her head, her expression calm as she asked. Zhao Ritian's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly nodded and bowed. Of course, Miss Tornado. You are incredibly beautiful. He hadn't anticipated that their seemingly hushed conversation had been overheard by Tornado. Remember, I am not a little girl. I am already 19 this year, Tornado said coolly, then turned her head away. Zhao Ritian felt his face heat up, wishing he could find a hole to hide in, realizing he had been caught, and yet, she was a formidable figure. Xiao Zhao, you're still young. Observe and learn more in the future. Li Jingyi chuckled, patting Zhao Ritian on the shoulder. Yes, Captain. Zhao Ritian quickly stood up straight, looking earnest. Time ticked by. Tornado remained expressionless, gazing at the sky. The day's sky was gloomy, thick with clouds, as if it might rain at any moment, creating a silent sense of oppression. The disaster alert continued to blare, and police cars patrolled the streets of Qincheng, herding any lingering citizens back to their homes. For some reason, Zhao Ritian suddenly felt a pressing urge to relieve himself. He quietly requested, Captain, may I use the restroom? Li Jingyi crushed the cigarette but underfoot, extinguishing it. Hold it, yes. Zhao Ritian did not dare ask why, grimacing as he replied, boom. Just then, a low rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. As the thunder rolled, the dark clouds churned like a boiling sea of ink, releasing an ominous aura. Suddenly, a flash of purple light began to spread quietly within the depths of the clouds. A unique glow heralding the catastrophe's outbreak, having traversed the vast universe, finally reaching above Qincheng. This purple light rapidly expanded, piercing through the clouds, spanning the sky like an aurora. Beautiful, dreamlike, breathtaking, it was Zhao Ritian's first time witnessing such a spectacle. Leaving him agape, the urge to urinate completely forgotten. Suddenly, this satin-like purple light erupted with even greater intensity, beams of light cascading from the sky, scattering across various locations in Qincheng. Zhao Ritian felt his mouth dry, experiencing a sensation akin to watching a sci-fi film. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi's walkie-talkie began to emit a series of urgent beeps, and he quickly pressed the answer button, the tense voices from the other end spilling forth. Pseudo-humans detected near Qincheng Primary School. Pseudo-humans detected near Shutian Snack Street. Pseudo-humans detected near Qincheng Middle School. Pseudo-humans detected near Qincheng High School. Pseudo-humans detected near Tianlong Plaza. Action, Li Jingyi commanded through the walkie-talkie. Team 1. From now on, pair up, do not act alone. I repeat, pair up, do not act alone. Xiao Zhao, let us go. Li Jingyi hopped into the police car, and Zhao Ritian quickly followed, fastening his seatbelt. Captain, why can't we act alone? Zhao Ritian asked, curious. Pseudo-humans can assume any identity. If you act alone, others will be unable to confirm your identity. Li Jingyi explained. So that's how it is. Zhao Ritian nodded, instinctively glancing back at the bridge, where that petite figure still sat, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Captain, shouldn't we call Tornado to join us? She's alone over there. Zhao Ritian could not help but ask. Just mind your own business. Li Jingyi pressed the gas pedal hard, and the police car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The true challenge had only just begun. Tornado looked up at the sky, her face still serene, her beautiful eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. Shortly after Li Jingyi and Zhao Ritian departed, the purple aurora in the sky erupted once more, boom. A beam of violet light, as thick as three, plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely upon the Qincheng Bridge. One after another, faceless beings emerged from the radiant glow. The officers on duty, sensing the impending danger, drew their firearms and aimed at these enigmatic figures. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, an eerie laughter, chilling to the bone, echoed through the air. The faceless beings gradually morphed into the likenesses of the officers and then lunged towards them with alarming speed. In that critical moment, a fierce wind arose from nowhere, akin to an invisible hand that forcibly lifted the officers within the perimeter, pushing them back several meters. As the onlookers stared in astonishment, they beheld a young girl in a white dress, who had somehow ascended into the air. Upon her visage, 3 silver markings resembling divine insignias materialized prominently. Her pupils transformed into a profound silver gray, exuding an aura of relentless coldness. With a gentle wave of her hand, the atmosphere above the bridge churned violently. The once rampant storm coalesced instantaneously into a towering and terrifying vortex, mercilessly ensnaring the hundreds of impostors within its grasp. Accompanied by piercing screams and desperate struggles, silence soon enveloped the scene. It was the breath of the wind. What kind of martial technique is that? It appears to be sequence 45. Tornado. Chapter 6. Rumors. When Wang Luoshu awoke, the time had already drifted into the afternoon. The room was eerily quiet, and the weather outside remained overcast. The cacophony of disaster warnings had vanished. Had he not realized he was still within the confines of his childhood home, he might have believed he had traversed back in time. So, the storm of impostors had indeed arrived. Wang Luoshu's mind snapped to clarity, and he hastily climbed out of bed, leaning against the window to survey the external conditions. The streets lay deserted. During such a calamity, few would dare to wander aimlessly outside. After observing for a while and finding no anomalies, Wang Luoshu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the level 2 disaster was as rumored. As long as one stayed safely indoors, the dangers were minimal. Of course, the term minimal implied a degree of uncertainty. If one were unfortunate enough, even drinking cold water could lead to misfortune. Wang Luoshu retrieved his phone, intending to check the current situation online. However, upon unlocking his device, he discovered that the group chat had surpassed 999 messages, particularly in his class group, which was abuzz with activity. Is there anyone left who hasn't spoken up in the group? Surely they Haven T met with a mishap? It seems several Haven T chimed in. Don't jump to conclusions, they might just be studying. Who has the heart to study at a time like this? Aren't you all excited? This is our first encounter with a disaster of this magnitude. Excited? I'm a bit frightened. I just hope the Security Bureau can swiftly quell this calamity. I think I heard fighting downstairs. Could it be that imposters have infiltrated our community? Wang Luoshu glanced at the messages but had no intention of contributing. Just then, he noticed another message pop up in the group. Wang Luoshu has been harmed. Wang Luoshu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the claim of his demise. Who was casting such a curse upon him? He glanced at the sender, whose name was unmistakably Yuan Xinwen. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Yuan Xinwen was notorious within their class for her incessant chatter, often more loquacious than the girls. This reputation had made her the target of frequent teasing. Yet, the two rarely interacted. Why would she fabricate such a rumor about him? Wang Luoshu has been harmed. What is going on? Is this for real? Yuan Xinwen, where did you hear such news? By the way, Wang Luoshu hasn't spoken up in the group, has he? The class chat erupted into chaos. Yuan Xinwen, it's true. I saw him get his head blown off by a man. Brain matter nearly splattered on my face. So, this is murder. Did anyone report this? What does the Security Bureau have to say? What a pity. Although Wang Luoshu is a bit of a sycophant, he has decent grades and looks. Alas, condolences. I suspect the man who blew his head off was an imposter. This fool dared to roam outside during a disaster. What else could one say? Yuan Xinwen, could it be you misinterpreted what you saw? The chat grew increasingly lively as Yuan Xinwen's shocking revelation drew many into the discussion. However, some remained quietly observing, including Wang Luoshu himself. Originally, he intended to question Yuan Xinwen regarding her slander, but a private message caught his attention. Ding ding ding, a cat avatar bounced in his message list, the username unmistakably Lin Xiuqiu. Are you okay? Staring at the 4 words in the chat window, Wang Luoshu felt momentarily dazed. Since his confession had ended in rejection, he hadn't spoken to Lin Xiuqiu again. He never anticipated she would reach out today. However, during his previous life, there had been no such disaster nor rumors propagated by Yuan Xinwen, which he surmised was the butterfly effect at play. After pondering for a moment, Wang Luoshu replied simply, I'm fine. There was no animosity between them. Although his confession had failed, they were still somewhat friends. Yet, in his previous life, he had been too shy, feeling embarrassed after the rejection, and thus refrained from further contact. Lin Xiuqiu replied almost instantaneously with a single word. Wang Luoshu was unsure how to respond, so he opted to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, a message from Joey arrived. Luozi, are you alright? I see the group is buzzing. Damn it, I'm fine. Wang Luoshu replied tersely. That's good, that's good. I knew that Yuan Xinwen was just spreading rumors. Just wait. I'll go confront her. Joey immediately shared their chat history in the group, then began to bombard Yuan Xinwen with accusations. Once the others realized it was merely a rumor, they too began to denounce Yuan Xinwen. Yuan Xinwen, you've gone too far. We are all classmates. Do you not fear retribution for spreading such lies? Damn. After all this time, it's a fake rumor. The rumor mongers should be ashamed. They never had any shame in the first place. Haha. Despite the barrage of criticism and scorn directed at her, Yuan Xinwen remained steadfast in her claim. I saw it. I truly saw it. Right downstairs from my apartment. Wang Luoshu chose to ignore the commotion in the group, opening his door to fetch a glass of water. He intended to dive into some intense study sessions. Having returned from his rebirth, he had forgotten much of his knowledge, but fortunately, the foundation remained. With effort, he would soon reclaim what he had forgotten. He filled his cup at the water dispenser. The sound of flowing water distracted him, his mind swirling with thoughts on how to utilize the Hex system to become a warrior. Just as the water overflowed and dripped onto his hand, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, why was it so quiet in the house? Under normal circumstances, with his parents and brother at home, it would never be this silent. But during a disaster, why were they not present? With growing unease, Wang Luoshu hurried to check his parents' and brother's rooms, only to find them empty. No one was home. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Where could they have gone? Where could they possibly be at a time like this? Wang Luoshu forced himself to remain calm, sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed in deep thought. However, before he could piece together the situation, the sound of a key entering the lock broke the silence. Wang Luoshu sprang to his feet, turning towards the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing his parents. Laden with groceries, along with Wang Wenwu, who were expressing their gratitude to a young girl in a white dress. Thank you so much, Shaoan. Without you, we truly wouldn't have known what to do. Why don't you come in for dinner before you leave? Chapter 7. Her name is Zhu Qingyan. Wang Luoshu was momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation. Wang Wenwu spotted him and waved, saying, "Little brother, come here quickly." Though perplexed, Wang Luoshu approached. What was happening? He looked at the young girl in white. Her skin was as pale as jade, exuding a fresh and ethereal beauty. Her face was exceptionally pristine, devoid of any blemish. Zhu Qingyan. The girl in white maintained a calm demeanor, extending her delicate hand towards Wang Luoshu. Hello. Wang Luoshu shook her hand. This is my brother, Wang Luoshu. Wang Wenwu threw an arm around Wang Luoshu's shoulders. Grinning as he introduced, he is quite the spirited young man. He hopes you'll stay for dinner. Wang Luoshu was once again taken aback. All right. Though his surprise, Zhu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Wonderful. I'll go prepare dinner. Lao Wang, you help me out, and let the kids get to know each other better. Lai Longines' face lit up with joy, and she quickly urged them on. Thus, in a state of confusion, Wang Luoshu welcomed the girl named Zhu Qingyan into their home. What on earth was happening? After closing the door, Wang Luoshu followed Wang Wenwu into his room, his mind swirling with questions. Inviting a stranger into their home during such a disaster was tantamount to inviting danger. What if she were an imposter? Would they not be sealing their own fate? As he contemplated this, he cast a glance at Zhu Qingyan, who sat obediently on the sofa, hands resting on her knees, sitting up straight and watching television. This girl saved my parents and me. Wang Wenwu leaned closer to Wang Luoshu and whispered, do not underestimate her. She is a distinguished graduate of Shanghai Wuda. Upon hearing the name of Shanghai Wuda, Wang Luoshu's expression shifted dramatically. In his quest to understand the information of this world, he had naturally come across the prestigious institutions of higher learning and Shanghai Wuda, formerly known as Shanghai University of Science and Technology. Ranked 10th nationally, making it one of the elite universities. How did you manage to escape? Wang Luoshu inquired. Didn't your parents go grocery shopping? Seeing their prolonged absence, I hurried to search for them, only to encounter some imposters on the way back, nearly falling into their trap, Wang Wenwu recounted, his face reflecting lingering fear. Fortunately, this girl descended from the heavens, dealt with that group of imposters, and warned us about the dangers on the road, escorting us back safely. After hearing Wang Wenwu's words, Wang Luoshu's gaze towards Zhu Qingyan transformed entirely. She was indeed a bona fide martial artist. This was his first encounter with a living martial artist. And she was seated right on his sofa. It felt surreal. Aren't you due for your awakening test next month? You should quickly seek her guidance. Perhaps she can impart some invaluable experience, Wang Wenwu urged, giving Wang Luoshu a gentle shove. Hurry up. I'll leave you two some space. Upon noticing Zhu Qingyan's glance, Wang Wenwu chuckled. You two chat. Being of the same age, you surely have more in common. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Wang Luoshu and Zhu Qingyan staring at each other in silence. Hi. After discovering Zhu Qingyan was a martial artist, Wang Luoshu felt less at after absorbing all this information. Wang Luoshu still could not comprehend why Zhu Qingyan sought him out to have a child. Firstly, it was their first encounter. Secondly, given Zhu Qingyan's exceptional qualities, she had no shortage of suitors. Finding a suitable martial artist would be a mere trifle. Could it be that I am too handsome? Wang Luoshu mused to himself as he examined his reflection in the mirror, murmuring, I suppose I am rather handsome. However, to suggest that she fell for me at first sight would be excessively far-fetched. I hardly possess a breathtaking allure. This young lady must surely have ulterior motives. As a reincarnate with over 30 years of experience, Wang Luoshu naturally pondered deeply. Although I would not suffer any loss in this arrangement, I still cannot accept a relationship devoid of affection. After conversing with himself for a while, he finally resolved, I must refuse. A Sigma man never falls into a woman's trap. with his mental fortitude solidified. Wang Luoshu boldly swung open the bathroom door and returned to his room. Zhu Qingyan was seated at the desk, engrossed in a book titled Postpartum Care of Sows. Upon seeing this book, Wang Luoshu's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder he felt something was amiss. How could he have forgotten about it? The book was filled with photographs of instructors from the island nation, and he had intentionally sewn a cover onto it to make it less conspicuous. Ahem. Wang Luoshu, feeling somewhat guilty, cleared his throat a few times. He realized that his composure had yet to reach perfection. Otherwise, he would not be feeling this awkward now. Is your throat uncomfortable? Zhu Qingyan inquired without lifting her head. Her attention still fixed on the book. Wang Luoshu stepped forward, snatched the book from her hands, and attempted to change the subject. Today. The moon is quite round, isn't it? Zhu Qingyan glanced out the window at the fiery sunset and replied, Yes, it is indeed quite round. Chapter 9. Marriage Proposal. Shaoan, how about trying the sweet and sour ribs that Annie made? At the dining table, Li Lanxin eagerly served Zhu Qingyan some dishes. Her smile unwavering. Delicious, Zhu Qingyan nodded after taking a bite. Wang Luoshu, seated next to her, buried himself in his food, remaining silent. Little brother, serve some dishes to Shaoan. After all, she is a guest. Wang Wenwu shot several meaningful glances at Wang Luoshu, all of which were ignored. Finally, he declared loudly. This exclamation drew the attention of the entire family, all eyes fixed on Wang Luoshu. Ahem. Let us eat. Wang Luoshu absent-mindedly picked up a piece of broccoli and placed it in Zhu Qingyan's bowl. Having been seen with that book earlier, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Zhu Qingyan stared at the broccoli in her bowl for a while before picking it up and tasting it. Delicious. Before Li Lanxin could inquire, Zhu Qingyan proactively remarked. Li Lanxin and Wang Weigua exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of helplessness. Their foolish son, amidst a table full of delectable dishes, chose to serve only a piece of broccoli. The meal was enjoyable for everyone, but Wang Luoshu felt utterly out of place, his mind racing with thoughts on how to salvage his image. Perhaps I could say, that book actually belongs to my brother, and I have no idea why it was in my room. Or I could ask, whose book is this? Why is it in my room? Even more boldly, I could confront Zhu Qingyan. Why are you reading such a book? What was your intention in placing it in my room? However, these scenarios remained confined to his thoughts, for he was ultimately too bashful to voice them. After dinner, Zhu Qingyan received a phone call and subsequently bid farewell to everyone. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle, for your hospitality. I must resume my mission. Before the official announcement of the lifting of restrictions, please remain at home and refrain from going out. Zhu Qingyan earnestly instructed. Rest assured. Shaoan, we will certainly stay at home, Li Lanxin assured with a smile. All right, I'm off. Zhu Qingyan nodded and then took to the skies. Indeed, she flew away, leaving Wang Luoshu wide-eyed. How is this any different from the cultivators in the novels he read? It seems Zhu Qingyan is a wind-type martial artist. Wind-type martial artists are undeniably impressive, Wang Luoshu thought to himself. However, with her departure, he felt considerably relieved, at least avoiding any further awkwardness. Back in his room, Wang Luoshu intended to review his studies for a while. However, Li Lanxin called out to him, Son, come here. I need to talk to you. What is it, Mom? Wang Luoshu replied, somewhat puzzled. Li Lanxin gestured to the sofa opposite her. Wang Luoshu complied obediently. What do you think of Shaoan? Li Lanxin inquired. Mom, how long have you known her? Calling her Shaoan so affectionately feels a bit over the top, Wang Luoshu remarked. Wrinkling his nose. Shaoan is the child of the Zhu family. I know her well. I even held her when she was little. Which Zhu family? The neighbors who lived across from us when you were young. We hadn't moved yet. Wang Luoshu recalled faintly. I never imagined she would grow up to be so striking. Both your father and I like her very much. At this moment, Wang Wenwu interjected, I like her too. If you ask me, why not let my brother marry her? Your brother is correct. What are your thoughts? Li Lanxin inquired. Mom, I'm still young. I don't have any thoughts on that front for now. Wang Luoshu remembered how he had responded to his parents' marriage proposals in his previous life, and that pressure had persisted until he was in his 30s, and just 2 years, he would be 20. Did they intend to have the government assign him a partner? Let me tell you, those assigned girls will have no emotional connection with you, and before long, you will part ways, in my opinion. You might as well start looking for someone you genuinely like to develop a relationship, Li Lanxin suggested with a smile. I think Shaoan is quite suitable. Mom, Zhu Qingyan is already a 3-pattern martial artist at such a young age. You are quite bold to consider her as a daughter-in-law. Wang Luoshu rolled his eyes. What of it? Aren't you about to take the entrance exam for the martial university? Or do you think you won't pass? Li Lanxin shot Wang Luoshu a glare. In any case, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Wang Luoshu shook his head vigorously, declaring, "I'm going to study now, Mom. Please don't disturb me, or I will blame you if I fail to get into Marshall University." With that, he dashed back to his room. After shutting the door, he exhaled in relief. This mandatory childbirth policy at 20 is terrifying. In my previous life, I was pressured into marriage only when I was nearly 30. Yet here I am being urged at just 18. Who can I reason with about this? Subsequently, Wang Luoshu picked up his books and began to study diligently. Yet, from time to time, Zhu Qingyan's face would flash through his mind. Along with her 3 words, "Have a child." This girl is utterly insane, daring to suggest such a thing upon our first meeting. Then again, it seems it isn't entirely our first meeting, as my mother mentioned we were neighbors in our childhood. I have indeed heard of the Zhu family in my previous life, but I had no idea they had such a radiant daughter. It appears that even in this parallel world, some trajectories have subtly shifted. Never mind. Best not to dwell on these matters. Women will only hinder my progress toward Marshall University. Strive, persevere. The ensuing 2 days passed without incident. Wang Luoshu quickly regained the state of mind he had during his pre-exams review. And given that he already had good grades, he was making rapid progress in mastering the liberal arts material. Over the past 2 days, he also kept a close eye on the developments regarding the disaster stars. Discussions in the group chat remained incessant, yet there had been no reports of anyone meeting with misfortune. Aside from the restriction on leaving home, life continued as usual. Level 2 disasters are indeed relatively safe. Wang Luoshu reflected, if all goes well, based on the current pace, the restrictions should be lifted by tomorrow, and he would return to school for classes, preparing for the awakening ceremony. However, as the saying goes, when things seem too good to be true, they often are on the third night. As Wang Luoshu was studying diligently under the lamplight, the sudden sound of a piercing scream erupted from downstairs. His window faced the street, allowing him to clearly see the situation below. The moment he heard the commotion, he rushed to the window. He then witnessed a woman being grasped by the throat by a man, lifted effortlessly off the ground. The woman struggled in the man's grip, her legs flailing in the air, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, the man's mouth split open, transforming into a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. And he devoured the woman's head in one swift motion. Blood sprayed forth, and the woman's body went limp, followed by a grotesque sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch, ugh. This was the first time Wang Luoshu had encountered such a horrific scene, and he couldn't help but retch. Just then, the man lifted his head, casting a sinister grin towards Wang Luoshu behind the window. Chapter 10. Golden tier hex symbol. The man's mouth continued to move, the crunching sounds echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. The blood and bits of flesh oozing from the corners of his mouth intensified Wang Luoshu's growing discomfort. Bang. Subsequently, the man casually discarded the woman's lifeless body to the ground. After finishing her head, his mouth returned to its normal size. Throughout this entire ordeal, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Luoshu. He then pulled out a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped the corners of his mouth. Once satisfied with the cleanliness, he flashed a robotic smile, saying, "Your turn, why turn?" Upon hearing those words, Wang Luoshu immediately felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating from the window. Bang. In less than 3 seconds, the window suddenly shattered, and a figure clung to the security net. Wang Luoshu focused his gaze and realized it was the man. Keep in mind, this was the 6th floor. The man still wore that eerie, mechanical smile, resembling that of a clown. His face was strikingly pale, almost like a mask. The moonlight illuminated his face, rendering it even more ghastly, akin to a vengeful spirit clawing its way out of hell. "It's your turn," the man repeated, before yanking both hands forcefully to the sides, causing the steel bars of the security net to emit a dreadful screech as they began to bend. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the man could tear through the security net and crawl through the window to sink his teeth into Wang Luoshu's skull. In this moment of dire peril, Wang Luoshu forcibly suppressed his terror. He had to act, or there would be no escape. Allowing this monster into his home would spell doom for his entire family. "I'll fight you to the death." Wang Luoshu, disregarding all else, hastily grabbed a fruit knife from the table and hurled it at the man. In such a critical situation, he dared not approach the man. Their strengths were not even on the same level. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. What? Wang Luoshu was taken aback. He hadn't acquired any items, so how could high-end shopping be activated? Then he saw the originally harmless fruit knife, bizarrely curving and propelled with an unscientific force, piercing straight into the man's eye. Splatter. blood gushed forth as the man emitted a primal roar, more beast than human, and yanked at the security net, which promptly snapped. In that moment of rupture, Wang Luoshu's heart skipped a beat, with only one thought racing through his mind. It's over. Surely, today would not be his last. He hadn't even begun to harness the system's power. But just as the man was about to squeeze through, an inexplicable gale surged forth. A look of terror washed over the man's face as he was swept away, performing an aerial ballet. Splatter! The invisible wind sliced through the man, inflicting hundreds of wounds, until he was torn apart, transforming into a grotesque, faceless creature. Following this, his body twisted into a spiral, utterly motionless. Bang! The faceless figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, a girl in a white dress gracefully appeared before Wang Luoshu. It was Zhu Qingyan. In the moonlight, her profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Zhu Qingyan landed and seized the twisted, faceless figure. Muttering, "The last one," she then glanced at Wang Luoshu by the window, their eyes locking for a brief moment in silence. Subsequently, she turned and soared into the sky with the faceless creature, vanishing into the night. A wind warrior, truly impressive. Wang Luoshu murmured to himself. The following day, the Qinghai government issued an announcement declaring the end of the disaster star outbreak. Simultaneously, they released the casualty figures from the incident. Deaths, 103, severe injuries, 356, minor injuries, 58. This casualty count was relatively fortunate for Qinghai, experiencing the disaster star outbreak for the first time. Generally speaking, according to national averages, the casualties from a level 2 disaster typically hover around 1,000. The lockdown was lifted. The entire city erupted in celebration. Normal life was returning. However, not everyone was pleased, particularly the students. The end of lockdown meant classes were resuming. Wang Luoshu was not among them. Grinning broadly as he prepared to draw his second hex symbol. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving this disaster star outbreak. You are awarded a golden tier hex symbol. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Wang Luoshu decisively clicked yes. 3 golden tier hex symbols appeared before him. Desperate struggle. Collision test dummy. Buy one, get one free. During his first selection of hex symbols, Wang Luoshu had hastily chosen high-end shopping without perusing the options. This time, he decided to examine their descriptions closely. After all, these hex symbols were somewhat different from those in his previous gaming experiences, likely enhanced by the system. Desperate struggle. Upon your first death or receiving a fatal attack, you will remain alive. Once this effect triggers, you will permanently gain a minor elevation in realm and receive 30 seconds of invincibility. Upon reading the effects of this hex symbol, Wang Luoshu nearly selected it immediately. This was undeniably a god-tier life-saving hex. He continued reading, suppressing his excitement to look at the second hex. Collision test dummy. Gain 1 dummy. At the start of battle, you can launch the dummy at any enemy, stunning them for 5 seconds. If used wisely, this could also be a divine skill. In battles between warriors, victory or defeat hinges on a moment's notice, and a 5-second stun could effectively determine the outcome. Wang Luoshu then examined the third hex. If he remembered correctly, the buy one get one free symbol in the hex system was of the prism tier, and now demoted to the golden tier. It shouldn't be too shabby. Buy one get one free. When you acquire any sequence of combat skills, you will simultaneously receive another skill of a higher sequence. After reading this hex, all Wang Luoshu could exclaim was, "Wow, Chapter 11. How are you still alive?" This was absolutely a god-tier hex. As long as he acquired a combat skill, he could randomly obtain a higher sequence skill. Not to mention, during the 6.1 awakening ceremony, he could randomly awaken a combat skill. If he chose buy one get one free, wouldn't he awaken 2 skills at once? To awaken 2 skills simultaneously would certainly place him among the ranks of geniuses. Wang Luoshu could already envision the uproar caused by his simultaneous awakening of 2 combat skills. Resources would surely flow to him like a river. Moreover, any skills he obtained later would also trigger the buy one get one free effect, making him a master of combat skills in no time. With this thought, Wang Luoshu's inclination shifted towards buy one get one free. However, the other 2 hex symbols also left him in a quandary. System, if I do not select the other 2 hex symbols now, will I have the chance to randomly obtain them later? Ding, there is a possibility. Then I choose buy one get one free. After receiving confirmation, Wang Luoshu declared decisively, "Ding, hex symbol selection successful. Congratulations to the host for activating buy one get one free." Host, Wang Luoshu. Cultivation, none. Evaluation, a frail student with no strength to crush a chicken. Owned hex symbols, high-end shopping, prism tier. Buy one get one free, golden tier. Successfully survived a disaster star outbreak. You may now unlock a hex symbol reward. Glancing at the system panel, Wang Luoshu's lips curled into a smile at the additional hex symbol. While it wouldn't instantly make him stronger, the benefits it provided were enduring. Tremble, mortals. On the day of the awakening ceremony, I shall shock the entire school. Wang Luoshu thought gleefully. Low-key. Not a chance. In the realm of warriors, everything is a competition. Who can see through the facade of hiding one's strength? Without exposure, there are no resources, and without resources, even with the hex system, growth would be painfully slow. Thus, it was destined that Wang Luoshu could not remain low-key. He had resolved to act boldly while maintaining a discreet presence, striving for attention against all odds. He was determined to enroll in Wuku University. Following the lifting of the lockdown, due to the intense academic pressure on third-year students, the school mandated that they return in the afternoon. Meanwhile, first- and second-year students would resume classes the following day. Enjoying 2 days of classes followed by a weekend, a stroke of luck. After lunch, Wang Luoshu grabbed his backpack and headed out. Mom, I'm leaving, be careful on the way, Li Lanxin reminded him, then as if recalling something. She quickly added, oh, I asked Shaowen. You? Due to Wang Luoshu's rapid descent, he only caught fragments of her words. On his way back to school, he encountered several fellow students, all animatedly discussing their experiences from the past few days. You wouldn't believe it. It was so exhilarating. That faceless creature almost broke into our house, but thankfully the security bureau arrived just in time and killed it. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for me. Our neighborhood is quite safe. We didn't encounter any faceless creatures. I feel like I was just playing at home for a few days, and it wasn't dangerous at all. That was just luck. We didn't run into any danger. Didn't you see the official casualty figures? Over 500 people. Qincheng has at least hundreds of thousands of residents. Over 500 casualties is already quite low. Now I can tell people I've experienced a disaster star outbreak. Upon hearing these discussions, Wang Luoshu couldn't help but recall last night's scene. The Wind Warrior was truly impressive. Wang Luoshu murmured to himself. At Qincheng High School, standing at the school gate, Wang Luoshu noticed that the school appeared just as he remembered. Class 3-1 was on the second floor, and as he entered the classroom, he found many familiar faces already present, evoking a sense of warmth within him. The twin brothers Chen Hua and Chen Shui sat at the back, happily chatting with the lively Hua Dai Wan Dai, their laughter ringing throughout the room. Researcher Chen Kaizheng clutched his mobile phone, seemingly engrossed in studying materials, intermittently breaking into a rather lewd grin. Meanwhile, in the third row by the window, a serene young girl quietly tackled her exercises, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a golden veil upon her profile. She was none other than Lin Shuqiu, the girl who had captivated countless youthful hearts. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Wang Luoshu couldn't help but marvel inwardly, realizing why he had been so unable to forget her. Who could possibly overlook such beauty? Upon catching sight of Lin Shuqiu, Wang Luoshu was reminded of Zhu Qingyan, and upon comparing the two, he found they each possessed their own unique charms, neither overshadowing the other. Had Zhu Qingyan been placed in Qincheng High School, she would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Shuqiu. Wang Luoshu, at that moment, a bespectacled, slightly plump boy called out from his seat, laughing, Kongzi. Wang Luoshu turned to him and nodded with a smile. Yang Kong, affectionately dubbed the god of food, was renowned for his insatiable appetite. Whenever they ordered noodles outside of school, he would start with a minimum of 2 pounds, while the rest of them would settle for just a couple of servings. Yang Kang's exuberant call successfully drew the attention of their classmates. After all, the recent rumors spread by Yuan Xinwen had stirred quite a commotion, and now that they saw Wang Luoshu safe and sound, friendly smiles began to adorn their faces, all the while mentally cursing Yuan Xinwen for being such a scoundrel. Lin Shuqiu paused for a moment, but did not lift her head, continuing her work. Wang Luoshu, come and see what I've got. Yang Kong waved excitedly at Wang Luoshu. He approached, asking, what is it? Yang Kong glanced around furtively before slyly producing his phone, revealing several short videos that were unmistakably from Japanese romantic films. Isn't this fantastic? He chuckled. I managed to procure these with great difficulty. Care to share in the spoils? What on earth is this? Can I have a copy? At that moment, the ever-curious Chun Ku suddenly popped up, grinning mischievously. Chun Ku was a lean fellow, with a small face and eyes that seemed to squint slightly, resembling the character Nobita from Doraemon, naturally exuding a sense of humor, and he had a decent rapport with the two. You dog, you caught wind of the scent and came running over, Yang Kong exclaimed, startled. Hey, Kongzi, let me have a look too. Chun Ku grinned slyly. All right, Here you go. Yang Kong rolled his eyes in jest, just as the atmosphere among the three was lighthearted. An incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the classroom door. Wang Luoshu, how can you possibly still be alive? All eyes shifted toward the entrance, where a flamboyantly dressed man stood, his eyes wide in disbelief. It was none other than the infamous Yuan Xinwen. Chapter 12. We are still good friends, Wang Luoshu frowned. Anyone would feel displeased upon hearing such words. Before he could respond, Yang Kong was already on his feet. Slamming his hand on the table, Yuan Xinwen, are you ever going to give it a rest? Why don't you just go die already? Yuan Xinwen, seemingly oblivious to Yang Kang's outburst, continued to stare at Wang Luoshu with a gaping expression. Yuan Xinwen, we're all classmates here. Must you speak so harshly? Even when spreading rumors, there should be some limits. Wang Luoshu is perfectly fine. Stop showcasing your lack of integrity. You are just asking for trouble. No, you've all been deceived. He is definitely a fake. Yuan Xinwen shouted, his voice filled with agitation. I witnessed Wang Luoshu getting his head smashed in by a man, brain matter splattering everywhere. It was in the classroom. He must be a fake. The authorities have already reported that all fakes have been annihilated. Are you questioning the official statement? Chen Ku shot back. Impossible. It can't be true. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Yuan Xinwen insisted stubbornly, his gaze fixated on Wang Luoshu. Damn it, arriving in the classroom only to hear this fool's nonsensical ramblings. What bad luck. Just then, Zhou Yi strode in from behind Yuan Xinwen, delivering a kick to his backside. Get lost, you pathetic coward. Yuan Xinwen stumbled and fell against the podium, eliciting a round of laughter from the others. No one felt sorry for him. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. As Yuan Xinwen had been exceedingly irritating, Wang Luoshu stood unscathed in the classroom, yet Yuan Xinwen continued to stir up trouble, disrupting class unity. As Yuan Xinwen clambered back to his feet, his expression remained devoid of emotion as he continued to stare at Wang Luoshu. As if entranced, muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be a fake. You must be a fake, Luozi. You actually arrived earlier than I did. Zhou Yi, having dealt with Yuan Xinwen, approached Wang Luoshu with a cheerful demeanor. What were you three up to? Is Kongzi up to his usual movie antics again? Zhou Yi leaned in with a mischievous grin. Zhou Yi, you still understand Kongzi well, Chen Ku chimed in with a sly smile. As the four of them huddled together, the atmosphere brimmed with joy, and their conversation drifted to the upcoming awakening ceremony on the 1st of next month. I plan to apply for the martial arts program. Yang Kong boasted, unable to contain his pride. Not to brag, but I had a checkup at the hospital recently, and the doctor said I'm in prime condition to become a martial artist. So my potential must be impressive. I want to apply too, but I doubt I possess the talent, Chen Ku admitted enviously. Even if my talent were sufficient, my scores in the liberal arts would likely keep me from getting into a good university. Who has to say? We'll just wait for the awakening ceremony. If we have the talent, we'll charge ahead. Even if we don't get in, we won't have any regrets, Zhou Yi replied optimistically. Agreed. If anyone manages to get in, that person must treat us to a meal. Yang Kong seized the opportunity to declare, no problem, just don't order too many dishes. Your appetite is a bit hard on our wallets. Wang Luoshu teased. Ha ha ha, who cares about that? If I get into the martial arts university, I'll be halfway to becoming a martial artist. What's a meal or two? If I make it, I'll definitely treat you all to an all-you-can-eat feast. Yang Kong boasted, thumping his chest, as the friends bantered and jested. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as class time approached, they returned to their respective seats. Zhou Yi pulled Wang Luoshu aside and whispered, Luozi, what are your plans? What plans? Wang Luoshu was momentarily taken aback. Tio changed seats, of course. With your thin skin, how can you even think of sitting back down? Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Wang Luoshu suddenly recalled that he was seated next to Lin Shuqiu. After being rejected in his previous life, he had felt embarrassed, much like Zhou Yi described, and had chosen to switch seats, resulting in no further interaction with Lin Shuqiu. However, after all these years, and with the growth of experience, he realized that such actions were unnecessary. They only served to heighten the awkwardness between them. Having been given a second chance at life, Wang Luoshu was determined not to act so foolishly again. A smile crept onto his lips as he declared, why should I feel embarrassed? If I'm not awkward, then it's others who will be. Oh? Really? You've matured? Haven't you? Zhou Yi responded, surprised. It feels like you've gone through a transformation. Your personality has changed quite a bit. Did that dream leave a lasting impression on you? But let me remind you, a dream is still just a dream. We must remain grounded in reality. Enough of that, hurry back to your seat. Wang Luoshu chuckled, giving Zhou Yi a playful nudge. Take care, brother. Joey returned the gesture with a fist bump before heading back to his seat in the front row. Right beneath the teacher's watchful eye, Wang Luoshu returned to his desk, finding Lin Shuqiu still engrossed in her exercises, with several completed papers already by her side. It was no wonder she excelled academically. She was not only intelligent but also diligent, making it nearly impossible not to succeed. Wang Luoshu mused to himself as he settled down, choosing not to disturb Lin Shuqiu but rather picking up a book to read quietly. After a while, he suddenly heard Lin Shuqiu's voice, soft as a whisper. Wang Luoshu. Initially, he thought he had misheard, but as she gently tugged at his sleeve, he turned to meet her sparkling gaze. Up close, Lin Shuqiu's beauty was even more striking. Her petite face, pale and flushed, resembled cherry blossoms blooming in the morning light, tinged with a delicate pink. As for her features, they were nothing short of exquisite. Embodying the ideal of a first love, her rosy lips alone radiated a sweetness that was palpable. What is it? Wang Luoshu felt a sense of disorientation, as if he were dreaming, a sensation that transcended the passage of time. After all, since switching seats in his previous life, they had not exchanged a single word. Are you going to change seats? Lin Shuqiu hesitated before asking. Who told you that? Wang Luoshu grinned. I see, you want to push me away. Don't you? Lin Shuqiu, it was just a confession. Why the sudden rush to distance yourself from me? No, that's not it. Lin Shuqiu quickly denied it. I have no such intentions. I just worry you might overthink things. I mean, we are still friends, right? Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? Wang Luoshu beamed brightly. Lin Shuqiu, we are still good friends. Chapter 13. Two madmen. After laying their cards on the table, the two found themselves devoid of any lingering awkwardness. Lin Shuqiu sensed a subtle change in Wang Luoshu, though she could not quite articulate the specifics of this transformation. Yet, given her limited cognitive focus beyond academic pursuits, she dismissed the thought in this new life. Wang Luoshu was wholly consumed with aspirations of gaining admission to Wuhan University, leaving no room for idle contemplation as he buried himself in his studies. As the time for class approached, more students trickled into the classroom. However, even by 2 o'clock, there were still several empty seats. The homeroom teacher, Wang Lei, stood at the podium, his expression grave. Dear students, during the recent calamity, we have tragically lost 3 classmates. At this pronouncement, silence fell over the classroom. One could hear a pin drop. After all, these were individuals they interacted with daily, and the sudden news of their demise inevitably evoked sorrowful emotions. The farewell ceremony for the 3 departed students was scheduled for that afternoon, with the school organizing a collective visit to the funeral home to bid them a final goodbye. Though they have departed, we who remain must not dwell in grief. Our primary focus now must be on preparing for next month's college entrance examination. Wang Lei stated, picking up his textbook to commence the lesson. Wang Luoshu glanced at the 3 vacant seats, struggling to recall who had occupied them, but a heaviness settled in his heart nonetheless. The impact of hearing about distant fatalities on the news paled in comparison to the shock of losing peers. Throughout the class, many students were distracted, their thoughts seemingly adrift. Once the bell rang, whispers filled the classroom. Zhao Tingting was such a wonderful girl. How could such tragic news arrive so suddenly? And what about Wang Ming and Li Jiala? They were always so lively, and now, just like that, they re-gone. This served as a stark reminder. In times of calamity, loss is inevitable. We were merely fortunate enough to have evaded the worst fate. I hope to gain admission to Wuhan University and possess the strength to confront such disasters should they arise again. Let us all rally together. Surviving such hardship must lead to future blessings, and we shall surely gain admission to our desired universities. Let us do our best. Observing the youthful, vibrant faces around him, Wang Luoshu felt a surge of sentiment. This is the essence of youth, after all. No matter the trials faced, resilience prevails. At 4 in the afternoon, Wang Lei instructed them to descend in an orderly fashion. A line of buses, approximately 20 in total, awaited them in an open area. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Luoshu was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to indicate that all third-year students were to attend the memorial, leading him to ponder whether the death toll exceeded just 3 individuals from their class. So that's why the school was so urgent in calling us back to participate in the memorial. He mused. Joey mirrored his astonishment. Boys congregated in one cluster while girls gathered in another, all discussing the recent events. Perhaps it is for the best, with so many of us attending the memorial. Perhaps the departed will find solace in knowing they are not forgotten, he reflected. Chun-Ku, somewhat superstitious, lamented. I don't even dare to look at their bodies. I've heard that the aberrations can be particularly gruesome. They might not even appear human anymore. Chen Hua's expression contorted with unease. What is there to fear? If they truly are unrecognizable, we certainly wouldn't be allowed to see them. Chen Shui offered a rational perspective. Everyone, please form a line and board the buses in an orderly manner, the class monitor called out. At that moment, Wang Lei, positioned at the front, raised his voice. Just as Lin Shuqiu was about to speak, a towering boy stepped forward, tossing his hair aside with an ostentatious flair, and flashed a self-satisfied grin at Lin Shuqiu before bellowing, "Quiet down! Form a line!" His loud command momentarily subdued the chatter. However, upon recognizing him, the students rolled their eyes and resumed their hushed discussions. Why is Gu Yang, the class clown, trying to steal the spotlight? It's not like the teacher asked him to take charge. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Although Gu Yang is the sports representative, he always acts as if he is the vice monitor. Every time the teacher assigns a task, he jumps at the chance to take over. Is he trying to impress Lin Shuqiu? Everyone knows his intentions, they whispered. Forget it. Let us just get in line and board the buses. Despite their grievances toward Gu Yang, they typically refrained from confronting him directly, opting instead for discreet murmurs behind his back. As the students began to line up, Gu Yang flicked his hair once more, casting a glance at Lin Shuqiu as if seeking approval, a smug smile gracing his lips. Convinced that he had captivated her attention, surely, she is too shy to look at me now, he thought gleefully, reveling in his delusions of grandeur. Let us go, it's time to board, Zhou said to Wang Luoshu, who chose not to engage in discussions about Gu Yang, recognizing his eccentricity. Wang Luoshu recalled a rumor he had heard in his previous life after graduation. Gu Yang had been diagnosed with a delusional disorder, believing that every girl in the school harbored a crush on him, leading to his eventual confinement in a psychiatric facility. Once aboard, Wang Luoshu and Zhou settled into a relatively rearward seat. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Xinwen joined them, his eyes wide and fixated on Wang Luoshu, unblinking, even showing signs of bloodshot scare. Wang Luoshu furrowed his brow, sensing that Yuan Xinwen's mental state was deteriorating, likely due to the traumatic experience of witnessing the aberrations firsthand. Since the moment they entered the classroom, Yuan had been observing him intently, as if he believed Wang Luoshu was one of the aberrations and was searching for flaws to expose. Rubbing his temples, Wang Luoshu lamented the number of unstable individuals in his vicinity since his rebirth. Once all the students boarded, the buses set off, a grand procession of 20 vehicles making their way to the funeral home, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. After approximately half an hour, the buses began their ascent up the mountain where the funeral home was located. Along the route, Wang Luoshu noticed several police vehicles. Piquing his curiosity, could it be that the law enforcement was also present to pay their respects? Chapter 14. Mourning the deceased, please line up orderly and do not crowd. Each person will receive a bouquet of flowers to present to the departed, Wang Lei announced as they disembarked. Not far ahead, a temporary structure had been erected, marked flower distribution point. A long queue had already formed, and Wang Luoshu and his peers found themselves positioned in the middle of the line, not too far from the front. This seems rather extravagant, Zhou remarked, taken aback. This doesn't feel like a memorial for classmates. It feels more akin to paying respects to dignitaries, given the extent of the preparations. Wang Luoshu too sensed something amiss. The number of staff distributing flowers was unexpectedly high, 6 in total, raising his suspicions about the necessity of such manpower for merely handing out flowers. Moreover, he observed that these workers exuded an unusual aura, their postures and demeanor suggesting an indefinable quality reminiscent of Zhu Qingyan. This fleeting thought struck him. Could these individuals also be martial artists? The notion of martial artists distributing flowers seemed incongruent. Furthermore, the school's decision to involve all faculty and students in the memorial bore an air of peculiarity. Could it be that the aberrations had not been fully eradicated? Was the school, under the guise of a memorial, collaborating with the government to unearth those still lurking in the shadows? If this were true, it would signify that their situation was far from secure, as hidden threats could emerge at any moment. Wang Luoshu had witnessed the aberration's sheer power. They could leap several stories with ease, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. I must be overthinking this, he reassured himself after observing the scene for a while. Though the flower distributors bore a striking resemblance to martial artists, their actions were benign, merely smiling as they handed flowers to each student. Surely, one could not discern the identity of an aberration through such trivial interactions. As expected, from the moment they received the flowers to entering the memorial hall and laying down their tributes, no unexpected incidents transpired. In the center of the hall lay 3 ice coffins, their faces shrouded in white cloth, leaving only their bodies visible. It was speculated that the facial injuries were severe enough to warrant such a precaution, lest the students be haunted by the sight. The atmosphere within the hall was somber. Laughter was absent, and some stood quietly before the coffins, whispering amongst themselves, likely friends of the deceased. Upon exiting the memorial hall, Zhou Yi, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, turned to Wang Luoshu and declared, "Luozi, I used to think it didn't matter whether I got into Wuhan University or not. I thought it would be fine to attend any university and still enjoy life. But now, my perspective has changed and I want to get into Wuhan University. I am determined to gain admission to Wuhan University. Even if I do not succeed this year, I shall pursue my studies again next year until I achieve my goal." It is rare to see Zhou Yi so enthusiastic, yet Wang Luoshu does not hesitate to dampen his spirits. "Hold on, let us wait for next month's awakening ceremony. What if you do not even qualify for the entrance to Wuhan University?" "Oh, come on," Zhou Yi retorts, rolling his eyes. "It took me a while to find a goal. Could you please refrain from discouraging me? If I prepare for the worst, I shall not suffer from a significant psychological setback later on." Wang Luoshu chuckles and gives Zhou Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After the classes paid their respects to the three classmates, they return to the bus for the journey home, which unfolds without incident. This ease allows Wang Luoshu to relax, reflecting, "Perhaps I have been overthinking. After all, I have completed my system tasks, so how could there still be any remnants of imposters? Those individuals. Perhaps they are merely ordinary staff members." Upon returning to school, classes are dismissed in total. They attended only 2 periods in the afternoon before heading to the funeral home. As for evening study sessions, those are non-existent. The school's policy is to balance work and leisure. Naturally, students will study at home if they need to, and those who do not wish to study will merely play, even if they are present for evening study. "Wang Luoshu," Lin Shuqiu calls out at the school gate, "I am calling you." Zhou Yi immediately exchanges knowing glances with Wang Luoshu. "I won't intrude. I shall take my leave." With that, Zhou Yi swiftly rides away on his bicycle. "What is it, Lin Shuqiu?" Wang Luoshu turns around. The setting sun casts a warm glow upon Lin Shuqiu, as if she were enveloped in a halo. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, her cheeks are flushed, making her all the more enchanting. "Walk with me for a bit. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Shuqiu, shedding her earlier timidity, speaks with newfound confidence. "Sure," Wang Luoshu readily agrees. The two walk side by side, drawing the attention of several classmates. "Isn't it strange? Didn't Wang Luoshu confess to Lin Shuqiu only to be rejected? Why do they still seem to have a good relationship?" You see, a persistent admirer does not easily awaken from a rejection. They will continue to pursue, believing that they can eventually win the heart of their beloved. However, a devoted admirer may end up with nothing at all. Alas, we are not even afforded the chance to pursue. I have been classmates with Lin Shuqiu for 3 years and have not exchanged more than 10 words. Now that you mention it, it seems we are worse off than mere admirers. Gu Yang, amidst the throng of students leaving school, overhears their conversation and scoffs inwardly. "You fools know nothing." Lin Shuqiu calling Wang Luoshu is merely another way to reject him, firmly establishing a boundary. "Today, I was so commanding. She must have already fallen for me." Sighing, he muses, "What can I say? With my charisma, how could any girl not be enamored?" With this thought, Gu Yang's lips curl into a triumphant smile, reminiscent of the Nike logo. Meanwhile, Wang Luoshu walks alongside Lin Shuqiu, harboring no particular thoughts, even feeling a bit puzzled. "Why is your chauffeur not here to pick you up today?" Wang Luoshu inquires. Normally, Lin Shuqiu is chauffeured home after school. "I suppose he was busy today, so I decided to walk home myself," Lin Shuqiu responds, playfully tossing her hair aside, pausing momentarily before asking, "Which university do you wish to attend? Wuhan University or Wen University?" "Naturally, it is Wuhan University," Wang Luoshu replies without hesitation. Upon hearing his aspiration, Lin Shuqiu visibly brightens. "What about you? Which university do you wish to apply to?" "Well, I have not yet decided. It will depend on how I perform in the exams. It also hinges on whether I possess the necessary aptitude." Wang Luoshu shrugs. Chapter 15. The mobilization before the awakening ceremony. "I believe you undoubtedly possess talent," Lin Shuqiu remarks, blinking playfully and smiling sweetly. "Then I shall take your words as good fortune." Wang Luoshu laughs heartily. The two engage in light banter as they traverse several streets. Just then, a luxury car approaches and halts beside them. The window rolls down, revealing Lin's family chauffeur, whom Wang Luoshu recognizes from previous encounters. "Miss, it is time to board." The chauffeur glances at Wang Luoshu, nodding in acknowledgement before addressing Lin Shuqiu. "Then I shall take my leave." Lin Shuqiu waves at Wang Luoshu. Goodbye. Wang Luoshu smiles and nods. He watches as the luxurious vehicle drives off into the distance. Inside the car, the chauffeur, Zhang Tianhao, glances at Lin Shuqiu in the rearview mirror. Miss, please refrain from engaging in such risky behavior. Your parents will worry. Oh, Zhang uncle, why not simply keep it from them? Lin Shuqiu playfully sticks out her tongue. If anything were to happen to you, no amount of lives would suffice to repay the debt. Zhang Tianhao responds with a wry smile, adding, I see that young man is quite fortunate. Even without your intervention, he would likely remain unharmed. Who said that has anything to do with him? Lin Shuqiu mutters before asking, Zhang uncle, did you notice anything unusual during your surveillance? Yuan Xinwen's behavior has indeed been peculiar, yet it remains uncertain whether he has been tainted by the influence of impostors. Zhang Tianhao replies gravely, such unstable elements should be eliminated as soon as possible. Do not act rashly. Since we cannot confirm anything, let us observe for a while longer. Rest assured, Zhang uncle, I will remain safe. Lin Shuqiu beams sweetly. In the following days, Wang Luoshu oscillates between school and home, leading a tranquil life devoid of significant events. The knowledge he had neglected is now largely under his control, and he has completed several past examination papers with commendable scores. Given this trajectory, as long as his aptitude proves satisfactory, gaining admission to Wuhan University should pose no issue. As the days pass, everyone gradually recovers from the aftermath of the disaster star's emergence, and life seems to return to its usual tranquility. Nevertheless, the news broadcasts daily updates regarding the latest disaster starstorms worldwide, igniting a sense of restlessness within Wang Luoshu. If only he were in those regions, he would have certainly thrived amid the chaos. Before long, May 31st arrives, and the atmosphere mirrors the fervor of the weather. As tomorrow marks the awakening ceremony, whether one has talent or the eligibility to attend Wuhan University hinges entirely on this day. Those endowed with talent, even if they do not gain admission, will undoubtedly stand above the rest and may still carve a path toward becoming a martial artist with diligent effort. Conversely, those without talent are fated to remain ordinary, and despite any success, a sense of regret will linger, for who does not yearn for the extraordinary power of a martial artist? Especially in such a perilous environment, the survival chances of a martial artist far exceed those of an ordinary individual. Mr. Wang Lei passionately addresses the class from the podium. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Do not be late. Also, remember to bring your student ID and identification card, or it will become quite troublesome each year. The awakening ceremony witnesses candidates creating all sorts of humorous blunders. As adults, let us not become the subject of ridicule, of course. While a joke is trivial, missing the awakening could lead to lifelong regret. Furthermore, regardless of talent, do not become disheartened or compare yourselves to others. Remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Your 12 years of hard work are ultimately aimed at the final examination. Whether you pursue the sciences or the humanities, they are merely measures of public assessment. What truly matters is your understanding of yourself. After an impassioned address lasting half an hour, Wang Lei takes a sip of water to moisten his throat before cheerfully inquiring, All right, that covers most of my points. Have you all remembered? Yes, the class responds in unison. Excellent. Wang Lei nods approvingly. Now, does anyone have questions? Feel free to ask me. And no sooner had he finished speaking than several hands shot up eagerly. Chengku, you may go first. Wang Lei gestures toward him. Chengku rises, grinning broadly. Teacher Wang, I have no questions about the awakening ceremony. I wish to inquire about your promise to don women's attire and perform a dance to lighten the mood before our exams. When shall that take place? Laughter erupts throughout the classroom. Wang Lei chuckles in response. It seems Chengku also harbors such thoughts. In that case, let us all don women's clothing and dance together. What do you all think? Yes, that sounds splendid. The classroom fills with cheers. Chengku's electric dance will surely be quite the spectacle. The room erupts into a cacophony of laughter. Chengku's face pales as he sheepishly replies. Teacher Wang, I regret my words. Please do not involve me in your dance. He promptly sits down dismayed. The majority will prevail. Chengku, you shall join me in selecting costumes, Wang Lei remarks with a grin. The class cheers once more. Chengku, feeling defeated, wishes he could slap himself for uttering such words, realizing he has now made a fool of himself in front of his classmates. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Lei smirks inwardly, thinking, these kids think they can outsmart me, but they are mistaken. This time, far fewer hands are raised, as most seem eager for some fun. Wang Lei points to the highest hand. Guyang. What is your question? Guyang was called upon, and with a nonchalant flick of his bangs that obscured his eyes, he rose to his feet. Teacher Wang, May I inquire if there are any rewards from the school or perhaps the city or province if my awakened talent proves to be extraordinary? Gu Yang's question was met with approval from Wang Lei, who nodded affirmatively before elaborating. The awakening ceremony primarily serves two purposes. Firstly, it tests whether you possess the talent for cultivating breathing techniques and identifies the most suitable ones for you. This aspect does not directly reflect the degree of your talent. The second part, however, concerns the awakening of combat skills. As many of you may have gathered from the internet, combat skills are categorized into different tiers. Generally, the higher the tier of the awakened combat skill, the greater the talent it signifies. If it is sufficiently exceptional, the government will undoubtedly implement corresponding reward policies, so rest assured on that front. Oh, and there is a unique situation known as dual talents, he continued. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, capable of cultivating two or more breathing techniques simultaneously, and the government will provide significant support for them. Chapter 16. What Gu Yang plans to do dual talents? I think I read about a news story where Master Huang was a rare example of such a talent. It's no wonder he could carve a path through the ranks of numerous giants. The notion of a dual talent martial artist was enticing. If one of us were to possess dual talents, well, I dare not even imagine. After all, the recent top scorer from Tianqing's college entrance examination was a dual talent. Famously dubbed the strongest in history, and it was said he was on the verge of reaching the master realm. Heh, if I were a dual talent, Gu Yang mused, only to be brought back to reality by the reminder that even possessing talent requires waking up to the truth. Let alone being a dual talent. Last year, it seems only a little over 100 students from our senior class awakened their talents, which is merely a 1 in 10 chance. I hope there will be more this year. Do not awaken me. I am currently lost in the fantasy of becoming a dual talent super martial artist. In the classroom, the students were abuzz with excitement, their faces reflecting an uncontainable longing. Who wouldn't desire extraordinary talent? Who wouldn't wish to achieve fame in a single stroke? Who wouldn't want to be the pride of the heavens? All of this hinged on tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Gu Yang nodded satisfactorily and added, Teacher Wang, I am certain I possess talent, perhaps even the legendary dual talent. I wonder if I could receive a portion of the rewards from the school in advance? His words elicited laughter from the class. It was the first time anyone had boldly claimed they were definitely talented and requested an advance on rewards. How peculiar! Wang Lei pinched his brow and waved Gu Yang to sit down. Gu Yang, I appreciate your confidence, but let's discuss everything after tomorrow's awakening ceremony. If you truly possess such talent, the school will naturally reward you. Teacher Wang, could you lend me 200 privately? Gu Yang grinned. I will return it once I receive the school's reward. I have no money. It's all under the control of your teacher's wife. Wang Lei lamented, rummaging through his empty pockets with a sigh. Oh, very well. Seeing that Wang Lei was indeed out of funds, Gu Yang sat back down, though his expression betrayed his disappointment. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Lei cleared his throat and inquired. At that moment, Yang Kong raised his hand. Yang Kong, go ahead, Wang Lei called on him. Teacher Wang, I just want to ask if the school will provide meals during the awakening ceremony tomorrow, Yang Kong asked eagerly. Laughter erupted in the classroom once more. Of course. Will there be enough? There will be plenty. Thank you, Teacher Wang. I have no further questions. Wang Lei continued to address a few more trivial inquiries until no one raised their hands. He glanced at his watch and clapped his hands together. All right, let's wrap up the chit-chat. Everyone, remember not to be late tomorrow. Aim to arrive at school before 7, and don't forget your ID and student card. Head home early and rest well. Understood? Understood, the class chorused in unison. Very well, school is dismissed. With Wang Lei's command, the classroom erupted into a joyous uproar. Wang Luoshu packed his bag and was about to rise to find Zhou Yi when Lin Xiuqiu called out to him. Wang Luoshu, what is it? Wang Luoshu turned around. Let's walk together for a bit, Lin Xiuqiu smiled, extending the invitation. Your chauffeur slacking off again. Wang Luoshu teased. This is the second time Lin Xiuqiu has invited him. The last time, her driver arrived halfway. Uncle Zhang is not that kind of person. He just had something to attend to, Lin Xiuqiu explained while packing. In any case, just walk with me for a while. It is convenient for both of us. Oh, Luoshu, class monitor, are you two hiding something from me? Zhou Yi chimed in from behind, clearly having overheard their conversation and raising his eyebrows playfully. Yes, we have something to discuss. Zhou Yi, why don't you head back first? Lin Xiuqiu said with her hands clasped, her expression one of gratitude. TSK Zhou Yi clicked his tongue, playfully punching Wang Luoshu's arm. Take good care of our class monitor. I am off with that, he dashed away, throwing a glance back at Wang Luoshu as if to encourage him to seize the opportunity. Lin Xiuqiu, you're not deliberately making your driver late to have some nefarious scheme against me. Are you? Wang Luoshu teased as Lin Xiuqiu finished packing her bag. Ridiculous. Lin Xiuqiu's fair complexion flushed with a light pink hue as she stepped out first. Let us go. Wang Luoshu was taken aback, unsure if it was just his imagination, and muttered, why does it seem like Lin Xiuqiu is acting a bit coy? Either I'm going crazy, or the world has gone in it. As the two emerged from the classroom, they spotted Gu Yang scurrying about, seeking to borrow money from anyone he could find. Bro, lend me some cash, please. Rest assured, tomorrow I will definitely awaken extraordinary talent, and the school's rewards, not to mention the national rewards, will be substantial. I can pay you back 250 for your 200. Am I the one getting 250? Hey, I'm just lending you some money. Why are you cursing? Bro, just lend me a bit. Not too much. Just 200. Don't have 200? Then lend me whatever you can. Trust me, once I awaken my extraordinary talent tomorrow, I'll have the money to pay you back. And if you don't awaken it, what then? Don't worry, that's impossible. Look at my physique. I've been the sports committee member for so many years. Do you really think I lack talent? Gu Yang approached every passing classmate, seeking funds, and eventually managed to cobble together 200. Just as Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu walked past him, they expected him to ask for money again, but to their surprise, Gu Yang glanced at them, smirked, and confidently flipped his bangs. Lin Xiuqiu, see you later. With that, he dashed away. Huh? Both Lin Xiuqiu and Wang Luoshu were momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning behind Gu Yang's words. Wang Luoshu, did you make plans with Gu Yang? Plans for what? Lin Xiuqiu replied, her face a picture of confusion, clearly unaware of what had just transpired. This? Wang Luoshu was also puzzled by Gu Yang's thought process. Remembering his delusions, he wondered if Gu Yang was about to pull another stunt. In my humble opinion, you should have your chauffeur hurry up. Wang Luoshu coughed lightly. Why? Lin Xiuqiu asked, bewildered. Otherwise, you might just encounter something astonishing. Wang Luoshu stated. Not understanding. Lin Xiuqiu tilted her head, her face etched with curiosity. Never mind, you'll find out soon enough. Wang Luoshu shrugged. To be honest, he was just as clueless about Gu Yang's intentions, but he suspected that the money Gu Yang borrowed was likely related to Lin Xiuqiu. Chapter 17. The clown. After descending the stairs, Yuan Xinwen lingered at a distance, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Wang Luoshu's back. His facial muscles twitched incessantly as he murmured under his breath. Though no one could discern his words, as Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu exited the school gates, a bicycle suddenly drifted to a suave halt in front of Lin Xiuqiu. Jiu Yang, with a rose clenched between his teeth and his hair slicked back, had transformed into a more mature figure, with a teddy bear nestled in the bicycle's basket. Lin Xiuqiu, I promised to go on a date with you. Gu Yang bellowed suddenly, pulling the rose from his mouth and presenting it to Lin Xiuqiu with an earnest expression. In that instant, the bustling crowd seemed to fall silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of discussions. Who was that guy? Did he really just say he's going on a date with Lin Xiuqiu? Is he dreaming? Haha, that's Gu Yang, the notorious class clown. He has never acted normally. Did you see how stunned Lin Xiuqiu looked? This is too hilarious. It's all about the show, with the awakening ceremony tomorrow. Gu Yang probably feels he must confess now or never, especially since Lin Xiuqiu is a top student and the daughter of the Lin family. Her talents are bound to be exceptional. Lin Xiuqiu glanced at the rose offered by Gu Yang, then at his comical appearance, and burst into laughter. Yu Yang, what on earth are you doing? Seeing Lin Xiuqiu's smile, Gu Yang swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry. As he thought to himself, she smiled at me. She must like me, Lin Xiuqiu. I have given this considerable thought over the past few days. As you are aware, being the sports representative of our class, my talents cannot possibly be lacking. That I fear that once the talent test results are revealed, you might feel inferior and hesitate to confess your feelings to me. Therefore, I have resolved to take the initiative today. Gu Yang, with a gaze full of emotion, declared. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have harbored feelings for you. I am certain you feel the same way about me. Thus, regardless of the outcome of the talent test, there is no need for you to feel self-conscious. I simply wish to convey that I choose to be with you, irrespective of any talents. However, the smile on Lin Xiuqiu's face faded. Wang Luoshu could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth, a smile transferring from her face to his. Jiu Yang, you may have misunderstood something. Lin Xiuqiu shook her head earnestly and stated, I do not like you. The smile on Gu Yang's face froze, his hand, suspended in midair, seemed to bear an unbearable weight. The red rose, a symbol of love, appeared almost blinding at that moment. But, not like? How could Lin Xiuqiu not like him? Is that even scientifically plausible? Yet, if she truly did not have feelings for him, how could she have smiled at him so many times? No, It was countless smiles. Gu Yang could distinctly feel that each of Lin Shuqiu's smiles was directed at him. Yet now, she claimed to not like him. Is that even logical? Lin Shuqiu, you must be joking with me, right? You must also have feelings for me, correct? You're merely too shy to admit it, right? Gu Yang's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation. He did not wish to be made a fool of. If Lin Shuqiu rejected him in front of everyone, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire school the following day. That would be more unbearable than death, Jiu Yang. I genuinely do not like you. If I have inadvertently led you to believe otherwise, I apologize, Lin Shuqiu said softly. Although rejecting someone in public can be rather cruel, Lin Shuqiu was even less inclined to stir up any rumors with Gu Yang. No, do not apologize, Jiu Yang, feeling utterly despondent, returned the red rose to the basket of his bicycle, his face etched with bitterness, because all beautiful things require no apology. With that, he pedaled away, fleeing as if escaping. Call me back, call me back. As Gu Yang pedaled furiously, sparks flying from his wheels, he silently pleaded. If you call me back now, I can still salvage my dignity. I can still believe that you have feelings for me. Call me back. Call me back. Unfortunately, until he vanished from the crowd, Lin Shuqiu did not call him back, and no one knew the depths of Gu Yang's inner turmoil. Wang Luoshu, standing nearby, felt his face flush, his shoulders shaking, on the verge of laughter, though not laugh. Lin Shuqiu arched her brows and huffed. Did you already know Gu Yang was going to make a fool of himself? Did I not warn you beforehand? Wang Luoshu finally managed to suppress his laughter. You cannot blame me for this. But Lin Shuqiu's mind was filled with great confusion. Why on earth did he think I liked him? We are merely acquaintances. Who knows? Wang Luoshu shrugged. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, the onlookers were soon gone, but surely by tomorrow, the entire school would hear the news, Gu Yang, the clown, on the way home. Lin Shuqiu quickly cast aside the events of the day. Gu Yang's inexplicable confession did not affect her. After all, throughout her life, Lin Shuqiu had lost count of the times she had been confessed to. Although Gu Yang's confession was rather unique, it ultimately still fell into the category of confessions. The two chatted casually, their shadows stretching infinitely under the sun, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves along the roadside. It was a pleasant and warm evening. At a crossroads, Lin Shuqiu's driver was once again delayed, rolling down the window. Miss, it is time to get in the car. Wang Luoshu, see you tomorrow. Lin Shuqiu beamed brightly. See you tomorrow. Wang Luoshu nodded. Good luck tomorrow, Lin Shuqiu added before getting into the car. Good luck. Wang Luoshu nodded. Soon, the vehicle started and swiftly disappeared from Wang Luoshu's view. Wang Luoshu watched Lin Shuqiu's car depart. A faint smile gracing his lips. Tomorrow is the day to test my hex deck. I hope to make a significant impact. Meanwhile, in the car. Uncle Zhang, has there been any news from Yuan Xinwen? Lin Shuqiu inquired. None. Zhang Tianhao's eyes sparkled. After monitoring for several days, we can basically rule him out as a suspect. He returned home early today and did not follow that kid. That is good. Lin Shuqiu felt relieved. As Wang Luoshu approached a narrow alley, he sensed something was amiss. He usually passed through this alley on his way home. Although it was not particularly lively, it should not be this quiet, so devoid of any presence. Where could everyone have gone? Chapter 18. Ecological diversity. Something unusual must be happening. It is no wonder Wang Luoshu was feeling sensitive, having experienced a disaster before. It is always prudent to be cautious. This alley is already secluded. If there is any danger, it would be disastrous. Wang Luoshu was well aware of his current predicament, system evaluation, defenseless. Everything will have to wait until he possesses strength. With that thought, he turned around. After all, there are multiple routes home, and there is no need to take risks. Opting for a different path, Wang Luoshu arrived home safely, oblivious to the fact that in that desolate alley, Yuan Xinwen, clutching a weapon concealed within a trash bag, awaited until the moon hung high. Yet he never encountered Wang Luoshu. With a furious rip, he tore the trash bag apart and leaped out, howling at the sky. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Damn it. I have been here feeding mosquitoes for several hours. Wang Luoshu, you truly deserve to die. At this point, he was well aware that Wang Luoshu had not even passed through this alley today. Though he could not fathom why, missing this excellent opportunity, he wondered how long he would have to wait before he could attempt to kill this guy again. The next day, Wang Luoshu awoke early. Li Lanxin had already prepared noodles, while Wang Weiguo sat on the sofa, perusing yesterday's newspaper. Even his brother Wang Wenwu had risen, yawning ceaselessly, watching the latest animated series, Dog Out. What on earth is happening? As Wang Luoshu emerged from his room and saw his entire family in such a state, he was utterly perplexed. Oh my, you finally woke up. If you hadn't, I would have been compelled to call you in your room. Today is a momentous day. Wang Wenwu sprang from the sofa, rushing over and patting Wang Luoshu's shoulder vigorously. Go for it, little brother. Today is your time to shine. By the way, Li Kunkin is also awakening today. This kid has been competing with you both openly and covertly, so you must surpass him this time. Oh. Wang Luoshu replied listlessly, appearing as if he had just awakened. Who is Li Kunkin? What the hell, you didn't sleep through and forget everything, did you? Li Kunkin is your uncle's son, the one taking the college entrance exam this year, just like you. Wang Wenwu exclaimed, eyes wide. Oh, I remember now. Wang Luoshu approached the dining table, where the freshly cooked noodles emitted an enticing aroma. I am only competing against myself, not him. Yes, that is the right mindset. Wang Wei set down the newspaper and laughed heartily. Son, with that attitude, you are bound to succeed today. Enough of your chatter. I know my son well enough. Li Lanxin retrieved a freshly boiled egg from the pot. Son, good luck. Wang Luoshu found the meal to be quite torturous. As his family gazed at him with eager anticipation, reminiscent of preparing for battle, that feeling made his skin crawl. Dad, Mom, Big brother, rest assured, I will be fine. There is no need to see me off. Downstairs, Wang Luoshu bid farewell to his family. Go for it, go. The encouragement grew increasingly succinct, until only the word go remained. Wang Luoshu shook his head helplessly and hurried towards school. On the way, he encountered two diverging paths. Point one was the alley from yesterday, still eerily deserted, perhaps due to the early hour. The other was the main road he had taken home yesterday, which would take about 10 minutes longer and was devoid of people. Since that is the case, the shorter route is the obvious choice. Without hesitation, Wang Luoshu plunged into the alley. Why did I not take this route yesterday? Yesterday, the flow of students was at its peak, and the alley being empty was entirely abnormal. Today, the hour was still early, and it was customary for the alley to be devoid of people at this time. Perfectly normal. Sure enough, Wang Luoshu traversed the alley without incident. And as he passed the middle section, he noticed a torn black trash bag. What kind of person is so bored as to tear apart trash bags everywhere? Such a lack of civility. Wang Luoshu remarked, casually tossing the trash bag into the bin. He did not take the main road. Next to the trash bin lay a bulging black garbage bag, seemingly filled with refuse. Had he taken that route, he would have just passed by that very bag. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Suddenly, a rip echoed as a garbage bag burst open, and a red-eyed young man emerged from within, furiously tearing apart the black refuse sack. He threw his head back and howled at the sky. Why? Where are the people? Where are they? Wang Luoshu, you truly deserve to die. After his outburst, he turned and dashed toward the school. For today was a significant day, and he absolutely could not afford to be late. When Yuan Xinwen arrived at the classroom, he found Wang Luoshu engaged in lively conversation with a group of classmates, creating an illusion of being the center of attention. How could this usually reticent individual be so loquacious today? Moreover, he appeared to be getting along splendidly with everyone. Yuan Xinwen silently cursed, feeling a sting in his eyes and harboring even more resentment towards Wang Luoshu. If it weren't for his unpredictable behavior, how could he have missed out twice? If he performed poorly on today's aptitude test, it would certainly be this fellow's fault. Yuan Xinwen, have you not slept at all? Your eyes are quite red, inquired his deskmate, Yang Wei, as he returned to his seat. Yang Wei was a close companion, and although they had once been inseparable, Yuan Xinwen had distanced himself due to his newfound lofty aspirations following a disastrous event. Hearing Yang Wei's concern provided a modicum of comfort to Yuan Xinwen. After all, he was indeed a true friend. How had he overlooked him before? With this thought, Yuan Xinwen softened his expression slightly. It's nothing. Just didn't sleep well. Give it your all later. Strive to awaken a high-tier combat skill. Yang Wei encouraged, patting Yuan Xinwen on the shoulder with a smile. Absolutely, Yuan Xinwen nodded in agreement. At 7:30, Wang Lei arrived punctually at the classroom, holding a teacup and his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen. Upon seeing the classroom filled to capacity, a faint smile appeared on his face as he nodded to everyone. Very well. Everyone has arrived on time today. The school's bus departs at 8:30. We will head downstairs at 8. Class monitor, please organize us to board in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, Guyang instinctively rose but immediately recalled his rejection from the previous day, causing him to slump back down to his desk, a flicker of expectation stirring within. Lin Xiuqiu, When you organize everyone later, will you remember my good deeds if they misbehave? Chapter 19. Awakening Day, everyone. Please form 2 lines and board the bus in an orderly manner. No pushing, if you please. Lin Xiuqiu's gentle voice was like a refreshing breeze. Little Qi, this won't do. They won't comply unless pressed. Gu Yang thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. With Lin Xiuqiu organizing, it was unlikely anyone would listen to her. He anticipated she would soon turn to him for assistance. Yet, to his astonishment, the response was enthusiastic. Sure, rest assured, class monitor, our class will surely be the most disciplined. All right. He had never seen his classmates so compliant. He distinctly remembered a much different atmosphere when he had attempted to instill discipline. They had glared at him as though they wished to devour him. Damn it, a bunch of sycophants. Gu Yang could only grumble inwardly. Once everyone boarded, the pent-up excitement could no longer be contained, and discussions erupted. I recall the awakening ceremony is held in the city, right? There is no awakening platform in Qincheng, someone remarked. Yes, to Shanshui City. It's not that far, just over 40 minutes, came the response. This meant they would be participating in the awakening ceremony alongside students from schools in the city, possibly even from neighboring counties, which suddenly made everyone feel a surge of anxiety. However, there was a silver lining. If they gained notoriety, news would spread swiftly to surrounding counties and cities, though the same could be said for embarrassing moments. Suddenly, one of them felt a pressing urge to relieve himself. Nervousness can lead to an overactive bladder. Don't be timid, just go for it. Another urged, dismissing the gravity of the situation, I'm indifferent. Whether I pass the martial arts examination or not makes little difference to me. I still believe the humanities suit me better. Came the nonchalant reply. The atmosphere in the vehicle was lively. Wang Luoshu and Zhou sat together, and from the moment they boarded, Zhou wore a distressed expression, as if troubled by something. What's wrong, fatty? Wang Luoshu nudged him with his arm. Luozi, I'm nervous, Zhou confessed, clutching his stomach. You know how it is. I always get an upset stomach before exams, and nothing comes out, the more significant the exam. The worse it gets, then just don't treat it like an exam. Wang Luoshu smiled slightly. Think of it as a rite of passage. Oh, Zhou sighed. It's easy for you to say. I place enormous importance on this awakening ceremony. Let me tell you, Luozi, I've always dreamt of flying. I've researched it thoroughly. Wind element martial artists can FLWO. You think I can awaken as one? With your physique? It seems unlikely, Wang Luoshu smirked. However, Zhou mention of wind element martial artist reminded him of Zhu Qingyan, a prodigious girl who had become a 3-pattern martial artist by her 2nd year. With an incredibly promising future ahead, ding-dong just then, Wang Luoshu's phone chimed. He pulled it out and saw a new message. Good luck at the awakening ceremony. The sender's name was Zhu Qingyan. How does Zhu Qingyan know my number? Wang Luoshu was taken aback, then realized it must have been given by his mother, who was eager for Zhu Qingyan to become part of their family. Thank you, he quickly replied. Who is it? Zhou glanced at Wang Luoshu's phone, a teasing glint in his eyes. Zhu Qingyan? That sounds like a woman's name. Luozi, are you being unfaithful, flirting with the class monitor while cozying up to other girls? I might have to report you. Get lost. Wang Luoshu kicked Zhou playfully, then tucked his phone away. Aren't you hoping to become a wind element martial artist? She is a genuine 3-pattern wind element martial artist. What? Really? Zhou gasped. Luozi, you're not pulling my leg, are you? When did you get to know a martial artist? In a 3-pattern one at that. Can she actually fly? Indeed. Wang Luoshu confirmed. Impressive, Zhou admitted, genuinely impressed. If you get the chance, introduce me to her. I absolutely must learn how wind element martial artists fly. Let us wait until you awaken as a wind element martial artist first. Wang Luoshu chuckled at don't worry. I have a feeling I will definitely awaken as one today. Zhou grinned in the blink of an eye. It was 8:30. The school's convoy set off right on time, and Wang Lei stood at the front, holding a basket. Who hasn't eaten breakfast? I bought some buns. Grab a few for the journey, so you don't end up famished as expected. Some had indeed skipped breakfast. Among them was Yang Kong, who shamelessly raised his hand. Mr. Wang, I've eaten, but I'm still hungry. Can I have some more? Just don't overdo it and end up with an upset stomach. Wang Lei teased, handing him a few meat buns. Shanshui City was not far from Qincheng. If they took the highway, it would take no more than 40 minutes. Along the way, Wang Lei regaled them with motivational anecdotes, igniting their fervor to the point where they felt ready to leap onto the awakening platform and emerge as powerful martial artists. 1 hour later, the school bus arrived at People's Square in Shanshui City, where security lines had been set up around the awakening platform, which was situated right in the square. This grand event only took place on June 1st each year. as the platform remained dormant on all other days. The square was filled with buses, and as anticipated, students from counties without awakening platforms had also come to Shanshui City for the ceremony. The array of school uniforms dazzled the eyes, marking the first time Wang Luoshu had witnessed such a grand spectacle since his rebirth. Luozi, at 3 o'clock. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the excitement. Following his direction, Wang Luoshu spotted a group of beautiful girls from other schools. Zhou Yi only ever showed such enthusiasm when it came to lovely ladies. I asked at the uniform for Shanshui High School? I didn't expect such beauties to be there. Wang Luoshu felt they were merely average, certainly not matching the beauty of Lin Xiuqiu or Zhu Qingyan. Everyone, stay close to me. The crowd is quite large. So let us not get separated. At that moment, Wang Lei raised a flag emblazoned with Class 1, Senior Year, and announced loudly, "Follow my lead." The group moved forward, soon reaching the vicinity of the awakening platform, which was divided into numerous sections, each labeled with the respective school and class. The surroundings buzzed with noise, all eyes fixed on the awakening platform not far ahead. The enormous structure glowed under the sunlight, exuding an ancient aura that stirred the heart. Chapter 20, Awakening. Wang Luoshu had seen pictures of the awakening platform online, but nothing compared to the awe it inspired in person. This platform stood nearly 3 stories high, majestically towering in the sunlight, constructed from unknown colossal stones. According to online legends, it was made from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Atop the platform was a vast area, in the center of which floated a massive hollow circular stone, seemingly buoyed by some mysterious force, presenting an extraordinarily magical sight. In the eyes of everyone, there shimmered a glimmer of anticipation. The mere thought of soon stepping onto the staircase to the extraordinary, under the gaze of countless onlookers, rendered each heart unable to remain tranquil. Wind Element Warrior, Wind Element Warrior, Wind Element Warrior, Zhou Yi murmured to himself, as beads of perspiration began to form on his palms. He was in a state of heightened tension, fixated solely on the aspiration to awaken as a Wind Element Warrior today. At the rear of the class, Yuan Xinwen appeared listless, having not rested well over the past few days, and now felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Yang Wei, noticing his condition, hastily nudged Yuan Xinwen. "Come on, Lao Yuan, perk up. The awakening is about to begin." "Oh?" Yuan Xinwen stirred slightly, instinctively glancing at Wang Luoshu, and an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within him. It was all this guy's fault. Had it not been for him, how could he have possibly had such poor rest these past 2 days? He must find a way to eliminate this nuisance to ensure the realization of his grand ambitions. The awakening ceremony was, in essence, not complex. One simply stood upon the platform, placed their hand upon the hollow circular stone, and their innate talent would be revealed, at last, amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd. The awakening ceremony commenced. A table was set up before the awakening platform, behind which sat several individuals who appeared to be influential figures, diligently scribbling notes as if documenting the proceedings. Shanshui High School. Class 3 of the senior year, begin the awakening. With the resounding proclamation, a line of students from Class 3 of the senior year orderly emerged from Shanshui High School. "Wow, the girl I like is actually from Class 3 as well. We are truly fated," Zhou Yi exclaimed excitedly to Wang Luoshu upon spotting the girl he admired. Wang Luoshu, however, remained unresponsive. It was his first time observing the awakening up close, and claiming he wasn't curious would be a lie. The students of Class 3 of Shanshui High School lined up in front of the awakening platform. There were no strict rules regarding the order. It was primarily determined by the class arrangements. Wang Lei's arrangement was rather straightforward, by student number. The first to ascend the platform from Class 3 was a confident young man, impeccably dressed in designer clothes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His attire alone suggested a well-off background. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he appeared utterly unfazed as he swiftly approached the hollow circular stone. Under the gaze of the crowd, he calmly adjusted his glasses with 2 fingers, then placed his hand upon the stone. The moment his hand made contact, the stone erupted in a brilliant crimson glow, the previously hollow center now filled with a radiant red light. Transforming into a fiery portal, golden characters gradually materialized at its center. Breath of fire. An eruption of cheers erupted from the crowd. Adios, breath of fire. No wonder he asked the class president. Li Peng. Being a top student is only natural for someone with such talent. Fire element warriors were among the elite ranks of warriors, promising an immeasurable future. Ha ha ha, he is indeed my idol. He's incredible. On the platform, Li Peng remained undistracted by the uproar, a slight smile on his lips as his hand remained on the stone. The red glow flowed like water from his palm into his body, permeating throughout him, rendering him a figure of crimson. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the fiery portal, and a pillar of flame surged forth, soaring into the sky before bursting into a splendid display of fireworks. The fiery rain cascaded down, causing quite a stir in the square. However, it soon became apparent that this fiery rain was illusory, posing no real threat to the spectators. Sequence 46, Flame Burst. As the golden characters floated in the air, the crowd erupted once more. Heavens, it's a battle technique within the top 50 sequences. Li Ping's talent is astonishing. At the outset, this was a game-changing revelation. Last year's awakening ceremony, the most powerful technique awakened was only around sequence 60. I am so envious. He is handsome, comes from a good family, possesses immense talent, and is invincible. He'll have first dibs on partners in college. Such individuals would make it challenging for the nation to allocate partners, and surely many admirers would flock to him. The rewards from the city were assured, as the illusory flames dissipated. Li Ping's complexion returned to normal, a subtle smile still adorning his lips as he withdrew his hand from the stone. The crimson glow upon the stone faded rapidly, reverting to its original state. Li Ping adjusted his glasses once more, feigning casualness as he surveyed the crowd, thinking to himself, splendid, they are all cheering for me. He then strode back to his class with an air of confidence. Amidst the adulation, Li Ping maintained a calm demeanor, neither refuting nor endorsing the praise, radiating an aura of superiority. The second participant was another young man. Yet he appeared far more ordinary compared to Li Ping. Dressed in commonplace attire, with an unremarkable appearance and physique, he exuded an air of timidity, starkly contrasting with Li Ping's composure. Who is this? A mere background character from Class 1, Su Tong. Never heard of him. Can you still call him a background character? Whispers circulated among the students of Shanshui High School. Su Tong's posture was slightly hunched, likely due to his overwhelming nervousness. As he blushed profusely, he hurriedly stepped forward, lacking the theatricality exhibited by Li Ping, and directly placed his hand upon the stone. Unlike Li Ping, who elicited an immediate response, Su Tong waited several seconds before the hollow stone gradually glimmered with a light blue hue, the center filled with a mere thin layer, lacking the spectacular visual impact of Li Ping's awakening. Fortunately, the stone's reaction confirmed his talent, as faint golden characters emerged. Breath of water. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Breath of water? That's the most useless of all. Indeed, as you say. I recall a news report from the year before last when disaster struck. The water element warriors suffered the heaviest casualties during the rescue efforts. Their combat prowess is truly lacking. Even as support, they struggled. At least he has talent. Let us not be too picky. Su Tong's breathing quickened as he felt his excitement grow, his face reddening even further upon realizing he possessed talent. The thin layer of light blue began to flow into his body, yet it did not summon any illusions. Gradually, golden characters emerged at the center of the stone. Sequence 251. Weak stream. Ha ha ha. Sequence 251. Why not sequence 250? Weak stream? The very name suggests weakness. No wonder its sequence 251.it was well known that battle techniques beyond sequence 150 were generally lackluster, especially for the weakest water element techniques. Water element warriors can forget about gaining admission to the Martial University. They only waste the nation's resources. One cannot generalize. If one could cultivate to the level of a water dragon king, that would indeed be remarkable. Water element warriors were notoriously difficult to train, with progress typically slow, and it could take a millennium to produce a figure like the Water Dragon King. Without a strong family background and ample resources, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Su Tong retracted his hand, hearing the loud murmurs from the crowd. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, his face beaming with joy as he briskly returned to the line. Having talent is enough. Having talent is enough. Su Tong kept his head down, encouraging himself inwardly. In the following awakenings, none matched the brilliance of Li Ping. Nearly half of the participants failed to awaken their talents, indicating their disconnection from the path of warriors. Among those were individuals who had previously mocked Su Tong, now wearing expressions darker than soot, having just ridiculed others only to find themselves devoid of any innate abilities. A most resounding slap in the face. As for the remaining half, the strongest awakened battle techniques did not even rank within the top 100 sequences. How swiftly the awakening ceremony proceeds. I had anticipated it would take several days with such a large group. Joey found himself increasingly anxious, feeling his throat dry. Most participants approached the stone, and after 10 seconds of no response, they were deemed out. Soon, Shanshui High School completed the tests, with over 3,000 participating senior students. Fewer than 1,000 possessing talent, and only 10 boasting techniques ranked in the top 100 sequences. As for the top 50, Li Peng stood alone. The rarity of warriors was becoming increasingly evident. Weijiang High School, Class 3 of the senior year, begin the awakening. The senior students from Weijiang High School numbered just over 1,000, similar to Qinqing High School, and their results emerged quickly. Those with talent, 235. Battle techniques in the top 100, 2, top 50. 0. Xiao City High School, Class 3 of the senior year, begin the awakening. Without unnecessary elaboration, the results were reported directly. Total participants, 1, 035. Those with talent, 180. Battle techniques in the top 100, 1. Top 50. 0. Heishui High School, Class 3 of the senior year, begin the awakening. Total participants, 1, 658. Those with talent, 325. Battle techniques in the top 100, 3. Top 50. 0. Time passed gradually. Wang Luoshu transitioned from curiosity to numbness, nearly succumbing to visual fatigue. Their Qinqing High School was evidently the last to participate in the awakening ceremony. This was becoming quite tedious. Just as he felt himself growing bored and drowsy, Zhou suddenly shook Wang Luoshu. Luozi, look, incredible. Wang Luoshu snapped back to attention, gazing towards the awakening platform. Before them stood a remarkably robust student, radiating with a golden aura. In the air, an illusion materialized once more, depicting a shadowy figure delivering a devastating punch that shattered a small mountain. The spectacle was profoundly breathtaking. Soon after, a line of golden characters slowly emerged in the sky. Sequence 49. Shatter Mountain. Wow. Another student within the top 50 sequences. Fengqing High School is quite impressive. It was still the breath of strength. Although strength-type warriors were typically ranked in the second tier, they could certainly contend with the top tier under certain circumstances. How extraordinary. What is his name? Zheng Meng. Indeed, he is quite formidable, his physique rivaling that of two of me. Who would have thought that the last awakened student from Fengqing High School would be a genius ranked within the top 50 sequences? The principal must be grinning ear to ear now. Which high school is next? Qinqing High School? Haha, the most lackluster school is about to make its appearance. I heard that Qinqing High School has 1,008 seniors participating in the awakening ceremony this time, and conservatively estimated, they likely won't have a single student in the top 100 sequences. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, that's quite cruel. Surely there must be at least one. Right? You haven't spared them either. Naturally, the discussions from other schools reached the ears of the students from Qinqing High School. Damn it, do they think our Qinqing High School is devoid of talent? Let us show them what we got. Yet, it seems that every year, our Qinqing High School is at the bottom in the college entrance examination rankings among the surrounding counties and cities. Ugh, how infuriating. I hope to awaken a top 10 combat skill and slap their faces. This year, we absolutely cannot be at the bottom. I believe we are the strongest cohort in the history of Qinqing High School. Most students were filled with righteous indignation. However, a few acknowledged that others had a point, given that Qinqing High School hadn't produced a single student in the top 100 sequences for several consecutive years during the awakening ceremonies. Wang Lei, however, remained remarkably calm. Having guided several graduating classes, he was already accustomed to such ridicule. But the students in the class were not having it. Mr. Wang, give us some motivation. Pour us some inspiration. Mr. Wang, share your thoughts. Mr. Wang, do you have anything to say? Wang Lei simply smiled serenely and stated, Students, I shall utter but one phrase. When the great rock spreads its wings, it soars to heights of 90,000 miles. With that single line of poetry, he ignited a fervor among the crowd. What student of this age does not harbor a heart of youthful exuberance? They immediately began to cheer. I shall awaken a top 10 sequence. I shall awaken a top 5 sequence. Be bold. I shall awaken the first sequence. Good heavens, who would dare to say such things in their dreams? Yet here you are, boldly proclaiming it. Finally, amid the anticipation of the crowd, the time for the ultimate test arrived. Qinqing High School, Class 1 of the seniors, commenced the awakening. At the command, the previously exuberant crowd gradually settled down, only to be engulfed by a tide of tension. What had been mere chatter was now a reality. Fortunately, Wang Lei had already announced that the order would be based on student numbers. At the forefront stood none other than the overly confident Gu Yang, striding towards the awakening platform with an air of undeniable authority. Shaoqi, when you see me defy the odds, will you regret not believing in me? Holding his breath, Gu Yang took larger strides. Then, oh no! His foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face. Chapter 22. Joey's wish ha ha ha. The scene fell into a brief silence before erupting into raucous laughter. Until now, not a single anxious student had stumbled. Gu Yang, exuding such confidence, almost more than Li Peng, had led others to believe he was a powerhouse, only to deliver a comical flop. The entertainment value was off the charts. Jiu Yang lay on the ground for what felt like an eternity, unsure whether he wished to disappear into a crack in the earth. Until Wang Lei cleared his throat. Get up, Gu Yang. This isn't a place for napping. With that, Gu Yang sprang to his feet, nonchalantly brushing off the dust as if unaffected, continuing onward. Yet, the crimson hue of his ears betrayed him. He must have felt utterly mortified. Wait for me to awaken. Once I unleash my greatest talent, you will forget this moment and cheer for me, Gu Yang raged inwardly as he ascended the awakening platform. Taking a deep breath, he elegantly tossed his hair back, placing his hand on the hollow stone. 1 second passed, no reaction. 0.2 seconds, still nothing. 0.3 seconds, still no sign. Time, at that moment, felt agonizingly prolonged. Jiu Yang's initial confidence began to wane, replaced by confusion. Was the stone malfunctioning? After all, so many had used it before. It wouldn't be too surprising if it were broken. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, the stone that had remained unresponsive finally stirred, a muted earthy yellow beginning to materialize and fill the hollow center. The glow was faint, merely a thin layer, but at least it was something. As Gu Yang witnessed this, his countenance darkened. Having observed so many awaken before him, he had discerned a pattern. Generally, a weak glow indicated a lackluster talent. He had served as the sports committee head for 3 years. How could his talent possibly be subpar? It defied logic. Then, a line of golden text gradually appeared. Breath of Earth. Wow, he actually awakened the breath of Earth. It seems he is indeed the first genius from Qincheng High School. Haha. Earth-type warriors barely scrape into the second tier. If their talent is decent, they could have a promising future. Ha ha ha, you just mentioned decent talent. Does this fellow appear to possess any? Earth-type warriors with poor talent and no resources are essentially bidding farewell to the ranks of warriors. Qincheng High School continues its trend of stable yet lackluster performances. The first student they send up is already underwhelming. This year's college entrance examination is likely to see them at the bottom again. Please remove the word likely. That is an affront to the strength of Qincheng High School. The murmurings surged like waves, and it was only then that Gu Yang realized how clearly he could hear the voices from below while standing on the awakening platform. Just wait. Even if it's the breath of Earth, I will undoubtedly awaken the strongest Earth-type combat skill. Holding his breath, Gu Yang awaited a miracle. The earthy yellow light flowed into his being, but no extraordinary phenomenon transpired, and the miracle he had anticipated failed to materialize. A line of faint golden text emerged. Sequence 250, comedic dance, point 250. It's actually 250. Everyone, look, 250 has appeared. Ha ha ha, it's truly 250. What a show. There have been so few students to score 250 in history. Let us give them a round of applause. A cacophony of derisive laughter ensued, and Gu Yang couldn't recall how he stumbled off the stage, feeling as if he had lost his soul. He had always believed himself to be a child of destiny, the center of the universe, destined for an astonishing awakening that would elevate him to the protagonist of life. Until this moment, awakening from his dream, he realized how profoundly ignorant he had been. It turned out, I am not exceptional. The bitter smile graced Gu Yang's lips as he slowly unclenched his tightly held fists. So be it. Some obsessions must be relinquished. Yet, the subsequent 5 students ascending the platform reignited the flicker of hope within him. For none of them possessed warrior talents. Despite the increasing derision from the outside, his heart warmed. It seems I am still the protagonist. Look at my classmates, who lack even the most basic talent. What right do I have to wallow in despair? Gu Yang, you must regain your spirit. Even if your talent is lacking, through hard work, you shall earn the respect of all. As more and more students revealed no talent, Gu Yang's confidence began to swell once more, his gaze taking on a more imposing demeanor. Brother, it's my turn. Zhou Yi nervously exchanged a glance with Wang Luoshu before resolutely striding toward the awakening platform. As if bracing for battle, his back was drenched in sweat, not just from the heat, but from overwhelming anxiety. You can do it, Wang Luoshu shouted encouragingly. Zhou Yi's previously strained expression relaxed in gratitude, and he bolted up to the awakening platform, resolutely placing his hand upon the stone, ignoring the waves of mockery from below. 1 second, 2 seconds. The stone responded. A dazzling silver light erupted. The brilliance, while not overly intense, was far superior to Gu Yang's. Then, as golden text appeared, Zhou couldn't help but roar. Yes, it read, Breath of Wind. Becoming a wind-type warrior had always been his dream. Wind-type warriors could fly. And they were undeniably cool. The derisive voices that had once mocked him now fell silent, replaced by astonishment and envy. A wind-type warrior? This was undoubtedly a member of the top tier. Is it possible? Qincheng High School has truly produced a genius? Don't celebrate too soon. Even with the breath of wind, his talent must be assessed. If it's subpar, it will be of little use. Just lucky? He.s. just a bit short on luck. S. if to slap these naysayers in the face. The silver light surged from the stone, whipping up a gale that swept through the venue. Though there were no exaggerated phenomena, the howling wind attested to the high sequence. As anticipated, when a line of golden text materialized, those who had previously derided him felt a scorching embarrassment wash over their faces. Sequence 70 Wind Howl. Ha ha ha. Zhou could not contain his joy and laughed heartily, retracting his hand and joyfully sprinting back to his class. His classmates rushed to congratulate him, filled with envy. Sequence 70 was certainly impressive. Being among the top 100 in the sequence was a mark of great potential. Everyone, let us strive together. I see this awakening is not so daunting. If I can do it, so can you. Zhou was overjoyed. Chapter 23. Shockwaves. Gu Yang's one straight posture seemed to shrink further. Sequence 70 it was leagues above his 250. Nevertheless, he maintained a relatively optimistic outlook, reassuring himself that almost half of the participants had already attempted the awakening. And it was merely he and Zhou who possessed exceptional talent. Zhou had always performed well academically. Losing to him was not unjust. From Zhou's awakening onwards, the situation gradually improved. Chen Ku awakened the breath of wind, achieving sequence 160. Yang Kong awakened the breath of food, achieving sequence 108. The Chen brothers, Chen Hua and Chen Shui, awakened the breath of wood, achieving sequence 150. Wan Mingdai awakened the breath of spirit, achieving sequence 98. Yang Wei awakened the breath of strength, achieving sequence 180. Yuan Xinwen awakened the breath of rage, achieving sequence 249. Gu Yang's posture sank lower with each awakening, as more and more students in the class awakened with higher sequences. Pushing him closer to the brink of despair, he was truly ordinary. Even those he usually outperformed had greater innate abilities. Finally, it was Lin Xiuqiu's turn. As she made her entrance, she instantly captivated the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. As well as those from other institutions, Lin Xiuqiu was not only renowned at Qincheng High School but also well known at other high schools. She had long dominated the top spot in the city for liberal arts. Of course, her striking beauty was also a topic of much admiration. That Lin Xiuqiu from Qincheng High School? Wow, she is truly a goddess. I declare that Lin Xiuqiu alone has elevated the overall standard of Qincheng High School. This cannot be denied. She is genuinely stunning and remarkably talented. That high ponytail is simply breathtaking. The otherwise unattractive school uniform looks incredibly sophisticated on her. I'm drooling. Today, Lin Xiuqiu sported a high ponytail, a school uniform and white sneakers, an ordinary outfit that appeared anything but ordinary on her. Sunlight graced her face, enhancing her already exquisite features, making her look even more radiant. Each step she took seemed to tread upon the hearts of the boys, effectively making her a visual magnet. Many boys silently cheered for her, akin to announcers, as Lin Xiuqiu ascended the awakening platform. Lin Xiuqiu playfully brushed aside a strand of hair. Oh my, how can anyone possess such a perfect visage? Lin Xiuqiu placed her hand upon the round stone. Oh my heavens, the round stone erupted. At the moment Lin Xiuqiu's delicate fingers made contact with the stone, a blinding white light burst forth. Akin to a newborn star, abruptly tearing through the darkness and radiating a breathtaking brilliance. The white light, centered on the stone, instantly transformed into a vast ocean of light, sweeping outward and enveloping the surrounding area in dazzling silver. Soon after, a line of golden characters slowly emerged. Breath of light. What the heck? The breath of light has appeared? It seems no light-type warriors have emerged in over 30 years, right? My goodness. Qincheng High School has struck the jackpot. How could Lin Xiuqiu possibly attend their school? She is indeed from Qincheng. Where else would she go? In truth, attending school across cities is entirely normal. With her grades, she could go anywhere. Let us cut the nonsense and see what combat skill she can awaken. As the blinding white light touched Lin Xiuqiu's skin, it seemed to find its home, surging fervently into her body. In that moment, she resembled a star bursting into bloom, emitting a dazzling radiance. Above, the once dense clouds were torn apart by an irresistible force. revealing a massive sphere of white light. Following this, an unprecedented white beam, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens with immense majesty and sanctity, striking precisely where Lin Xiuqiu stood. Boom! The entire awakening platform trembled. As the white light shot forth like a torrent of water, even as mere phantoms, the divine aura still astonished everyone present. At last, the golden characters materialized in the void. Sequence 30, Judgment. Sequence 30, my goodness. That's among the top 30 combat skills. Qinqing High School is on the rise. I told you, Lin Xiuqiu alone has elevated the entire prestige of Qinqing High School. More terrifying than Li Peng. Lin Xiuqiu's talent is truly extraordinary. One can only envision how formidable a warrior she will become. Is it too late to seek her favor now? Alas, comparing oneself to others is a futile endeavor. One must acknowledge their own worth. My mother asks why I am kneeling to watch the awakening. Not only were the students from other schools astonished, but even the faculty and students from their own school were equally stunned. Although they had long grown accustomed to Lin Xiuqiu dominating the liberal arts, witnessing her display such astonishing talent left everyone in awe once more. This is Lin Xiuqiu, a genuine prodigy. Luozi. I told you, the young lady from the Lin family is simply in a realm beyond us. Zhou stood agape, murmuring beside Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu remained silent, as he was next in line and pondered what sequence his awakening would yield. With high-end shopping and a buy-one-get-one-free bonus, it shouldn't be too shabby, right? Wang Luoshu was somewhat uncertain. On stage, Lin Xiuqiu withdrew her hand. As the last remnants of the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she skipped down from the awakening platform with a lightness akin to dancing on clouds, resembling a joyful little bunny. The prominent figures at the table scribbled furiously in their notebooks, seemingly recording something. At that moment, Lin Xiuqiu was like a magnet, irresistibly drawing the gaze of everyone present. The class monitor is impressive. There is nothing more to say. The class monitor has earned my respect. Class monitor, do you need any leg hair? Facing the enthusiastic greetings from her classmates, Lin Xiuqiu smiled gently. Everyone, don't focus too much on me. It makes me a bit nervous. She then bounced over to Wang Luoshu, her small hands parting to rest before her, her tiny fists slightly clenched as she playfully encouraged him. Good luck, Wang Luoshu. In response, the boys erupted in fervent exclamations internally. What a beast! How can he deserve this? I want to challenge you. Wang Luoshu, coming back to his senses, felt nothing amiss and simply nodded. Oh, okay. With that, he made his way toward the awakening platform. Jiu Yang, witnessing this scene, felt as though his teeth were grinding. Little Chi-Chi, how could Wang Luoshu possibly be worthy of you? Why are you encouraging him? He is so indifferent. What gives? The students from other schools did not witness the earlier moment. They were still immersed in the shock brought by Lin Xiuqiu. Hardly paying any attention to Wang Luoshu's eye in their eyes, he was merely a pitiful figure destined to be overshadowed by Lin Xiuqiu's brilliance. Chapter 24. System Panel Update. Wang Luoshu stepped onto the stage. At this moment, the students from other schools finally regained their senses. This fellow is quite unfortunate to be placed right after Lin Xiuqiu. He must be feeling utterly dazed right now. Haha. Qinqing High School has exhausted all its luck producing a Lin Xiuqiu. It will be challenging to find another gem like her. I recall the concept of luck in ancient times. Do you think it's possible that Lin Xiuqiu is the child of destiny? After witnessing Lin Xiuqiu, the prospect of the next participant seems utterly lackluster. You know, this guy isn't half bad looking. He would likely be considered a campus heartthrob at our school. Campus heartthrob? What good is that? Not even close to my standard. You, with that crooked appearance of yours, I hesitate to even comment. Stop flattering yourself. All right. Wang Luoshu ascended the awakening platform. He could hear the murmurs from the crowd surrounding him. And standing on the platform, those voices sounded clearer, as if someone were whispering in his ear. 8 out of 10 statements revolved around Lin Xiuqiu. High-end shopping, please activate. Wang Luoshu paid little heed to the chatter around him. Fervently praying within, he stood before the round stone, glancing at the sea of faces below. Most were engrossed in quiet conversation, while a small number focused their attention on him, including the prominent figures seated below. It would be a lie to say he felt no pressure. His heart raced, and his blood flowed faster. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and felt his heartbeat stabilize somewhat. Then, he placed his hand upon the round stone. Ding! High-end shopping activated. At the moment his hand touched the stone, a system notification chimed in his ear. Wang Luoshu relaxed slightly, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. My luck has arrived. Boom! The instant the system notification sounded, the hollow round stone erupted in a pure, intense blue light, almost instantaneously filling the void, resembling flowing water in its azure hue, even creating ripples. The blue light was not blinding. Instead, it flowed gently, casting a soft azure glow over the entire awakening platform. This scene successfully captured everyone's attention. What a significant commotion. Although Lin Shuqiu may not be as prominent, this blue, could it be the breath of water? Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is the breath of water. Previously, several who awakened this technique exhibited a similar hue, yet it appears to be of a more refined caliber. Just look, the center of the round stone seems genuinely filled with water, complete with ripples. Could it be that Xinqing High School is about to unveil another prodigy? But what does it matter? A water-type martial artist is destined to be mediocre. He pales in comparison to Lin Shuqiu. TSK. Xinqing High School is truly riding a wave of fortune this year, with so many promising talents emerging from just one class. Even if they are water-type martial artists, as long as their talent is sufficient, their potential is formidable. In that moment, Wang Luoshu felt as if he could hear nothing. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, accompanied by the continuous sound of flowing water. Simultaneously, an indescribable energy surged into his being, guiding his breath and leading him through this unique breathing technique. This is the breath of water. Slowly, Wang Luoshu opened his previously shut eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing across his face. Ding! System panel has been updated. Hearing the notification, Wang Luoshu casually opened the system panel. Host: Wang Luoshu. Cultivation level: none. Money: 1,354.5 yuan. Evaluation: novice grasping breathing techniques. Possessed hextech runes. High-end shopping. Prismatic level. Buy one get one free. Golden level. Successfully weathered a disaster star eruption. Can unlock a hextech rune reward. Upgrade random staff effects. Current purchasable random staff effects. Low tier. Note: random staff effects last for 24 hours, and no new random staff can be obtained during this duration. After reviewing the panel's contents, Wang Luoshu's eyes widened. The panel's update was nothing short of significant. A new money column and a random staff column had been added. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu briefly familiarized himself with the random staff, discovering that this feature was indeed quite useful. At this stage, spending 1,000 yuan could unlock a random staff. With the effects being entirely random, one would need to try it to know what it entails. System: will the random staff have debuffs? Ding! Answering the host: it will not. I shall test it when time permits. A smile, more difficult to suppress than an AK, crept onto Wang Luoshu's lips. The thrill of this new advantage was utterly delightful. At that moment, Wang Luoshu noticed the azure light beginning to flow into his body, signaling the onset of his martial technique awakening. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Ding! Buy one get one free activated. The two consecutive system notifications made Wang Luoshu unable to contain his joy. Reveling in this extraordinary world, outside, onlookers witnessed a dazzling blue light erupting from Wang Luoshu, causing many hearts to skip a beat. They understood precisely what this meant. It seemed that Xinqing High School was indeed about to unveil another genius. As expected, the next moment, the sky began to manifest strange phenomena. A fierce wind arose, and torrential rain poured down, with the rain sharper than blades, obliterating everything in the illusion, forming a roaring river in the air. The howling winds and the resounding rain left the gathered students and teachers utterly astounded. Is this still a water-type martial artist? Why does this technique possess such destructive power? Insanity. Xinqing High School has truly gone mad. How could they possibly unveil two geniuses in succession and both in the same cohort? This is disastrous. Xinqing High School is on the verge of rising, while our Qiaoqing High School is set to languish at the bottom. What rank could this technique possibly be? It can't be another in the top 50, can it? That would be too terrifying. No one dared to underestimate Wang Luoshu any longer, even though he had awakened a water-type breathing technique. The voices of those who belittled water-type martial artists vanished in an instant. Finally, amidst the raging storm, a line of golden characters slowly emerged. Rank 60, Storm, my goodness. Although it is not within the top 50, it is alarmingly close, truly impressive. I never knew that water-type martial artists possessed such potent techniques. Humph, making such a commotion for a mere rank 60 technique is rather mediocre, isn't it? Mediocre? Not breaking into the top 50? Talent ultimately remains ordinary, making it difficult to become a figure like the Dragon King. Not breaking into the top 50 is good enough, ha 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 ha. As the crowd discerned the rank of the technique, Opinions diverged, creating a lively scene. Chapter 25. The world of extraordinary talent. You wouldn't understand. Li Peng gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fist, exhaling deeply. Initially, the emergence of Lin Shuqiu had sparked a sense of jealousy within him. As she surpassed him, if another prodigy were to arise, it would truly unbalance his mindset. Their Shanshui High School, established in a superior city, would only be a laughingstock compared to the students from surrounding counties. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in Li Peng's inability to accept being overshadowed. He had always been the favored child of heaven, the brightest star among others. Thus, he strived to seize the top position in everything. Within the class, Gu Yong had entered a state of stupor, his mouth agape, eyes vacant, and his once stooped posture finally straightened. His greatest rival, Wang Luoshu, had utterly overwhelmed him. Rank 60. The golden characters pierced his vision painfully. He finally grasped the harsh reality. He was not the protagonist of his life, perhaps not even a supporting character. If this were a novel, he would surely be a mere cannon fodder. It was a sorrowful realization, leaving his heart ashen. Were it not for the presence of those around him, he would have wept openly. Yuan Xinwen, on the other hand, felt no sense of defeat, only an insatiable fury. If my assassination had succeeded, this fellow would not have had the chance to shine today. Why did I not prepare more thoroughly? From this day forth, if I attempt to assassinate him again, the difficulty will surely increase several folds, and my safety will no longer be assured. Wang Luoshu, you truly ought to perish. Why could you not simply remain my stepping stone and allow me to bask in the limelight? Cursed be this fate. If one could delve into Yuan Xinwen's thoughts, they would undoubtedly conclude that he was a madman. Remarkably deranged Wang. Ha, Luozu, I told you that you could do it. You truly are my brother. Zhou Yi genuinely rejoiced for Wang Luoshu, bursting into laughter. Luoga is truly impressive. No more words. Once today's awakening ceremony concludes, he must treat us to a meal. What should we feast on? Surely a hot pot would suffice. A hot pot? At least 10. Those who were on good terms with Wang Luoshu, such as Yang Kong and Chun Ku, began to discuss excitedly. They were not envious of Wang Luoshu, they simply admired his prowess. Meanwhile, among the female cohort, eyes sparkled with excitement, as many contemplated how to approach Wang Luoshu. If they could marry and bear his children, it would not only spare them the woes of state-assigned partners, but also yield a superlative potential asset. What a bargain. The gathered teachers and students held varying mindsets. Wang Luoshu, unconcerned with their thoughts, felt a smile slowly creeping onto his lips upon hearing the disparaging remarks. In his heart, he mused. Water-type martial artists are incapable? That is merely because you have yet to encounter me, the extraordinary. The buy one get one free effect is about to activate. Open your eyes wide. Suddenly, the roaring river formed by the storm began to churn and roar. A colossal wave towering several dozen meters high surged forth, blotting out the sun and evoking an apocalyptic sensation. Though aware that this was merely an illusion, it nonetheless stirred significant commotion among the crowd. That wave was terrifying beyond measure. The wave crashed against the surrounding office buildings, causing the office workers inside to tumble from their chairs in fright as they witnessed the impending wave. Thankfully, it was but a mirage, vanishing without a trace upon contact with the buildings. The splashing water, illuminated by the sun, reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering like gemstones. The relentless waves, accompanied by the deafening roar of the ocean, could briefly render one deaf. Oh my! Look! A scream pierced through the tumult of the waves, and in that moment, all eyes widened. Above the golden characters, rank 60, storm, another line of golden text gradually materialized. Rank 32, tsunami. Oh my God, tell me, I must be seeing things. How could one awaken two techniques? This is unprecedented. Mom asked why I was kneeling to witness the awakening. It has been years since anyone awakened two techniques simultaneously. Dual talents and dual techniques are privileges reserved for top-tier geniuses. Is Wang Luoshu's talent truly that terrifying? I initially thought he would be a mere afterthought following Lin Shuqiu's emergence. Yet it seems the true fool is me. His talent is hardly inferior to Lin Shuqiu's. My heavens, why must there be so many geniuses in this world, yet not one more for me? Sigh, I have grown weary of envy. I can hardly muster the energy to feel jealousy. There is nothing left to envy. Such geniuses will one day stand as guardians of the nation, protectors of the common people, and we can merely worship them. The entire people's square erupted in fervor, all discussing the prodigious youth from Qinqing High School. Wang Luoshu, a name that had never been heard before. A seemingly unremarkable handsome young man, destined to become the focal point in everyone's minds today. On the awakening platform, every whisper and murmur flowed into Wang Luoshu's ears without missing a single word. However, he remained remarkably composed, understanding that this was merely the beginning. Awakening was but the first step in a long journey. What lay ahead required steady development. Talents emerged every year, but only those who could endure until the end and become formidable figures were the true geniuses. Having read many novels, Wang Luoshu naturally grasped this truth. He withdrew his hand, and the extraordinary phenomena in the world gradually dissipated. To live modestly and act boldly, he had achieved his purpose for now. Once his renown was established, the rewards and resources from the state would surely come pouring in. A martial artist could not thrive without resources, as it would be akin to a boundless ocean or a tree without roots. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Wang Luoshu, yet he remained unfazed, stepping back to the ranks with the same leisurely pace he had when he ascended the stage. "Luzi, you're amazing." Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself, clapping Wang Luoshu on the shoulder. "You really are impressive. Tell me, did you sneak a bite of some expired Viagra?" "Get lost," Wang Luoshu retorted, delivering a light kick to Zhou Yi's backside. Lin Xiaoqiu watched the playful exchange between the two, a smile gradually spreading across her face, genuinely happy for Wang Luoshu. The awakening ceremony continued, yet by its conclusion, no further talents ranked within the top 50 emerged. However, 5 more had appeared in the top 100, already a significant victory compared to surrounding counties. As the event drew to a close, the powerful figures seated behind a table approached Wang Lei. Exchanging a few words, and Wang Lei's face nearly split from smiling, nodding repeatedly in acknowledgement. Chapter 26. Ambition. The awakening ceremony finally came to an end, coinciding with the twilight hour. Some were filled with joy, while others wore expressions of despair. Some aspired to study martial arts yet lacked the talent, while others sought to pursue academia, blessed with aptitude. Life is often like this, not everything goes as one wishes. Nevertheless, the journey must continue. On the return trip, the praises surrounding Wang Luoshu never ceased. Even classmates with whom he had little prior interaction now approached him to strike up conversations. Wang Luoshu handled it all with ease, making sure not to neglect anyone, embodying the charm of a social butterfly. Everyone noticed a change. Compared to the previously inconspicuous Wang Luoshu, he now appeared more confident and eager to engage with others. His presence akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "Luzi, I feel like you've changed." Zhou Yi, Wang Luoshu's childhood friend, remarked, particularly attuned to this transformation. "Have you become more handsome?" Wang Luoshu raised an eyebrow. "Shut up." Zhou Yi rolled his eyes. "It seems like you transformed ever since that night at the internet CAF. You ought to thank the class monitor, otherwise how would you have grown so quickly?" "Oh? Then tell me, in what ways have I grown quickly?" "They say a boy becomes a man in just one night. Having endured hardship, you've matured, haven't you?" "Nonsense." In the last row of the bus, Yuan Xinwen sat in a corner, occasionally glancing at the back of Wang Luoshu's head. If he could, he would love to take a hammer and smash it to bits. Unfortunately, he could only entertain such thoughts in his mind. He sought the perfect crime. Wang Luoshu could perish, but he must remain unaffected. Otherwise, how could he realize his grand ambitions and lofty ideals? Guyang also occupied the last row, his head drooping low. His confidence had been utterly shattered today, and he had no idea what to do next. Ranked 250, was there still hope for Wu University? It seemed bleak, too bleak. Just then, he felt a nudge on his arm. Initially reluctant to respond, he glanced over at Yuan Xinwen, who persisted in nudging him, prompting Guyang to look up and irritably say, "What do you want? Don't push me, it's annoying." "Guyang, I'm here to help you." Yuan Xinwen grinned. "Dio, you want to get into Wu University? You help me?" Guyang scoffed. "What can you do for me? With your rank of 249? Don't bother me." In a certain sense, the two were akin to brothers in adversity. One ranked 250 and the other 249. They were practically consecutive numbers. Guyang, what's the big deal about being 250? Why be so downcast? Although my awakening skill is only ranked 249, I will definitely get into Wu University and I'll be among the top ranks. Do you believe me? Despite feeling repulsed internally, Yuan Xinwen maintained a smiling facade. He believed he needed a partner, and Guyang was just the right fit. His talent was inferior, and he was notably lacking in intelligence. If he could just manipulate Guyang, they could surely handle Wang Luoshu. Once they dealt with Wang Luoshu, he would secure a generous supply of resources. What was Wu University compared to his aspiration to become a war god? Get lost. Guyang had no intention of engaging with this old shrew. After all, He had been the sports committee member for 3 years and had long figured out Yuan Xinwen's true nature. This old shrew was notorious for boasting. Jiu Yang suspected that this guy was trying to take advantage of his sorrow, hoping to win him over while he was feeling low. Truly disgusting. Seeing that Gu Yang was utterly ignoring him, Yuan Xinwen grew even more frustrated. Was he really so untrustworthy? Yet at this moment, aside from Gu Yang, he couldn't find a better option. Everyone else was desperately currying favor with Wang Luoshu. How could they possibly cooperate with him? Bang! Li Peng kicked open the villa's door. His face clouded with anger. Li father and Li mother, who were seated in the living room reading the newspaper, were startled. Peng, what happened? Who upset you? Zhang Huifeng quickly stood and approached. Mom. Upon seeing his mother approach, Li Peng's eyes reddened, and he threw his arms around Zhang Huifeng, bursting into tears. I failed the exam. Oh, my little ancestor, so you failed. What's the big deal? Zhang Huifeng hurriedly patted Li Peng's back to comfort him. Li Tian put down the newspaper, frowning as he said, Why is a man crying? What a sight, Dad. Li Peng pouted. I only awakened a rank 46 skill. I'm afraid I won't receive any resources from the state this time. I've already heard. Qinqing High School produced 2 geniuses, one ranked 30 and the other with dual ranks, right? Li Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. Dad, you already know. Li Peng gritted his teeth, declaring, I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for those 2 from Qinqing High School, the resources would surely have been mine. Honey, think of a way, Zhang Huifeng interjected. We can't let our Peng be wronged. Wronged? Li Tian replied coolly. The allocation of resources by the state is based on talent. Those with greater ability deserve more. If your talent is lacking, what is there to feel wronged about? Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. The resources we prepare for you at home will be no less than those from the state. No, I want it all. Li Peng said darkly. I heard that this time the state is distributing resources that include Shiyundan, which can help me break through to a 2-pattern martial artist in a short time. Dad, this kind of elixir was recently developed by the state, and our family currently can't obtain it. Can we? Can't you break through to a 2-pattern martial artist without this elixir? Li Tian frowned. Elixirs are merely external aids. Your talent is not lacking. Even without them, you can still break through to a 2-pattern martial artist in a short time. Dad, you know that entering university is different from high school. Only with strong abilities can one secure more resources. If I can break through to a 2-pattern martial artist in a short time, the resources allocated by the school will be even greater. Even if you don't consider me, you should think about the future and reputation of the Li family, right? Li Peng refused to give up. Honey, Peng has a point. Besides, as the head of the city's resource department, Dante, you have to approve the resources allocated by the state. Zhang Huifeng seized the opportunity to encourage. What do you know? That Lin Xiuqiu is the daughter of the Lin family. If I dare to touch the resources allocated to her by the state, the disciplinary department will come knocking at my door tomorrow. Li Tian scoffed. Ha ha ha, that's easy enough to handle. Just then, a robust voice resounded, and an elderly man with graying hair descended leisurely from upstairs, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 27. Life's Trivial Matters, Grandfather? Li Peng exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the elder. Li Qingsong smiled and nodded. Rest assured, my dear grandson, you will certainly receive your share of the resources allocated by the state this time. Dad, they don't understand. Why are you causing trouble too? Li Tian rubbed his temples. Exasperated. What trouble am I causing? Li Qingsong shot a glare at Li Tian. I received news from one of my old subordinates that there are 2 portions of national-level resources this time. The Lin family's portion is untouchable, but the other can be given to my dear grandson. Zhang Huifeng's eyes brightened instantly. That's right. Honey, since there are 2 portions, this makes things easier. We can't provoke the Lin family, but we can certainly handle the other one, right? Unless the other person has some significant background? Not at all. Just a child from an ordinary family. Li Tian shook his head, still hesitant. But national-level resources are designated for specific individuals. If we misappropriate them, it would be difficult to account for if the higher-ups come investigating. To specify names is commendable. However, as of now, the selection for these 2 national-level resources has yet to be finalized. The provincial authorities will determine the candidates only after concluding the seminar. I shall maneuver within this context. There may yet be a chance, Li Qingsong remarked with a smile. Grandfather, I leave it in your capable hands. I truly desire these national-level resources, Li Peng responded eagerly. Just as Li Tian was about to interject, Li Qingsong cut him off. Enough. Just follow my instructions. Rest assured, my dear grandson will certainly receive a share of these national resources. With a wave of his hand, he emphatically sealed the matter. Upon returning to school, Wang Lei stood on the platform, his face beaming with joy. This time, our class has performed admirably in the awakening assessment. Come now, let us applaud ourselves. A wave of enthusiastic clapping erupted in the classroom. Yet, those who had not awakened any talents felt somewhat uneasy. Allow me to address everyone. There is no need to feel disheartened if you lack awakened abilities. I have always said that each person has their own unique path. It impossible to lead a fulfilling life without becoming a warrior. Teachers are not warriors, and they live quite well. Do they not? Warriors have their ways of living, and ordinary people have theirs. Regardless of talent, wealth, or lack thereof, everyone has their own way to thrive. What matters is that you find happiness and do not burden the nation. Does it truly matter whether one becomes a warrior or not? Let me share a story from my own life. In my childhood, I considered forgetting to bring my homework to be a monumental crisis. During high school, lacking the talent for warfare, I thought failing to enter the martial academy was catastrophic. Later, when my first love ended, I believed it was the end of the world. Yet, looking back now, those seemingly monumental issues were merely trifling matters. What I thought insurmountable has all been overcome. Life is a continuous process of choices. There are no great matters in life, and the most important thing is to keep moving forward. Remember the saying, loss in the East can lead to gain in the West. As Wang Lei delivered his speech, the initially disheartened students began to regain their spark. Indeed, what does it matter if one does not become a warrior? The number of ordinary people in this world far exceeds that of warriors. They are merely a part of the majority. Living authentically and joyfully is what truly matters. Witnessing the rekindled confidence in everyone filled Wang Lei with joy. I won't say much more. In 5 days, the college entrance examination will commence. I hope today's awakening ceremony does not affect your preparations. After 12 years of hard work, the exam is the time to showcase the results of your efforts. As his words concluded, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Teacher Wang, I understand now. Thank you. Even without the talent for warfare, I will still lead a good life. I aim to attend a prestigious liberal arts university. I never intended to become a warrior anyway. Now I feel utterly relaxed. Wang Lei looked upon the vibrant faces of his students, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Finally, he smiled and motioned for silence, saying, all right, it's time to dismiss class. By the way, Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu, please come to the teacher's office afterward. I have some matters to discuss with you. Upon Wang Lei's announcement of dismissal, a cheer erupted in the classroom as students rushed out. Zhou clapped Wang Luoshu on the shoulder, saying, Luoshu, I'm off then. I need to go home and share the good news. Since teacher Wang kept you two behind, it must mean awards are forthcoming. I am a bit envious. Envious of what? Your family doesn't lack for trifles. Hurry along now, Wang Luoshu replied with a playful scold. After everyone departed, Lin Xiuqiu also stood up, smiling as she said, Come on, Wang Luoshu. It's our turn for recognition. Lin Xiuqiu, you presume it's recognition. What if we are to be reprimanded instead? Wang Luoshu responded teasingly. Shall we place a bet on it? No bets, coward. Then I won't bet either. The two laughed and made their way to Wang Lei's office. Inside the office, other teachers were present. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu enter, they greeted warmly, Old Wang, your two treasures have arrived. You truly struck gold this time. I regret not having these two in my class from the start. Old Wang is doing well. The tough days seem to be behind him. Amidst the flattery, Wang Lei waved his hand with a smile. All right, let us refrain from excessive praise. I'll treat everyone after work today. You all must come, of course. It would be remiss not to celebrate. Wow, Old Wang. The stingy old crow is treating today. We must attend. Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu approached Wang Lei, and Wang Luoshu jested, Old Wang, if you're treating, can I join too? You rascal, where's your respect? Wang Lei first shot him a glare, but then couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, call yourself whatever you like. Soon you'll be adults after graduation. By the way, I called you two here to discuss your rewards. Hearing the word reward, Wang Luoshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, hoping for a substantial sum. As he was currently in need of funds, I had initially planned to inform you later, but to maintain your enthusiasm, I'll give you a little hint. Not only will the school and county reward you, but there are also national-level rewards, Wang Lei announced with a smile. Upon hearing about the national-level rewards, Wang Luoshu's eyes gleamed. Anything associated with the term national level indicated that the rewards would be substantial. With this batch of resources, would his journey as a warrior not advance by leaps and bounds? Old Wang, when can we expect these rewards to materialize? Wang Luoshu inquired with a grin. The school and county rewards will be distributed after the college entrance exam, while the national level rewards will be given once you pass the martial examination. Should you fail the martial examination, the rewards will be forfeited, Wang Lei replied sternly. So, Do not slack off. With such high talent, failing the martial examination would be a tremendous embarrassment. Rest assured, old Wang. We will certainly meet the expectations. Wang Luoshu grinned. To him, the martial examination seemed manageable. The most pressing concern was the liberal arts exam. Currently, his liberal arts grades were not particularly stable, and if he wished to enter a top 10 university, he would need to perform exceptionally well. He pondered whether his dual sequence talent would benefit his college entrance examination scores. Just then, Wang Lei announced another piece of good news. Your talents are exceptional. According to the Ministry of Education's directive from last year, you will receive a 20-point bonus on your liberal arts scores. I'm not worried about Lin Xiuqiu's scores, but Wang Luoshu, your liberal arts grades are not very stable. If you put in some extra effort these last few days, entering a top 10 university is entirely feasible. All right, old Wang, you can expect good news from me. Wang Luoshu replied cheerfully. Lin Xiuqiu, just maintain your current performance. Do you have confidence? After encouraging Wang Luoshu, Wang Lei turned his attention to Lin Xiuqiu. In his mind, Lin Xiuqiu was already a shoe-in for a top 10 university, as she had consistently held the top spot throughout her 3 years of high school. With her in the mix, others were merely competing for second place. Teacher, I can do it. Lin Xiuqiu nodded with a smile. That's great. Wang Lei beamed. I'll be waiting for your good news. By the way, I'm treating everyone to dinner today. Will you join? Oh, teacher, I'll sit this one out. My parents are waiting for me at home. Lin Xiuqiu politely declined. Old Wang, maybe next time. My parents are also waiting for me, Wang Luoshu added with a chuckle as he caught Wang Lei's gaze. You little rascal. Wang Lei rolled his eyes, then waved his hand, saying, all right, then I have no further matters. You both may head home. After leaving the office, Lin Xiuqiu took out a thick notebook from her bag. Wang Luoshu, here are my study notes, including materials and insights from various subjects. Spend some time reviewing them over the next few days to boost your scores for the entrance exam. You're giving this to me? What will you do then? Wang Luoshu was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Xiuqiu to share something so valuable. Do you think I still need this? Lin Xiuqiu replied playfully that that's true. If you surpass me, don't come crying. Wang Luoshu laughed heartily. If you possess that kind of ability, I will only be happy for you. Lin Xiuqiu remarked with a smile. By the way, after you finish your studies each day, remember to practice the awakening breathing technique. Your proficiency in it will also be factored into your martial examination scores. Got it? Wang Luoshu replied with an okay gesture. Upon arriving home, before Wang Luoshu could speak, Wang Wenwu rushed over and enveloped him in a big bear hug. Amazing, incredible, awesome. His opening words were nothing short of enthusiastic praise. Wang Wenwu's grip was remarkably strong, causing Wang Luoshu to struggle for breath. He hastily exclaimed, brother, what on earth are you doing? Let go, quickly. Relinquishing his hold, Wang Wenwu playfully slapped Wang Luoshu on the shoulder twice, laughing heartily. Haha, little brother, the news of your awakening dual combat skills has spread throughout Xinjiang. You truly live up to the name of my younger sibling. I knew your talent would surpass mine. Son, splendid. Wang Weigua, seated on the sofa, gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with joy. Stop standing around like fools and come eat. Li Lanxin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sweet and sour ribs, her face aglow with happiness. Upon seeing the array of sumptuous dishes on the table, Wang Luoshu couldn't help but chuckle. Mother's culinary skills are unparalleled, but with such a feast laid out, can we possibly finish it all? If we can't finish it today, we'll continue tomorrow. My son has such extraordinary talent. How can I not celebrate? Li Lanxin's face radiated pride. During the meal, Li Lanxin's smile remained unbroken, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes almost bursting forth with joy. Son, your father and I have discussed it. Since you possess such remarkable talent, we cannot delay your progress. I leveraged my connections with Director Jia at the hospital to secure a Shirong pill for you, which you will receive in a few days. For now, focus on your studies. Mom, isn't that medicine quite expensive? Where would we get the money? Wang Luoshu was taken aback. Your father and I have managed to save a fair amount over the years, so you needn't worry about that. Although our circumstances are modest, we may not afford every martial arts supplement out there, but we will ensure you have what you need, even if it means selling everything we own. Li Lanxin replied with determination. Wang Luoshu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, overwhelmed by gratitude. Such is the love of parents. They would spare no expense for their child's well-being. He knew well that the Shirong pill was costly, priced over 300,000, and incredibly difficult to procure. 1 needed connections, and the associated costs could be substantial. Mom, is it possible to return the medicine? Our homeroom teacher mentioned that there are rewards from both the school and the county, and even national-level accolades on the way. Perhaps one of those rewards includes the Shirong pill? Wang Luoshu suggested. Child, you can't just return such medicine on a whim. If the rewards include the Shirong pill, that would be splendid. 2 pills would yield even better results. Don't think about saving money for your father and me, Li Lanxin chided gently. Understood. Wang Luoshu nodded. He realized he could not refuse his parents' will. So he chose to accept it. After all, once he became a martial artist, opportunities to earn would abound, and he could later reciprocate their kindness. That evening, Wang Luoshu sat at his desk, perusing Lin Shuqiu's study notes when his phone chimed with a message. It was a congratulatory text from Zhu Qingyan. Congratulations, thank you, Wang Luoshu quickly replied. Zhu Qingyan responded almost immediately, aim for Shanghai Martial University. I've got your back. Chapter 29, Breathing Technique, first week seeing Zhu Qingyan's response. Wang Luoshu murmured, got my back? He quickly typed back, I wonder how the big sister plans to support me. At Shanghai Martial University, just mention my name. It works wonders, Zhu Qingyan replied in an instant. Then I will give it serious consideration, Wang Luoshu responded. Okay, came another immediate reply from Zhu Qingyan. Wang Luoshu pondered for a moment, then chose not to reply further, setting his phone aside to resume his studies. Yet, his mind wandered. He had not previously considered which martial university to apply to. In his view, the top 10 universities were all quite similar. Any of them would suffice. Shanghai Martial University was likely the closest prestigious institution to Qianqing, located within the province, while others required traveling out of state. Never mind, I should focus on my studies for now, he decided, shaking off the distracting thoughts. At 10 o'clock that night, having thoroughly absorbed about a third of the material, he calculated that he still had ample time, thus resolved to dedicate the next 2 hours to practicing the breathing technique. He planned to retire at midnight. Setting aside his notebook, Wang Luoshu sat on his bed, legs crossed, preparing to commence his breathing exercises. He gently closed his eyes. The cacophony of the room seemed to fade away, leaving him enveloped in a serene stillness. He adjusted his posture, keeping his spine erect yet relaxed. His hands lightly overlapping before his abdomen, palms slightly open, as if welcoming the subtle currents of the universe. Water breathing technique. These 5 words echoed in his mind, like a gentle stream, guiding him into an entirely new realm. He inhaled deeply, allowing the fresh air to fill his chest, then exhaled slowly. Wang Luoshu attempted to channel his breath along the designated meridians. An indescribable wave of soreness and pressure surged within him. This discomfort was nearly unbearable, a dual torment of flesh and spirit. In that moment, he felt as if he were engulfed in tumultuous waves, each breath a battle against the tempest, each circulation of breath accompanied by the tension of his muscles and the quaking of his soul. Breathe in, breathe out, he silently chanted, each breath feeling extraordinarily heavy. As he delved deeper into his breathing, he sensed countless tiny streams within him, sometimes converging into rivers, at other times scattering, battering against the fragile barriers of his meridians. The pain pierced through him like 1,000 needles, akin to ice constraining his veins, urging him to abandon his efforts. No one mentioned that practicing the breathing technique would be so excruciating. Wang Luoshu thought grimly. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated fiercely. This was the greatest challenge of the breathing technique, enduring the intense agony while maintaining unwavering focus. Any distraction could undo all his hard work. Rhythm, I must maintain the current pace. Otherwise, I would have to wait 3 days to try again. Wang Luoshu realized he might have been rather hasty, as if he had not sufficiently prepared before beginning the breathing technique. He recalled that failing to complete a full cycle on the first attempt could damage the meridians and disrupt the flow of energy, requiring at least 3 days to recover. This could potentially impact his martial examination results. Thus, despite the pain, he had no choice but to persist. Sweat gradually soaked through his clothes, tiny beads forming on his forehead. The pain was relentless, a seemingly endless path of suffering that threatened to shatter his spirit. I can't hold on much longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the pain intensified, as if trying to compel him to surrender. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of creaking knuckles resonating in the silence. He stood on the precipice of failure. I cannot give up. At that critical moment, a voice arose from deep within, a voice of his own, accompanied by memories of 30 years of mediocrity and the myriad pains of impotence. Having finally secured a chance for rebirth, how could he possibly give in? Wang Luoshu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the burning and prickling sensations failing to shake his ironclad will. Slowly yet resolutely, he advanced the breathing technique inch by inch. Step by step. At last, after countless struggles and efforts, Wang Luoshu felt a warm and powerful energy rising from his dantian. flowing gently along the meticulously guided path throughout his body. It was a sensation of unprecedented comfort and tranquility, as if all his pain and fatigue dissipated in that moment. This signified that his breathing technique had successfully completed a full cycle. Yes. Wang Luoshu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. After completing a full cycle of the breathing technique, he could distinctly sense an enhancement in his physical constitution. His energy surged and warmth enveloped him, leaving him utterly refreshed. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Double enhancement acquired. At that moment, the system notification chimed, and Wang Luoshu felt that his already improved physical condition had received yet another boost. Practicing the breathing technique can trigger high-end shopping. Initially stunned, he soon felt elated. If high-end shopping could activate frequently, it would mean achieving twice the results with half the effort, granting him an extraordinary edge. Merely contemplating this filled him with delight. With this, the day he became a one-pattern martial artist would not be far off. Wang Luoshu glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was nearly midnight. What he thought was merely a brief period had swiftly stretched into almost 2 hours. It seemed that when immersed in practice, one's sense of time diminished significantly. He hurried to freshen up before retiring for the night. Adequate sleep was essential. Otherwise, it would adversely affect his energy levels the next day. With the impending examination, Wang Luoshu was determined to avoid any illness or fatigue that could jeopardize his performance. The following day, Wang Luoshu awoke early, feeling a warm glow throughout his body. After completing a full cycle of the breathing technique, it began to operate automatically, gradually enhancing his physical constitution and energy levels, even without conscious effort. Of course, this did not imply that he could neglect the active practice of the breathing technique in the future. Each complete cycle would strengthen it further, increasing its efficiency. On his way to school, Wang Luoshu ran the entire distance, feeling markedly better than usual. He was only slightly flushed, and his breathing was a touch quicker, with hardly a drop of sweat. The breathing technique was indeed marvelous. As he entered the classroom, he noticed several classmates with pallid faces, looking as though their vitality had diminished, appearing quite unwell. Chapter 30. Work mistakes? Moreover, these individuals have only awakened their martial artist talents yesterday. It goes without saying that they must have practiced the breathing technique last night, but failed to sustain it, resulting in damage to their meridians. Witnessing this scene, Wang Luoshu couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he had persevered, or else he would also be in their predicament today. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Xiuqiu had already arrived early, diligently working on her problems as usual. Wang Luoshu chose not to disturb her and began to peruse the study notes she had given him. Shortly after, a hearty laugh echoed into the classroom, and Wang Luoshu recognized it was Zhou Yi who had arrived. He lifted his head just in time to see Zhou Yi striding in with vigor, walking with an air of buoyancy, evidently in high spirits. "Hey, Luozi!" Zhou Yi greeted Wang Luoshu with a wave. Laughing as he approached, "Did you practice the breathing technique? I tried it last night and, to my surprise, succeeded. Do you notice anything different about me today?" "Well, there is indeed something different." Wang Luoshu stroked his chin, pretending to observe him closely before declaring, "You've become more ostentatious. Get lost?" Zhou Yi rolled his eyes, then broke into a goofy grin. "I feel that if I keep this up, I'll soon become a martial artist. But I heard that to utilize awakened battle skills, one must at least reach the 2nd stripe martial artist level. Some high-tier battle skills even require one to be a 3rd stripe martial artist to wield them. Hearing that makes the awakening feel rather hollow. That's normal. If everyone could utilize their awakening immediately, it would be utter chaos, wouldn't it?" Wang Luoshu was not surprised. "Anyway, I'm currently bursting with energy. I need to review. As this time, I must get into Wu University." Zhou Yi was brimming with enthusiasm. When Lin Xiuqiu finished her problems, she glanced at Wang Luoshu and smiled faintly. "Wang Luoshu, it seems you've successfully cultivated the breathing technique, haven't you? How can you tell?" Wang Luoshu was taken aback. "Your vital energy is different." Lin Xiuqiu smiled gently. "Those who have practiced the breathing technique possess a completely distinct vital energy compared to those who have not." "How can you tell?" Wang Luoshu was even more curious. Vital energy was invisible and intangible. He merely observed Zhou Yi looking spirited, and had it not been for Zhou Yi's own words, he wouldn't have discerned whether he had practiced the breathing technique. After all, a good night's sleep could also lead to a refreshed demeanor. Through observation, Lin Xiuqiu teased. All right. Wang Luoshu, upon hearing this, scrutinized Lin Xiuqiu but could not glean anything useful. He thus improvised, "Lin Xiuqiu, I can also tell that you have successfully cultivated." "Haven TU?" Wrong answer. Lin Xiuqiu replied playfully, I haven't practiced yet. Then how can you perceive my vital energy? Wang Luoshu was increasingly intrigued. Could it be that Lin Xiuqiu possessed some innate keen insight? Just teasing you, Lin Xiuqiu chuckled. In reality, vital energy requires specialized instruments to detect. It's only visible to high-tier martial artists. Wang Luoshu was left speechless. This girl had even learned to deceive. In his recollection, Lin Xiuqiu had not been this mischievous. Was it possible his memory had failed him? Or perhaps personality traits vary in parallel worlds? Nevertheless, Lin Xiuqiu's current demeanor felt more relatable, making her seem more approachable compared to that lofty genius archetype. Time always flies, especially during problem-solving sessions. Presently, it was primarily focused on practicing problems, discussing solutions, and addressing gaps in knowledge. Of course, the teachers would also attempt to predict exam questions. If they succeeded, it would be a joy for all. But even if they didn't, knowledge still found its way into the students' minds. From the start of school to dismissal, Wang Luoshu felt as though time had passed in the blink of an eye. Reaching a point where he barely had time to react, the notice on the blackboard reading, 4 days until the college entrance examination, was striking, inadvertently instilling a sense of urgency. Graduation was approaching. Wang Luoshu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Luozi, I'm off. Zhou, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, approached with a cheeky grin, addressing Lin Xiuqiu. So, is the class monitor borrowing our Luozi again today? Not today. I'll lend him to you for a day, Lin Xiuqiu replied with a smile. That sounds strange. Wang Luoshu rolled his eyes. Was he an object to be borrowed? On the way home, Zhou pedaled alongside Wang Luoshu. Which university do you plan to apply to? I checked the past year's score lines and found that I might be able to get into one of the top 10 schools. Not decided yet, Wang Luoshu shook his head. Let's see how the exam goes. I'll attend whichever I can get into. Sai, you're enjoying yourself now, but you'll be getting an extra 20 points during the college entrance exam. With some effort, getting into a top 10 school should be a certainty, right? Maybe we'll even end up as classmates then, Zhou mused. Then let us both work hard, Wang Luoshu smiled in agreement. Provincial capital, resource department. Congratulations, Minister Li. I told you, your son Li Peng is a promising talent. With this national-level resource secured, your family will soon welcome another formidable figure. Thank you, thank you. This time, Shanshui City is truly set to rise. 2 national-level resources have surprisingly been awarded to Shanshui City. As Kanching, the largest county under Shanshui City, has not produced such a genius in many years. I foresee a shift in resource allocation from the provincial capital. That's already a foregone conclusion. Li Qingsong, facing the congratulatory remarks of those around him, politely clasped his fists and smiled. It's mainly the child's diligence. All I can do is ensure we do not waste national resources and nurture him into a talent. However, not all voices were complimentary. A bespectacled, seemingly refined middle-aged man emerged from the conference hall and remarked coolly, Deputy Minister Li, quite the strategy you have. Li Qingsong's eyelid twitched, forcing a smile as he replied. Director Niu, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Deputy Minister Li, are you not aware? Niuzhen replied nonchalantly. I recall there was another genius named Wang Luoshu from Kanching, right? Why is his name absent from this seminar? TSK, the resource department of Shanshui City, truly is careless. Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Minister Li? Oh? Li Qingsong maintained his composure, though his brow furrowed slightly. Wang Luoshu, Director Niu, that name sounds somewhat familiar. It seems I have heard it before. Please wait a moment. I will review the list submitted by Shanshui City to see if someone was overlooked. Chapter 31. The last lesson. Niuzhen laughed heartily, if I'm not mistaken. By tonight, when the resource department's documents are released, Deputy Minister Li will conveniently discover this Wang student's information, right? Li Qingsong remained inscrutable on the surface but was seething with rage inside. How had Niuzhen acquired such information? His plans were so meticulously crafted that they could not have leaked. Yet, this was a matter that could not be exposed. If it were to come to light, it would be disastrous, Director Niu. While I am unsure how you came by this information, rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation. If there truly was an error in someone's work, they will not be spared. With that, Li Qingsong turned on his heel and walked away, unwilling to engage further with Niuzhen. Even if he knew what was happening, what could he do? There's a saying that once water is spilled, it cannot be retrieved. That evening, the Provincial Resource Department's documents were released and distributed to Shanshui City and Kanching. There were 2 national-level resources this time. One belonged to Li Peng, and the other to Lin Xiuqiu. Upon hearing this news, Wang Lei was instantly outraged, banging his fist on the table as he sought out the principal. Principal, we need to discuss this matter thoroughly. Li Peng's talent is clearly inferior to Wang Luoshu's. Why has this national-level resource fallen into his hands? Principal Zhao Chengfeng, feeling helpless, replied, "Old Wang, this decision is not ours to make. It comes from higher up. Although I'm also perplexed about this situation, we can only apologize to Wang Luoshu. This is unacceptable. I must protest, even if it means escalating this to the county level, the city, or even the province. I need to uncover the truth," Wang Lei declared angrily as he stormed out. However, he was quickly pulled back by Zhao Chengfeng. "Old Wang, don't be reckless. Do you know Li Ping's background?" "What background? Is there indeed a hidden agenda behind this?" Wang Lei was even more incensed. "Who told you he has a good father and grandfather? Trust me, for your and the students' sake, don't stir up trouble." Although Wang Luoshu hasn't secured national-level rewards, the province has granted him an additional encouragement award, which is also a significant resource. Zhao Chengfeng spoke earnestly. Wang Lei clenched his fists tightly, feeling unwilling to accept defeat. Yet, what could he do? As a teacher, he couldn't even safeguard his students' rights. This feeling lodged in his throat like a fishbone, rendering him powerless. Days passed. 3 days until the college entrance examination. 2 days until the college entrance examination. 1 day until the college entrance examination. 0 days until the college entrance examination. The numbers on the blackboard changed. And at last, the college entrance examination was upon them. In the final class. Wang Lei stood at the podium, smiling as he looked down at the youthful faces before him. They gazed at the gifts they had just received, eyes sparkling with delight and curiosity. "Teacher Wang, I comprehend the meaning of this sign. Yet what does it signify that you have also gifted us a canvas bag and a rice dumpling? I mean, have you all noticed that the characters on this golden list sign are handwritten?" Teacher Wang truly has a thoughtful heart. "Oh dear. I suddenly feel a wave of emotion and want to cry. We have been classmates for 3 years, and tomorrow we must part ways. There is an exam tomorrow, followed by a gathering. Let us not dwell on such melancholy, shall we? Teacher Wang, although you are often stern with us and enjoy playing the role of the villain, in light of the gifts you presented today, I shall generously forgive you." Amidst the discussions of the students, each one received a gift, a golden list sign inscribed with their name, a canvas bag, and a rice dumpling. Wang Lei chuckled and remarked, "The combination of these items implies that good fortune is guaranteed to come your way, ensuring you achieve success in your exams." Upon hearing this, the entire class burst into laughter. I had not considered this deeper meaning. It truly is our erudite teacher Wang. Nevertheless, the sentiment is genuinely uplifting. Without further ado, I shall undoubtedly excel in the exams this year. Next year, it will be university. Teacher Wang, please don't do this to me. You're making me want to cry again. Sob sob. Hearing the commotion, Wang Lei was also amused. "Classmates, don't be overly sentimental just yet. Once you've completed your exams, you can thank me then. By the way, I have prepared for the promised cross-dressing dance. Are you all ready?" This proclamation incited a raucous uproar in the classroom. Is it for real? Teacher Wang dancing in women's clothing? The imagery is too fantastic to behold. Ha ha ha. While you may not dare to look, I certainly will. Teacher Wang, I am fervently cheering for you. Ready? Ready? Teacher Wang. My eyes and I are all set. Eyes. This is going to be an upscale spectacle. As the clamor ensued, Wang Lei cleared his throat. All right then, wait for me. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Wang Lei and Chen Ku entered the classroom clad in dance skirts, prompting another wave of laughter. Ha ha ha. I was wondering where Chen Ku had gone. Turns out he was preparing his outfit. You must admit, Chen Ku's legs are remarkably slender, even more so than a girl's. He would surely dominate if he were to dress as a cute boy. Stop teasing him. Look at Chen Ku. He is already covering his face in embarrassment. You've made him shy, which is hilarious. I am going to die laughing. I can't take it anymore. Chen Ku, covering his face, felt as though he had lost all dignity from 3 years of high school. Then, the music began, the accompaniment of the 4 little swans. Wang Lei began to awkwardly dance, causing another round of cheers, urging Chen Ku to join in as well. With no choice but to comply under the students' encouragement, Chen Ku began to dance too. As they shed their embarrassment, the two of them danced more joyously. The commotion attracted onlookers from outside, and soon the classroom was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. After they finished dancing, Wang Lei, flushed and out of breath, exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. It's been too long since I exercised. Let me rest for a moment. Ha ha ha. Teacher, you don't resemble a little swan. Rather, you look like a big silly goose. Chen Ku, you look great in women's clothing. You should wear it more often. This is too funny. You're attempting to turn a straight guy. After this amusing performance, Wang Lei delivered a heartfelt speech that ignited the students' spirits. Finally, he cleared his throat. Ahem. I wish to say one last thing. May you all possess love in your brows, light in your eyes, faith in your hearts, and responsibility on your shoulders, as time flows like the sea. May your journey be splendid, and I sincerely wish for your future to be as bright as brocade. Until we meet at the pinnacle. Class dismissed. Chapter 32. The college entrance examination. The final class concluded amidst laughter. Yet, it was only after class that some students realized their high school journey had come to an end. Contemplating this, they gazed at the canvas bags and rice dumplings in their hands, along with the golden list sign, unwittingly feeling their eyes well up. Wang Lei departed hastily. Whether to change back into ordinary clothes or to escape this poignant moment was uncertain. In truth, Teacher Wang is quite an emotional individual. Lin Xiuqiu remarked with a smile. Indeed. Wang Luoshu nodded in agreement. Wang Lei is the quintessential soft-hearted teacher, with a gentle demeanor and a compassionate spirit. Yet, it is precisely this kind of teacher who nurtured two exceptionally talented students. If all goes well, this round of teacher promotion should be secured. By the way, here's this for you. Wang Luoshu retrieved a study notebook from the drawer and placed it on Lin Xiuqiu's desk. Have you finished reading it all? Lin Xiuqiu inquired. Of course, and I've already grasped the concepts. This time, I'll surely surpass you. Wang Luoshu chuckled. In a way. Lin Xiuqiu placed the notebook into her bag, walking away with a hint of pride. Wang Luoshu then approached Zhou Yi, who was lost in thought, gazing at the canvas bag and rice dumpling. Hey, what are you staring at? Let us go, Wang Luoshu shouted in his ear. Zhou Yi startled and hastily stuffed the rice dumpling into the canvas bag, responding somewhat flustered, In nothing. I was just pondering how to make the rice dumplings taste better. Crying? Wang Luoshu teased upon noticing Zhou Yi's reddening eyes. He knew well how sentimental Zhou Yi was. Despite his boisterous exterior, his inner emotions were quite rich. Had he not startled him just now, tears would likely have begun to fall soon. What nonsense. Zhou Yi sprang up from his seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Real men never shed tears. Ha ha ha. Wang Luoshu laughed. All right, real man, it's time to head home. Later that evening, Wang Luoshu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This was his second time participating in the college entrance examination. Although he wasn't as anxious, his spirits remained heightened. Knock, knock, knocked at that moment. A knock echoed at the door. Come in, Wang Luoshu replied. The door swung open, and Li Lanxin entered, holding a box of chocolates. She placed the chocolates on the bedside table and smiled. Son, don't be nervous. Just do your best. Your teacher mentioned that chocolates can alleviate anxiety, so your father and I bought you a box. Take a few with you tomorrow. If you can't sleep, have one to try. Thank you, Mom. Wang Luoshu expressed his gratitude. By the way, about that medicinal pill. Director Jia has managed to acquire it. You should receive it the day after tomorrow, Li Lanxin added before stepping out. All right, Wang Luoshu reminded, you should rest early too. Don't let yourself become more anxious than I am. As if, can I be more nervous than you? Li Lanxin retorted as she closed the door. Before long, another knock resounded at the door. Wang Luoshu called out, Come in. Wang Wenwu pushed the door open, peeking in with a sly grin. Hey, little brother, still awake? Not yet. Wang Luoshu rolled his eyes. Wang Wenwu, are you a thief? Hee hee. Wang Wenwu chuckled as he entered, hands behind his back as if hiding something. Guess what I brought you. What could you possibly bring? Wang Luoshu eyed him skeptically. It's not something inappropriate, is it? Inappropriate? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Wang Wenwu feigned shock, then pulled out a large box from behind him. A body refinement medicine package, a gift from your sister-in-law. Consider it a joint present from both of us. Due to the mandatory childbearing law at the age of 20, Wang Wenwu naturally had a wife. However, this sister-in-law was quite mysterious, rarely seen, and had it not been for Wang Wenwu's occasional mentions, Wang Luoshu would have thought they were already divorced. Thank your sister-in-law for me, Wang Luoshu exclaimed, leaping from his bed. The body refinement medicine package is no ordinary item. Using it for concocting medicine can enhance one's physique and vitality, greatly benefiting the practice of breathing techniques. However, Wang Luoshu planned to wait until after the college entrance examination to use it. The exams are on June 6th and 7th, while the martial arts examination is on June 15th, allowing students ample time to master their breathing techniques. All right then, I won't disturb you any longer. Rest early, Wang Wenwu said as he prepared to leave. Wait, Wang Wenwu, when will you bring your sister-in-law back for me to meet? Wang Luoshu called out. She is quite busy with work. We'll see when she has free time. Wang Wenwu waved his hand and dashed out the door. Wang Luoshu glanced at the opaque box in his hands, well packaged and not transparent. He did not open it, but placed it on the bedside table. Then lay down, beginning to cultivate sleepiness. The next day, The college entrance examination commenced. This is a significant day for the entire nation, especially for families with children. Parents are often more anxious than the students themselves. Little brother, I want to see you off. Just be careful on the way. I'm waiting for good news, son. Do your best. The family of 3 claimed they wouldn't see Wang Luoshu off. Yet they still accompanied him downstairs, watching him depart. The day was bright and sunny, with no extreme weather, a fortunate sign for the examinees. When Wang Luoshu arrived at the examination hall, Wang Lei was already standing at the school gate, holding a flag that bore the inscription, Class 1, Senior 3.I in his hand. He also carried a basket containing a modest breakfast, which included items such as eggs, steamed buns, and boiled corn, a tea that moment. Numerous students had gathered around him. The instant Wang Luoshu appeared, Wang Lei immediately spotted him. Wang Luoshu, have you had breakfast yet? If not, feel free to take something from me. I have eaten, old Wang. And I'm quite full, Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Eating so much, be careful you don't need to relieve yourself during the exam. Make sure all your bodily functions are taken care of before entering the hall. We wouldn't want it to affect your performance, would we? Wang Lei seized the opportunity to impart his advice. Understood. Don't worry, Teacher Wang, even if I need to hold it in, I will wait until the exam is over. I didn't dare drink much water this morning, just a bottle of milk, the crowd chimed in. Before entering the examination hall, Wang Lei took the chance to rally the spirits of his peers, instilling them with enthusiasm. Upon entering the hall, Wang Luoshu found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, which he considered a blessing as it helped him avoid distractions. However, while he didn't know anyone, several recognized him and immediately greeted him. Isn't that Luoshan? Hello, Luoga. I'm passerby A. I'm passerby B. Good luck on the exam. Faced with the warm reception, Wang Luoshu responded with a smile. At that moment, a girl seated in front of him suddenly turned around. She had an oval face with delicate features, a beauty by ordinary standards. Yet, to Wang Luoshu, she seemed rather unremarkable, possibly because he was accustomed to the likes of Lin Xiuqiu and Zhu Qing'an, which had refined his taste. The girl smiled brightly at Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu, you're quite famous. Just a fleeting fame. Wang Luoshu replied modestly, I've heard your humanities scores are your weak point. Fortunately, my humanities are strong. How about you copy my answers during the exam? The girl leaned in closer and whispered, after the exam, would you treat me to a meal? Is that all right? Wang Luoshu was taken aback by her willingness to cheat during the gaokao, especially since she was offering to assist him. However, he didn't require such assistance and shook his head with a smile. No need, it wouldn't be fair to others. But if you miss out on a few points and lose a chance at a top 10 university, won't you feel regret? The girl seemed puzzled. Trust me, I'll just slide my answer sheet to the edge of the desk. No one will notice. If you doubt my abilities, you can ask around. My name is Jin Feng. Really, it's unnecessary, Jin Feng, Wang Luoshu replied, waving his hand with a smile. Even if I can't make it to a top 10 university, it would be a reflection of my own abilities. So there's no need for you to take that risk. All right then. Jin Feng shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Their conversation was hushed, leaving the others unaware of the specifics but speculating on their closeness. Could it be that Jin Feng has a secret relationship with Wang Luoshu? It seems they have a good rapport. I wonder how they know each other, so envious. I wish I could know Wang Luoshu too. Indeed, once one possesses talent, beauties will gather around. If I had that talent, would that beauty not be surrounding me now? These two seem a bit off. I must keep a close watch on them during the exam. If they cheat, I'll report them immediately. A super genius cheating on the gaokao? That would be quite the scandal. Thus, during the examination, several candidates in the back frequently glanced at Wang Luoshu, catching the attention of the invigilator, who began to monitor them closely. Fortunately, no cheating occurred, and the exam passed without incident. After returning home for lunch and resting, Wang Luoshu arrived at the examination hall once more in the afternoon. Again, he relied solely on his own abilities without resorting to cheating. The questions posed were mostly within his grasp, and he performed satisfactorily. And so, the 2 days of the gaokao swiftly came to a close. On the day of the exam's conclusion, the bell signaling the end rang out, causing the entire campus to erupt in jubilation. IT was over. This also marked the official end of their 3 years of high school. Yuan Xinwen, at that moment, had red-rimmed eyes, his fists clenched tightly. IT was difficult. Far too difficult. The exams over these 2 days had left him feeling numb, far more challenging than the practice tests he had done before. With only his gaokao results and a talent of 249 in his favor, he felt it would be nearly impossible to gain admission to a martial arts university, let alone a top-tier one. My talent is no less than anyone else's. Yuan Xinwen stood up, silently shouting within. At this point, There's no turning back. Wang Luoshu, you've lived a bit too long. It's time to settle the score. Wang Lei led the group back to the classroom. He smiled and said, I won't say much more. The Gaokao is officially over, and I'll treat everyone a hot pot. What do you say? Great. Teacher Wang is awesome. Teacher Wang is generous. It's been ages since I've had hot pot. I'm starving. The entire class unanimously agreed. Everyone knew that this was likely their last night together, as their paths would diverge further after entering university. Thus, they cherished this final opportunity to gather. On the way to the hot pot restaurant, Yuan Xinwen sought out Gu Yang, who had become rather taciturn and no longer engaged in his usual antics. Exuding an air of overwhelming confidence that made him appear somewhat dejected. Gu Yang, did you not do well on the exam? Yuan Xinwen approached, muttering to himself, I say we're kindred spirits. I didn't do well either. You have no idea, when I saw those questions, they recognized me, but I didn't recognize them. What have I learned in these 3 years? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, but his humor did not elicit a response from Gu Yang. Initially, he thought Gu Yang would empathize and they would become close friends, after which he could utilize Gu Yang's straightforwardness for a series of maneuvers. However, it seemed he was stuck at the first step. Gu Yang completely ignored him, focusing instead on his phone. Gu Yang, did you hear what I said? Yuan Xinwen asked, growing impatient that I heard. Gu Yang finally spoke, his tone flat. If you heard, why didn't you respond? Shouldn't we be commiserating with each other right now? Yuan Xinwen frowned. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Gu Yang took a couple of steps away. Also, don't call me your brother, and don't harbor any delusions. I'm not interested in men, I never have been, and I never will be. You've misunderstood me, Yuan Xinwen replied earnestly. While I did have a preference for men in the past. Before he could finish, Gu Yang walked a few more steps away, his expression one of unmistakable disgust. Hey, I wasn't done speaking. Although I did indeed like men before, I now have grander aspirations. Yuan Xinwen stepped closer. You've switched to liking boys? Gu Yang retorted. What nonsense, my preference still lies with strong men. What I mean is, I now have greater ambitions. I want to attend Wu University. I aspire to be the strongest man in the Blue Star. Yuan Xinwen realized he had misspoken and quickly changed his tune. You don't stand a chance, Gu Yang shot back. How do you know I don't stand a chance if I haven't tried? Yuan Xinwen immediately felt invigorated. Let me tell you, I'm actually here to help you. Once I become the strongest man in the Blue Star, you can be the second strongest, surrounded by countless beauties. Isn't that tempting? Still no, Gu Yang flatly rejected him. Why not? Yuan Xinwen was perplexed. Just thinking that you might rank above me makes me feel like it's better to die. Gu Yang replied earnestly. Chapter 34. The Believer. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinwen's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated. Yuan Xinwen had initially harbored disdain for Wang Luoshu, but now he found himself loathing Gu Yang as well. Do they look down on me? Fine. He would prove whether he could indeed become the strongest man in the Blue Star. Yuan Xinwen was unwilling to waste any more words with Gu Yang and quickly turned away. His expression cold. Gu Yang didn't care and lowered his head to continue playing with his phone. At the hot pot restaurant, the entire class of 30 or so students had 3 large tables. Eating was secondary. The primary focus was on conversing and boasting. Wang Luoshu sat at a table with Zhou Yi and a group of boys, and girls frequently approached, seizing the opportunity to exchange a few words with him and express their admiration. With graduation looming, the girls had become bolder. After all, if they didn't seize the moment now, once Wang Luoshu entered university, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea, transforming into a majestic creature. Wang Luoshu, do you remember? When we first entered high school, I sprained my ankle, and you carried me. I was smitten with you back then, but never found the courage to express it. Wang Luoshu, I dreamed about you last night. In my dream, we had many, many children and lived happily ever after. I believe this is a sign from the heavens. I can no longer ignore my surging feelings. Let us date. Wang Luoshu, you've caught my attention. I am giving you 3 minutes. Come chase after me. Various lines of flattery bombarded him. The other boys at the table expressed their envy. How could Wang Luoshu be swayed by these girls? A discourse steeped in the art of Tai Chi has sent everyone away. Hark! No vile temptress shall disturb my resolve. As the saying goes, when the heart is devoid of women, the sword is drawn with divine clarity. At this moment, Wang Luoshu is far too preoccupied with the pursuit of enhancing his strength to entertain matters of romantic dalliance. Outside a bustling street of snacks, a nondescript black sedan rests by the roadside. Li Jingyi occupies the passenger seat, rolling down the window to indulge in a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian's eyes widen as he fixates on a thriving hot pot restaurant. Captain, is the information reliable? If there are believers present, why not storm in right now? With such a large crowd, if things spiral out of control, wouldn't it result in numerous casualties? Zhao Ritian's brow furrows in concern. Li Jingyi extinguishes his cigarette, tossing the butt into a nearby trash bin, a slight grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Young Zhao, haste makes waste. Believers are far more adept at concealing themselves than imposters. Although the recent calamity eradicated all imposters, a portion of the contaminated believers still lurks in the shadows. Charging in now would only alert them. Zhao Ritian nods, then inquires, Captain, what exactly are these believers? I've heard it said they are humans tainted by mental pollution. Is there truth to this? Indeed, Li Jingyi affirms that at their core, believers are humans whose thoughts have been corrupted after encountering imposters, leading them to worship malevolent deities. The imposter crisis comprises two phases. The first is to eliminate the imposters, followed by the eradication of the believers. Should we fail to extinguish them, allowing these believers to ascend to positions of power, the consequences would be dire. That explains why these believers possess such bizarre abilities. They are bestowed upon them by the malevolent deities after their conversion. Zhao Ritian muses further. Precisely, Li Jingyi nods, patting Zhao Ritian on the shoulder. I need to visit the restroom. Alert me immediately if any unusual developments arise. Understood, Captain, Zhao Ritian replies hastily. Shortly after Li Jingyi departs, Zhao Ritian observes a rotund man supporting an attractive woman, who appears intoxicated and leans heavily against him. The man's hands wander indiscriminately over the woman's body, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ritian's expression darkens. The woman struggles, but the man clutches her tighter, glancing around before leading her into a dark alley. Scum! Fury ignites within Zhao Ritian as he flings open the car door and strides swiftly toward the alley. Captain, I'm about to teach a scoundrel a lesson. He's drugging someone. Zhao Ritian remembers to relay the situation over the radio. Received, comes Li Jingyi's voice. Young Zhao, don't act impulsively. Wait for me to handle it. Captain, we can't wait. If we delay any longer, that scoundrel will succeed. Zhao Ritian interrupts, severing communication as he plunges into the alley. The alley is engulfed in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything with the naked eye. He raises his flashlight, illuminating the scene in the middle of the alley where the corpulent man is poised over the woman, seemingly about to commit a vile act. Stand up, police, Zhao Ritian bellows, his voice reverberating through the shadowy passage like thunder. Startled, the man freezes, seemingly taken aback by said, stand up. Zhao Ritian shouts again, advancing toward the pair. As he draws nearer, a sudden unease washes over him. A faint metallic scent permeates the air. It is the stench of blood. Zhao Ritian's expression shifts as an ominous premonition washes over him. He lunges forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man, silently speculating if he had indeed attempted to inflict harm upon the woman. However, the sight that greets him is utterly horrifying. The man, now sprawled on the ground, lies on his back, his neck a gruesome sight, flesh gnawed away to reveal stark white bone, blood gushing forth in torrents. His face is etched with an indescribable terror and despair, as if he has encountered an unspeakable horror. Zhao Ritian's gaze shifts to the woman on the ground, where a sinister and eerie smile spreads across her face. Streaks of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her lips continue to move, as if savoring the nauseating taste of flesh. Hee. Suddenly, the woman bursts into laughter, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light, a mixture of greed and madness, as if she has just tasted not only blood but a forbidden ecstasy. A shiver runs down Zhao Ritian's spine, prompting him to instinctively step back, colliding with a lamppost. It dawns on him. This woman is a believer. In a frantic scramble, he draws his handgun. But before he can chamber around, the woman leaps from the ground like a leopard, her speed astonishing. Zhao Ritian distinctly sees her hands contort into sharp claws, glinting menacingly as they lunge toward his throat. In this moment of dire urgency, Zhao Ritian instinctively tilts his head back, time seeming to freeze. A fierce gust of wind brushes his neck, and he feels a chill. Then, a searing pain erupts as warm liquid trickles down his neck. He comprehends it, blood, his blood. Yet, there is no time to dwell on the wound. Without a counterattack, he will perish here today. Chamber the round. Zhao Ritian grits his teeth against the pain, rapidly loading his firearm as he prepares to fire. Just then, a tremendous force strikes him. The woman's eerie laughter echoes in his ears as her long legs press down on his arm. With a sickening crack, he cries out in agony. Relinquishing his grip on the gun, which clatters to the ground. "Thank you, dear hat-wearing brother. Let us become one," the woman whispers, pinning Zhao Ritian beneath her. She opens her mouth wide, revealing sharp, blood-stained fangs that shimmer ominously in the night. She lunges toward his neck, and in that instant, Zhao Ritian's mind goes blank. He can only watch in horror as her fangs draw nearer, a singular thought surging forth. Am I to die? But I am not ready to die yet. Bang. At that critical juncture, a gunshot pierces the night. The alley's entrance. Flames erupt from the muzzle of a firearm, and a high-velocity bullet is propelled forward. Thud! In the next moment, blood sprays as the woman atop Zhao Ritian is struck in the forehead. A burst of crimson showering him. Bang, bang, bang. Before Zhao Ritian can fully process what has occurred, 3 more gunshots resound. He watches in disbelief as the woman's head explodes like a watermelon, countless writhing insects raining down upon him. Yet, upon contact with the air, these creatures perish instantly, cold as ice in the dim light of the flashlight. Zhao Ritian sees Li Zhengyi, cigarette in mouth, nonchalantly holstering his weapon as he strides toward him. Bang! Li Zhengyi kicks the headless corpse aside, squatting down to hoist Zhao Ritian off the ground. Didn't I tell you not to act recklessly? Why must you always disobey? Captain? Ugh! Zhao Ritian feels tears welling up, but is quickly overwhelmed by the sight of the headless corpse and the insects crawling over him, leading him to retch violently. Expelling his dinner, Li Zhengyi pats Zhao Ritian's back, offering comfort. Enough, toughen up. Let us get you to the hospital for some bandaging. I'll handle things here. After Zhao Ritian finishes retching, his eyes glistening with tears, he protests, "No, Captain, I want to go with you." "Very well, I'll take you to the hospital after I wrap things up," Li Zhengyi concedes, assessing Zhao Ritian's injuries, some superficial wounds on his neck and a fractured arm, but otherwise, he appears to be fine, easing Li Zhengyi's concerns. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Wang Lei has just settled his bill when the sound of gunfire echoes from the nearby alley. The students, naturally, take notice, exchanging bewildered glances. "Is that gunfire? Did you hear that?" "Surely not. It must be someone setting off firecrackers." "Firecrackers? How could they be so loud and in rapid succession?" "Oh no, could there have been a shooting? How thrilling. Who would have thought that dining on hot pot could coincide with a crime scene? What should we do now? Should we go check it out?" As the students speculate, Wang Lei is startled, quickly asserting, "Everyone, remain where you are. I'll call the police." Just as he dials, the sound of police sirens draws near, and a convoy of police vehicles, accompanied by an ambulance, arrives at the scene. A group of individuals clad in white coats disembarks, escorted by police as they enter the alley. "Luozi, I think I've figured it out." Zhou leans closer to Wang Luoshu, whispering. "What is happening?" Wang Luoshu inquires. "It must be a monster. Only a monster could create such a commotion, perhaps remnants of the previous imposter crisis," Zhou speculates earnestly. Wang Luoshu contemplates, realizing that this possibility indeed holds merit. Had it not been for today's unexpected events, he might have entirely forgotten the ordeal of the imposter crisis. One noticed that Yuan Xinwen stood at the back of the crowd, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, and his body trembled intermittently, as if he were unwell. Soon, the onlookers saw 2 black bags being placed on a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance, followed by an elderly police officer assisting an apparently injured colleague to board as well. Subsequently, both the police car and the ambulance departed, restoring tranquility to the neighborhood. After witnessing such a scene, Wang Lei felt compelled to act cautiously and promptly summoned several taxis to ensure everyone returned home safely. The last person he saw off was Wang Luoshu, at the entrance of the community. Wang Luoshu cheerfully inquired, "Old Wang, would you like to come in for a drink?" Wang Lei waved his hand dismissively, "Not tonight. Not tonight, by the way, Wang Luoshu, the teacher has something to tell you." "What is it?" "Just say it. Stop being so mysterious." Wang Luoshu chuckled, noticing Wang Lei's hesitant demeanor. "This is a reward from the school and the county," Wang Lei said, producing a bank card and placing it in Wang Luoshu's hand. "A total of 500,000 yuan in bonuses, all right here. The password is your birthdate. That's wonderful," Wang Luoshu exclaimed, accepting the bank card with a smile. "I thought it was bad news. You had me worried for a moment. 500,000 isn't a small amount, but considering the county and the school could allocate such a sum, it's quite generous." "There is some bad news, though," Wang Lei said, his lips twitching slightly before he resolved to reveal the truth. "Go on." Wang Luoshu casually played with the bank card. "Your national level award has been revoked." Wang Lei sighed. "Is that all?" "I already knowed." To his surprise, Wang Luoshu responded with a smile. "Huh?" Wang Lei looked up, bewildered, Having never anticipated this reaction from Wang Luoshu, aren't you curious why? What else could it be? Others are more gifted than I am. Wang Luoshu laughed. Old Wang, be honest with me, did it go to Lin Shuqiu? Yes, Wang Lei nodded. Well, that's only to be expected, Wang Luoshu remarked nonchalantly. But there were 2 awards, the other one went to Li Peng. Wang Lei decided to disclose the full truth, Li Peng. Which Li Peng? Wang Luoshu was taken aback, the one from Shanshui High School. Wang Lei replied, no way, why does he deserve it? Wang Luoshu protested vehemently. Chapter 36. Initial trials with the random wand. Wang Luoshu was genuinely indignant. Although he hadn't received the national level award, it hadn't bothered him much. Despite possessing a dual sequence talent, he acknowledged that his ranking was naturally lower than Lin Shuqiu's. Accepting defeat to Lin Shuqiu was something he could do with grace. However, he couldn't fathom why Li Peng, who he recalled was a sequence 46 fire burst talent, would be awarded when he himself had awakened 2 talents, one being sequence 60 storm and the other sequence 32 tsunami. By any measure, his talents eclipsed Li Peng's, the national level award going to Li Peng while he received nothing? A blatant injustice. That's precisely what I wanted to express. Wang Lei sighed. Li Peng's family has some connections. I suspect they pulled some strings to snatch your spot. But don't be disheartened. Even without national level resources backing you, given your current talents, success is merely a matter of time. Don't let minor grievances lead you to a deadlock. Old Wang, are you just advising me to let it go? Wang Luoshu chuckled. Although you might not believe it, I have already advocated for you, but the outcome was rather grim. Wang Lei sighed heavily once more. I certainly believe you. Wang Luoshu nodded, smiling. Old Wang, you are undoubtedly a good teacher. Thank you for your affirmation. In any case, focus on preparing for the martial arts examination. The future belongs to you. Wang Lei firmly patted Wang Luoshu's shoulder. Don't worry, Old Wang, I understand. Wang Luoshu nodded earnestly, then added, be careful on your way home. Goodbye. Wang Lei turned and waved as he walked away, his tall and slender figure elongated in the moonlight. Once Wang Lei disappeared from view, Wang Luoshu turned back toward the community, his expression growing cold and resolute. Is that it? How could I simply let this go? What is rightfully mine, I will reclaim in due time. In the past, he might have accepted such grievances, but now he possessed an advantage. If he did not dare to fight for his rights, what was the point of having that advantage? A martial artist must strive. As for how to fight, Wang Luoshu had already devised a plan to astonish everyone during the martial arts examination. As long as he stood high enough, his words would undoubtedly resound powerfully. Upon returning home, he found Li Lanxin and Wang Wei was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a classic show, Journey to the West. Spotting Wang Luoshu, Li Lanxin waved eagerly. Son, come here quickly. The Shirong Wan I had Director Jia procure for you has arrived. Just in time. The rewards from the school and the county are here as well. Wang Luoshu smiled as he handed over the bank card. You keep it. Once you become a martial artist, ULL needs some funds for resources. Li Lanxin refused, pushing it back. Mom, there's 500,000 in here. Wang Luoshu insisted, pushing it forward again. 500,000. So what? For a brief moment, Li Lanxin was tempted, but she resolutely shook her head. You should keep it. After all, it's a reward from the school and the county. I trust you won't spend it recklessly to ask for the family. You needn't worry. Your father and I have saved a bit over the years. Don't let your mother's goodwill go to waste. It's not easy to get her to part with her money. Wang Weiguo chimed in with a chuckle. Fine then. Wang Luoshu ultimately accepted the bank card. Suddenly, he remembered that purchasing a random wand would be quite costly, and having 500,000 now, he felt compelled to try one. Frankly speaking, even if it turned out to be worthless, he had to at least sample it. Li Lanxin retrieved a glass vial from a drawer, which appeared to be worth no more than 5 yuan, making it hard to believe it contained Shirong Wan valued at 300,000. Mom, is this really Shirong Wan? It doesn't look like much. Wang Luoshu observed the vial, which contained a brown spherical object resembling a chocolate ball, with no distinguishing features. What do you know? Its exterior may seem unremarkable, but its efficacy is quite impressive. All the martial artists who have tried it speak highly of it. Li Lanxin shot a glare at Wang Luoshu. All right, I'll give it a try tonight. Maybe I'll break through to a one-pattern martial artist. Wang Luoshu chuckled. Go ahead. Li Lanxin nodded. Wang Luoshu took the glass vial back to his room, then poked his head out. By the way, where's my brother? Why haven't I heard him making a fuss today? He went out with your sister-in-law, Li Lanxin replied. Wang Luoshu dropped the subject and closed his room door. Old Wang, don't you think our son is nearly 20? Isn't it about time we worried about him finding a partner? Li Lanxin said, a hint of concern in her voice. If our son isn't worried, why should we as parents be? Wang Luoshu chuckled, shaking his head. This matter depends on fate. When the time is right, he will find someone. I think Xiaoan would be a good match, Li Lanxin remarked, pursing her lips. That I wonder how that rascal is faring with her. I should make time to ask. A forced relationship yields no sweetness, Wang Luoshu laughed. But it ultimately depends on the wishes of the two children. A forced relationship may not be sweet, but it can quench thirst. Are you really waiting for the state to assign a partner? That would likely lead to a situation like our eldest, where the couple had no real feelings for each other, and the child tragically passed away. Li Lanxin rambled on. Wang Luoshu merely smiled and nodded occasionally in response. In his room, Wang Luoshu was examining the system panel. Host: Wang Luoshu. Cultivation: none. Second week of breathing technique. Money: 501,354.5 yuan. Evaluation: a novice just beginning to grasp the breathing technique. Hex deck runes owned. Premium shopping, prismatic tier. Buy one get one free, golden tier. Successfully survived a disaster star outbreak. Eligible for one hex deck rune reward to upgrade random wand effects. Current available random wand effects for purchase. Low tier, 1,000 yuan time. Note: the effect of the random wand lasts for 24 hours. And no new random wand can be obtained during this duration. Spending 1,000 yuan for one draw seems reasonable. Let us give it a try. Wang Luoshu pondered for a while, concluding that there was nothing more to analyze. He simply needed to spend the money. System: purchase a random wand. Ding. Random wand purchase successful. As solid as a rock. Current body hardness doubled. Duration 24 hours. What good is as solid as a rock? Wang Luoshu scratched his head, feeling that this random wand effect was rather useless. Then he noticed the infinite symbol next to the effect and absent-mindedly clicked on it. Another pop-up appeared. Would you like to spend 1,000 yuan to repurchase the random wand? If you decline, the current wand effect will immediately take effect, and no new random wand can be purchased within 24 hours. Chapter 37. Crystal Ball. So this is where you've been waiting for me. Wang Luoshu exclaimed. Initially, he found the random wand somewhat lackluster because he could only purchase one within 24 hours. However, it now seemed that was not the case. Its mechanism should allow for infinite refreshes. With each refresh costing 1,000, you may continue refreshing until you achieve a satisfactory random wand effect, provided you possess enough UNZ. This rock-solid option seems rather useless to me. I shall give it another try to see what other effects may emerge. Wang Luoshu clicked on the refresh button. With a beep, the current interface refreshed, revealing a new random wand. Swift as the wind. Current speed doubled, lasting for 24 hours. This also appears to hold little value. If I were engaged in combat, it might be useful, but presently I am merely idle at home. Well, let us try again. Wang Luoshu refreshed once more, and the interface shifted again. Summon dummy. Summons a dummy that can taunt enemies. Lasting for 24 hours, or until destroyed. It seems that the effects of these randomly generated wands are predominantly combat-oriented. I will refresh once more. If nothing worthwhile appears, I shall refrain from further attempts and save it for the next battle. Wang Luoshu clicked the refresh button again. Crystal Ball consumes a large amount of energy, allowing foresight of events in the next 5 minutes, lasting for 24 hours. This one seems impressive. Wang Luoshu's eyes lit up. Not wishing to refresh any further, he directly opted for this random wand. Ding! Random wand selection successful. The system notification chimed, and soon after, Wang Luoshu saw a button labeled Crystal Ball appear. He tentatively clicked it, and suddenly his mind went blank, flooded with countless images. He saw himself, standing dumbfounded in the room, as if under some spell. Then, abruptly clutching his head, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face. What is happening? Just as this thought crossed Wang Luoshu's mind, a sharp pain surged through his head, followed closely by an overwhelming sense of dizziness that forced him to sit down. Wang Luoshu clutched his head, breathing heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat. The dizziness and pain were indescribable, akin to his head threatening to tear apart, and yet, he had only witnessed a mere 2 minutes of images. This energy-consuming experience was indeed no simple feat. After recovering for a while, Wang Luoshu understood why it was categorized as a low-tier wand. Given his current physical condition, he would likely only manage a few uses. Having struggled to endure merely 2 minutes of imagery, he could hardly fathom sustaining it for 5 minutes. He might even lose consciousness. Clearly, he must practice his breathing techniques. Wang Luoshu rose from the floor, freshened up, and then sat cross-legged on the bed, initiating his breathing exercises. As for how to utilize the wand. Wang Luoshu had devised a plan. Come tomorrow morning, he would head to the lottery shop to scratch off tickets. With this foresight ability, surely he would amass a fortune, right? As for stock trading, Wang Luoshu currently lacked any thoughts on that, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with it. One cannot earn money beyond their understanding. This statement is not merely a saying. Perhaps due to the previous exertion, he felt a renewed sense of soreness while practicing his breathing techniques, causing his entire body to spasm in pain. After finally completing a full cycle, Wang Luoshu collapsed onto the bed. Drenched in sweat, indeed, becoming a martial artist is not as simple as one might think. According to current data, achieving the rank of a one-pattern martial artist requires approximately 90 to 100 cycles, varying from person to person. Furthermore, each cycle of the breathing technique takes increasingly longer, with the accompanying pain intensifying. A one-pattern martial artist is also known as the awakening stage. This stage primarily focuses on enhancing physical constitution and vitality, essentially refining the body to a more perfect state while beginning to sense the birth of internal energy. Once one can truly store and harness internal energy, they may ascend to the rank of a two-pattern martial artist. Referred to as the internal energy stage. Internal energy is akin to the spiritual power within a cultivator, significantly elevating a martial artist's strength. Various techniques reliant on internal energy can only be executed by a two-pattern martial artist. As for the three-pattern martial artist, known as the energy movement stage, currently Zhu Qing'an belongs to this realm. There is little reference material available online regarding three-pattern martial artists. More information will only be accessible upon entering the martial academy. Wang Luoshu refrained from setting overly ambitious goals, focusing instead on swiftly advancing to a one-pattern martial artist. If he could achieve this before the martial examination, securing first place should pose no significant challenge. After resting for a while, Wang Luoshu stood up again, feeling his vitality restored to its peak. Practicing the breathing technique is indeed miraculous. Having completed the third cycle, I feel even more invigorated than after a full night's sleep, which means my crystal ball is once again usable. However, upon glancing at the time on the wall, he decided against it. It was already past midnight, and even if he could foresee events 5 minutes ahead, it would be of little use, especially since he couldn't yet see 5 minutes into the future. He estimated that after completing the third cycle, he should be able to glimpse 3 minutes ahead. Since practicing the breathing technique proved more beneficial than sleep, why waste precious time resting? Wang Luoshu resumed his training. The following day, Wang Luoshu awoke, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. After a night of practice, he had completed the fifth cycle. The effects of high-end shopping had activated twice. Perhaps due to the double rewards from high-end shopping, he felt that his vitality and physical strength far exceeded what one would expect after the fifth cycle, making his training significantly less arduous. Glancing at the time on the wall, he noted it was 8 o'clock. Wang Luoshu refreshed himself with a shower, and his parents were pleasantly surprised to see him up so early. Li Lanxin remarked, "There's still some dough in the pot. Would you like to eat?" "No thanks, I'm going out for a run," Wang Luoshu replied, waving his hand with a smile. Seeing their son's dedication to the martial examination, his parents felt compelled not to lag behind. Wang Weigua, full of enthusiasm, said, "A few new students joined the training class today. I suspect the bonus will be arriving soon. Perhaps I can buy our son some supplements. With 500,000 in savings, does he still need your trifling contributions? Save it for yourself," Li Lanxin chuckled, shaking her head. "What belongs to our son is his ASF father. I must not confuse the two." After quickly finishing breakfast, Wang Weigua stood up and headed out. "I'm off to work." Chapter 38. Scratching lottery tickets. Wang Luoshu completed a lap and returned home. His parents had already left for work. After taking a shower and passing the time for a while, it was now 10 in the morning. The lottery shop was likely opening, and it was time to make his fortune. Wang Luoshu rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. Having spent a total of 4,000 on random wands, he felt it was only reasonable to earn at least 100,000 from this venture. The lottery shop was ubiquitous. He first approached the nearest one, just 2 blocks away. In the display window, an array of scratch-off tickets dazzled his eyes. "Hey there, looking to buy some scratch-offs?" the owner greeted him. "Yes," Wang Luoshu replied, scanning the options. "Which scratch-off has the best odds of winning?" "Haha, all scratch-offs have a 50% chance of winning. It really depends on your luck," the owner chuckled. "All right, just bring them all out. I'll choose," Wang Luoshu nodded. "Sure thing." The owner retrieved tickets from the cabinet, including 5, 10, and $20 options. Wang Luoshu refrained from touching the tickets, instead placing his hands on the table, his gaze intensely focused on them, as if attempting to peer into their secrets. The owner laughed. "If you could discern which ones are winners, you'd be rolling in dough." Haha, I'll go with my instincts, Wang Luoshu said, activating the crystal ball. The images of the next 5 minutes appeared in his mind. He scratched off over 50 $20 tickets, discovering that less than half were winners, totaling around $3,000 in prizes. Not a huge profit, but at least he didn't incur a loss. Afterwards, Wang Luoshu shook his head, feeling slightly dazed. Using the crystal ball had indeed taken a toll on him. He then selected the 20-some winning tickets, mixing in a few non-winning ones to avoid arousing suspicion from the owner. These will do, Wang Luoshu stated with a smile. Sure thing, good luck, the owner replied as he collected the remaining tickets. Wang Luoshu then began scratching off the winners, and upon revealing the final results, he smiled at the owner. Your winning rate is impressive. I won $3,200. In a way, really? The owner quickly gathered the tickets back, examining them in disbelief. Wow, you really do have good luck. Almost every ticket is a winner. I told you, my intuition is quite reliable, Wang Luoshu grinned. Indeed impressive. Are you done scratching? The owner asked, giving him a thumbs up. For now, I think I'll stop. Wang Luoshu decided to quit while he was ahead. Primarily because he still hadn't fully recovered his energy, forcing another use of the crystal ball might lead to him collapsing again. Additionally, if the majority of the selected tickets turned out to be winners, the owner might start to suspect him. Therefore, Wang Luoshu resolved to change shops, allowing himself a moment to regain his energy. After accounting for the cost of the scratch-offs, Wang Luoshu had earned $2,700. While still a distance from his 100,000 target, it was nevertheless a promising start. As Wang Luoshu strolled along the street, he began to reflect. When I utilized the crystal ball, I had only managed to scratch off over 50 tickets in the last 5 minutes. This pace seemed rather sluggish. Clearly, I need to enhance my ticket scratching speed. The more tickets I scratch, the greater my chances of winning a grand prize. With this thought in mind, Wang Luoshu sought out another lottery shop. This time, he impulsively purchased every scratch-off ticket available, totaling just over 20,000. The proprietor watched in astonishment as Wang Luoshu scratched away with fervor, as if someone were competing with him. Among the 20,000, there were around 500 tickets valued at 20, while the remainder consisted of 5 and 10 value tickets. Young man, make sure to pay close attention, lest you miss a winning ticket, the owner kindly advised. No worries, boss, I'll check after I'm done, Wang Luoshu replied. How many tickets can one scratch in 5 minutes? Under full throttle, Wang Luoshu managed to scratch off just over 300 tickets in that time. Without even examining which were winners, this simply wouldn't do. 5 minutes was hardly sufficient. Staring at the towering pile of scratch-offs, he furrowed his brow. Even if his speed improved with practice, he would have no time to discern which tickets were winners and which were not, rendering the use of the crystal ball rather pointless. If only my energy allowed for repeated use, then this dilemma would vanish. Utilizing the crystal ball to scratch tickets might yield some minor gains, but substantial winnings would rely on luck. How I wish I could see through them. Wang Luoshu pondered helplessly. He then began to methodically scratch the tickets on the table, emptying his mind of all thoughts except for the desire to avoid losses. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Just as he scratched off several more tickets, a system notification suddenly chimed in his ear. Wang Luoshu's spirit soared. Indeed, high-end shopping was proving its worth, though the activation rate was disappointingly low compared to his training days. 100,000. As he revealed the next scratch-off, the figure 100,000 glimmered before him. Most importantly, the winning number was 25, which also happened to be the number he had uncovered. This meant he had secured 100,000. Surely, high-end shopping had come through for me. Wang Luoshu could hardly suppress a grin. After finishing the remaining tickets, he found no further major wins. The 2,000 he had spent on the scratch-offs ultimately yielded a grand total of 105,000. Wang Luoshu felt this was indeed the manifestation of high-end shopping. Otherwise, he would have certainly incurred a loss. Boss, I'd like to cash in, Wang Luoshu said as he presented his winning tickets. The initial 5,000 were exchanged smoothly, but when the final ticket worth 100,000 appeared, the owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Young man, I can't cash this here. You'll need to go to the provincial lottery center for that. All right, Wang Luoshu replied as he reclaimed his tickets. He had heard that large prizes needed to be claimed in the provincial capital. Given that he had some free time, a trip to the provincial capital seemed quite reasonable. However, before doing so, Wang Luoshu decided to scratch a few more tickets. As long as high-end shopping was effective, losses were out of the question and of course, he could use the crystal ball beforehand for extra assurance. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Luoshu visited nearly all the lottery shops in Qincheng, scratching off no less than 200,000 worth of tickets. Ultimately, his winnings soared to an impressive 120,000. In other words, he had multiplied his investment sixfold. Among them, 120 value ticket yielded the ultimate prize, 1 million. Chapter 39. Killing two birds with one stone. Wang Luoshu now held 9 winning tickets. One ticket was worth 1 million, another 10,000, 3 tickets were worth 2,000 each, and 4 tickets were worth 1,000 each. In total, he had amassed 120,000. Aside from the owner of the initial lottery shop, who was aware that Wang Luoshu had won 100,000, the other shop owners were blissfully unaware. After all, since he had won big, he simply tucked the tickets away. There was no need for them to know, as he would have to go to the provincial capital to cash them in anyway. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 6 in the evening. Li Lanxin had already prepared dinner. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu, she immediately inquired, "Where have you been gallivanting all day? The martial arts exam is fast approaching. You should be putting in more effort. What will you do if you don't perform well?" "Mom, I plan to make a trip to the provincial capital," Wang Luoshu replied straightforwardly. Wang Weiguo, who was seated on the couch watching television, turned to look upon hearing this. "The provincial capital? What is your purpose there?" "IVE won a prize," Wang Luoshu laughed, pulling out the 9 winning scratch-off tickets. "Scratch-offs? How much did you win that necessitates a trip to the provincial capital? Isn't there a place downstairs to redeem them?" Li Lanxin remarked while inspecting the tickets. Upon seeing the winning numbers and amounts, her voice faltered. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. "Oh, 1,000. Yes, you definitely need to go to the provincial capital for that, but there's no rush. You can go after the martial arts exam." Then she picked up the second ticket, her tone now tinged with surprise. "Another 10,000? Another 10,000? Li Lanxin continued to examine the tickets, her breathing noticeably quickening when she discovered the 10,000. Upon spotting the 1 million ticket, she was momentarily stunned and hurriedly called out to Wang Weiguo, "Old Wang, come quickly and see how much our son has won." "Didn't you just say it was 10,000? Wang Weiguo chuckled as he approached. However, upon seeing the 1 million scratch-off ticket in Li Lanxin's hand, he was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, am I seeing this correctly? 6 zeros? 1 million. Wang Luoshu nodded with a smile. "Mom and Dad, now you understand why I need to go to the provincial capital, right?" Li Lanxin hesitated for a moment before handing the ticket back to Wang Luoshu. "How long do you plan to stay?" "Just a day round trip. Don't worry, Mom. It definitely won't interfere with my martial arts exam," Wang Luoshu assured her. "All right, then you may go," Li Lanxin acquiesced. Wang Luoshu was somewhat surprised. He had expected his parents to worry about his safety and insist on accompanying him, yet they agreed so quickly. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, sparing him the need for further persuasion. He promptly said, "Great. I'll buy my ticket to the provincial capital first thing tomorrow morning." That evening, Li Lanxin and Wang Weiguo lay in bed. Wang Weiguo remarked with a smile, "Aren't you worried about letting our son go to the provincial capital alone? Especially with such a large sum of money in his possession. Aren't you afraid he might encounter some unsavory characters along the way?" Li Lanxin rolled her eyes. "That kid is sharp as a tack. Who could possibly deceive him?" At this point, her tone shifted slightly. "Besides, he is about to enter university. He must learn to face various challenges on his own. Eventually, fledglings must learn to spread their wings and soar. Don't you think? So, you see this as a test for him?" Wang Weiguo asked with a grin. "It's not a test I'm imposing. It's one he has set for himself." Li Lanxin replied with a shake of her head. The next day, Wang Luoshu boarded a bus to the provincial capital. The journey from Qincheng to Jincheng typically took over 5 hours by coach. However, Wang Luoshu's purpose for going to Jincheng was not solely to claim his winnings. He harbored another unspoken intention: upgrading. He glanced down at his phone, which displayed the official website of the Disaster Star Monitoring Center. Disaster Star Warning, Emergency Alert Number, FS, 2010-025, Current Disaster Star Erupting. Mars Disaster Level, Level 2 Type of Disaster, Furnace Eruption Time, June 9, 2010, 12, 1 p.m. Cities affected. Xingqing Duration, 3 days. The Disaster Star Monitoring Center reminded citizens to refrain from venturing outside during the eruption period and to ensure personal safety. In case of emergencies, please promptly dial the police department for assistance. Xingqing was merely an hour's journey from Jincheng. Today was June 8th, meaning the eruption would occur tomorrow. Wang Luoshu planned to claim his prize and then head straight to Xingqing. Once the disaster star erupted, he would be able to activate another Hex Enhancement Rune while simultaneously upgrading the effects of his random staff, achieving 2 goals in one fell swoop. Wang Luoshu was confident that possessing 3 Hex Enhancement Runes would ensure his victory in the upcoming martial arts exam. Only by securing first place could he implement his next plan. He intended to make it clear to certain individuals that the resources of Wang Luoshu were not easily obtainable before long. The bus was filled to capacity. Each day, many people traveled to Jincheng for various reasons, whether visiting relatives or for work. The passenger flow remained consistently high. As a result, there were no fewer than 10 buses departing from Qianqing to Jincheng each day. Wang Luoshu chose the earliest bus, which departed at 7 o'clock. Shortly thereafter, someone sat down beside him, filling the air with a fragrant breeze. A young woman dressed in a very fashionable manner, judging by her age. She appeared to be in her 20s, sporting white headphones and a baseball cap, exuding a trendy vibe. Just before the vehicle started moving, another wave of overpowering fragrance wafted through the air, starkly contrasting with the subtle scent of the girl beside him. It was a nauseatingly strong scent that was hard to describe. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu noticed a young man with bangs nearly covering his nose approach the girl. He pushed aside his long hair to reveal a somewhat handsome face, then smiled at Wang Luoshu and said in a slightly commanding tone, "Kid, switch seats. I want to sit with my girlfriend." "Kid?" Wang Luoshu found the young man's words somewhat absurd. Was this fellow out of his mind? Had he spoken with just a bit more courtesy, Wang Luoshu might have considered swapping seats. However, at this moment, he had no intention of moving. "Thus," he replied resolutely, "I want T-switch." The smile on the youth's face remained undiminished. "Child, do you know what it means to appreciate the beauty of adulthood? Changing seats won't cost you a thing. Hurry up, I won't change," Wang Luoshu replied stubbornly. "Why?" The youth's smile faded slightly. "Because I also wish to sit with your girlfriend." Wang Luoshu innocently blinked his eyes. "What do you suggest?" Before the youth could respond, the girl beside Wang Luoshu burst into laughter. The youth's smile finally vanished as he coldly glared at Wang Luoshu. "Child, tread carefully. I will ask you one last time. Will you switch or not?" Chapter 40. The seat change incident. "Old dang, I said I won't switch," Wang Luoshu replied playfully. "Kids these days have no manners." The youth, seeing that Wang Luoshu was unmoved by his words, muttered in frustration before returning to his own seat. With the youth gone, Wang Luoshu felt elated, adjusting himself into the most comfortable position and closing his eyes to rest for a moment. "Hey, you're quite impressive," suddenly remarked the girl beside him with a cheerful smile. Wang Luoshu turned his head, their eyes meeting, and it was then he clearly saw her face, small and delicate, with long eyelashes, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of expressive eyes. She was the epitome of beauty. "Sorry, I didn't give your boyfriend my seat." Wang Luoshu shrugged. "Then I should thank you." The girl playfully replied, "Let me introduce myself. I am Yu Zhozhou." Wang Luoshu, he introduced himself before asking with curiosity, "Why thank me?" "Because he's not my boyfriend," Yu Zhozhou said with a look of disdain. "You have no idea. Zhang Yang is incredibly annoying. Like a stubborn adhesive that you can't shake off. And he even claims to be my boyfriend, blocking away countless admirers." "Oh?" Wang Luoshu merely nodded in acknowledgement. He was indifferent to the love-hate relationship between the two. Whether Yu Zhozhou's words were true or false mattered little to him. "Is that how you treat a beautiful girl?" Yu Zhozhou pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. "Beautiful? Where?" Wang Luoshu displayed a look of bewilderment. Yu Zhozhou gritted her teeth. "All right, fine. I'm not a beauty. I'm an ugly monster." Wang Luoshu nodded. Yu Zhozhou was left speechless. She realized this young boy seemed impervious to flattery, unlike any other boy she had encountered. Could it be that his sexual orientation was not quite typical? Yet, from his demeanor, he did not seem like a gay man either. After pondering for a while, Yu Zhozhou labeled Wang Luoshu as a straight man of steel. During the journey, Yu Zhozhou occasionally engaged Wang Luoshu in conversation, making the trip feel less dull. Zhang Yang kept glancing back, his expression growing increasingly sour as he observed Yu Zhozhou chatting animatedly with Wang Luoshu. In his mind, he had already begun to consider Wang Luoshu a rival. This kid, barely grown, was already eyeing girls. He needed to find a way to teach him a lesson. Zhang Yang thought bitterly. However, while on the bus, he found no good strategy. Once they disembarked, would he have any better options? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, realizing he truly had no means to deal with Wang Luoshu. As for beating him up, forget it. He was in poor shape, and besides, he was genuinely afraid of being overwhelmed by Wang Luoshu in front of Yu Zhozhou. He certainly did not wish to lose face. But letting it go didn't sit well with him. He felt a looming threat from Wang Luoshu. Though younger, the boy was strikingly handsome, and it was possible Yu Zhozhou preferred that type. Especially since each time he turned, he noticed her smiling at Wang Luoshu, heightening his anxiety. He had never seen her smile so warmly at anyone before. Even he could only catch glimpses of her cold demeanor daily. Thus, when the vehicle made a stop at a service area, he could no longer contain himself. Since Wang Luoshu refused to change seats, he would take a seat directly in front of or behind Yu Zhozhou. Conveniently, the person seated in front of her had gone to the restroom, leaving an empty spot, and without a second thought, Zhang Yang took it, and no sooner had he sat down than, before he could even speak to Yu Zhozhou, a disdainful voice interrupted him. You think you can pursue me with that look? Don't waste your effort. I'm not interested. Zhang Yang was taken aback and turned to see a chubby girl with a face full of pimples looking at him with disdain. The makeup she wore was so thick it resembled a ghostly mask. Crazy. That sight nearly made Zhang Yang retch. He cursed under his breath and turned back, intending to speak to Yu Zhozhou. Hey, if you can't have it, then just don't act like you want it. The chubby girl rolled her eyes and began applying lipstick in the mirror. That moment, the man who had gone to the restroom returned and, seeing Zhang Yang occupying his seat, approached with a scowl. Hey kid, don't you have your own seat? Get back to it. Just as Zhang Yang was about to engage Yu Zhozhou, he was interrupted, his expression darkening as he contemplated retorting. However, noticing the man's tiger tattoo and muscular build, he swallowed hard and forced a smile. Bro, would you mind if we swapped seats? Why? The man's expression darkened further. My girlfriend. Zhang Yang was about to mention Yu Zhozhou when the chubby girl cut him off. He wants to pursue me. What else could it be? What the hell? Zhang Yang nearly choked with rage. Immediately retorting, You stupid cow, shut up. Who is trying to pursue you? Take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worth it. What did you say? Surprisingly, before the chubby girl could explode, the man lost his temper first, grabbing Zhang Yang by the hair and exposing his eyes. How dare you speak to my sister like that? Zhang Yang cried out in pain as the man prepared to deliver a blow. But the chubby girl suddenly brightened. Bro, don't hit him. I like him. The man raised an eyebrow. With a look like that, what do you like about him? Don't care. I just like him. He reminds me of my first love. I couldn't see clearly before. Now that I can, he is a bit handsome. The chubby girl laughed heartily. I didn't see it before, but now I'm allowing you to pursue me. The man, swayed by his sister's words, released Zhang Yang with a shove. My sister has interceded for you. I won't hit you. Just be nice to her. Zhang Yang looked at the chubby girl, suppressing his urge to vomit, and forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Sister, I'm not worthy of you. I'll just return to my seat. As Zhang Yang stood, he noticed the man glaring at him, causing him to sit back down in fright, nearly in tears. Bro, I won't change seats anymore. I promise. I'm going back now. My seat is not something you can just swap whenever you feel like it. The man pointed at Zhang Yang's nose, declaring, Today, you either date my sister or I'll smash your head. Choose one, bro. Don't hit him. He is my baby. The chubby girl hugged Zhang Yang tightly. Cooing, Chapter 41. The young millionaire Zhang Yang trembled all over. The moment the chubby girl embraced him, he felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat, nearly causing him to vomit. However, the man's imposing tattooed arm was a significant deterrent. He held back the impulse to retch and managed to squeeze out a smile that was more painful than crying. The man observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding. Kid, to be liked by my sister is your fortune. Treat her well. If I find out you bully her, heh. The man chuckled ominously, sending chills down Zhang Yang's spine. I'll endure for now, play along, then slip away when I get off. I'll vanish without a trace. Zhang Yang thought to himself while nodding to by the way. Give me your phone number. The man, initially about to leave, suddenly seemed to remember something, glaring at Zhang Yang. I don't have a phone. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head. No phone? The man's face displayed skepticism as he seized Zhang Yang by the collar, lifting him effortlessly like a chick. Really no phone? Really don't have one. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and adamantly denied it. He would rather endure a beating than reveal his phone number. The man furrowed his brow, then rummaged through Zhang Yang's pockets, unsurprisingly finding no phone but instead discovering a wallet. He tossed Zhang Yang back into his seat, opened the wallet and found Zhang Yang's ID and student card. Zhang Yang, quite a bold name you've got. The man scoffed, glancing at the student card. A student from Shaoguang University? Huh. Didn't he expect you to be a top student? All right, I've noted your address. If you treat my sister poorly, I'll come knocking. He tossed the wallet back. Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes vacant, sensing that life was devoid of hope. Now that this thug knew his address, would he ever have peace again? Just then, the chubby girl, beaming with joy, embraced Zhang Yang tightly, nuzzling her large head against him. Baby, from now on, we're family. Tell me, do you love me? Zhang Yang was completely rigid, lacking the courage even to glance at the chubby girl beside him. He feared that he might be haunted by nightmares later that night. "Do you love me?" The chubby girl, noticing Zhang Yang's silence, pressed on with a hint of menace in her tone. "Were you not the one who took the initiative to sit here to flirt? Or do you have ulterior motives? If so, I shall have to inform my brother." "No, no." Zhang Yang trembled, managing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. I love you dearly." Sitting behind Zhang Yang, Yu Zhozhou was shaking with suppressed laughter, her cheeks flushed crimson as she nearly erupted with mirth. Yet, in such a moment, she could not afford to laugh out loud. The struggle to contain her laughter was genuinely torturous. Who could possibly understand? Wang Luoshu had naturally witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress the smirk that crept onto his lips. Indeed, one must endure the trials of a villain. Had this fellow been a tad more courteous from the beginning, such a series of bizarre events might never have transpired. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus arrived punctually in Jincheng. Zhang Yang had initially intended to dash off the moment they arrived. Yet the chubby girl clung to him tenaciously, frequently nudging him, leaving his clothes coated in a thick layer of powder. "Yuim, could you let go of me for a moment? I need to use the restroom." Zhang Yang hastily said to her, "Baby, I'll go with you." "I need to use the restroom too," she insisted, refusing to release her grip. Zhang Yang felt a throbbing headache. He was on the verge of collapse. Just then, Yu Zhozhou stood up to disembark, glancing at Zhang Yang with a faint look of surprise. "Zhang Yang, have you gotten yourself a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us?" "Wishing you happiness, Zhozhou," Zhang Yang exclaimed, desperate to explain himself. However, Yu Zhozhou was quick to dart away, leaving him no chance at that moment. Wang Luoshu also passed by Zhang Yang, feigning surprise before clicking his tongue and shaking his head. "You've really outdone yourself." With that, he too left the bus. Zhang Yang was so furious he felt like spitting blood. If that little brat had only been honest from the outset and swapped seats with him, would all this chaos have unfolded? Damn it! In his rage, Zhang Yang was almost speaking in tongues. After alighting from the bus, Wang Luoshu headed straight to the bus station. He had a clear objective: first to claim his lottery winnings, then to take a bus to Xingqing. Coincidentally, Yu Zhozhou was also there waiting for the bus. Having finally escaped the clingy Zhang Yang in high spirits, she cheerfully asked Wang Luoshu, "Are you waiting for the bus too?" "Which route are you taking?" "Route 3, Wang Luoshu replied. "What a coincidence. I'm also on Route 3. Why, Yu Zhozhou was somewhat surprised. "You're not a student at our Shaguang University, are you?" "No," Wang Luoshu shook his head. "I didn't think it was that coincidental either." Why, Yu Zhozhou let out a sigh of relief. "Otherwise, I would have genuinely worried you were fate's design for me." Wang Luoshu regarded her with a bemused expression, which she readily interpreted, retorting, "What's wrong? Do you have an issue with that? Haven't you heard the saying about fate's greatest arrangements? I've been waiting for my true soulmate to appear." "Then perhaps you should look on dating apps. There are plenty of soulmates there." Wang Luoshu replied nonchalantly, "Usernames don't count." Yu Zhozhou rolled her eyes. Before long, the Route 3 bus arrived. The journey to the lottery center would take around half an hour, which was not too long. Wang Luoshu estimated he still had ample time, and his mood lightened somewhat. Upon reaching the lottery center stop, Wang Luoshu disembarked. Why, Yu Zhozhou, noticing him leave the bus, muttered, "This guy isn't seriously here just to claim his winnings, is he?" Thankfully, Wang Luoshu did not hear her. Otherwise, he would have quipped, "You guessed it right." This was Wang Luoshu's first visit to the lottery center in this life. The signposts were clear, and he swiftly located the claim hall. 120,000 was a significant sum to the average person, yet for the staff at the claim hall, it was quite routine. After completing the necessary procedures and settling the taxes, he received a net amount of 960,000. Once he provided his account number, it wasn't long after he stepped out of the hall that he received a notification from the bank. Your account ending in 1888 received 960,000 yuan on June 9th at 14:05 from Longhua Bank. Balance, 1,390,000 yuan. Seeing his savings surpass the million mark, a smile involuntarily crept across Wang Luoshu's face, who could comprehend the joy of having 1 million in savings right after graduating high school, surpassing 99 of his peers nationwide. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu returned to the bus station, only to be informed that due to the impending disaster, routes to Xingqing had been suspended. Chapter 42. Arrival in Xingqing. Wang Luoshu was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He had anticipated such a possibility. Fortunately, there were numerous unlicensed taxis waiting at the station entrance, and as long as one was willing to pay, they could go anywhere. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, several taxi drivers approached him. Where to? Handsome. Train station, airport, or high-speed rail station. We can take you there. Handsome. Are you heading to the airport? We have 4 people. You can hop in and go. Young man, need accommodation? Affordable and comfortable lodging. We have everything you might want. It felt as though he had stumbled into something quite peculiar. Wang Luoshu didn't hesitate. He shouted, "Is there anyone going to Xingqing?" The drivers exchanged glances, none willing to respond. Handsome, what business do you have in Xingqing? The disaster is about to strike, and the roads will be closed by 6 o'clock. You might get in, but not out. Young man, Xingqing is not a place to venture into. It would be a shame if you got trapped inside. Who dares to head towards Xingqing at this time? Everyone is fleeing from there, and you want to go in. That is just odd. The drivers chimed in, each voicing their opinions. 1,000. Wang Luoshu declared loudly, "Who will take me to Xingqing?" The fare is 1,000. At this, many drivers hesitated. That was a significant fare. They might not even earn that much in a day. Moreover, if they hurried to Xingqing, they could potentially make it out before the roads closed. It was a lucrative deal. However, the risks were considerable. If they encountered road closures ahead of time, they could end up losing not only their fare but also face life-threatening situations. 1,005, and I'll take you. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, smoking a nearly extinguished cigarette, his hair somewhat disheveled and his appearance rather unkempt. He wore a slightly faded jacket with sleeves rolled up casually, and his pants were plain and simple, with a hint of dust at the hems, as if they bore the marks of long travel. "Deal?" the middle-aged man inquired, his voice deep and resonant. "Deal," Wang Luoshu nodded. "Let us go." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man casually tossed the dying cigarette to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and after ensuring it was extinguished, disposed of it in a nearby trash bin. Wang Luoshu followed the middle-aged man into his car. A black Taizhong. The interior was relatively tidy, though it bore a strong sense of everyday life. There were even children's toys on the back seat, indicating the man was not a frequent driver. "Let us settle the fare first. Is that all right?" The middle-aged man pointed to a QR code affixed to the car window. "No problem," Wang Luoshu replied, promptly making the payment. After receiving the money, the middle-aged man wasted no time, fastening his seatbelt and accelerating onto the road. The journey from Jincheng to Xingqing typically took an hour, but with a swift driver, it could be shortened. Once on the highway, the traffic flowed smoothly towards Xingqing. With scarcely a vehicle in sight. In contrast, there was a considerable amount of traffic heading from Xingqing towards Jincheng, with signs of congestion beginning to appear. In less than 40 minutes, Wang Luoshu could already see the toll station for Xingqing. The manual lanes at the toll booth were indeed backed up with a few cars. At this point, the middle-aged man posed the first question of the journey. "Heading home?" "Yes," Wang Luoshu nodded. The man did not speak further. But after passing the toll booth, he inquired again, "Where shall I drop you off?" "Xingqing Grand Hotel," Wang Luoshu answered. Xingqing streets were relatively quiet, with few people or vehicles. Most had already evacuated to safety. This was the norm during impending disasters. Those who could and valued their lives tended to leave the city to avoid the oncoming calamity. Of course, this was only applicable for lower-level disasters. In the case of higher-level catastrophes, the government would organize a mass evacuation for the entire city. After dropping Wang Luoshu off at the Xingqing Grand Hotel, the middle-aged man gestured towards the glove compartment. "Open it up." Wang Luoshu hesitated for a moment before opening the compartment, revealing a stack of business cards. "Take one. If you ever need a ride, just call me, as long as the fare is right. I can take you anywhere," the middle-aged man smiled. "Sure," Wang Luoshu replied, accepting a card. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the middle-aged man sped off, seemingly eager to leave Xingqing before the roads closed. Wang Luoshu glanced at the card in his hand. It was simple, only a name and a number. Cheng Yuanqing, 138 XXXXXX. He saved the number, knowing it might come in handy someday. Such reckless drivers, willing to risk their lives for a fare, were indeed rare. The Xingqing Grand Hotel, Wang Luoshu successfully checked in. He briefly researched the Level 2 disaster, the furnace, online. This calamity was dangerous yet manageable. Like other Level 2 disasters, as long as one remained indoors, it was generally safe from significant harm. However, there is one notable distinction. Staying in the room refers to the government-designated safe zones. Xingqing has established a total of 30 such safe zones, among which the Xingqing Grand Hotel is included. The calamity known as the Forge presents 2 significant challenges. The first challenge is the extreme heat. During the onset of the disaster, temperatures can escalate rapidly, surpassing the limits of human tolerance, with average temperatures exceeding 50 C and potentially reaching 70 C or even higher in certain localized areas. The safe zones established by the government are, in fact, shelters. The Xingqing Grand Hotel is equipped with an underground refuge, where individuals must remain during the disaster, as the surface temperature is unbearable for ordinary people. The second challenge involves the blazing flame lizard. Much like the foe beings, this creature is an extraterrestrial monstrosity that Wang Luoshu has seen images of online. It measures several meters in length. Its body covered in crimson scales that glow under high temperatures, resembling flames. However, the most striking feature is a row of sharp, bony spines extending from its back, which appears quite terrifying. It is rumored that these spines not only serve a defensive purpose, but can also emit high-temperature flames during an attack. Wang Luoshu conducted further research online before calling Li Lanxin. He told a small fib over the phone, claiming to have encountered an old elementary school classmate and intended to stay for a few days, repeatedly assuring her that it would not interfere with his martial arts examination. Li Lanxin advised him not to cause trouble, and with no suspicion, she ended the call that night. Lying in bed, Wang Luoshu gazed out at the sky. His heart filled with trepidation. Was he afraid? Certainly, there was some fear lingering within him. Did he regret his decision? No, he did not. The reward system of his system dictated that he must continuously confront disasters. Only by growing stronger could he navigate this world more effectively. Chapter 43. The eruption approaches. Martial arts trials. The next day, Wang Luoshu was awakened early. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was only 6 in the morning. He opened the door to find a hotel cleaning lady standing there. "Young man, it's time to get up. Everyone must move to the underground shelter by 11. You can go buy some supplies now. The supermarket will close around 10. Thank you, ma'am," Wang Luoshu replied gratefully, dressed quickly, and left the room. Acquiring necessary supplies was quite important. Although the government would provide essential survival materials in the underground refuge, he still needed to purchase some items to ensure a comfortable stay in the coming days. The large supermarket was bustling with activity, as people primarily scrambled to procure daily necessities and food. Prices had not increased compared to usual, thanks to government control. Such circumstances did not permit profiteering during a national calamity. Wang Luoshu also purchased some food and daily necessities before returning to the hotel. The underground refuge could be accessed via an elevator, though it was not the typical passenger elevator. Instead, it was a specially designed lift, which was generally not open to the public. A considerable line had formed, with many individuals being local residents rather than hotel guests. They seemed quite accustomed to the situation, displaying no signs of anxiety, engaging in friendly banter. "Old 5, we're one short. Go recruit another player. We reset to battle for 3 days. Once we finish the mahjong match, this disaster will be over. Haha, alright, I just met a fellow mahjong enthusiast recently, known as the Fortune Child. We're in for a treat this time. Mom, I don't want to bring my homework. I'll just say it was eaten by a monster when I return to school. Is that okay? I'm going to call your teacher right now. Ask her if it's permissible." "Mom, no, I was joking. I love doing my homework." Hearing these exchanges, Wang Luoshu felt considerably reassured. It appeared that Xingqing had weathered numerous calamities, as its residents remained so composed. However, this was advantageous. Cities that frequently endure disasters tend to have better governmental response experience and measures in place. After approximately half an hour, Wang Luoshu boarded the specialized elevator, which had a long queue behind him, likely comprising several hundred people. This elevator, constructed of an unknown metal, emanated a faint, dark sheen, imparting a sense of high quality. Its capacity was also significant, accommodating at least 60 to 70 individuals at once. Before long, the elevator was filled to capacity. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, it began its rapid descent. Inside, the lighting was soft, creating a comfortable atmosphere that did not induce panic. The elevator screen even displayed advertisements. If you're not eating hot pot, then enjoy the culinary delights of Zhujiang. Approximately 5 minutes later, the elevator came to a halt as the doors slid open. A gust of cool air rushed in. The temperature underground was exceedingly pleasant, even slightly chilly, with a screen on the wall displaying the temperature. "Current temperature, 20 C. Wow, it's a bit cool down here," he remarked. "Good thing I brought a jacket. Otherwise, I'd be covered in goosebumps." "Let us see if there's a game of cards to join," he said, stepping out as the crowd surged forward. Wang Luoshu emerged without feeling cold. After all, he had been practicing his breathing technique for 5 cycles. Though he was still far from the level of a martial artist, his physique was nonetheless superior to that of an ordinary person. He surveyed his surroundings. The underground refuge was vast, appearing somewhat spacious despite accommodating over 1,000 people. He examined the signs on the walls: restroom, rest area, washing area, leisure area. There were only 4 signs, each pointing in different directions. Wang Luoshu decided to explore first and headed to the rest area, which was divided into male and female sections, separated by a wall. Notably, there were no beds. The entire floor was covered with a large mat, and a sign at the entrance read, "Please remove shoes before entering." Many individuals had already claimed their spots, with some experienced ones even bringing blankets and pillows. Wang Luoshu found a corner to place his food and daily necessities, marking his territory. He then proceeded to explore the other 3 areas. The restroom was unremarkable, merely larger than a typical one, with no distinguishing features. The washing area lacked showers. It only had simple faucets and sinks, suggesting that bathing was not an option. The leisure area was bustling with tables and chairs, where many were engaged in chess, mahjong, or card games, creating a lively atmosphere. In one corner, there were sofas and several televisions, which were not broadcasting programs but displaying footage from outside. Some cameras showed scenes around the Xingqiang Grand Hotel, while others showcased the entirety of Xingqiang. It was evident that the streets outside the hotel were deserted, the entire city eerily vacant, with no one wandering about. Wang Luoshu glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. This meant there was less than an hour and a half until the disaster would strike. The last time, he had been asleep at home and missed witnessing the calamity. This time, he was determined to observe it closely. He settled onto a sofa, waiting in anticipation for the disaster to unfold. Meanwhile, outside the Xingqiang Grand Hotel, a bus emblazoned with the words Jincheng Martial University came to a halt at the roadside. A group of young men and women, appearing to be university students, disembarked. Leading them was an elderly man dressed in athletic attire, his hair white yet youthful, with sharp eyes that exuded an aura of wisdom and experience. This shelter at the Xingqiang Grand Hotel requires 4 individuals. Who among you wishes to guard it? Yun Songzi inquired, hands clasped behind his back. The students exchanged glances, a sense of eagerness brewing among them. The shelter at the Xingqiang Grand Hotel is the largest among the 30 safe zones, with a capacity of approximately 10,000 people, making it the most challenging assignment. You are representatives of Jincheng Martial University. Should danger arise, you must risk your lives to buy time for reinforcements. If you possess such resolve, raise your hands now, Yun Songzi stated. Upon hearing this, the students looked at one another, the eagerness dissipating. They had come to undertake trials, prepared for peril, but being assigned to the most dangerous location was daunting. After all, trials could be participated in at other shelters, with opportunities for credits and rewards. Why choose the perilous path? Just then, a small hand shot up high. I want to choose this place. Chapter 44. Enthusiastic, the crowd turned to the voice, and in the middle of the line stood a petite girl. Her hand raised high. Under her long, ice blue hair, her delicate face flushed slightly as she felt the weight of their gazes upon her, her clear eyes shimmering with both apprehension and anticipation. Is it all right? Teacher Yun, she asked, gently biting her lip. Her other hand clenched her skirt nervously, her voice quivering, as if securing this opportunity required all the courage she possessed. Yun Songzi's previously stern expression softened somewhat as he nodded. Of course. Lin Xiaoya. As soon as Lin Xiaoya raised her hand, several boys immediately followed suit. Teacher Yun, I want to participate too. Me too. Me too. Don't hog it. I want to join as well. Step aside. Didn't you say whoever wants to go can go? Hey, don't slander me. I'm the boldest of all. You all know that. Yun Songzi's expression grew serious as he addressed the boys vying for spots. Let me make it clear, this is not a game. Think it over before you decide. A tall and handsome young man immediately spoke up. Teacher Yun, I have made up my mind. Besides, if even Lin Xiaoya isn't afraid, what do we have to fear? Good. Yun Songzi nodded, pointing at the young man. Consider yourself included. Teacher Yun, I want to go as well. Another girl raised her hand. All right. Yun Songzi nodded again. Teacher Yun, I also wish to join. I was the first among the boys to raise my hand. A somewhat slender boy hurriedly interjected. You can count yourself in, Yun Songzi responded with a nod. After the selection was finalized, some of the boys looked regretful, as this was indeed a splendid opportunity to get closer to Lin Xiaoya. Girls like her easily stirred their protective instincts. You 4, stay safe, and if any danger arises, contact me immediately, Yun Songzi cautioned. Understood. The tall boy replied with a cheeky grin. Got it, the others echoed in unison. The bus set off once more, heading towards other shelters. The tall boy, named Zhang Weijia, flashed his signature sunny smile at the 3. So, we 4 are teammates now. I propose we elect a captain. What do you think? No objections. The slender boy Wei Shizhi quickly shook his head. No objections. Lin Xiaoya also nodded. The last girl, Chao Mingjia, crossed her arms and smiled only after the others turned their gaze toward her. If everyone has no objections, Then neither do I. However, I have a small request. What request? Zhang Weijie inquired. The captain cannot be Lin Xiaoya, Chao Mingjia stated. Why not? Wei Shizhi was the first to voice his skepticism. I think it's great to have Xiaoya as captain. She's strong and so impressive. After his remark, Wei Shizhi's heart raced, and he was relieved to have corrected himself just in time, lest he reveal his feelings for Lin Xiaoya. Zhang Weijie remained silent but looked at Chao Mingjia with a puzzled expression. Xiaoya's temperament is too gentle. She can't keep us in line. Chao Mingjia shrugged. I don't wish to have a softie as my captain. Is that hard to understand? Chao Mingjia, we're all classmates. Such remarks are a bit excessive. Don't you think? Wei Shizhi immediately defended Lin Xiaoya. It's fine. I won't be captain. Lin Xiaoya quickly interjected. Sensing the rising tension among her teammates, I'll take on the role. Zhang Weijie stepped in as a peacemaker. We're all classmates. There's no need for disputes. I'll be the captain. Is that acceptable? As long as it's not Lin Xiaoya, I have no objections, Chao Mingjia said with a shrug. All right. Wei Shizhi, who had initially aimed for the captaincy, saw Zhang Weijie stepping up and decided not to contest further, nodding in agreement. In that case, I hope everyone will follow my lead during this trial, and may we successfully complete it, Zhang Weijie said with a smile. Upon entering the hotel, they were warmly welcomed by the manager. Your arrival truly brings radiance to our establishment. We appreciate your efforts, the hotel manager beamed. You're too kind. We're merely first-year students. We hope for your guidance. Zhang Weijie, appearing accustomed to such interactions, shook hands with the manager. After some pleasantries, they boarded a specially designed elevator. Zhang Weijie subtly showcased his knowledge, feigning surprise. Manager, your elevator is made of core iron. Isn't it? That must have been quite an investment. Haha, the young man has sharp eyes. In all the shelters across the nation, there are very few that use core iron. Our boss paid a handsome price for it. The manager spoke with a sense of pride. Having been exposed to such matters from a young age, Zhang Weijie knew it was nothing to boast about. He smiled while stealing a glance at Lin Xiaoya, who unfortunately was not looking at him. She was instead focused on her shoelaces. Wei Shizhi was chattering away beside them, beaming with eagerness. Zhang Weijie, you truly know so much. Only Chao Mingjia gazed at him with a hint of admiration. It's nothing, I'm still learning. Zhang Weijie feigned modesty. As they reached the ground floor, the vast shelter unfolded before their eyes. Now, let's have some free time. When the disaster strikes, we can discuss our next steps. Zhang Weijie smiled. Wang Luoshu leaned back on the sofa, fixated on the television on the wall. The influx of newcomers had filled the space around him, all watching the surveillance. The new arrivals were buzzing with conversation. Hey, have you heard? A group of outstanding students from Wuhan University has come to protect us. They've already arrived. What's so special about that? Those students from Wuhan University need training and are often sent to various disaster zones for support, but they only dare to be deployed in areas with lower disaster levels. I just saw them. One of the girls has ice blue hair, looking like a doll. I heard these students are already warriors. Their futures are limitless. Wuhan University students in the shelter, and I'm in the shelter too. Therefore, I Wuhan University student limitless future. Nailed it. As they chattered, the 4 students from Wuhan University approached. Wei Shizhi was eager to assist. Xiaoya, are you thirsty? I have water, juice, and even cola. Chapter 45. A heavy burden ahead. I'm not thirsty. Thank you, Wei. Lin Xiaoya replied softly. Wei Shizhi felt a wave of warmth wash over him at her words. Thinking perhaps Lin Xiaoya must be interested in him too, however, upon realizing the sofa area was already packed, his brow furrowed. He wanted to ask the ordinary people to vacate their seats, but representing the face of Jincheng Wuhan University, he hesitated to issue commands. Otherwise, if this news reached Yun Songzi, he could only imagine the consequences. Among the ordinary people, there were indeed some quick-witted individuals who promptly stood to offer their seats. Zhang Weijie, however, waved his hand with a smile. Everyone, please stay seated. You don't need to give us your seats. We could stand for an entire day and night without tiring. This approachable demeanor instantly won the favor of the crowd. Oh, it's no trouble. We common folks can stand just fine. You are here to protect us, the mighty warriors, so you must ensure a good experience, they insisted. Please, sit down. It's our heartfelt gesture. The more Zhang Weijie declined, the more enthusiastic the people became. Thus, he naturally led a few of them to sit down. Wei Shizhi felt a pang of discomfort witnessing this, thinking, this guy is just showing off again. What is the point? This isn't how he usually acts. He's just trying to impress Xiaoya. Wang Luoshu paid no attention to them, his focus still on the television. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance caught his attention, and he noticed an ice blue-haired girl had taken a seat beside him. One of the 4. Wei Shizhi had initially intended to sit next to Lin Xiaoya, but Qiao Mengjia had beaten him to it. What a nuisance! Wei Shizhi cursed inwardly, then turned his gaze to Wang Luoshu, hoping he would take the hint and swap seats with him. Unfortunately, Wang Luoshu did not glance his way at all. Reluctantly, Wei Shizhi sat beside Qiao Mengjia as time passed slowly. Around 11:50, the originally azure sky began to change hues, shifting from blue to orange, the color deepening with each moment. It's starting. Someone cried out. As time progressed, the orange transitioned to a deeper red, and as the moment approached, the orange faded until it became a vivid crimson. The entire sky resembled the color of flames, creating a heavy and suffocating sensation even through the screen, causing the breaths of the onlookers to quicken. Finally, at precisely 12:01, a surreal red aurora swept across the sky like a silk ribbon. The screen flickered and distorted, indicating a rapid rise in external temperatures. The display showed the outside temperature, which began around 30 degrees Celsius and skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. It reached 55 C. Different screens displayed varying temperatures, indicating that conditions were not uniform across regions. At that moment, the fiery sky began to churn, forming swirling red vortexes from which fireballs erupted, plummeting from the sky and crashing down. As the flames erupted, the onlookers realized that from within the fireballs emerged massive lizards, each exceeding 2 meters in length, adorned with bony spines and fiery scales that instilled a sense of dread. These were the blazing flame lizards. The lizard-like monsters began to 2 hours later. All surveillance footage vanished completely. Wang Luoshu rose from the sofa, realizing that continuing to watch was now devoid of any significance. What lay ahead was merely a matter of waiting. He awaited the conclusion of the calamity, trusting that the government would eliminate all monsters in due time. His only task was to quietly await the extraction of the next Hex Enhancement Rune. Observing Wang Luoshu stand, Wei Shizhi also got to his feet, eager to sit beside Lin Xiaoya. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Xiaoya too stood up, addressing Zhang Weijia. Captain, let us guard the elevator entrance. I have a foreboding feeling. Very well, Zhang Weijia nodded, responding with a smile. That was precisely what I intended to suggest. It seems that team member Lin Xiaoya possesses a strong sense of caution. Wang Luoshu returned to his designated spot. The area was not yet fully occupied, with most individuals still engaged in activities in the leisure zone. There was no signal underground, and phones were unable to access the internet. Wang Luoshu decided to practice his breathing technique, aiming to complete the 10th cycle within these 3 days. He first checked to see if today's random wand was suitable for his training. Wang Luoshu opened the system panel and proceeded to purchase a random wand. Ding! Random wand purchased successfully. Roll dice. Randomly roll a die numbered 1-6. The number rolled will determine the corresponding cycles of the breathing technique. The result of the first random wand left Wang Luoshu wide-eyed. Today was indeed fortunate. Without hesitation, Wang Luoshu chose this random wand. If he rolled a 6, it would save him several days of effort. It seemed that not all random wands were worthless. Thinking of this brought a smile to his face. A die spun in the void and under Wang Luoshu's eager gaze. It landed on the number 3. Ding! Increased breathing technique by 3 cycles. Originally, Wang Luoshu's breathing technique was at the 5th cycle. Following the system's prompt, he felt the technique surge into action, operating painlessly. Within less than a minute, he completed 3 cycles, propelling him to the 8th cycle. Furthermore, he triggered a high-end shopping opportunity. Wang Luoshu felt invigorated. His physique and vitality elevated another notch. Did this one-time random wand require a 24-hour wait? Holding such a question in mind, Wang Luoshu glanced at the random wand interface, which had indeed grayed out, revealing a line of golden text indicating the next activation time, approximately 24 hours. Alas, if only it could be purchased repeatedly. Wang Luoshu shook his head, closed the system panel, and resumed his breathing practice. Although rolling a 3 had saved him considerable time, he was still far from becoming a first-rank warrior. Achieving that status before the martial arts examination remained a daunting task. He could only strive harder. And harder still. Chapter 46. The approach of danger. Since the surveillance had malfunctioned, everyone had completely lost contact with the outside world. Of course, special communications were still operational. For instance, the 4 students from Jincheng Martial University each possessed specialized communication devices, allowing them to maintain contact with their teachers and fellow students. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Wei Shizhi was constantly fawning over everyone, yet he sought to conceal his ulterior motives. Not wanting his wolfish ambitions to be apparent, unbeknownst to him, his behavior had long been as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. recognized by all Lin Xiaoya, possessing a gentle disposition, did not utter a harsh word despite Wei Shiji's incessant harassment. She remained courteous, creating an atmosphere of springtime warmth. On the following day, the surveillance continued to be non-functional, and the individuals in the underground facility remained oblivious to the events transpiring above. This time, Wang Luoshu had successfully completed the 10th cycle of his breathing technique, experiencing yet another leap in vitality. After dining, he checked the time and resumed meditative practice, thinking to himself, soon, just 2 more days to endure. That night, while everyone was asleep, the specialized elevator, previously dormant, suddenly sprang back to life. It was now the turn of Wei Shiji and Chao Mengjia to stand guard. The two had little common ground for conversation and exchanged scarcely a few words during their watch. Around 1 a.m., Chao Mengjia, feeling drowsy, excused herself to use the restroom, returning to the female resting area. Wei Shiji waited for over an hour without seeing her return, and he soon deduced that she had taken the opportunity to slack off. Cursing under his breath, he felt overwhelmingly tired. After all, there was unlikely to be any unusual occurrences here. A brief nap should go unnoticed, he thought. With that, Wei Shiji leaned against the elevator door and fell asleep, finding it surprisingly cool. Thus, around 3 a.m., he had plunged into a deep slumber, entirely unaware that the elevator, which should not have been operational, had indeed been activated. The rumbling of the elevator was quite loud, awakening those who had not yet succumbed to sleep. Many rushed toward the elevator area, bewildered. What was happening? Was the government sending supplies? Did they not say that the elevator remained closed during the calamity unless under special circumstances? What could this mean? Could it be that other shelters had fallen, prompting an evacuation? The murmurs of the crowd stirred Wei Shiji from his slumber. He blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings, still trying to comprehend the situation. It was not until he heard the deafening roar from behind him that his muddled thoughts began to clear. Something was amiss. Wei Shiji jolted upright, recalling that the teachers had warned him. If the specialized elevator operated during a calamity, it signified an emergency. He frantically fumbled for his communicator, calling out to Lin Xiaoya and the others. Something's happening. Something's happening. The elevator has activated. However, his warning came too late. With a tremendous crash, the specialized elevator doors burst open, and a wave of flames surged forth. Standing at the elevator entrance, Wei Shiji had yet to react when he was instantly engulfed in a fireball, followed by a horrendous scream that echoed through the air. A strange sound, akin to laughter or cries, resonated as several massive lizards, ablaze with flames, charged down from the elevator. Monsters. Monsters have invaded. Run for your lives. Panic ensued among the crowd, their screams creating a cacophony that turned the underground shelter into chaos. These giant lizards crashed into the throng like wolves among sheep, their spines spewing fire, causing the temperature in the shelter to rise rapidly. Wailing alarms blared, awakening those still asleep. Wang Luoshu was jolted from his training, the cacophony of screams filling his ears, sending a jolt of dread through his heart. He quickly sprang to his feet and hesitated for a moment before rushing toward the source of the screams. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to ascertain what was unfolding. As he reached the exit of the resting area, he was met by several fiery figures rushing toward him, their bodies charred and skin peeling. A gruesome sight. Fortunately, his current physique allowed him to deftly evade these flaming individuals. Immediately after, he witnessed several blazing lizards wreaking havoc among the crowd, occasionally emitting their eerie cackles. Their spines, once white, were now stained crimson with fresh blood, and the sinewy flesh of the unfortunate victims clung to them. These spines writhed as if alive, seemingly absorbing the blood and flesh. Wang Luoshu's eyelids twitched. Indeed, every calamity brought forth unexpected challenges. The system would not permit him to easily acquire the Hex rune. Last time, Zhu Qingyan had come to the rescue. This time, he had to rely solely on himself. With his current strength insufficient to contend with these fiery lizards, survival necessitated contacting the outside world. In that instant, Wang Luoshu assessed the situation. His keen eyes spotted a black communicator lying near the elevator, still glowing red, indicating it was connected. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray, racing toward the communicator. He navigated the chaos with relative ease, but just as he reached for the device, a charred figure beside him suddenly grasped his pant leg, rasping in a hoarse, tearful voice. "Help! Help me! Save me!" Wang Luoshu glanced at the person, his heart sinking again. This individual was beyond recognition, their lower half still ablaze, appearing on the verge of death. Though he felt compassion, his own survival took precedence. He forcibly tore away the person's grasp. I'm sorry. With that, he seized the communicator. The voice on the other end was equally chaotic, seemingly originating from within the shelter. Wang Luoshu paused in shock, then realized it must belong to the group of students from Jincheng Martial University, suggesting that the Wang Luoshu could only watch helplessly as flames surged toward him. If he were to be engulfed, he would likely be instantaneously transformed into a flaming figure. However, at this critical juncture, a massive block of ice suddenly crashed down. Bang! The ice first shielded him from the searing flames, then, as if it were a piece of iron heated to red, it struck the face of the demonic lizard directly. Following this, the creature let out a wretched cry and was sent flying. Wang Luoshu then noticed a girl with 2 icy blue markings on her face, who let out a sigh of relief and lowered her hand, which had been raised in the air. After saving him, she nodded at him and softly said, "You should head back. We will hold them off here." "Thank you." Wang Luoshu expressed his gratitude, clutching the communicator as he hurriedly retreated. As he passed by the girl, he casually inquired, "Miss, how do you use this thing?" Lin Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by the communicator in Wang Luoshu's hand. After glancing at the charred remains near the elevator, she quickly grasped what had transpired. Although she was aware that the trial could be life-threatening, witnessing a classmate perish before her eyes left her feeling utterly devastated. "No, I must gather myself now." Lin Xiaoya suppressed her rising fear and discomfort, pointing to the red button on the communicator surface. "Press and hold this red button. Once connected, say that the Xingqing Grand Hotel shelter is facing an emergency and needs assistance." "Understood," Wang Luoshu replied, nodding before continuing his retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoya scanned the area. There were 5 demonic lizards, and with Wei Shizhi already lost, they were left with only 3. The situation was dire, and she felt utterly devoid of confidence, hoping fervently for swift rescue. Wang Luoshu retreated to the back of the crowd. He found it in a state of panic, a cacophony of voices that made his head throb. "I don't want to die yet. I haven't even married or had children. Woe is me. I have never tasted the bitterness of love. I do not wish to perish here. Who will save us? I won 5 million in the lottery, and I haven't even claimed my prize yet. I still do not want to die. Woe is me. Can you believe it? Even now, you're boasting. Do you think you can escape death by bragging? Regardless of boasting or not, death awaits us. What harm is there in a little bravado?" Wang Luoshu found a relatively quiet corner and pressed the red button firmly. Soon, a voice that was both urgent and authoritative came through the communicator. "Speak." Boom! Just as the command was issued, a violent explosion echoed from the other end. Wang Luoshu was momentarily stunned, too pressed for time to ponder the source of the sound, and hurriedly stated, "The Xingqing Grand Hotel shelter is facing an emergency and requires assistance." After he spoke, silence enveloped him. "The Xingqing Grand Hotel shelter is facing an emergency and requires assistance," Wang Luoshu repeated. Still, no response came. "The Xingqing Grand Hotel shelter is facing an emergency and requires assistance." His voice grew increasingly frantic, nearly a shout. Finally, a voice responded, panting, "Understood. Hold on a moment. Reinforcements are on the way." With that, the communication was abruptly cut off. Wang Luoshu let out a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. "Is it my fatigue, or is it getting hotter?" He glanced at the temperature display on the wall. Current temperature, 42. Seeing this temperature made Wang Luoshu's heart skip a beat. It seemed the intrusion of these demonic lizards had compromised the air conditioning system. If the temperature were to rise further, it would indeed become unbearable. The situation had escalated to a critical point. Meanwhile, Zhang Weijia and Chao Mengjia had joined Lin Xiaoya. "Where is Wei Shizhi?" Zhang Weijia's expression was grim, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance, his brow furrowed deeply. "He is dead." Lin Xiaoya sighed, gesturing toward the charred remains at the elevator. Zhang Weijia glanced at Wei Shizhi's corpse, his frown deepening as sweat beaded on his forehead. He then looked at Lin Xiaoya's icy blue markings and said, "Xiaoya, you need to switch to reverse breathing. It places a significant burden on your body. You will soon grow fatigued." "I want to save people," Lin Xiaoya replied softly, then turned her gaze toward the few remaining demonic lizards not far ahead. "Captain, let us devise a strategy." Chao Mengjia trembled, having completely lost her earlier bravado, and looked at the rampaging lizards with a desire to flee. "Just hold them off." Zhang Weijia wiped the sweat from his palms. "As long as we can stall. Once the rescue arrives, it will be a success. I can trap them with an ice wall." Lin Xiaoya pointed toward a corner not far away. "But we need to corner them there. That way, they won't be able to scatter and harm anyone, and we can hold out until rescue arrives." What nonsense! Before Zhang Weijie could voice his opinion, Chao Mingjia shouted, That's too dangerous. Can't you see Wei Shizhi is already dead? The captain said we only need to stall until help arrives. Let us not do anything reckless, Jia. The strength of the demonic lizards isn't formidable. They are roughly equivalent to a 1-pattern warrior, while I am a 2-pattern warrior, and the captain is also 2-pattern. With you included, we can definitely contain these lizards, Lin Xiaoya implored earnestly. If we let them continue to rampage, they will keep injuring others. For everyone's sake, let us try. You all can try. I'm just a 1-pattern warrior. I can barely protect myself. Chao Mingjia retreated a few steps, unwilling to die. Her bright future had only just begun. How could she perish here? Lin Xiaoya felt a sense of helplessness and looked at Zhang Weijie. His expression was torn. On one hand, he wished to impress Lin Xiaoya, yet on the other, he feared for his life. After all, he was a favored child of heaven, having awakened as a 2-pattern warrior in his first year. The school's resources would be heavily tilted in his favor. Why should he risk his life for these ordinary people? Moreover, even if he were to perish here, who would remember them? With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Weijie had already made up his mind, feigning distress as he said, Xiaoya, while I am a 2-pattern warrior. I am a fire-type warrior. These lizards are not afraid of fire. I fear I would only provoke them, making them stronger. I think we should wait. Help is on the way. Lin Xiaoya fixed her gaze on the two. I understand. Just then, the demonic lizard, which Lin Xiaoya had previously struck, regained consciousness, shaking its head and letting out a piercing shriek as it lunged at the three. Chapter 48. Coward. Its shriek attracted the attention of the other 4 lizards, who swiftly redirected their charge toward the trio. What does it feel like to have a 2-meter-long lizard lunging at you? Chao Mingjia screamed, fleeing in panic. Zhang Weijie stumbled back several steps, his face a mask of horror. Only Lin Xiaoya, the typically docile girl perceived as weak, resolutely advanced toward the oncoming threat, as if she were merely attending a practical training session. In her mind, Lin Xiaoya reassured herself. The icy blue markings on her face glowed with newfound intensity. A manifestation of the reverse breathing technique reaching its pinnacle. Struggling to breathe, her heart raced, blood surged, and her strength soared. In this moment, Lin Xiaoya felt her senses sharpen extraordinarily as the world quieted around her. She could distinctly perceive the flow of air and even the slight tremors from the demonic lizard's muscle contractions. Time seemed to elongate, and every movement required precise millisecond calculations. The lizard was merely a target. This was akin to a training exercise. Encouraging herself once more, Lin Xiaoya found her fear dissipating. She was now the epitome of calm. With swift hand gestures, energy coursed through her fingertips, and then she surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Charging toward the lizard, swiftly, with astonishing speed, Lin Xiaoya executed a graceful arc through the air, deftly evading the lizard's lethal lunge. She pivoted, spinning like a leaf in the wind, utilizing the force of her rotation to alter her trajectory, landing directly beneath the massive creature. Next, with her right hand poised as a palm, she channeled all her strength into a singular, forceful strike against the lizard's soft underbelly. This was the technique taught to them during practical training. Lin Xiaoya felt this was her most exhilarating strike yet. What appeared to be a gentle blow was, in fact, as fierce as a torrential flood, instantly propelling the lizard into the ceiling. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded as the lizard emitted a pained wail, its belly exploding and showering the area with a deluge of green blood, as if a rainstorm had commenced. Shock! Those who witnessed this event were left in awe. Zhang Weijie stood with his mouth agape. In that moment, Lin Xiaoya seemed to transform into an insurmountable mountain, her calmness, determination, and boldness striking at the core of his fragile spirit. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could not possibly thrive without experiencing battle. This was precisely why the school organized trials. After obliterating one of the lizards, Lin Xiaoya felt no trace of fear. A faint blue hue glimmered in her eyes, signaling the onset of her battle techniques. The 4 demonic lizards, upon witnessing their companion explode, exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, they let out a series of sinister cackles. To the astonishment of all, they huddled together, forming a sphere, while the bony spikes along their backs writhed and grew, unleashing flames hot enough to melt steel. The 4 lizards transformed into a colossal fireball, rolling menacingly towards Lin Xiaoya, who appeared diminutive and fragile, akin to a solitary leaf adrift in a tempest. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she took a resolute step forward. Oxygen deprivation? Her brain was on the brink of suffocation. The reverse breathing technique was already draining her vitality, and she felt as though her chest were ablaze. This agony unleashed a torrent of memories, flooding her mind like a dam broken loose, each painful recollection surfacing vividly. Despite the torment, she trembled with determination, her steps unwavering as she boldly advanced once more. The icy blue patterns on her face erupted with a brilliant glow, illuminating the area around her. With her hands clasped before her, she thrust them forward with fierce intensity. In that fleeting moment, tears streamed down her face, and her chest erupted with excruciating pain. The wall of ice, exceeding 3 meters in thickness, materialized from the void, crashing into the gigantic fireball formed by the 4 lizards. Sequence 97. Wall of ice. With a deafening roar, the fireball was forcefully halted, leaving the lizards disoriented, detached from their spherical form, and firmly affixed to the icy barrier. As Lin Xiaoya wept and shouted, her feet quickened, akin to an unstoppable storm, propelling the 4 lizards violently into the corner. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, and the lizards burst apart like overripe melons, their green blood splattering against the wall. Trickling down the crystalline ice, thud. Lin Xiaoya's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, the icy patterns on her face gradually fading. She gasped for air, greedily inhaling, slowly recovering from the severe oxygen deprivation. Tears continued to cascade down her alabaster cheeks. After what felt like an eternity, her breathing began to stabilize. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she murmured, "Grandma, I am no longer a coward." Not anymore. With those words, she suddenly collapsed. Losing consciousness. Zhang Weijie stood frozen, lost in thought, while Chao Mengjia discreetly observed the scene from within the crowd. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if everyone had momentarily lost their faculties. It was only when Wang Luoshu emerged from the throng, hastening towards Lin Xiaoya, that the crowd began to regain their senses. A wave of elation surged through them. They were saved. The terrifying monsters had been vanquished. What were they waiting for? "Help her," someone shouted. And the crowd sprang into action, rushing to assist the injured and their most valiant savior. Lin Xiaoya. "Young man, how is she? Is she all right? She saved us all. She must not come to harm." They praised her bravery, acknowledging how her companions had cowered in the background while she charged forward. "She is the warrior we ought to respect. In times of peril, it is those like her who stand before us." Countless voices sang her praises, whether genuine or feigned, for at that moment, Lin Xiaoya was a hero to them all. Wang Luoshu shook his head and addressed the crowd. "It's nothing," she merely fainted. "A moment's rest will suffice. Oh dear, we must get her to the resting area for proper care." Immediately, a woman stepped forward. "Allow me," she said. At that moment, the crowd parted, and Zhang Weijie approached, looking at Wang Luoshu. "Leave her to me. We are comrades." Boom. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from the elevator, causing panic to ripple through the crowd. They turned to see a monstrous lizard, exceeding 3 meters in height, emerging from the elevator with a sinister cackle. Chapter 49. The 3 axes. Zhang Weijie had intended to assist Lin Xiaoya, but upon hearing that eerie laughter and turning to witness the scene, he trembled and stepped back, his face paling as he instinctively sought refuge within the crowd. Despite Lin Xiaoya's brave initiation, he found himself devoid of the courage to confront such a fearsome beast. This particular lizard appeared larger than the others, seemingly endowed with a modicum of intelligence. Its eyes darted, assessing the situation. Upon observing the fate of its fellow lizards, it tilted its head in apparent confusion. Its gaze then settled on the unconscious Lin Xiaoya and the nearby Wang Luoshu. Cackling once more, the lizard discerned its target, fully aware that eliminating the most dangerous human female would render the others powerless. Boom. The skeletal spines on its back erupted with terrifying flames, causing the ambient temperature to soar again. It lunged forward, propelling itself like a cannonball towards Lin Xiaoya. Meanwhile, the crowd, once concerned for her, now scattered in terror, leaving only Wang Luoshu at her side. From an outsider's perspective, Wang Luoshu appeared paralyzed with fear, standing still as if awaiting his fate. Unbeknownst to them, he was frantically refreshing a random staff, hoping for something useful. Lin Xiaoya had saved his life. Now he yearned to save hers. "Come on, give me something effective." Wang Luoshu refreshed the staff over a dozen times, but none proved useful. As the monstrous lizard drew closer, its intense heat palpable, beads of sweat formed on Wang Luoshu's brow. Finally, with a chime, a staff appeared that caught his attention. 3 axes. Cleave the head. Ghostly toothpick, ear extraction. Consume all energy to unleash 3 formidable strikes that will instill terror in the enemy. Time was of the essence. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, he had no choice with gritted teeth. Wang Luoshu selected the option .at that moment. The lizard was within 3 meters of them, and unless something changed, they were about to become 2 fiery corpses. 3 axes. Just then, Wang Luoshu activated the technique. Boom! A tremor coursed through him. A resounding roar echoed in his mind, and an overwhelming surge of power flooded his body, making him feel invincible. The onlookers had turned away, unable to bear witnessing what they believed to be the imminent demise of Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiaoya. Zhang Weijie's gaze was vacuous as he fixated on Lin Xiaoya's direction, his heart a tumult of emotions. As a dual-pattern warrior, he lacked the courage to confront the lizard, choosing instead to flee. Yet Lin Xiaoya, also a dual-pattern warrior, had vanquished 5 lizards, while even a non-warrior had dared to stand before the beast. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. I'm not ready yet. Zhang Weijie's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Bitterness filling his mouth, he still could not summon the courage to confront the lizard. Cackling, the lizard opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth stained with fresh meat, a foul stench wafting towards Wang Luoshu, nearly overwhelming him. Thud! Wang Luoshu sprang into action, his foot crashing against the ground as he launched himself forward like an arrow. The so-called 3 axes were few in number, yet they proved effective. Cleave the head! Wang Luoshu bellowed, leaping into the air without any weapon, yet striking a determined pose. The searing flames licked dangerously close, singeing his hair. The lizard, taken aback by the audacity of the seemingly insignificant human daring to attack, was caught off guard. Boom! Wang Luoshu's fist collided with the lizard's massive head, producing a thunderous sound that silenced the air. The flames erupting from the lizard's back faltered, vanishing entirely. The once ferocious glint in its eyes dulled, replaced by confusion as if it beheld countless stars swirling above. Though the creature did not fall, it entered a momentary stupor. Ghostly toothpick. Wang Luoshu seized the opportunity, growling as he closed in on the lizard's colossal form. His right hand clenched into a fist, muscles taut. He delivered a powerful uppercut to the lizard's jaw. Boom! Deafening thud reverberated through the air, the force of his punch colliding with the lizard's tough skin, creating visible ripples. The lizard, already dazed, was further disoriented by the blow, instinctively closing its massive mouth and emitting a series of deep growls. Ear extraction? For the final strike, Wang Luoshu leapt onto the side of the lizard's head, swiftly bringing his hand together, channeling immense power into his fingertips, aiming for the vulnerable small opening near the lizard's ear. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand in. Splat! Though the lizard's scales were nearly impenetrable, its ears were among its weak points. Wang Luoshu's hand pierced through effortlessly, rupturing its eardrum, and a torrent of green blood gushed forth, splattering all over him. The lizard, in agony, broke free from its dazed state, unleashing an ear-piercing roar as it flailed its limbs, attempting to dislodge Wang Luoshu from its back. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Luoshu aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Wang Luoshu harbored a premonition. If only he could delve a little deeper, he would reach the brain of this demonic lizard and deliver a fatal blow. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged over him like a tidal wave. He had exhausted his 3 powerful strikes. His body now felt utterly limp and powerless. What a disaster! Wang Luoshu could barely lift his eyelids. Although he felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart, he was powerless to act. Just a little more. Just a fraction more. Bang! In the next moment, Wang Luoshu was violently flung by the enraged lizard, crashing hard against the ice wall, landing right beside Lin Xiaoya. The pain was excruciating. Wang Luoshu found himself without the strength to even cry out. Merely cursing inwardly, he then witnessed the furious lizard charging towards him, its bony spikes spewing forth terrifying flames, and the hatred in its eyes was such that if it could inflict harm, he would surely be left in tatters, and oh surprise there. Wang Luoshu wished to smile, yet he lacked even the energy to lift the corners of his mouth. He could only watch helplessly as the lizard lunged at him, the intense stench overwhelming him to the point of nausea. Just at that critical moment, a spear suddenly shot forth, slicing through the air, transcending space, and instantly piercing the body of the demonic lizard. Thud! The lizard's tough scales were instantly breached. Boom! The 3-meter-thick ice wall could not withstand the spear's force, shattering into pieces, while the lizard was forcefully pinned against the wall by the tremendous inertia. Chapter 50. Special Recruitment. The once formidable lizard, after struggling helplessly in midair a few times, soon drooped its body and succumbed. Its head was directly above Wang Luoshu, and green blood cascaded down like a burst water pipe, drenching him completely. Damn it, even in death, it can't keep its filth to itself. Wang Luoshu cursed furiously in his heart. Had he possessed even a modicum of strength, he could have evaded this, but now? Even lifting a finger was a Herculean task, let alone moving his body. Under the gaze of the crowd, an elderly man clad in martial attire slowly emerged from the elevator, his hair white yet his visage youthful. Eyes sharp as blades. At that moment, he was still splattered with green blood, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yun Songzi scanned the crowd, pausing momentarily on Chao Mengjia and Zhang Weijia. The two dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads in shame. Without uttering a word, Yun Songzi swiftly approached Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiaoya. Wang Luoshu observed as the old man effortlessly lifted the long spear with one hand, casually shaking it to toss the lizard's carcass aside. Thank heavens! Wang Luoshu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was finally spared from being drenched in that putrid blood, which had nearly suffocated him. You did well. Yun Songzi nodded at Wang Luoshu, then retrieved a wooden box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he revealed a trove of medicinal pills. He casually took out 2 and administered them to Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiaoya. Wang Luoshu felt the pills dissolve instantly upon entering his mouth, a warm current spreading throughout his body, restoring some of his strength. It was then he realized how sore his muscles were. He gasped in astonishment, struggling to sit upright, reflecting. These 3 powerful strikes truly pack a punch, but the toll on my body is immense. It must have drained my stamina to achieve such might. After taking the pills, Lin Xiaoya gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Yun Songzi, her tense body relaxed, and she softly called out, "Teacher Yun." All is well. Yun Songzi exhaled in relief, repeating, "All is well." The once quiet crowd began to murmur excitedly. Another expert has appeared. It seems we are saved once more. This man is truly formidable. With a mere spear, he has slain that terrifying creature. But we must also thank those 2 children. Without their efforts, we would not have endured until this expert arrived. Those 2 are indeed commendable. They must be students of Jincheng Martial University. Certainly. As Wang Luoshu listened to the surrounding discussions, Zhang Weijia's head sank even lower. He was indeed a student of Jincheng Martial University, yet he had fled in the face of danger. Subsequently, Yun Songzi inquired about the situation at the shelter, piecing together the sequence of events. First, Lin Xiaoya acted to protect the crowd, followed by Wang Luoshu, who safeguarded Lin Xiaoya. Finally, he himself appeared to ensure the safety of all. Meanwhile, the trio who had once vowed to show no fear had 1 dead and 2 fled. The deceased warranted no further discussion. The school would provide compensation to the family. However, fleeing and displaying cowardice would tarnish the school's reputation. Thus, Yun Songzi maintained a stern expression toward Zhang Weijia and Chao Mengjia throughout the ordeal. Knowing that once this catastrophe concluded and they returned to school, appropriate repercussions awaited them. In the leisure area, Wang Luoshu was sipping water and snacking, while Lin Xiaoya sat beside him, and Yun Songzi faced them. Having reviewed the internal surveillance footage, Yun Songzi was filled with curiosity about Wang Luoshu. "Young man, which school do you attend?" he asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. She had never seen teacher Yun smile like this, always wearing a stern expression. "Jincheng High School," Wang Luoshu replied honestly. "You're still in high school?" Yun Songzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed that Wang Luoshu had yet to become a martial artist. His vitality still weak. However, judging by the combat skills displayed in the footage, they were on par with those of systematically trained martial artists. Could this lad be a prodigy? To be precise, I have already graduated and am awaiting the martial examination. Wang Luoshu added. "Excellent, that's wonderful." Yun Songzi's expression brightened immediately. "What is your name?" "Wang Luoshu," he replied. "Would you be interested in attending Jincheng Martial University?" Yun Songzi said, rubbing his hands in excitement. "If you enroll at Jincheng Martial University, your tuition for 4 years will be completely waived. If you can become a martial artist in your first semester, resources will be allocated to you, and if you reach the 2nd tier, substantial resources will be provided, along with a minimum annual scholarship of 300,000. Upon hearing such generous terms, Wang Luoshu felt a twinge of temptation. He had heard of Jincheng Martial University. While it wasn't one of the top 10 prestigious schools, it was certainly among the elite martial science universities beneath them. "May I ask?" Wang Luoshu cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you the principal of Jincheng Martial University?" "No," Yun Songzi shook his head, speaking with a certain swagger, But the principal would be a fool to refuse my offer. A big shot. This man is a big shot. Wang Luoshu's heart raced with realization. He cleared his throat again. Sir, while I would love to accept, I still need to take the martial examination. What if I don't meet your school's cutoff score? You won't even need to take the exam. Yun Songzi declared with a grand wave of his hand, I can arrange for you to receive special admission. As long as you nod your head now, I can transfer your file to Jinqing Martial University before the exam. And you can simply report to school when the time comes. Special admission? The mere mention of those words caused Wang Luoshu to draw a sharp breath. Each year, martial universities had special admission quotas. Though they were rarely utilized, when activated, it meant the institution viewed the individual as a high-end talent worthy of cultivation. This indicated that the school held immense faith in the person's potential. Yet after boasting, Yun Songzi felt a pang of anxiety, wondering, oh no, I've spoken too soon. What if this lad's talent isn't up to par? The principal might not agree. With this thought, Yun Songzi hastily added, young man, there's no need to rush. Take your time to consider. I need to use the restroom. With that, he swiftly departed. Upon reaching the restroom, he made a phone call. Once connected, he stated, find out about a student from Jinqing High School named Wang Luoshu. Check his awakened talents, and do it quickly. I need the information now. Half a minute later, the voice on the other end reported Wang Luoshu's awakened talent. Jinqing High School, Wang Luoshu, awakened as a water element martial artist. Battle technique, sequence 60 storm. At this point, the voice paused momentarily. Upon hearing sequence 60, Yun Songzi's face broke into a beaming smile, thinking to himself, this is a sure thing. That old principal wouldn't dare refuse now. All right, thank you for your hard work. I'll hang up now. Yun Songzi was about to terminate the call when the voice on the other end hastily interjected. Wait, old Yun, there's more? What else could there be? Yun Songzi asked, puzzled. This Wang Luoshu has awakened dual battle techniques. In addition to sequence 60 storm, he has also awakened another technique, sequence 32 tsunami. Yun Songzi fell silent. Hello, old Yun, can you hear me? The voice on the other end repeated several times. Understood, thanks. I'll treat you to a drink afterward. Yun Songzi abruptly hung up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, murmuring to himself, special admission. It must be special admission. Chapter 51. The true and false Shirong pill. In the leisure area, Lin Xiaoya was engaging Wang Luoshu in conversation. By the way, what level are you at now? She asked curiously. Since you haven't taken the martial examination yet? You must not have become a martial artist, right? Not yet. Wang Luoshu shook his head, a radiant smile gracing his face. But I'm close, just about 80 cycles away from becoming a first-tier martial artist. Heavens! Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment, genuinely exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. I recall that during my stage, I could hardly defeat anyone, yet you managed to take on elite monsters single-handedly. Teacher Yun remarked that the later magical lizard was somewhat stronger than the others, almost approaching the level of a two-pattern warrior. At this point, Lin Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. You are incredibly brave, indeed. Ha ha ha. Wang Luoshu chuckled, responding, please don't say that. I was nearly paralyzed with fear at the time. However, I felt that since you had saved me once, it was only fair that I should save you in return. Thus we would be even. All right, let's consider it even then, Lin Xiaoya replied, laughing as well. Oh, it seems you're having quite a delightful chat. Just then, Yun Songzi returned, his smile radiant. Young man, have you made your decision? I am not deceiving you. The moment you nod, I can immediately apply for a special admission quota on your behalf. Sir, after some contemplation, I have decided to participate in the martial examination. Wang Luoshu stated it would be absurd not to attend the martial examination. Otherwise, his trip would have been in vain. If he did not participate, securing first place would not further his next steps. Special admission is impressive, but each year there are numerous candidates for it, whereas there is only one first place in the martial examination. The higher one stands, the louder the acclaim. Thus, despite a fleeting moment of temptation, Wang Luoshu ultimately opted for the more daring choice. A warrior who does not strive is better off returning home to cultivate sweet potatoes. Yun Songzi appeared somewhat puzzled. Isn't your participation in the martial examination aimed at gaining admission to Wu University? Moreover, there is a risk of poor performance if you choose the special admission route. It essentially guarantees your acceptance, with no risk involved. Or do you believe that our Jinqing Wu University is unworthy of your esteemed self? I wouldn't dare. Wang Luoshu quickly gestured in denial. Sir, I have my reasons for participating in the martial examination. Besides, a life without taking the martial examination is an incomplete one. In the end, let my results speak for themselves. You have ambition, Yun Songzi noted. Seeing Wang Luoshu's determination and ceasing his persuasion, he then retrieved a wooden box from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Luoshu. Here are 5 Shirong pills as a token of gratitude. What gratitude? Wang Luoshu asked, somewhat bewildered. You saved a student from our school, so naturally, there should be some token of appreciation. Yun Songzi waved his hand dismissively. Do not mention that you were saved by Lin Xiaoya first. That is a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. This is a separate issue. Take it. It is not a particularly valuable item, or else I might become irate. Then I shall accept it without further formality. Wang Luoshu said, no longer declining, and received the wooden box from Yun Songzi. Upon opening it, he found 5 pills the size of fingernails, exuding a refreshing wooden aroma that was quite pleasing. However, upon seeing the 5 Shirong pills, Wang Luoshu felt a twinge of confusion. He still possessed 1 Shirong pill, purchased at great expense by his parents, but it appeared somewhat different from these. His parents' purchase was notably larger. Realizing this, Wang Luoshu quickly retrieved a cheap glass vial from his pocket, which he had brought from Qincheng. He had originally intended to consume it in Xingqing, but due to the events of the evening, he had not yet done so. Upon comparison, it was clear that they were indeed different. The Shirong pill in the glass vial had a distinctly different aroma, resembling that of chocolate beans. Could it be that his mother had been deceived by that director Jia? Wang Luoshu speculated internally. Young man, what are you doing? Yun Songzi observed Wang Luoshu's serious demeanor and glanced at the Shirong pill in his hand. Why do you have a my lisu? Upon hearing Yun Songzi's words, Wang Luoshu suddenly understood. It truly was a my lisu. That director Jia was indeed unscrupulous, charging 30,000 for a single my lisu, perhaps even more. This was tantamount to fraud. With this in mind, Wang Luoshu hastily inquired, Sir, are you certain this is a my lisu? What else could it be? Some kind of pill. Yun Songzi laughed heartily. It is undoubtedly a my lisu. I can tell without even touching it. Understood, thank you, sir, Wang Luoshu replied, placing the counterfeit Shirong pill back into the glass vial. Observing Wang Luoshu's expression and actions, Yun Songzi began to suspect. You didn't happen to purchase a counterfeit Shirong pill? Did you? Wang Luoshu smiled wryly. You may laugh, but this was purchased through my mother's connections. I have no idea how much it cost. I originally planned to use it today, but thankfully I didn't. Hearing this, Yun Songzi's expression grew serious as he waved his hand. Let me take a look at that. Wang Luoshu handed over the glass vial. After receiving it, Yun Songzi poured the counterfeit Shirong pill into his palm. Scrutinizing it closely, he then scraped a bit of powder with his fingertip, tasted it, and spat it onto the ground in a fit of rage. Damn it! Not only are they producing fake pills, but they have also mixed in banned substances. They are deliberately trying to ruin your future. Wang Luoshu's heart sank. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary my lisu. However, upon hearing Yun Songzi's words, it seemed there was more to the story. Sir, what is going on? Wang Luoshu asked urgently. Every year, prior to the martial examination, a physical examination is conducted. If any banned substances are detected in the body, it will result in an immediate disqualification from the martial examination. Yun Songzi was furious. A talent like Wang Luoshu, possessing a great heart and extraordinary aptitude, would eventually become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. If such a promising future were to be destroyed over a trivial matter, it would be a loss for the entire nation. And this counterfeit drug contained a clearly prohibited substance, Yinling powder. This substance can temporarily enhance a person's reaction speed, endurance, and strength, but the side effects are severe, and it metabolizes extremely slowly, almost taking 15 days. If you consume it, it will undoubtedly affect your martial examination. Yun Songzi returned the counterfeit drug to the glass vial, stating sternly, Young man, this matter is quite serious. Who in your family has offended someone to warrant such an attempt to ruin you? Wang Luoshu had a few suspicions in his heart but could not be certain. He replied honestly, This was sold to my mother by Jia Weiren from the Qincheng hospital. He likely has no animosity towards our family. I suspect there is someone else behind this. Chapter 52. Another prismatic hex rune. Regardless of who is behind this, such underhanded tactics are deeply malicious. Yun Songzi stated seriously, What do you plan to do about this? This is not a trivial matter. What to do? Wang Luoshu suddenly grinned. We shall make a grand affair of it. What do you mean by a grand affair? Yun Songzi found himself unable to read this young man. If it were any other peer who learned of this situation, they would undoubtedly be furious and unable to maintain their composure, or perhaps even be at a loss. In contrast, Wang Luoshu seemed to have a plan in mind. Exuding confidence, I intend to secure first place in the martial examination, Wang Luoshu stated with a calm smile. A gleam flashed in Yun Songzi's eyes. The old fox understood immediately, and he inquired, "Are you confident?" "A little," Wang Luoshu nodded. "A little means your confidence is not substantial, correct?" Yun Songzi furrowed his brow. Wang Luoshu glanced at Yun Songzi, suddenly smiled, yet said nothing. "What does that smile mean?" Yun Songzi asked, frowning. "If you cannot secure first place, then your plan cannot succeed. Why not let me assist you, Teacher Yun?" At that moment, Lin Xiaoya weakly called out from the side. "What is it?" Yun Songzi turned, his tone warm and friendly. "You misunderstood Wang Luoshu's meaning. What he meant was that he has 1,000,000,000 of confidence, not just a little," Lin Xiaoya stated earnestly. 1,000,000,000 is the character for countless, not merely one or two, haha. Wang Luoshu burst into laughter. "Sir? It seems your student understands me well." Yun Songzi rolled his eyes and huffed. "You better be right." The following day at noon, an announcement resonated through the shelter. "Attention, attention, the disaster star outbreak has concluded. The disaster star outbreak has concluded. Everyone may return home." As the announcement rang out, the entire shelter erupted in excitement, joyfully reflecting on how they had survived another day. Wang Luoshu was equally elated. For this signified he could now activate his third Hex Enhancement Rune. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving this disaster star outbreak. You are rewarded with the opportunity to draw a prismatic Hex Enhancement Rune. Would you like to draw now? As anticipated, the system notification arrived promptly. This time, it was indeed a prismatic rune. Could it be due to my injuring that wretched lizard? Wang Luoshu pondered while selecting yes. Subsequently, 3 prismatic Hex Enhancement Runes appeared before him. Golden Gift Box 2, Holy Artifact of Light. Aspiration. Wang Luoshu examined them in order. Golden Gift Box 2 provides 2 golden law spheres. Note: the spheres may contain rewards such as cultivation, wealth, combat skills, etc., encompassing everything. This seemed promising. If he could draw combat skills, it would be equivalent to acquiring 2 additional combat techniques. However, the randomness was still too great, making it rather unhelpful for his current stage. Wang Luoshu decisively passed on this hex enhancement. Next, he looked at the second option. Illuminated Relic. Unlock a unique arsenal, allowing you to select 1 piece from 4 luminous armaments. Luminous weapons? They indeed wield considerable power in the realm of Jin Shan Shan. And I surmise they would not fare poorly in reality either. Yet, what purpose do I have for such a weapon at this moment? It seems rather inconsequential. Perhaps I shall await the next option. Wang Luoshu dismissed another choice. This time, the Prism Tier Hex deck did not evoke the same excitement as the previous Golden Tier Hex deck. Aspiration. The difficulty of cultivating the breathing technique is doubled. Upon completing 1 cycle, you receive an additional 3 cycles worth of cultivation and 2 golden fragments. Note: 100 golden fragments can be exchanged for 1 golden orb. This is the one. Wang Luoshu's eyes sparkled as he made his selection. This hex deck is remarkably potent. Although it escalates the difficulty of his breathing technique, the rewards are substantial. Completing 1 cycle of cultivation effectively equates to 4 cycles, in addition to the golden fragment bonus. Is this not vastly superior to that trivial golden gift box? Once I return home, I shall consume the 5 Shirong pills provided by Elder Yun and strive to break through to a first-tier warrior before the martial examination. Wang Luoshu brimmed with confidence. It is only June 11th today. With 4 days remaining until the martial examination, and after a night of cultivation, he had already reached the 13th cycle. This implies that within 4 days, he must complete approximately 77 cycles of cultivation. Difficult? Certainly. Without aspiration, such an accomplishment would verge on the impossible. Nevertheless, Wang Luoshu now felt assured. Exiting the Xingqing Grand Hotel, Wang Luoshu experienced a surreal sensation. The streets lay in disarray, riddled with potholes and marked by charred remnants, a testament to the fierce battle that had unfolded. It was evident how arduous this conflict had been. He had nearly perished within it. Wang Luoshu retrieved his phone, intending to call Cheng Yuanxing to see if he was available, as he was reluctant to traverse to Jincheng for a transfer, especially when he was unaware if the Xingqing passenger station had resumed operations. The call connected swiftly. Cheng Yuanxing's voice resonated on the other end. "Need a ride?" "Indeed." Wang Luoshu replied. "To Jincheng, are you free?" "Yes, I will arrive at the Xingqing Grand Hotel in half an hour." Cheng Yuanxing concluded the call. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu contacted Li Lanxin to assure her of his safety and inform her of his return later that afternoon. Once all was settled, Wang Luoshu gazed at the sun on the horizon, squinting his eyes, feeling elated. This must be the exhilaration of surviving a calamity. Wang Luoshu mused at that moment. A pair of calloused and strong hands patted his shoulder, and the voice of Yun Songzi reached him. "Young man, Would you care to visit our Jinqing Martial University? Allow me to show you our campus. Though Wang Luoshu was not pursuing special recruitment, he could still join them at Jinqing Martial University after the martial examination. Yun Songzi had not given up. My friend. I have already arranged for a driver to take me home. I must focus on preparing for the martial examination, lest I fail to secure first place. Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Indeed. Yun Songzi nodded, then remarked, however, achieving first place in the martial examination is not as simple as you may envision. Even if you do not succeed, do not be disheartened. Rest assured, even if you do not secure first place, I shall ensure that the mastermind behind this ordeal is brought to light. Very well. Wang Luoshu nodded, feeling a touch moved. Yun Songzi could undoubtedly be regarded as a mentor and friend. On the bus to Jinqing Martial University, the students observed Yun Songzi's amiable demeanor towards a stranger, sparking curiosity among them. Who is that? Teacher Yun seems to hold him in special regard. They appear quite familiar. Could he perhaps be a student from our school? Surely not. He could very well be a relative of Teacher Yun's. Just then, they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Lin Xiaoya approached Wang Luoshu, arms outstretched, gently asking, "May I have a hug?" "Ah?" Wang Luoshu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course, a farewell hug is a commonplace gesture, often employed to express friendship. Wang Luoshu thought little of it. Lin Xiaoya embraced him briefly, then stepped back, her cheeks flushed, smiling as she said, "Good luck, Wang Luoshu. May we both become better individuals." Chapter 53. Racing against time. Witnessing this moment, the students on the bus erupted in astonishment. What did I just see? Lin Xiaoya actually hugged that guy. Yet, to be fair, both of them are quite easy on the eyes. Lin Xiaoya is mine. I shall duel that fellow. They are a match made in heaven. How dare you, a mere monster, oppose them? Zhang Weijie clenched his fists, gazing through the bus window, contemplating. If only I had been a bit bolder back then, would Lin Xiaoya have been smitten with me instead? Beside him, Chao Mengjia softly reassured him. Weijie, you are far superior to that lad. I believe you will rise again in due time. Thank you. Zhang Weijie nodded. Receiving a heartfelt encouragement at such a moment was immensely beneficial, though he secretly wished it had come from Chao Mengjia herself. Wang Luoshu watched as the bus to Jinqing Martial University faded from view. After a brief wait, Cheng Yuanxing's vehicle arrived. It was the familiar Taizhong. Cheng Yuanxing rolled down the window, one hand gripping a cigarette and the other on the steering wheel, his unkempt beard and tousled hair giving him the appearance of someone who had just awakened. "Hop in, youth," Cheng Yuanxing said with a flick of his head, addressing Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu found himself both amused and exasperated by the term youth. Once inside, Cheng Yuanxing pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. During the journey, Cheng Yuanxing maintained his characteristic stoicism, fully concentrated on driving, while Wang Luoshu closed his eyes and began to cultivate the breathing technique. Tio break through to a first-tier warrior within 4 days. He needed to make every moment count. Once he commenced his practice, he immediately sensed the difficulty escalating significantly, primarily manifesting as excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 needles stabbing into his body, causing his meridians to spasm uncontrollably. Pain? It was unbearable. In mere moments, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. However, Wang Luoshu had long since accustomed himself to enduring pain. After 2 arduous hours, he finally completed 1 cycle of cultivation. Ding! Aspiration activated, granting an additional 3 cycles of cultivation and 2 golden fragments. Ding! High-end shopping activated, reward upgraded, granting 5 cycles of cultivation and 4 golden fragments. Ding! High-end shopping activated, granting a doubled enhancement to physical attributes. The trio of system notifications caused Wang Luoshu to abruptly open his eyes, his expression brimming with joy. First, the originally additional 3 cycles of cultivation transformed into 5 cycles, followed by a doubled enhancement to his physical attributes, effectively increasing his cultivation by 6 cycles. The breathing technique had now reached the 19th cycle. Wang Luoshu felt his physique and vital energy surging, the previous soreness dissipating, replaced by a warm sensation coursing through him. As if he were brimming with boundless energy. Damn, why 19th cycle may differ from others' 19th cycles. Given that I have benefited from high-end shopping, when I become a first-tier warrior, I might be even more formidable than the average one. Wang Luoshu felt invigorated, immediately diving back into intensive training. Upon arriving home, he had just completed another cycle of cultivation, though this time he did not trigger high-end shopping. Ding! Aspiration activated, granting an additional 3 cycles of cultivation and 2 golden fragments. The breathing technique had now reached the 23rd cycle. Wang Luoshu reveled in the changes within his body, a subtle smile gracing his lips, If all went as anticipated, he should now be ahead of the majority. Next time, call me when you need a ride. Cheng Yuanxing gestured as he left. Wang Luoshu returned home, now in the evening. Wang Wei was sat on the sofa as usual, engrossed in television, while the aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen, where Li Lanxin was preparing dinner. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu return, Wang Wei smiled and said, "Welcome back, son. Did you enjoy your time in Jinqing these past few days?" "I had a wonderful time." Wang Luoshu laughed heartily, striding over to his father, proudly gesturing at his physique. "Dad, do you notice anything different about me?" "Stop showing off." Li Lanxin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish. "Hurry and eat." "Sure thing," Wang Luoshu replied, washing his hands and taking a bowl for dinner. During the meal he inquired, "Where's my brother? Why isn't he here?" "He went on a trip with your sister-in-law. It's quite rare for them to spend time together." "Barely a few days each year." Li Lanxin then shifted the topic back to Wang Luoshu. "How about you? When will you bring a daughter-in-law home?" Cough, cough. Wang Luoshu nearly spat his food out, hastily waving his hands. "Mom, why the rush? When the time is right, I will naturally bring a daughter-in-law home. Can I not be anxious? If in 2 years you haven't made any moves, the government will assign you a partner." Li Lanxin rolled her eyes. "Why, utmost priority now is to excel in the martial examination. Everything else pales in comparison." Wang Luoshu finished his meal in haste and immediately retreated to his room. The time had come to race against the clock, striving to become a first-tier warrior in 4 days. As the days passed, Wang Luoshu remained sequestered at home, venturing out only for the essentials. Dedicating every moment to his training. As the breathing technique progressed, the difficulty of the training intensified. Each cycle through the 7 circulatory pathways felt like a trial of survival. Fortunately, Wang Luoshu's advanced shopping occasionally bore fruit, saving him considerable time while his physical prowess far exceeded that of his peers at the same stage. Although the 4 days were pressing, with the aid of 5 Shirong pills, his progress surged, making the prospect of becoming a one-pattern martial artist before the martial examination quite feasible. In this race against time, virtually every student preparing for the martial examination was exerting themselves to the utmost. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Yuan Xinwen. With the examination date drawing ever closer, his training had stagnated, having only just breached the threshold of 3 circulatory pathways. This situation was untenable. Yuan Xinwen sprang from his bed, his gaze falling upon several photographs pinned to the wall, with images of Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu prominently displayed in the center, particularly Wang Luoshu, whom he had marked with multiple red circles. Action must be taken against them. Otherwise, I shall have no chance whatsoever in this martial examination. Just as Yuan Xinwen resolved to act, the memory of a certain believer who had been slain that fateful night flashed through his mind, causing his expression to harden as he muttered through gritted teeth. However, the Public Security Bureau has not abandoned their pursuit of the believers. If I act recklessly, I might expose myself and lose my life in the process. What to do? Yuan Xinwen tugged at his hair, his eyes filled with confusion. Useless. That moment, a cold, stern male voice suddenly echoed from outside the window. Chapter 54, Cowardice. Upon hearing this voice, Yuan Xinwen shuddered. Turning to glance out the window, a man clad in black stood outside, enveloped in layers of clothing, with only his eyes visible. Instructor, what brings you here? Yuan Xinwen straightened his posture and inquired timidly. The man snorted coldly. I have granted you ample time. Why is it that even to this day, you have yet to eliminate a single individual? Instructor, I intended to take action, but the Public Security Bureau is monitoring closely. Leaving me with little choice, Yuan Xinwen lamented. I do not wish to hear excuses. The man replied indifferently. If you cannot eliminate a potential candidate within 3 days, then your existence will no longer be warranted. With that, the man turned and departed. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Xinwen collapsed onto his bed, his expression shifting dramatically. There's no other option. I must fight with all I have. June 15th, the day of the martial examination. In contrast to the college entrance examination, the martial examination garnered even greater public attention. Students who excelled in this examination were likely to become influential figures in the future. Thus, not only the media but the entire nation was fixated on the martial examination. Wang Luoshu rose early. The examination venue was also set in Shanshui City, necessitating a bus ride to school today. Compared to 4 days prior, Wang Luoshu exuded an extraordinary confidence, his vitality and physical condition having reached a new pinnacle. He casually opened the system panel to check his current status. Host, Wang Luoshu, cultivation, 1 pattern martial artist, ahead of peers, 12th. 1,350,354.5 yuan evaluation. A novice with a glimpse into martial arts. Hex deck runes owned. Advanced shopping, prismatic tier. Ambition, prismatic tier. Buy one get one free, golden tier. Successfully survived a star disaster. Eligible for one hex deck rune reward. Capable of upgrading random staff effects. Current purchasable random staff effects. Low tier 2, 2,000 yuan attempt. Note: random staff effects last for 24 hours and cannot be acquired again during this period. Following his successful navigation of the star disaster in Xing City, the random staff effects had also seen an upgrade. Although the cost had increased, the effects were now significantly more powerful and varied. During these 4 days, achieving the status of a one-pattern martial artist was, to be frank, partially due to the random staff. The difficulty of breaking through to a one-pattern martial artist had exceeded his expectations, but fortunately, he had successfully met his goal. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you when you return. Little brother, if you perform well in this martial examination, your sister-in-law has promised a grand reward. The family bid Wang Luoshu farewell as he descended the stairs. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly secure first place this time. Wang Luoshu replied with a smile, waving goodbye to his family. In a narrow alleyway, Yuan Xinwen paced back and forth, his backpack slung over his shoulder. He repeatedly urged himself in his mind. I am not useless. I am not useless. I am not useless. He planned to ambush Wang Luoshu today, striking him down when he least expected it. If he could eliminate Wang Luoshu, that talent would be his to wield. He aspired to become the strongest man in the Blue Star. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Xinwen reached down to feel the hard object concealed in his pants. The hilt of his weapon partially exposed. Shortly after, footsteps approached from the mouth of the empty alley. Yuan Xinwen quickly looked up to see Wang Luoshu approaching in the faint morning light. Wang Luoshu seemed to tread upon rays of light, his silhouette framed by a halo that made Yuan Xinwen's heart race. For some reason, he felt that Wang Luoshu appeared somewhat different, perhaps a bit more robust. Most crucially, it was his aura, an indescribable presence. Wang Luoshu noticed a student standing in the middle of the alley, and with his keen eyesight, he recognized Yuan Xinwen from a distance. Although they had little interaction previously, and even some grudges, he had long since dismissed such trivial matters, especially since they were classmates. There was no enmity that could not be resolved. Yuan Xinwen, Wang Luoshu called out, raising his hand in greeting. Yuan Xinwen instantly straightened his posture, awkwardly stammering, I just happened to pass by. What's up? Wang Luoshu's gaze fell upon Yuan Xinwen's bulging pants, and he smirked. You're not up to anything strange, are you? What have you got stuffed in there? And nothing, Yuan Xinwen stammered, quickly turning away, feeling guilty. He hadn't anticipated Wang Luoshu's perceptiveness, which had immediately unraveled his secret. If he raised Wang Luoshu's suspicions, taking action would become considerably more difficult. If you want to practice your skills, you can do so at home. Doing it in a place like this could easily draw attention, Wang Luoshu said as he approached Yuan Xinwen, patting him on the shoulder with a mischievous smile. Firm and powerful, Yuan Xinwen could sense the strength contained within that hand. Should it come to blows, a single punch could very well end his life. How many circulatory pathways has Wang Luoshu cultivated? Yuan Xinwen was filled with astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his back. Time to go. Don't delay the martial examination. Wang Luoshu waved goodbye and departed. Poor Yuan Xinwen remained rooted in place, too intimidated to move. As the pressure exerted by Wang Luoshu was overwhelmingly potent, he couldn't summon the will to kill. Had Wang Luoshu discerned his hostility, thus delivering a warning? Yuan Xinwen's hands drooped helplessly, feeling utterly defeated. Little did he know, Wang Luoshu had barely registered him, and that pressure was merely a consequence of his recent breakthrough to martial artist status, with yet to master the control of his aura. This meticulously planned assassination attempt by Yuan Xinwen once again ended in failure. Reflecting on his misstep, he resolved to change his target. I am currently no match for Wang Luoshu. The task assigned by my instructor is to eliminate a potential candidate. I need not begin with the most formidable. With 2 days remaining, I can simply select a weaker target and dispatch them, back at school. The classroom was only half filled. Those without martial arts talent were exempt from the examination, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Today, Lin Shuqiu was not studying. She adorned herself in athletic wear, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuding an aura of unyielding youth. Upon spotting Wang Luoshu, she greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Wang Luoshu. Good morning, Lin Shuqiu. Wang Luoshu replied cheerfully as he took a seat beside her. Wait, something's off. Lin Shuqiu suddenly squinted her eyes. What's off? You seem a bit stronger today. Chapter 55. The day of the martial examination. Wang Luoshu remained unperturbed, a slight grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. Am I not strong every day? Humph. Lin Shuqiu huffed. Well, it seems I didn't manage to catch you out this time. Now, tell me, what have you achieved these past few days? How many circulatory pathways have you cultivated? Lin Shuqiu indeed sensed a difference in Wang Luoshu, yet she couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. After some contemplation, she concluded that it must be due to his progress in the breathing technique. Probably just over 100 circulatory pathways. Wang Luoshu smiled slyly. Is that for real? Lin Shuqiu's eyes widened in surprise. Guess. Wang Luoshu chuckled. Lin Shuqiu scrutinized Wang Luoshu for a while before nodding. All right, I believe you. You really believe me? Wang Luoshu was somewhat taken aback, as it was unusual for others to take him at his word. I do. Lin Shuqiu nodded. You don't seem like someone who would boast. You have an eye for talent, Wang Luoshu complimented, giving her a thumbs up. Luoshu, class leader, are you flirting again? At that moment, Zhou entered the classroom. Radiating sunshine. Zhou, how's your training going? Lin Shuqiu inquired with a bright smile. Not too bad. Zhou rubbed his finger against his nose, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. I reckon this time the martial arts examination will be a success. Quite confident indeed. Lin Shuqiu's lips curled up slightly. When the time comes, it will depend on your performance. Zhou chuckled, leaning closer to Wang Luoshu, and whispered, Luozi, I wonder if there will be a team competition this time. If there is, I will cover for you. Sounds good. Wang Luoshu nodded with a smile. Before long, Wang Lei entered the classroom. After more than a week of absence, he appeared quite spirited, a smile on his lips as he addressed everyone. Classmates. It's great to see you again. You all seem quite energetic after this week apart. Ha ha ha, Teacher Wang, you look quite spirited yourself. Someone chimed in. What will this year's martial arts examination entail? We're all still quite puzzled. Yes, please enlighten us. Will there be any practical combat? Another student added. Although we've practiced the breathing technique, we're still novices. I feel great. I'm certain I will excel in this martial arts examination. Noting the eager expressions of the students, Wang Lei smiled as he stood at the podium, lightly resting his hands on the edge of the desk, and began. Firstly, I want to say that regardless of the content of the martial arts examination, I have witnessed your hard work and progress during this time, and it brings me great joy. So, regardless of your performance, whether you succeed or falter, remember that simply being here today means you have already surpassed 70 of your peers nationwide. These simple words stirred everyone's emotions. Upon reflection, it indeed was a point of pride that possessing the talent of a martial artist already placed them above the majority of their contemporaries. Now, let me briefly outline the content of this martial arts examination. It is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is a basic physical fitness test, which primarily assesses your current vitality and physical strength. This will directly reflect your mastery of the breathing technique and your inherent talent over these few days. The second part is a spontaneous adaptability challenge, where you will face unexpected virtual opponents or obstacles in a simulated combat environment, testing your reaction speed, strategic response, and ability to flexibly utilize martial skills. The third part is practical combat. From the information I currently possess, it should be a 3v3 format, which will test your teamwork and tactical coordination. Additionally, there will be a small bonus. Those who perform exceptionally in this practical combat will have the opportunity to spar with the instructors, which will greatly benefit your future martial arts journey. That's basically it. Does anyone have any questions? As the students heard this, some shook their heads while others raised their hands. Wang Lei began calling on them. Chen Ku, please speak. Chen Ku stood up. Teacher Wang, I have a question about the second part. You mentioned it would test the flexible use of martial skills. What if we haven't mastered the awakened martial skills yet? No need to worry. It mainly tests your reaction ability. Even if you haven't mastered any martial skills, that won't be a significant issue, Wang Lei replied with a smile. Understood. Chen Ku sat down. Yang Kong raised his hand again. Yang Kong, please go ahead. Teacher, will we choose our partners for the practical combat, or will they be randomly assigned? If the strong group with the strong, won't we have no chance? That's a good question. Team formations will be entirely random, but priority will be given to pairing students from the same school, Wang Lei clarified. Thank you, teacher. Chen Huer, your turn. Teacher, what is the weightage of each of the 3 parts? What is the total score? Well, the first part has the highest weight, usually accounting for over 60 each year, since the latter 2 projects can be improved through later training. Do you understand? Got it. Thank you, teacher. Chen Shui, please. Teacher, why isn't there a health check included among these 3 parts? Or is it just not mentioned separately? Of course, There will be health checks to ensure fairness in the martial arts examination. The use of prohibited substances is strictly forbidden. I remind everyone not to take any medications recklessly. Otherwise, it will lead to the direct disqualification of your examination results. All right, thank you, teacher. After addressing several questions, most students' doubts were resolved, and there were no further inquiries. All right, since there are no more questions, let's head downstairs and board the bus. This time, the main venue for the martial arts examination will be at Shanshui High School. With Wang Lei's command, the students in the classroom began to move quickly, descending the stairs in an orderly fashion. At Shanshui High School, Li Peng sat in the classroom with his eyes closed. Appearing remarkably calm and composed, the slight curve at the corners of his mouth attesting to his confidence. Around him, classmates were engaged in lively discussions. Since the main venue is in our school, wouldn't it be somewhat embarrassing if we fail to secure the first place? The competitors are still those from the last Awakening event. I'm not too worried about the other schools, but Qincheng High School poses a significant threat with two exceptionally talented individuals. Why worry about that? We have our class monitor. I heard the monitor is just a step away from becoming a martial artist. With such overwhelming progress, who can rival him? The monitor is still sitting calmly with his eyes closed. You can tell how confident he is. What Lin Xiuqiu or Wang Luoshu? In our class monitor's presence, they are merely minor players. Just wait and see. This time our class monitor will surely dominate all geniuses. Hearing the discussions around him, Li Peng felt a surge of pride. Few knew that prior to the martial arts examination, he had secured national-level resources through family connections. He sneered inwardly, thinking, with my current progress, who can rival me? The first place is already mine. Chapter 56. A stroke of bad luck. National-level resources are theoretically supposed to be distributed after the martial arts examination. They encompass a wealth of cultivation resources, which is why Li Peng was so confident. After the issuance of the Jincheng document, his grandfather, Li Qingsong, brought this national-level resource home. Thus, Li Peng had begun his cultivation over 10 days ago, utilizing these resources. Feeling the powerful flow of vitality within him, he was filled with confidence. He was certain he would seize the first place in this martial arts examination and easily subdue those so-called prodigies. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate in the drawer. Glancing at it, he saw it was his mother, Zhang Huifeng, calling. He quickly answered and stepped out of the classroom. Mom, what is up? Peng Peng, do you have confidence for the martial arts examination? Came Zhang Huifeng's cheerful voice from the other end. Of course, I am very confident, Li Peng replied with self-assurance. That Lin Xiuqiu and Wang Luoshu. This time I will make them bow to me. You need not worry about Wang Luoshu. I have already taken care of that potential issue in advance, Zhang Huifeng said with a chuckle. As for Lin Xiuqiu, you could indeed conquer her, if you manage that. Our Li family will ascend to greater heights. I have reliable information that the elder of the Lin family is about to be promoted. Li Peng's heart stirred. Mom, what do you mean by not having to worry about Wang Luoshu? Recently, Zhao Weiren from Qincheng Hospital came to Shanshui City, seeking to purchase some Shirong pills. I casually glanced at the information of the buyers he provided, and there was Wang Luoshu's mother among them. I had Zhao Weiren sell her a fake pill laced with some banned substances. Tell me, if Wang Luoshu takes that Shirong pill, can she pass the health check? Zhang Huifeng spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. To her, casually destroying a family and a genius's future caused her no guilt. Does Longwa lack geniuses? It has never lacked them, in her eyes. Smoothing the path for her son and allowing him to ascend is the priority. All other obstacles must be cleared. That is merely human nature. Mom, won't this be discovered? Li Peng's first reaction was not to question the morality of what they were doing, but rather to worry about being found out. Discovered? Things that have already been ingested leave no evidence. Who could discover it? Even if, hypothetically, it were discovered, it wouldn't be traced back to our family. Zhao Weiren is in my grasp with many holds over him. If anything happens, he can only bear the consequences alone, Zhang Huifeng said nonchalantly. But, Mom, winning against Wang Luoshu openly would be much more honorable. Isn't this somewhat underhanded? Li Peng relaxed and began to reconsider the ethics of the situation. Originally, your qualification for this national-level resource drew some criticism from certain individuals in the provincial capital, claiming your grandfather was abusing his power for personal gain. But if Wang Luoshu were to expose such a scandal, what could they say then? Many fence-sitters would then lean towards your grandfather. All right, Peng Peng, you're still young and may not grasp the intricacies of these matters, so let's not dwell on it. Your utmost priority now is to secure the first place in the martial arts examination, proving you are wholly deserving of this national-level resource, understood? As for Wang Luoshu, consider it her misfortune. Serving as a stepping stone on your path to success is a stroke of luck for her. Achoo! On the bus, Wang Luoshu suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose. Who was talking about me behind my back? Luozi, I'm getting nervous again, Zhou said, his feet shaking uncontrollably as they neared their destination. What are you so nervous about? Aren't you supposed to cover for me in the team competition? Wang Luoshu teased. Just don't end up so scared that you wet your pants. Get lost. Zhou rolled his eyes. I'm merely accustomed to being tense. Once we enter actual combat, just watch me turn those guys into a mess. By the way, Luozi, how many weeks are you into your breathing exercises now? Surely, you can't be ahead of me, can you? I'll have you know, I'm at this number. Wang Luoshu glanced at Zhou, raising 3 fingers with a faint smile. Me? I'm probably 3 to 4 times ahead of you. I'm at 30 weeks. Not 3, Zhou pouted. If you were really 3 to 4 times ahead of me, you'd be a martial artist by now. Stop boasting, Luozi. Look, Lin Shuqiu believes me. Why don't you? Are we not still good brothers? Wang Luoshu narrowed his eyes. The class monitor is simply too lazy to expose your nonsense. Brothers, I must correct your habit of bragging. Zhou patted Wang Luoshu on the shoulder, in any case. Rest assured, if we are fortunate enough to be in the same group, I will definitely look out for you. Around 10 in the morning, the bus from Qincheng High School arrived at Shanshui High School. What an impressive sight! Zhou glanced out of the window at the architecture and clicked his tongue. To be fair, Shanshui High School was indeed much grander than Qincheng High School. Just the entrance was 5 times larger, and the teaching buildings were equally magnificent. Wang Luoshu, however, seemed unfazed, as he had seen countless such structures in his previous life. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Lei organized everyone to disembark, leading them toward the playground. Along the way, the students curiously scanned their surroundings, and the students of Shanshui High School noticed them. The people from Qincheng High School have arrived. I spotted Lin Shuqiu. Wow, she is still so beautiful. Wang Luoshu, my idol. Wang Luoshu. You traitors. Why admire geniuses from other schools instead of your own? Get lost. Don't start with your moral high ground. Since the awakening ceremony last time, the names of Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu had certainly made waves at Shanshui High School. However, it was evident that Lin Shuqiu garnered more popularity, as there were more boys than girls. The playground was meticulously arranged, with numerous doctors in white coats bustling about. Given the nature of the martial arts examination, injuries were a common occurrence. Thus, safety measures had to be thoroughly implemented in the unfortunate event of a fainting spell. At least there would be a chance for resuscitation. Now, let us head for the physical examination. I need to confirm that none of you have consumed anything inappropriate. All right? Wang Lei inquired. None? Rest assured, Teacher Wang. How could we possibly eat those things? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know where to buy them. Haha. Seeing the students respond so resolutely, Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and led them to the examination area. Here, students from various schools could be seen. The examination primarily consisted of routine health checks, with the most crucial being blood tests. Any abnormalities would result in immediate disqualification from the martial arts examination. As everyone waited for the checkup, Li Peng, surrounded by a throng of students, approached Class 1 with a confident smile. Lin Shuqiu, are you ready to be defeated by me? Chapter 57. Blood test results show no abnormalities. Upon hearing Li Peng's words, the members of Class 3 turned to look. Li Peng was like a star surrounded by admirers, his face radiating confidence, while those behind him walked with their heads held high. Our class monitor is throwing down the gauntlet. Lin Shuqiu, do you dare to bet against our class monitor? If you lose, you'll have to be his girlfriend. Haha, if that happens, we'll have to call her sister-in-law. Such blatant provocation ignited the ire of Class 1. This is an examination venue, not a place for your antics. Get lost. Sister-in-law? Look in the mirror. Do you even match up? A student from Sequence 46, feeling bold, added, if you get wrecked later, don't come crying to us. Facing the collective outrage, Li Peng maintained his smile, striving to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor. All right, everyone, let us tone it down and avoid quarrels. Lin Shuqiu, I'm not here to provoke you, but rather to propose a wager. I wonder if you dare to accept. Lin Shuqiu looked utterly speechless. Why would I bet with you? You're the top student from Qincheng High, and I'm the top student from Shanshui High. We are both class monitors. Don't you think there is some fated connection between us? Li Peng proudly lifted his chin. Though my awakened combat skills may not be as formidable as yours, I will prove that I am the true number 1. If you can defeat me, wouldn't that be a glorious achievement? Lin Shuqiu was even more speechless. She truly couldn't comprehend the source of his arrogance. Nevertheless, she maintained her usual politeness and replied with a slight smile. First of all, whether the top student of Shanshui High is you or me is debatable. However, the top student of Qincheng High is not me. It is Wang Luoshu. Secondly, what fated connection? I feel none of that, and please refrain from superstition. Lastly, whether you are number one will be determined by the results of the martial arts examination. Defeating you is not something to be proud of. Our class is here for a physical examination, so as a student of Shanshui High, I kindly ask you not to shout and disrupt the atmosphere, as it reflects poorly on your school. Am I clear? Her reasoned rebuttal left Li Peng and his companions speechless. He had envisioned a glorious confrontation where Lin Shuqiu, as a fellow top student, would feel prideful and indignant at his provocation. Leading to a wager that would culminate in victory and romance, he had hoped for a union between the Li and Lin families, paving the way for a bright future. Yet, he had not anticipated that his plan would falter at the first step. As Lin Shuqiu simply refused to accept his challenge, Li Peng then cast a glance at Wang Luoshu, feeling a twinge of jealousy upon hearing Lin Shuqiu mention his name. This guy who can't even pass the physical examination? Why does Lin Shuqiu hold him in such high regard? Does he truly deserve the title of the top student from Qinqing High? I hope some of your classmates don't encounter any issues during the examination. Li Peng said sarcastically before turning to leave. Youthful impetuosity made it difficult for him to conceal certain thoughts. Wang Luoshu stared pensively at Li Peng's retreating figure. Ever since Yun Songzi had discovered that there was something amiss with the medicine, he had harbored suspicions regarding the Li family. However, he later thought that, given their background, they likely wouldn't bother scheming against someone insignificant like him. Yet, Li Peng's recent remark rekindled those doubts. To snatch my resources and jeopardize my future, the Li family, how very clever. The glint of coldness flashed in Wang Luoshu's eyes. Since they had already extended their hand toward him, he had no reason to hold back. He was determined to secure the top spot in this martial arts examination. Damn, what a piece of trash. Just a sequence 46, Luozi, obliterate him. Zhou urged. Let us get to the physical examination. Wang Luoshu patted Zhou on the shoulder. Unruffled. Once the actual combat began, he would show Li Peng what true cruelty entailed. The examination proceeded swiftly, consisting of routine tests. After the blood draw, everyone took their seats, awaiting the results. Generally, results would be available within half an hour. If there were any issues with the blood test, disqualification would follow. Inside the blood testing room, several doctors in white coats operated advanced blood analyzers, examining the candidate's blood. From what they could see, there were no apparent issues. Nevertheless, each year, there were still a couple of cases where candidates were disqualified due to failed blood tests, so the doctors remained diligent. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in a black suit frequently checked his watch. Unable to suppress his impatience. Has Wang Luoshu's results come through yet? Let us get his blood sample first. One doctor, hearing this, instructed a nearby nurse. Soon, the blood test results were in, showing no abnormalities. The doctor furrowed his brow at the results and rechecked multiple times, but the outcome remained unchanged. No irregularities. Dr. Zhao, is there an issue with this Wang Luoshu student? Why are we retesting his blood sample? A curious nurse inquired. Someone reported that this candidate had consumed prohibited substances, but it appears there's no truth to it. The doctor uploaded the results to the system and said to the nurse, inform the person outside that Wang Luoshu shows no abnormalities. Understood. The nurse nodded and promptly opened the door to relay the results to the middle-aged man in the black suit. No abnormalities? How is that possible? The middle-aged man's eyes widened and a specialized testing chamber has been established here, equipped with the most advanced instruments airlifted from Jincheng, ensuring the impartiality of the martial arts examination results. As students from Qinqing High School arrived, they coincidentally encountered students from Shanshui High School exiting. Li Peng's gaze immediately fell upon Wang Luoshu, who was still in the line. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how this fellow had not been disqualified from the martial arts examination. However, he soon relaxed, sneering inwardly. It is fortunate that you were not disqualified. Let me see how I will crush you in this examination. You, the so-called genius, are merely a stepping stone on my path to success. Chapter 58. Such a monstrous talent. Upon entering the testing chamber, Wang Luoshu noticed the expansive space, filled with high-precision advanced instruments he had only seen in pictures online. Wow, that must be the qi and blood detection machine, Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Following his gaze, they saw a uniquely designed machine standing silently at the center of the room. The machine exhibited a profound silver-gray hue, its surface adorned with fine metallic textures, exuding a high-tech aesthetic. Atop it was a large, transparent dome, embedded with a multitude of tiny sensors, sparkling like constellations in the night sky. Capable of capturing subtle changes in the flow of qi and blood within the human body. It was said that this machine utilized the most advanced bioelectromagnetic sensing technology to precisely detect the fullness, flow rate, and distribution of qi and blood. Chen Ku began to flaunt the information he had gleaned from the internet, his face filled with awe. It's truly magnificent. Look, there's another machine over there. That must be the bone and muscle strength detector. Yang Kong pointed to another machine situated in the corner. The crowd turned to observe, noting that this instrument's design exuded both mechanical prowess and strength. Its main body was constructed from robust alloy materials, its surface coated with a slip-resistant, wear-resistant layer, and equipped with multiple flexible robotic arms, each fitted with high-precision probes and sensors. Just the sight of it was suffused with a sense of sci-fi allure. Chen Ku, why aren't you bragging about this machine? Chen Hua teased. Chen Ku smirked. Isn't that giving you all a chance? If no one knows, then I must speak up. This machine, known as the bone and muscle strength detector, could accurately assess the body's various joints and muscle groups under preset program controls. Its operating principle was based on advanced biomechanical analysis and ultrasound imaging technology, allowing it to deeply evaluate muscle strength, resilience, elasticity, and the flexibility and stability of joints, even capturing minute muscle fiber injuries or degenerative changes in joints. Wow, you really know your stuff, the crowd exclaimed, impressed despite their lack of understanding. Chen Ku, feeling proud, rubbed his nose and chuckled. I told you I spend all day with my phone to study research materials. You all insisted I was just watching those romantic films from the islands. Now you see I was wrongfully accused, right? All right, everyone, the machines are ready. Those whose names are called should step up for testing right away. Wang Lei clapped his hands, and the room fell silent. Jiu Yang. Wang Lei called out. Jiu Yang emerged from the back of the line, wearing a cap, lacking the confidence and flair he once possessed, appearing rather dejected. You can do it. Wang Lei patted Gu Yang's shoulder. Gu Yang looked up, revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, Teacher Wang. He then approached the qi and blood detection machine and stood firm. Please remove your cap, instructed the operator. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang hurriedly took off his hat, taking a deep breath to calm his anxious heart. All right, please step inside. Another staff member nodded at him. 10 or so staff members stood beside the machine, providing both reassurance and a touch of anxiety. Gu Yang stepped into the machine, standing tall as the transparent dome slowly descended, enveloping his head. A slight electric sensation brushed over his skin, indicating the machine was undergoing preliminary calibration and preparation. Following this, the qi and blood detection machine began its operation. Tiny sensors captured the subtle signals of qi and blood flow within Gu Yang's body, converting these signals into intuitive data and images through complex algorithms. Gu Yang closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his qi and blood, as if he could faintly hear the sound of blood flowing through his veins, a sensation both familiar and foreign. At that moment, a staff member reminded him, channel your emotions, don't be so downcast. The more elevated your spirits, the more active your qi and blood will be, resulting in a higher displayed value. Think of the events in your life, whether joyful or sorrowful, as long as they stir your qi and blood. Guided by the staff, Gu Yang slowly entered a state of focus. He recalled his 3 years in high school. Previously, he had been so confident and joyful, but everything changed after the awakening ceremony. A surge of intense unwillingness welled up within him, igniting his qi and blood. The image on the machine began to fluctuate, rising to a peak before gradually descending. Jiu Yang gasped for air, feeling a wave of emptiness wash over him after the emotional upheaval. Deep breaths, relax. Feeling a bit uncomfortable is normal, the staff reassured him. Once Gu Yang had calmed down, they called out, next. Gu Yang glanced at his results. Qi and blood value. 90, normally. An average adult's qi and blood value hovers around 60-70. With breath control practiced for 10 weeks, it could rise by approximately 3 to 5 points depending on individual constitution, placing his current value between 90 to 120. Rather unremarkable, just barely meeting the standard. I really am quite ordinary, Gu Yang thought bitterly, disheartened as he approached the bone and muscle strength detector. He knew he had no chance. This score was far from impressive and would surely categorize him among the underachievers. One by one. The others stepped up after Gu Yang. The disparities in qi and blood values were notable. Here is a brief report. Chen Hua, 130, Chen Shui, 130, Chen Ku, 126, Yang Kong, 145, Yang Wei, 80, Zhou Yi, 210, Yuan Xinwen, 69, Wan Mengdai, 180. When Lin Xiuqiu's results were announced, the staff's expressions changed entirely. This score would not be disclosed, so no one was aware of the results, or else Lin Xiuqiu would undoubtedly cause a stir. Finally, it was Wang Luoshu's turn. He felt relaxed yet curious about the range of his qi and blood value. Go for it, Luozu, Zhou Yi cheered. The Luo god is surely invincible. Chen Ku and Yang Kong began to chant, "Don't forget to treat us to hot pot after the exam." Wang Lei gave Wang Luoshu a reassuring shoulder squeeze. "Do your best?" "You rascal. Rest assured, old Wang." Wang Luoshu replied with a grin. He approached the machine and stood still, and as the dome descended, he began to channel his qi and blood with fervor. A martial artist now. He no longer needed to manipulate his emotions to activate his entire qi and blood. The staff behind the machine widened their eyes in astonishment as the line on the screen shot up to the peak. Holding steady without dropping, their expressions turning somewhat dazed. Was there a malfunction with the machine? Or had another prodigy emerged? Chapter 59. The second round of testing time passed slowly. The staff gazed at the screen where the qi and blood value remained a straight line, showing no fluctuations whatsoever. Unable to sit still any longer, one of them whispered to a nearby colleague. The other staff member inspected the machine and returned, shaking his head to indicate there were no abnormalities. "All right, it's done," the staff member hastily announced. "You can proceed to the next test." Wang Luoshu stepped away from the machine, glancing at his results. Qi and blood value, 1,000. Such a high value? Wang Luoshu raised an eyebrow, surprised. According to the well-known calculations, even as a martial artist, he should only be around 600. Yet, he exceeded that by 400. It seemed the multiple triggers from high-end shopping had played a role, which didn't appear too strange upon reflection. Wang Luoshu quickly deduced the reasoning behind it. He then walked toward the bone and muscle strength detector. Standing beneath the bone and muscle strength detector, the robotic arms immediately extended, securing Wang Luoshu in place. As the strength of the mechanical arms gradually increased, the sensors began to operate at high speed. "If you experience any discomfort or cannot endure it, please let me know in time," a staff member behind the machine advised. "Understood." Wang Luoshu nodded. 5 minutes later, the staff's faces were etched with shock. They had significantly increased the output power, and typically, an average student would have succumbed long ago. Yet Wang Luoshu still appeared relaxed and composed. Realizing he could not exceed the limit set, the staff member quickly halted the output, nodding to Wang Luoshu. "All right, student, you may leave." "Thank you," Wang Luoshu replied, contemplating how this so-called first test had not been particularly challenging. After Wang Luoshu departed, the staff marked ins next to his results. "Luozu, how did the test go?" As soon as he returned to the group, Zhou Yi could no longer contain his curiosity and began to inquire. He hadn't checked the strength of his muscles and bones, but as for his vitality, it was a staggering 1,000. Wang Luoshu uttered the most astonishing statement in the calmest tone. "What?" Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "I say, Luozi, your talent for boasting has become increasingly remarkable. You dare to claim 1,000? Who has 1,000? Is it the goddess Luo?" Zhou Yi's voice was somewhat loud, and nearly everyone in the class heard him, with Chen Ku being the first to exclaim, "What the hell, 1,000? That's utterly outrageous. You can't be serious. Can you?" Yang Kong also appeared incredulous. "If it's the goddess Luo, I might have to believe it." Chen Hua's gaze was profound, filled with admiration. Lin Xiuqiu glanced at Wang Luoshu, and apart from her surprise, she felt more joy. Yuan Xinwen was the most skeptical among them. Standing beside Yang Wei, he scoffed. "Wang Luoshu really knows how to boast. Can his vitality be 1,000? I'd rather stand on my head and suffer." Yang Wei, feeling a bit dispirited, sighed. "Old Yuan, I've come to understand that there are indeed disparities among people. If I had known, I wouldn't have rewarded myself last night. I've been a bit too indulgent these past few days, which is why I only measured an 80 today. What about you? Was it 69? You're quite the glutton in terms of indulgence," Yang Wei remarked. "I suggest we both refrain from rewarding ourselves in the future to preserve our vitality." "Nonsense," Yuan Xinwen retorted. "I measured 69 to conserve my strength, you know? I aim to become the strongest man in Blue Star." "Fine. I believe you can become the man who rewards himself the most in Blue Star. But the strongest man? You should take a break." Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, unable to believe it even a little. After the first part of the assessment concluded, they were about to embark on the second part. On the west side of the Shanshui High School playground stood a massive gymnasium, which had been temporarily transformed into an expansive indoor examination hall. The second part, the adaptive challenge, would take place within. Following the first round of tests, everyone felt considerably more relaxed. After all, the weightiest round was over. What was there to fear in the second round? At the entrance of the gymnasium, a throng of people gathered, akin to attending a concert. Sounds of beastly roars, anguished cries, and various explosive noises echoed from within the venue, creating an incredibly realistic auditory experience. "Do you think they've actually released real monsters into the martial arts exam? Chun-Ku expressed his apprehension. How could that be? That would be life-threatening. The fundamental principle of the martial arts exam is to ensure the safety of the candidates, Zhou rationally analyzed. That's not necessarily the case. Did you not notice the multitude of martial artists present in this venue? It's quite possible they've released actual monsters, and in the event of danger, rescue can be rendered promptly. Yang Kong chuckled. Wang Luoshu chose not to partake in their discussions. Instead, he opened his system panel to refresh the random wand. The random wand for today had yet to be used, and it was possible he could acquire one that enhances combat power, thus solidifying his position as first. With a chime, the first wand effect made Wang Luoshu's eyes widen. Reverse breathing. Though thousands may oppose me, I shall advance. Temporarily master the reverse breathing technique for 24 hours. What is the reverse breathing technique? Back when he was in Xingqing, Lin Xiaoya had used the reverse breathing technique, resulting in a surge of combat power that allowed her to effortlessly slay 5 demonic lizards. In simple terms, only through the reverse breathing technique could one utilize combat skills. However, the reverse breathing technique was inherently perilous. If one were to practice recklessly without proper guidance, they risked rendering themselves incapacitated. Thus, it was generally only after entering martial arts university, under the careful instruction and assistance of mentors, that students began to learn this technique. The most direct manifestation of the reverse breathing technique was that divine-like patterns would appear on one's face. 1 line for a first-level martial artist, 2 lines for a second-level martial artist, and so forth. He selected it. Wang Luoshu clicked the option. Subsequently, a button labeled Reverse Breathing Technique appeared on the system interface, which could be activated with a mere click. It turned out that he wasn't being granted the experience of the reverse breathing technique directly. No wonder it was only a temporary mastery. Wang Luoshu felt a tinge of regret. If it had been a transfer of experience, even if it were retracted later, he would still retain the knowledge, making it significantly easier to grasp in the future. Just as he lamented this, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the venue. They chanced upon several bloodied students being carried out on stretchers from the gymnasium. What the? Are they really injured? Goodness, look at the flesh missing from his leg. Is the second round of the exam really that dangerous? What should we do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Upon seeing the students lying on stretchers, the crowd indeed felt a wave of panic. Wang Lei, noticing their distress, quickly reassured them, everyone, stay calm. I just inquired, and while the second round of examinations does carry a certain degree of risk, as long as you strictly adhere to the regulations, you should remain unscathed. Let me emphasize once more, strictly follow the rules. This is not only for your own safety, but also for the sake of your martial arts exam results. After hearing Wang Lei's words, the initially flustered crowd collectively exhaled in relief. With that reassurance, they felt a sudden calm. After all, they were the most rule-abiding individuals. Those few must have violated the rules. And that would be their own doing. From now on, if I am directed east, I shall not go west. If instructed to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. Under Wang Lei's guidance, they entered the gymnasium. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of cold air enveloped them, causing many to shiver involuntarily. Wang Luoshu began to survey his surroundings. His first impression was one of darkness. The lighting was dim, with no natural light penetrating, as if they had abruptly transitioned from day to night. The second impression was one of vast emptiness. Despite having seen a sea of people outside, stepping inside felt as though everyone had vanished. Of course, it was also possible that they had already completed the exam. In any case, the atmosphere here was oppressive. Wang Lei led the group to a door guarded by numerous staff members clad in white uniforms. At that moment, one of the staff stepped forward to announce the rules. Students, before we commence the second round of examinations, I will explain the rules. This examination is primarily designed to assess your adaptability. Thus it carries a certain level of risk, though your lives will not be endangered. You can rest assured. Firstly, regardless of the situation, do not step into the dark areas. The dangers within the darkness far exceed your imagination. Previously, some students entered the dark areas for various reasons and sustained serious injuries. Secondly, once you step through this door, the examination officially begins. Feeling dizzy is normal, so do not panic excessively. Lastly, your scores will be based on how long you can endure. The longer you last, the higher your score. Does anyone have questions? As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised their hand. The staff nodded. Go ahead. Chun-Ku immediately inquired, are we all going in together, or will we be separated? After entering this door, you will be guided to different areas. Is that clear? Understood. Next. Wang Luoshu, who usually had no questions, raised his hand. You may speak. The staff nodded. I'd like to ask, are we just supposed to wait inside? Is there no condition for passing through? Wang Luoshu asked. This time, the staff did not respond directly but merely smiled faintly and countered with a question. What do you think? I have another question. Speak. Since this is an adaptability challenge, is it not somewhat contradictory to state that we cannot step into the dark areas, regardless of the circumstances? The rules are as stated. All right, thank you. After posing these two questions, Wang Luoshu already had his answers in mind. Entering the dark area is permitted, but it is dangerous. One cannot merely wait idly. There are conditions for passing through. Wang Luoshu was certain that no matter how long one endured, the score would not be particularly high. Only by passing through could one attain the highest score. Subsequently, the group had no further questions and began to queue to enter the door. However, each individual would wait approximately 30 seconds before entering. As usual, Wang Lei offered words of encouragement to everyone before they entered, and when it was Wang Luoshu's turn, he gently squeezed his shoulder and smiled. Think critically, and good luck. Wang Luoshu pondered. Think critically. Could this be considered a reminder? Upon stepping through the door, he was enveloped in impenetrable darkness, accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness that made breathing difficult. Wang Luoshu closed his eyes and began to feel his way forward. In such moments, keeping his eyes shut was wise, as it prevented his gaze from instinctively searching for light sources, which, if unattainable, would only heighten his anxiety and dizziness. Through touch, he discerned that he was in a corridor, his hands brushing against the walls, which eased his apprehension considerably. After walking a short distance, the walls on either side vanished, and a voice emerged from the left, this way. Following the guidance, Wang Luoshu entered the left passage, speculating that this was where everyone was assigned to different regions. After traveling a bit further, he perceived a source of light ahead, prompting him to open his eyes and discover a slightly ajar door. With a creak, he pushed the door open and stepped through. Before him lay a tranquil street, illuminated by a few dimly glowing street lamps, flanked on either side by wooden structures, their doors firmly shut. It was astonishing that such a realistic scene had been constructed within this sports arena. It was indeed a significant investment. Wang Luoshu felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He took a few steps forward, and upon glancing back, he noticed that the door had been engulfed by a shroud of darkness, prompting him to ponder whether some sort of darkness manufacturing device was at play, a machine for conjuring darkness. The notion amused Wang Luoshu, who felt little trepidation as he moved beneath the street lamp, surveying his surroundings. The houses on either side seemed inaccessible, revealing only the limited scenery before him, while the depths beyond were cloaked in obscurity. According to the staff's instructions, he was confined to this small area. While scanning the vicinity, he inadvertently spotted a sign on the building across the street that read "Unity is strength." Unity is strength? Wang Luoshu mused that such a phrase must have some significance. He continued to look around but found nothing else. So, who was he meant to unite with? After recognizing that the inscription might hold value, he began to stroll along the street, eager to read the words on other signs. The majority were blank, but one sign bore the word courage. Thus, the conditions for passage seemed to relate to courage and unity. He contemplated. Thus far, he had encountered no danger. Minutes passed, and as he grew restless, a low, thunderous roar echoed from the darkness ahead. Wang Luoshu turned to face it, seeing a figure slowly emerge from the shadows. Its head adorned with a gaping maw, a simulacrum. The moment he beheld this apparition, vivid memories of that fateful night at home flashed through his mind, particularly the striking scene where the simulacrum leapt 6 floors high. Chapter 61. She has passed the test atop the gymnasium of Shanshui High School. A young man reclined lazily against the wall, for dark lines on his face glowing with an otherworldly light. Beside him sat a plainly dressed girl, cross-legged on the ground, her chin resting in her hands as she stared vacantly at the sun. This boy from Qinqing High School was quite intriguing. It was no wonder Tornado regarded him highly. Zhang Zhuoyue smirked, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhang Zhuoyue, codenamed Phantom Sovereign, was the leader of the 2nd Special Operations Group of the Mysterious Bureau. The plain girl, chewing on a blade of grass and sporting a distinctive tuft of hair atop her head, seemed disinterested in Zhang Zhuoyue's words, replying coolly, "Zhang Zhuoyue, let me remind you, this is a martial arts examination. You represent the nation, so do not bring personal grievances into this." Zhang Yunong, codenamed Lingxi, was the deputy leader of the 2nd Special Operations Group of the Mysterious Bureau. "Yunong, do you truly think I am that sort of person?" Zhang Zhuoyue chuckled. "I merely intend to see what makes this boy, whom Tornado holds in such high regard, so special. With so many people in this venue, I am already somewhat fatigued from hypnotizing them. How could I possibly be distracted by this boy? Oh, Jiang Yunong replied, maintaining her adorably bewildered demeanor. Upon witnessing the simulacrum, Wang Luoshu was momentarily taken aback, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the simulacrum etched in his memory. However, this simulacrum lingered at the edge of darkness, seemingly with no intention of approaching, merely observing him from afar. What was its intent? Luring him into the shadowy abyss. Wang Luoshu took a few steps forward. Yet the simulacrum remained perfectly still, tilting its head as it scrutinized him. Exuding an unsettling calmness, he scanned his surroundings for any suitable weapon but found nothing. Thus, the two stood there, locked in a silent stare. Neither willing to advance, Wang Luoshu contemplated whether to engage the simulacrum in combat, while Zhang Zhuoyue pondered testing Wang Luoshu's resolve. This boy truly possessed remarkable composure. Zhang Zhuoyue raised an eyebrow, deciding to escalate the situation within the confines of the rules. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the depths of darkness ahead. Wang Luoshu recognized it as Zhou Yi's cry. His expression shifted, questioning how Zhou Yi had ended up in that shadowy realm. Was it a trap? Regardless of its nature, he resolved to investigate. The moment Zhou Yi's scream pierced the air, clarity struck Wang Luoshu. Unity. Unite with whom? Certainly with those who had entered together. Yet, now they were scattered across different areas, separated by the veil of darkness, unable to converge. The rules mandated that one must not tread into the dark realm, lest danger befall them. Yet the signs proclaimed unity is strength and courage. Furthermore, the examination's nature was one of adaptability. Thus, the pieces began to align in his mind. One must possess the courage to traverse the darkness in order to unite and fulfill the conditions for passage. With this realization, Wang Luoshu no longer hesitated. He charged toward the simulacrum, raising his hand for a powerful strike. Swish! His palm swung through empty air. Ha! The simulacrum's figure slowly dissipated, leaving behind a series of spine-chilling laughs. Playing tricks. Wang Luoshu pressed on, plunging headlong into the shadows. Just moments into his flight, he felt the ground give way beneath him, propelling him forward. Fortunately, as a martial artist, his physical prowess had improved significantly. He quickly twisted his body, grasping the ground behind him, and leapt back up. Upon regaining his footing, he felt ahead, discovering a vast void, clearly a premeditated trap. Had he fallen, he would have emerged battered and bruised. Wang Luoshu mentally berated the setup, then moved swiftly to the side, sprinting across stable ground. Aside from this singular trap, no other obstacles presented themselves, and soon he spotted lights ahead, increasing his speed to reach them. Indeed, Zhou Yi stood there. At that moment, he was being hoisted by the simulacrum, seemingly on the verge of being devoured by its gaping maw. Wang Luoshu accelerated, summoning his strength, and like an arrow released from a bow, he surged towards Zhou Yi, launching himself off the ground with a taut body, delivering a powerful kick to the simulacrum. Bang! The force of the blow sent the simulacrum flying, and as Wang Luoshu landed, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Zhou Yi, still shaken, turned to Wang Luoshu and asked, "Luozi, how did you get here? Didn't they say we were separated into different areas? I heard your scream and came to investigate." Wang Luoshu glanced again at the simulacrum, whose chest had caved in, lying motionless on the ground, appearing lifeless. "Good brother," Zhou Yi exclaimed, deeply moved, realizing that Wang Luoshu had traversed the darkness to reach him. Wang Luoshu then shared his hypothesis with Zhou Yi, who, upon hearing it, appeared enlightened. "So that's how it is. I have something similar here." Wang Luoshu surveyed their surroundings. The layout mirrored that of his previous street. Almost identical, even the words on the signs were the same. "Then let us proceed. We are bound to reunite with the others," Zhou Yi urged. "Have you heard any cries from the others?" Wang Luoshu inquired as he approached the simulacrum, his unease intensifying as he touched it, yet unable to pinpoint what felt off. "No." Zhou Yi shook his head. "But the squad leader entered ahead of me. Do you think she might be in the area just beyond us? Let's check it out." Wang Luoshu stood up. He had no choice but to forge ahead. If the passage conditions required gathering everyone together, he could not afford to pause. Thus, Wang Luoshu and Zhou Yi pressed on, discovering that the area before them did not contain Lin Xiuqiu, but rather Yang Kong, who, upon hearing Wang Luoshu's conjecture, resolutely joined them. They continued forward, quickly reuniting with everyone except Lin X. Wang Luoshu felt a powerful wave of dizziness wash over him once more. As the world before his eyes shattered like glass, when he regained his senses, he found himself standing within a brilliantly lit gymnasium. The oppressive darkness that had enveloped him upon entry was now completely absent. and every section of the space was filled with students from various schools. Most of them still had their eyes closed, some were sweating, while others convulsed, seemingly enduring the torment of an illusion. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu glanced at Lin Shuqiu, who was smiling radiantly at him. Wang Luoshu, you're a bit slow to wake up. If you hadn't left some hints, I might not have realized it at all. Wang Luoshu let out a bitter laugh. He had clearly overthought things. Concepts like unity and courage were merely illusions. It was no wonder everything felt so peculiar after entering the gymnasium. They had already been hypnotized the moment they stepped into the arena. As for when the hypnosis had begun, Wang Luoshu believed it commenced as soon as he witnessed those grievously injured students being carried out. Soon, his classmates began to awaken one by one. And upon hearing Wang Luoshu's words, they too recognized the reality of their hypnosis, thus fulfilling the conditions for progress. Wow, Luoshu, you're incredible. How did you figure out we were trapped in an illusion? Zhou exclaimed excitedly as he punched Wang Luoshu playfully. Luoshu is amazing. If it weren't for you, we would still be in the dark. The crowd began to praise Wang Luoshu in unison. Let us thank the class monitor instead. If it weren't for her, we might still be asleep, Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. At the top of the gymnasium, Zhang Zhuiyue wore a faint smile. This kid is quite interesting. He realized it so quickly. Jiang Yunong responded with a sound of acknowledgement before asking, so, how many points do you plan to give him? Full marks, of course, Zhang Zhuiyue said, his lips curling into a grin. Jiang Yunong turned her head in surprise. You're feeling generous? Zhang Zhuiyue yawned. Although this kid wasn't he the first to wake up, he demonstrated unity and courage to the fullest, so I'm giving him full marks. It completely adheres to the standards. Zhang Zhuiyue, you finally did something commendable, Jiang Yunong remarked coolly. Not long after everyone had awakened, Wang Lei approached with a smile. Everyone performed remarkably well this time. In this second round of the examination, as long as you wake up, you can score high. The reason it's called a random adaptability challenge is to encourage us to think and observe more. In the future, as you all become warriors, you will face even greater challenges. The monsters unleashed during a disaster can be cunning or mindless. Only by discovering their weaknesses can you secure an easy victory. Also, sometimes what you see with your eyes isn't necessarily the truth. You will all come to understand this in time. What followed was a period of waiting for the other school students to finish their exams. Then, they would commence the third round of the main event, 3v3 combat. Teacher Wang, what if they remain oblivious to the fact that they've fallen into an illusion? Will we just wait indefinitely? Chengku inquired. Of course not. There's a time limit of 40 minutes. If no one awakens by the end, their scores will be very low. Although points may be awarded based on performance in the dream, they would only serve as consolation. Wang Lei shook his head. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt even more grateful towards Wang Luoshu. Although Wang Luoshu attributed the credit to Lin Shuqiu, it should not be forgotten that he was the one who ultimately guided everyone back to consciousness. Had it not been for Wang Luoshu daring to traverse the dark area to find them, most would not have realized they were ensnared in an illusion, and the final outcome would have been self-evident. Yuan Xinwen could not bear to see Wang Luoshu basking in admiration, becoming the focal point of attention, despite having chosen to join the group himself to awaken. What's with the arrogance? If I had focused, I could have realized this was an illusion too, Yuan Xinwen thought to himself, feeling quite resentful. Old Yuan, let me give you a piece of advice. Why not apologize to Luoshu? Yang Wei patted him on the shoulder. Why the hell should I apologize? Yuan Xinwen exploded in anger. You spread rumors about Luoshu being dead, yet he not only didn't hold it against you but even helped you during the exam. Doesn't that kind of magnanimity deserve an apology? Yang Wei said earnestly, as men, we need to have a broader perspective. To be great, one must be adaptable. Yuan Xinwen fell silent. Currently, Wang Luoshu was at the pinnacle of his strength, and he certainly lacked the means to compete. If he could humble himself and forge a good relationship, perhaps he could even stab him in the back later. The stronger Wang Luoshu became, the stronger he would become in turn. This thought provided a novel perspective. Unfortunately, with the mentor hidden in the shadows refusing to assist him, he felt compelled to compromise. I know you're petty, but I consider you a friend, so I'm telling you this. Think it over, Yang Wei sighed. Regardless, he was now completely in awe of Wang Luoshu. If his so-called friends could not recognize the situation, he would have to distance himself from them. As the 40-minute mark arrived, the once relatively quiet gymnasium erupted into chaos. Students who had been trapped in the illusion awoke, initially confused until informed by their supervising teachers of the truth. Many were left bewildered. Didn't they say we had to absolutely adhere to the rules? I've been obedient and anxious for so long, only to be told that I was wrong. I refuse to accept this. If you had clearly explained the rules from the beginning, would we have waited so long in ignorance? When did following the rules become a mistake? Low scores? I want to accept it. We must protest. A wave of protest swept through the gymnasium. That moment. A mocking voice echoed throughout the space. Rules? Do you think monsters will explain the rules to you? Will danger explain the rules to you? Will a disaster inform you of the rules? A bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair yet only know how to shout. Anyone who has objections can withdraw from the martial arts examination right now and skip the third round. This voice, though not loud, rang clearly in every ear, silencing the gymnasium that had just been filled with noise. Then, a young man with 4 distinct lines on his face walked in, arms crossed before him. Followed by a charming girl with a plain face, he surveyed the crowd, and as the lines on his face gradually faded, he scoffed. There are indeed a few promising talents. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, he turned and left, leaving everyone in shock. That must be a 4-line warrior, the legendary Shirong Realm warrior. Not quite a legend, but to become a 4-line warrior at such a young age is certainly a mark of genius. I suspect he was the one who hypnotized us all, essentially serving as the chief examiner for the second test. Now reflecting on it, the chief examiner had a point. Had they known it was a random adaptability challenge from the start, they would have been bound by convention, and thus low scores were to be expected. Low scores meant that everyone was equally disadvantaged. After Zhang Zhoujue's intimidating presence, the crowd became subdued, no longer daring to mention the protests. The next highlight was about to begin, combat confrontations. Some students, confident in their abilities, were already rolling up their sleeves, eager to showcase their prowess in this examination. The exam venue was set on the large playground. Once all the students gathered, a man holding a microphone began to announce the rules. Next was the 3v3 combat confrontation. 3 students would be randomly grouped, and then they could freely challenge other teams. Defeating one opponent would earn a point, and defeating an entire team would allow the capture of all their points. Team points would be allocated at the discretion of the team leader, and rankings would be determined based on points, with the top 3 earning a chance to challenge the mentors. Teams that lost all their points would be considered eliminated and could not rejoin the competition. Now, please have the class leaders distribute the point wristbands. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask the class leaders. The competition will officially commence in half an hour. Once the rules were announced, the students erupted in excitement. No one had anticipated such a thrilling competition. The essence of the rules could be summarized in 4 words. Winners take all. As long as your team's strength was formidable enough, you could dominate. Of course, there was also the option of forming alliances. By banding together to eliminate other teams, they could settle scores internally afterward. This third examination would undoubtedly be a battlefield for the strong, with the weak merely serving as points to be accrued. Wang Lei began distributing wristbands. After completing the distribution, he smiled and asked, "Does anyone have any questions? You can ask me now. Can we form alliances?" Chen Kuo was the first to inquire, a question that many were concerned about. Yes, Wang Lei nodded, and there are no restrictions on the number of participants in an alliance. But if students from the same school team up, wouldn't that mean a school rivalry? Weaker schools would be eliminated first. Chen Kuo posed another question. Correct. Wang Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended that the third examination would be far more brutal than the second. It was indeed true that lacking strength would render one a mere stepping stone for others. What constitutes elimination? Zhou inquired. Being stripped of one's wristband signifies elimination. Moreover, the team's points reset to 0. Even if one retains their wristband, they are still considered eliminated, Wang Lei replied. The rules state that the captain controls the allocation of team points, meaning if the captain voluntarily distributes points to other teams or is plundered by them, the members will also be eliminated, correct? Chen Hua asked. Precisely, Wang Lei confirmed. Thus, the selection of a captain became a pressing issue. Firstly, the captain's safety must be ensured. Secondly, the captain must not be a traitor. Otherwise, the team would lose before the competition even commenced. Wang Luoshu listened to the rules while fiddling with the wristband, which had a straightforward function. A small screen displaying current points, the points leaderboard, and a points distribution feature, though access was not yet granted, presumably requiring one to become a captain first. Additionally, the wristband screen bore a number. Wang Luoshu's number was 888, appearing both auspicious and inauspicious. Luozi, what number do you have? Zhou cheerfully approached, revealing his wristband's number. Look, 886, isn't it cool? Then, he glanced at Wang Luoshu's number and exclaimed, "Oh wow, Luozi, you're bound to soar." After Wang Lei addressed the crowd's inquiries, there were still 20 minutes remaining. He then added, "In the last 15 minutes, the system will begin matching you with your teammates. at which point you should seek out your partners according to your numbers. Our school will prioritize matching within itself unless a team is left solitary, in which case they may be paired with students from other schools. Furthermore, points are trivial. Safety is paramount. If you cannot withstand others, simply surrender your wristband. A gentleman seeks revenge after a decade. There's no need to act rashly. Understood, the crowd responded loudly. Soon, the last 15 minutes arrived. All wristbands began to glow red. Wang Luoshu looked down to see 2 lines of numbers frantically flashing on the wristband screen, finally settling on 886 and 987. Oh wow, Luozi, we've been assigned to the same group, Zhou exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the numbers. But who is 987? I don't know. Wang Luoshu shook his head. He then called out loudly, 987, where are you? His booming voice echoed far and wide. The members of Class 1 glanced at their numbers, finding none with 987, indicating he was from a different class. What a shame. If only the class leader were in our group. We would be invincible, Zhou sighed, then hurried off to inquire among the other classes in search of 987. After 5 minutes, Zhou returned with a small figure trailing behind him. This lad, with his slender frame and diminutive stature, contrasted sharply with Zhou, resembling an elementary school student. He spotted Wang Luoshu from afar and dashed over, nervously performing a 90-degree bow. Luo God. I am Deng Yang from Class 3. Number 987, nicknamed Little Potato.it, is a great honor to team up with you. Please take care of me. Wang Luoshu smiled gently. All right, no need for such formality. We are teammates now. Chapter 64, The Little Matters Before the Competition Outside the Venue. A large screen had been erected, broadcasting live footage from the playground. Not far from the screen, a row of seats was filled to capacity, occupied by individuals of notable stature. Minister Li, it appears your esteemed son is about to undergo a transformative encounter. A voice remarked, Ha ha ha, it seems Minister Li's son is named Li Peng, correct? He is poised to soar. The son of a tiger is not a dog, Li Tian replied, his smile radiating warmth. All right, enough flattery. That lad is not as remarkable as you all claim. There's a saying, the higher you raise someone, the harder they fall. If my son fails to meet expectations later, it will only reflect poorly on me as his father. With a bashful demeanor, Minister Li suggested, then let us refrain from further praise. Principal Ning Shan of Shanshui High School promptly intervened to ease the tension. Principal Ning, I've heard that this time the guiding teacher hails from Jincheng. Is that true? Having diverted the topic from Li Peng, the crowd became curious about the guiding teacher. This year's martial arts examination was the first to incorporate a mentoring segment, and the caliber of the invited teacher bore significant implications for the reputation and achievements of various cities. Securing a teacher from Jincheng was indeed a matter of prestige. Is there any doubt? I have another secret for you. This teacher is a top educator from Jincheng Martial University, and he volunteered to guide us for this martial arts examination. Wow, it's evident that Minister Li's son is extraordinary. This is clearly a recruitment effort. Jincheng Martial University, that is the foremost institution among the top 10 martial arts schools, rumored to have nearly overshadowed Shanghai Martial University. Its depth and strength cannot be underestimated. The prestige of a gold medal teacher from Jincheng Martial University is truly formidable. The crowd turned their curious gazes toward Li Tian. After sipping his tea, Li Tian smiled and nodded. Of course. This teacher's visit has the mayor accompanying him throughout. He should be arriving at the venue shortly, and you will soon see him. This statement successfully piqued everyone's interest. A teacher who warranted the mayor's full attention must possess considerable stature. This gold medal teacher likely has no lack of merit. Lin Xiuqiu, shall we form an alliance? After Wang Luoshu organized his team, he was the first to approach Lin Xiuqiu. Sure. Luo God is protecting us. Before Lin Xiuqiu could speak, Wan Mengdai and Chun Ku immediately cheered. In this practical confrontation, they were fortunate enough to be grouped with Lin Xiuqiu. With a playful smile, Lin Xiuqiu teasingly asked, Am I truly worthy of this honor? Luo, God? Of course, Xiuqiu. Wang Luoshu grinned, returning the playful banter. All right, let us form an alliance. Lin Xiuqiu readily agreed. Is this the bond of the dual gods? Zhou, feeling a surge of emotion, unexpectedly interjected. Don't underestimate the bond between you two, you fool. Smack. Wang Luoshu playfully swatted Zhou on the back of his head. What's with the nonsense? Ouch. Don't hit my head, you fool. That will hinder my growth. Zhou protested, covering his head. Deng Yang watched with a silly grin, thinking the atmosphere of Class 1 was truly delightful. At tea that moment, Yang Kong, along with the Chen brothers, approached. Luo God, we seek your protection. Yang Kong pleaded, hands clasped together. If the three of us stick together, we'll merely be targets for beating. We want to last a bit longer and avoid embarrassment. The Chen twins mirrored his expression, hands together, speaking in unison, Luo God, save your devoted followers. All right, I grant it. Zhou Yi, feigning authority, puffed out his chest and declared, do the three of you have any declaration upon joining our alliance? What declaration? The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Forget it. That's unimportant. Zhou Yi waved his hand dismissively, then mysteriously continued, I just remembered something. Our alliance lacks a name. With so many of us gathered, we need a striking title. How about calling ourselves the Hero Alliance? Have you played too many games? Chunku immediately countered, that's too juvenile. I feel embarrassed saying it. I have an idea. Yang Kong raised a finger, revealing his two pearly white front teeth. What if we call ourselves the Avengers Alliance? Wait, what are you avenging? Chunhua rolled his eyes, of course, avenging against those fools from Shanshui High who mocked us before. Yang Kong quickly replied, then why not call it the Revenge Alliance? Chen Shui suggested. Too juvenile. Yang Kong immediately shook his head. The group then engaged in a spirited debate over the alliance's name, ultimately failing to reach a consensus. Wang Luoshu did not pursue further alliances. For him, the number of allies was inconsequential. The disparity between warriors and non-warriors was akin to that between a robust adult and a 3-year-old child. One punch could send the child flying. Of course, those who had cultivated their breathing techniques to a high level differed slightly, but it was merely a marginal advantage. The crux was that Wang Luoshu had mastered the reverse breathing technique, allowing him to transform from a sturdy adult into a Tyson-like powerhouse at will. Such a description might even be conservative. Thus, had it not been for their past camaraderie, he wouldn't have felt compelled to form alliances. It is noteworthy that the total number of students participating in the martial arts examination was 382, forming precisely 794 teams, with the combat area designated as the large playground. Given the ample space, the presence of over 2,000 individuals did not feel congested. Rather, it appeared quite spacious. However, Shanshui High School occupied a significant portion of the area, boasting a total of 1,120 gifted students, in comparison to other schools. Shanshui High School was indeed a formidable entity. In Li Peng's entourage, 2 young women were currently kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs, while he squinted his eyes in enjoyment of their flattering attentions. Brother Pong, are we serving you comfortably? One of the elegantly adorned girls asked in a sultry tone. Quite well. Li Peng nodded in response. Then, could you allocate us some extra points later? The girl continued, still in her enticing manner. We'll see how it goes, Li Peng replied, rising to stretch his limbs. If there are any surplus points, they will all go to you. Thank you, Brother Peng. You're so mighty. The 2 girls beamed with delight. For now, you just need to cheer from the sidelines, Li Peng said with a smirk. I intend to bring a little shock to this competition. As half an hour elapsed, the man at the podium picked up the microphone and announced, the competition lasts for 3 hours. Let the contest officially commence. Chapter 65. The chaos begins with that command. The competition officially began. However, it was not as intense and frenzied as one might have imagined. In the initial moments, everyone exhibited caution, scanning their surroundings for any bold contenders. After a brief lull, it was the students from Shanshui High School who took the lead. A small alliance of over a dozen individuals marched directly towards Qiaocheng High School. With only 180 awakened individuals, the students of Qiaocheng displayed expressions of alertness upon witnessing this scene. Shall we directly seize them, or will you hand over your wristbands obediently? The leading boy, whose name was Zhang Kuang, boasted with an air of arrogance. This coalition he formed was driven by his ambition, for he was the perennial second to Li Peng, the star of Shanshui High. Zhang Kuang lamented that people's memories only favored the first. He was determined to make a name for himself, despite his own considerable talent and the fact that he was also a fire-type warrior. It seemed as though all gazes passed over him, landing instead on the brightest star. He harbored a dream of being chosen and adored, and this time, he aimed to act flamboyantly. One should not be too arrogant. Do you think your little group can threaten our hundreds? The students of Qiaocheng retorted, urging him to retreat lest he embarrass himself. Zhang Kuang, uninterested in their words, charged forward to make his mark. The first target, a student from Qiaocheng, found his pupils constricting in shock. Before he could react, Zhang Kuang executed a clean throw, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust and a cry of pain, instantly rendering him incapable of fighting back. Without hesitation, Zhang Kuang swiftly snatched the wristband from the fallen student. He then rose, pivoted, and swung his fist with a whoosh towards another Qiao Cheng student, landing a heavy blow that sent them reeling backward, crashing to the ground, their wristband easily claimed as well. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, Zhang Kuang flickered into motion again, delivering a fierce sweeping kick that struck another Qiao Cheng student, causing them to lose their balance and fall. "Get down!" Zhang Kuang's cold voice reverberated across the playground as he stomped heavily on the chest of the fallen student, ruthlessly tearing off their wristband. This series of actions unfolded in a fluid motion, nearly in the blink of an eye. A small team from Qiaocheng was decisively eliminated by him alone, and for a moment, the arena fell silent in awe of his ferocity. With 3 wristbands now in his possession, a smirk crept across Zhang Kuang's face as he casually swiped his hand over his own wristband, instantly accumulating 3 points. He then surveyed the surroundings, his gaze filled with disdain and provocation. "Is this all you've got?" Most of the students from Qiaocheng instinctively retreated several steps, their faces etched with fear. Zhang Kuang's ferocity was undeniable. His fighting skills suggested he had undergone specialized training, and yet, no one had mentioned such a figure from Shan Shui Hai before. Below the large screen, the prominent figures commented, "This kid is impressive. Daring to take the lead with commendable strength, a promising talent who will likely achieve great things. His strikes are clean and decisive, exuding the presence of a general." However, Qiaocheng Hai was not devoid of strength. Several smaller teams soon rallied to confront Zhang Kuang directly. What followed was a brutal exchange of blows. Zhang Kuang's aggressive style, combined with support from his teammates, quickly led to the elimination of these teams. Consequently, Qiaocheng Hai found itself devoid of any capacity to resist, merely fleeing in disarray. Zhang Kuang's spree of plunder ignited the flames of battle across the playground, prompting other high schools to erupt into conflict. In no time, chaos ensued. Lai Peng, seated at the rear of Shan Shui Hai, continued to bask in the attentions of the 2 young women. "Brother Peng, when shall we set forth?" One of the flamboyantly dressed girls inquired sweetly. "Why exert ourselves unnecessarily? We currently hold only 3 points against the other teams. But once they've fought it out, we can strike and seize a substantial bounty of points," Li Peng replied apathetically. He had no intention of engaging in fruitless efforts. If he was to fight, it would be against the strongest. Meanwhile, at Qiancheng High, Wang Luoshu shared a similar sentiment, yet Zhou was becoming restless. Pulling Wang Luoshu to join the fray, "Luoshu, let us get moving. If we don't, we want to even make it on camera. Now is the time for chaos. We'll strike after the first round concludes." Wang Luoshu countered, I see. You mean to conserve our strength, let them battle it out, and then we reap the rewards." "Luoshu, I've realized your mind works better than mine," Zhou chuckled. However, Qiancheng Hai did not possess the overwhelming numbers of Shan Shui Hai. With barely over 200 awakened individuals, they quickly attracted the attention of Fengqing Hai, led by Zhang Mang, who had recently awakened the skill sequence 49, Shatter Mountain. Zhang Mang towered at 195 centimeters. His muscular physique and sun-kissed skin radiating a commanding presence, as he laughed heartily. "I know Qiancheng boasts 2 talents, Lin Shuqiu and Wang Luoshu, but I still wish to test my strength against you." Many students of Qiancheng were intimidated by Zhang Mang's aura, instinctively retreating. Zhang Mang cracked his knuckles, producing sounds akin to popping popcorn, and with a slight smirk, proclaimed, "I will count to 3, either you fight or surrender your wristbands." "The choice is yours. Point 3. Zhang Mang raised his hand and, with a powerful push against the ground, charged at the students of Qiancheng like a hungry tiger. Point 2 students, unable to evade him, were seized and violently smashed together. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the 2 students cried out, instantly losing consciousness. Zhang Mang carelessly tossed them aside and declared, "Let the battle begin." Chapter 66. A disgraceful defeat disregarding honor in battle? "I shall show you." Zhou was the first to charge forward. Alas, he was entirely outmatched against Zhang Mang. The latter looked down upon Zhou with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You stand no chance. You think you know I can't do it without trying?" Zhou retorted, patting his toned abdomen. "Let me tell you, while I may lack in other areas, I can certainly take a hit, fool." Zhang Mang rolled his eyes. Then commanded, "Everyone, attack. First, eliminate Qiancheng Hai. Then we turn our attention to Wei Jiang Hai. Go." The students behind Zhang Mang surged forward with heightened morale, howling as they clashed with the students of Qiancheng, igniting a chaotic melee. Seeing this, Zhou intended to confront Zhang Mang directly. The adage "capture the leader to subdue the band" resonated with him. If he could overpower Zhang Mang, the morale of his followers would surely crumble. At that moment, a strong hand landed on Zhou Yi's shoulder, pulling him back. "Luoshu, Zhou was startled upon recognizing Wang Luoshu and exclaimed, "Let me take him on. I've perfected my breathing technique to 30 cycles. Don't underestimate him just because of his size. I know you're formidable. Go assist the others, I've got this." Wang Luoshu replied with a gentle smile. "Luoshu, are you certain? You seem to have less cultivation than I do." Zhou expressed his doubts. "I've told you. My blood value is at 1000. Dio, you think I jest?" Wang Luoshu waved his hand dismissively, urging him to help the others. "Fine, I leave it to you. Just don't mess things up for me," Zhou said, still skeptical as he walked away. Seeing Wang Luoshu, Zhang Meng smirked. "Not bad, you're worthy of a challenge." "Perhaps not enough." Wang Luoshu shook his head. "What's this? Are you afraid?" Zhang Meng chuckled. "You're the genius who awakened dual battle skills. Show a bit of that genius pride." "I must say, you are lacking," Wang Luoshu remarked casually. Zhang Meng was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "Good. Good, good. This is the kind of arrogance a genius should possess. Wang Luoshu, let me see if your fists are as formidable as your words." With a sudden push off the ground, Zhang Meng's muscles tensed, and he surged towards Wang Luoshu with the swiftness of a cheetah. His massive frame cast a shadow over Wang Luoshu, as his fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down upon him. What seemed terrifying to an ordinary person appeared riddled with flaws to Wang Luoshu, akin to a primary school student charging at him with a fist raised and shouting. The image brought an involuntary smirk to Wang Luoshu's lips. Seeing Wang Luoshu smile, a flash of anger surged within Zhang Meng. How could he treat his onslaught so lightly, even finding time to laugh? "Then let me bring you down," Zhang Meng roared internally, channeling all his strength into a devastating punch. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Wang Luoshu, he noticed Wang Luoshu slightly tilt his body, remaining rooted in place, allowing the fist to glide past his face. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Wang Luoshu could distinctly feel the rush of air from the punch brushing against his cheek, sharp and warm, as it stirred the fine hairs on his skin. Zhang Meng's expression shifted from cold determination to utter disbelief, as he realized his lightning-fast strike had been evaded in such a manner. Boom. Immediately after, Zhang Meng felt a sharp pain in his chest. As Wang Luoshu had not even thrown a punch, he merely nudged him with his shoulder, delivering a force akin to being struck by a mountain, causing Zhang Meng to stagger back, nearly losing his balance. A wave of suffocating pressure surged from his chest, rendering his face pale, as he gasped for breath, as if trying to inhale every bit of air around him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead and back, soaking his clothes, his eyes wide with shock. "What? A masterful use of force." "Masterful use of force?" Wang Luoshu shrugged. "I'm not sure about that. I just bumped into you, and look what happened." He had no understanding of such advanced techniques. It was merely a display of his terrifying physical prowess. "Do not insult me," Zhang Meng roared, pounding his chest with his fists, shouting, "It doesn't hurt." "Not at all. You claim to use force against force? Watch me overpower you with sheer strength." With that, Zhang Meng's muscles bulged with blood, veins protruding like serpents beneath his skin. Then, he exhaled sharply, charging at Wang Luoshu like a raging bull. Boom! Each step he took reverberated with such weight that the ground trembled beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Meng was upon Wang Luoshu, unleashing a punch that generated a fierce wind, distorting the very air around them. But once again, Wang Luoshu effortlessly sidestepped. "Your strength is sufficient, but your speed is lacking." Zhang Meng, consumed by rage, felt as though he were being mocked like a clown. He bellowed, "Speed? Is it? Allow me to demonstrate my swiftness." With that, his fists flew towards Wang Luoshu's face like a downpour, creating a flurry of punches. Yet, Wang Luoshu's head swayed left and right, his body leaning this way and that, while his legs remained firmly planted, evading every single one of the rain-like blows with perfect precision. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Meng's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. He could not accept such a humiliating defeat. However, his stamina was finite, and his strikes grew slower, the old strength exhausted and the new yet to manifest, an unprecedented fatigue enveloping him. He was done for. Boom. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest, sending his massive form soaring into the air. His body curled like a shrimp, and in that fleeting moment, he noticed it was Wang Luoshu's knee that had propelled him aloft. Although he barely ascended 2 feet off the ground, the sheer force was terrifying. In that instant, time seemed to stretch. Wang Luoshu, after lifting him, casually tucked his hands into his pockets and leapt effortlessly into the air. Then came a swift, lightning-quick roundhouse kick, boom. Zhang Meng's body arced through the air, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How formidable! Zhang Meng lay on the ground, the agonizing pain in his chest making it nearly impossible to breathe. He gazed up at the sky, suddenly recalling his father's words. There are always those stronger than you. You have much further to go. Chapter 67. Defeat them thoroughly. At that moment, footsteps approached. Zhang Meng saw Wang Luoshu walking into his line of sight, his countenance still serene and untroubled. Wang Luoshu bent down, lifted Zhang Meng's hand, and removed his wristband. There were no taunts, no displays of triumph, just the act of taking away his wristband before turning to leave. Hey! Zhang Meng summoned all his strength, enduring the pain in his chest to shout. Wang Luoshu paused, turning his head. Truly, a well-matched battle, wouldn't you say? Zhang Meng's voice trembled as he looked skyward. Indeed, Wang Luoshu nodded, then turned to depart. Hearing the affirmation, Zhang Meng's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, Father, you were right. There are indeed those stronger than oneself. Meanwhile, a large number of students from Win City High School had already fallen beside Lin Xiuqiu. Each of her movements was executed with precision, preventing the students from even approaching her. Zhang Meng has been defeated. Everyone, let loose your fury. A voice rang out, igniting a surge of morale among the students of Qinqing High School. The already crumbling Win City High School students scattered in disarray upon hearing the news, their ranks collapsing. The emboldened students of Qinqing High School would not allow their prey to escape, swiftly overpowering them. Zhang Meng had brought nearly half of Win City High School students, and with this defeat, only a scattered few remained, unable to pose any threat. Medical personnel rushed onto the scene, carrying the incapacitated students out of the arena. Lozi, you are incredible, Zhou exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You truly took down Zhang Meng. I thought I would struggle against his physique. I never imagined you would be so powerful. Your 1,000 health points can't be real, can they? It's entirely genuine, Wang Luoshu smiled. Would you like me to throw a couple of punches your way? No thanks. Zhou quickly backed down, after witnessing Wang Luoshu's swift defeat of Zhang Meng. He was convinced of his capabilities. Following Win City High School's defeat, those who had targeted Qinqing High School shifted their sights elsewhere. With Zhang Meng defeated, they knew they would find no rewards in confronting them. And with two formidable warriors at Qinqing High, Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu, the pressure they exuded was immense. An hour later, over half of the 794 teams had vanished, leaving only 300. This remaining contingent was considerably stronger, with higher scores in hand. The final 2 hours of battle promised to be bloodier still. At that moment, Li Peng, who had been resting, finally stood up and addressed a nearby girl. Could you check which team currently holds the highest score? Brother Peng, I just looked, and it's our own team from Shanshui High, Team Zhanghuang. The flamboyant girl replied promptly. Oh, it's the second team, Li Peng grinned, striding confidently toward Team Zhanghuang, with two girls trailing behind him. As he approached, he extended his hand, commanding, Second team, hand over your wristband. Zhanghuang lifted his head, his expression cooling upon recognizing Li Peng. Get lost? Li Peng burst into laughter. Second team, let's not make this difficult for each other. You can either give it to me, or I can take it myself. It's your choice. Want the wristband? Zhanghuang stood up, loosening his muscles, an air of aggression crossing his face. Come take it. Today, he aimed to prove that this perennial second could rival the first. You're overstepping, Li Peng retorted. You need to understand. As long as I live, you will always remain second. If you wish to embarrass yourself, I shall oblige. Zhanghuang, while outwardly disdainful, was well aware of Li Peng's strength. After all, he had been overshadowed by him for years. Yet, if he could learn from past failures, perhaps victory was within reach. Zhanghuang steeled himself, ready to face Li Peng's onslaught. However, he soon realized he had underestimated Li Peng. Li Peng moved, like a flash of lightning. In that instant, Zhanghuang's pupils dilated as he found himself unable to keep pace with Li Peng's speed. Unable even to see clearly, let alone react. In the next moment, Li Peng's hand seized his neck, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a chick. A wave of suffocation washed over Zhanghuang as he struggled desperately to break free from Li Peng's grip. Then came the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as he was slammed forcefully to the ground. Boom! In an instant, dust swirled around, and a muffled sound echoed as Zhanghuang felt as though his very organs were dislocated. A sweet taste filled his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Subsequently, Li Peng planted his foot firmly on Zhanghuang's face, a radiant smile adorning his features. Second place, I warned you. Since you refuse to accept my kindness, I shall oblige you. After all, I am a good person, he proclaimed. With that, Li Ping's shoe mercilessly ground against Zhang Kuang's face, his smile growing ever more brilliant. Zhang Kuang lay on the ground, his body curled in agony, desperately trying to push away the foot that crushed his face, yet the weight felt as heavy as a mountain, immovable. The air around seemed to freeze, leaving only Zhang Kuang's labored breaths and occasional pained groans escaping his throat. The stark contrast between Li Ping's cold yet mocking visage and Zhang Kuang's dirt-streaked, bloodied, contorted face silenced the onlookers, who dared not intervene at that moment. Having seemingly vented his frustrations, Li Peng turned to the two girls beside him and commanded, "Go, remove his wristband." The flamboyantly dressed girl hurried forward, deftly taking Zhang Kuang's wristband and respectfully presenting it to Li Peng. "Brother Peng, your wristband." Li Peng accepted it, transferring all the points within to his own wristband, instantly elevating his ranking from last to first. "Thanks, Zhang Kuang," he said, retracting his foot and carelessly tossing the wristband onto Zhang Kuang's face before turning to leave. "Captain, are you all right? Captain, you should go to the infirmary." Only after Li Peng had departed did the two teammates dare to assist Zhang Kuang. His eyes were vacant, and he remained silent. His pride and confidence had been thoroughly crushed by Li Peng, and it seemed he would struggle to escape the shadow of this day for the rest of his life. "Help me check who is in second and third place." Meanwhile, Li Peng instructed. The two girls hurriedly checked and reported, "They are the teams from Weijiang High School and Heishui High School." "What about Qinqing High School?" Li Peng inquired. "The fourth and fifth are the teams from Qinqing High School." The girls quickly answered. "Excellent," Li Peng beamed. "Next, I intend to dismantle them one by one. Do you believe me?" "I believe in you, Brother Peng," the flamboyant girl cooed. Li Peng relished such flattery as he strode directly toward the territory of Weijiang High School. Upon seeing him approach, the students from Weijiang High School donned wary expressions. Who wouldn't recognize Li Peng, the top student from Shanshui High School? Clearly, he bore ill intentions. "I come for one reason only." The individual ranked second. "Step forward," Li Peng said, his smile still intact. "You think you can just waltz in and demand that? This is the territory of Weijiang High School, not your playground," a young man retorted as soon as Li Peng finished speaking. "Who just said that?" Li Peng inquired with a smile. "I did." The young man stepped forward, unafraid. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Peng moved, appearing before the boy in the blink of an eye, and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! The boy hadn't even had time to react before he was sent flying, crashing into his companions behind him. "He just spat blood," someone exclaimed. Instantly, chaos erupted among the students of Weijiang High School. The young man's lips bled, and he fell unconscious. Li Peng smiled faintly. "What kind of trash dares to shout in front of me? Li Peng, you are being a bit excessive, aren't you?" At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a rather charismatic young man, Fan Yu, the top student of Weijiang High School and ranked second overall. "Excessive?" Li Peng scoffed. "The weak deserve to be ruthlessly trampled by the strong. Tell me, where is the excess? You should stop practicing martial arts and go home for some milk. And who do you think you are to teach me a lesson? Aren't you looking for me?" Fan Yu said, hands at his sides. "I'm glad you delivered your points right to my door. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." "Ha ha ha!" Li Peng burst into laughter, a mere clown, unable to shoulder any weight. With that, Li Peng suddenly propelled himself off the ground, charging at Fan Yu with astonishing speed. His eyes filled with arrogance and disdain, clearly underestimating Fan Yu. As Li Peng was about to engage, Fan Yu narrowed his eyes and executed a roll to evade the incoming assault. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a fierce gust of wind struck his face, leaving him no time to react. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Fan Yu's body soared upwards before crashing down heavily, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. "Playing reaction games with me?" Li Peng approached, planting his foot on Fan Yu's face and grinding it down several times. "Even if you awaken your talent, you remain nothing but garbage." Having stripped Fan Yu of his wristband and points, Li Peng tossed the wristband back at him. "Why now?" Fan Yu could hardly speak, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious, blood flowing from his mouth and nostrils, mingling with dirt and dust in a pitiful sight. Though the onlookers felt Li Peng had gone too far, none dared to voice their objections. Li Peng is truly brutal. He won't tolerate any slander against him. "Let us go find the next target," Li Peng nonchalantly whistled, leading the two girls away in the seating area beneath the big screen. The prominent figures observed the recent events with frowns. This rebellious child has been spoiled rotten. Once the martial examination concludes, I will certainly teach him a lesson, Li Tian remarked, his brow furrowed. Hearing his words, others offered their reassurances. Who hasn't been young and reckless? Especially a talent like him, Minister Li, do not take it too much to heart. Indeed, while the boy's actions were a bit heavy-handed, they fall within the realm of permissible conduct. There is nothing to reprimand, in my opinion. A few words should suffice. Minister Li, do not ignite true anger. These individuals, astute as they were, recognized Li Ping's dominating prowess, which likely positioned him to seize the top spot in the martial examination. Naturally seeking to curry favor, Li Tian's frown eased somewhat, yet he remained resolute. A lesson is indeed necessary. Otherwise, such a temperament will lead to great misfortune in the future. Soon, Li Peng arrived at the third-ranked Heishui High School. I come for one reason only. Before Li Peng could finish, a bald young man stepped forward, his dark skin and rodent-like features giving him the appearance of a large black rat. Sporting a sycophantic smile, he introduced himself. Brotherly, greetings. I am Yang Dong. Li Peng raised an eyebrow, stating coolly, what standing do you have to address me as brother? Hee, I understand you are looking for me. I am no match for you. So here is my wristband. Yang Dong straightforwardly offered up his wristband. Oh? Li Peng smirked, you are quite perceptive. Approaching, he seized Yang Dong's wristband, transferring the points, and his tally surged beyond that of the second place. Good dog, Li Peng remarked, slapping Yang Dong's face hard before tossing the wristband to the ground with a mocking smile. Pick it up. Huh? Yang Dong was momentarily stunned, then hastily nodded and bowed. All right, I'll pick it up right away. As he bent down to retrieve the wristband, Li Peng suddenly kicked him in the head, causing a pained scream as Yang Dong was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Trash is trash. Remember this. Whenever you see me, you must bow and address me as master. This kick serves as your reminder. With that, Li Peng turned to leave, observing Li Peng's retreating figure and the disheveled Yang Dong. The surrounding students felt a surge of anger. Li Peng has gone too far. Yang Dong willingly surrendered his wristband and yet suffered such brutality. I see it now. This isn't just a competition. It's a display of power. He aims to trample the dignity of our high schools to showcase his might. This man is deranged. Just look at Zhang Kuang from his own school, who was similarly humiliated. Next up must be Qinqing High School. I hope Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu can teach that scoundrel a lesson. Sigh, it's precarious. Did you not witness his strength? It is simply a chasm of disparity. Could he have already become a martial artist? If so, who could possibly stand against him? Now, all eyes from the various high schools were fixed upon Li Peng, and apart from Fengqing High School and Qinqing High School, the dignity of the other institutions had already been thoroughly trampled by Shanshui High School. Since Fengqing High School had already succumbed to Qinqing High School, only Qinqing High School remained. All that remained was to see if Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu could withstand the pressure. 2 chapters remain. Chapter 69. Who is the trash? Brother Peng, you are truly impressive, the flamboyant girl cooed. Just a bunch of rubbish, Li Peng replied nonchalantly. Next up must be Qinqing High School, right? Yes, Brother Peng. The girl affirmed eagerly. The first genius from Qinqing High School? Li Peng let out a cold sneer in his heart, recalling Lin Shuqiu's words, as he envisioned the scene of Wang Luoshu being defeated like a dead dog. One could only wonder what expression Lin Shuqiu would wear at that moment. As Li Peng approached the team from Qinqing High School, he needed no further words. Everyone understood his intentions. The gaze of the entire playground converged, eager to witness whether the last remaining hope could indeed triumph over the infuriating Li Peng. Outside the arena, 2 new guests arrived. Noticing them, many prominent figures stood up, hastily greeting. Mayor, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you. The one beside you must be the esteemed mentor from Jincheng University, correct? It's a pleasure to have you here. Your presence truly elevates the stature of our Shanshui city. Mayor, mentor, we have reserved seats for you in the center. Please take a seat. Mayor Chen Shang was a charismatic middle-aged man, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Dressed in a suit, he appeared even more dashing, his brows hinting at a calm wisdom. With a smile, Chen Shang said, "We are all old friends here. There's no need for formalities. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the distinguished teacher Yun Songxi from Jincheng University. Let's give him a warm welcome." Applause erupted instantly. Yun Songxi, clad in practical attire and unremarkable cloth shoes, stood with an air of superiority. He nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd before taking a seat to watch the competition. Chen Shang settled beside him, smiling as he inquired, "How is the match progressing?" "Mayor, you may not be aware, but Minister Li's son is showcasing remarkable prowess, currently leading by a significant margin. It seems the top spot in this martial arts examination may very well belong to the Li family." "Indeed, Minister Li's son is exceptionally talented. Those so-called geniuses cannot even last a single move against him. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Hearing their remarks, Chan Sheng chuckled. Oh, Minister Li Tian. If your son indeed secures the top spot, do share some parenting insights with you. Li Tian quickly waved his hands. I don't deserve such praise. This little rascal, while possessing decent talent, is rather unruly in nature. I actually hope he faces some setbacks to foster better growth. Haha, very well, let us continue watching. Chunching chuckled. Wang Luoshu, you must know my intentions, Li Peng declared, standing before the Qincheng High School team. A mocking smile adorning his face, I offer you two choices. First, kneel and kowtow, handing over your wristband while repeatedly proclaiming I am worthless. Second, I beat you into a state of worthlessness. Which shall you choose? Before Wang Luoshu could respond, Zhou exploded in anger. Who let this mad dog bark here? With a face resembling a QR code, it's hard to tell what you truly are unless scanned. Seeking death, Li Peng's expression darkened abruptly. With a fierce push off the ground, he charged at Zhou like a bolt of lightning. Anyone daring to insult him deserved death. Luzi, save me, Zhou shouted as he saw Li Peng rush towards him. Bang! Wang Luoshu stepped out from behind Zhou and met Li Peng's punch with one of his own. A dull thud echoed as Li Peng staggered back 3 steps, shock written all over his face. He shook his hand, feeling a profound numbness. So far, Wang Luoshu was the only one capable of facing him head-on and forcing him back. In contrast, Wang Luoshu had only taken a single step back, effortlessly dissipating the force of his blow. At this moment, Wang Luoshu gauged Li Peng's strength, an ordinary first-tier martial artist. Why the term ordinary? Because Wang Luoshu's first-tier martial artist was far from typical. He was a high-end, reinforced version. Having been resting, he suddenly heard someone shout 3 times that he was worthless. Curious, he wondered who it was, only to find it was you, little Pengzi. Wang Luoshu smiled lightly. The fact that you are worthless is already well known. There's no need for grand proclamations. Li Peng's expression darkened to that of charred coal, and he coldly retorted, Wang Luoshu, I will show you what true cruelty looks like. With that, he charged forward once more, convinced that the earlier incident was merely a coincidence, and that Wang Luoshu had plotted meticulously to appear dominant. He was already a first-tier martial artist. Could this worthless individual, who had even stolen resources from him, possibly become a martial artist as well? Kneel before me, Li Peng roared, leaping 3 meters high toward Wang Luoshu, his entire being ablaze with fury. His fist carrying the sound of howling wind, determined to knock Wang Luoshu down. Wang Luoshu did not retreat a single step, unleashing a punch of his own. He could dodge, but there was no need. Today, he intended to crush Li Peng head-on and deliver a resounding slap to the Li family's face. You dare to rob me of resources and wish to ruin my future? Very well. I shall make you realize that what you have painstakingly nurtured is nothing but a worthless being. Bang! Their fists collided in midair, erupting with a resounding thud, an invisible shockwave radiating from their epicenter. Scattering dust everywhere in midair, Li Peng's expression shifted drastically as a piercing pain surged from his fist throughout his entire body, and he was sent flying backward, rolling clumsily across the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. No one anticipated that the previously invincible Li Peng would be defeated head-on. No, it's impossible. Li Peng sprang up from the ground, eyes blazing with rage, fixating on Wang Luoshu. I amassed a vast amount of resources to reach this level. What do you have? This is absolutely impossible. Die! Li Peng swung his other fist, charging at Wang Luoshu once more. This time, it was even worse. Before he could get close, he was kicked away. Worthless, Wang Luoshu said nonchalantly. Upon hearing those words, Li Peng felt as if a thunderous explosion had gone off in his mind, a wave of humiliation flooding over him. He had always been the one to humiliate others. When had it ever been his turn to be humiliated? Once more, Li Peng stood up, this time with an icy, malevolent gaze fixed on Wang Luoshu. He bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth, which he licked with his tongue before breaking into a wild grin. Worthless? Wang Luoshu, you've forced my hand. This is the true power of a martial artist. I will make you taste what real despair is. With a chilling cry, Li Peng let out a piercing roar as fiery patterns began to emerge on his cheeks. He was about to employ the reverse breathing technique. Chapter 70. You're easier to defeat than Zhang Meng, the crowd gasped. Not only had Li Peng become a martial artist, but he could also perform the reverse breathing technique. Upon seeing the pattern forming on Li Peng's face, Everyone grew restless. How could Li Peng achieve such a level in just over 10 days of training? In the stands, Yun Songxi squinted, stating calmly, Li Peng has not fully mastered the reverse breathing technique. Relying on external forces to forcibly execute it is not only uncertain in success, but will also cause significant harm to the body afterward. Making it an unwise choice, Li Tian was equally astonished. He had assumed the training Li Peng had undergone with his mother and grandfather was standard. He never expected them to teach him such an extreme method. Utter madness. Others regarded Li Tian with strange expressions. Who among them didn't he know the dangers of forcibly executing the reverse breathing technique? Securing the top spot in the martial arts examination was indeed important. But when compared to a child's future, it seemed rather imprudent. This matter is beyond my knowledge. Li Tian's face shifted between shades of blue and white. After the martial arts examination, I will thoroughly investigate this. Pain. Excruciating pain. Li Peng felt as if his entire body was ablaze, as though engulfed in flames. Mother, you never told me this method would be so agonizing. Fortunately, after enduring a brief period of suffering, he finally sensed a surge of immense power. A terrifying force awakened within him, temporarily suppressing the pain. In that moment, he felt unprecedentedly strong. Wang Luoshu, I will make you experience what true despair feels like. A chilling glint flickered in Li Peng's eyes. I will repay the agony I've endured 1,000-fold. Wang Luoshu observed Li Peng without panic. Rather, he found it peculiar. Why did the patterns on Li Peng's face fluctuate so erratically during the execution of the reverse breathing technique? As if they might extinguish at any moment? Having witnessed the reverse breathing techniques of Zhu Qingyan and Lin Xiaoya, he found none compared to Li Peng's method. Luzi, if things become dire, just concede. Zhou Yi shouted, concede? It's too late. Hearing Zhou Yi's voice seemed to trigger something within Li Peng, and he charged toward Wang Luoshu. His speed had at least doubled compared to before, his entire being glowing red. As if he were about to ignite, bang. Wang Luoshu did not retreat a single step, meeting Li Peng's punch once more. He wished to test whether his reinforced first-tier martial artist could withstand the reverse breathing technique of a first-tier martial artist. Wang Luoshu felt a searing heat radiating from Li Peng's fist, a terrifying force charging at him with ferocity, causing him to slide back 3 meters on the ground to dissipate the impact. In the stands, Yun Songxi nodded repeatedly, contemplating. Given the current situation, as long as this young man understands flexibility and refrains from a head-on clash, he would win the moment Li Peng's reverse breathing technique concluded. Seeing that his punch failed to take down Wang Luoshu, Li Peng's fury intensified, and he lunged at him once more. Here we go again. Wang Luoshu's lips curled into a subtle smile. I've tried it. Your reverse breathing technique is ineffective. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. With that, Wang Luoshu opened the system panel and pressed the button for reverse breathing technique. Activation of reverse breathing technique successful. At the moment the system notification appeared, a cerulean pattern suddenly emerged on Wang Luoshu's face, flowing like water, shimmering with a gentle blue light, reminiscent of a divine mark. Unlike the flickering patterns on Li Peng's face, the markings on Wang Luoshu's visage were stable and radiant. Moreover, he exhibited none of the agony that Li Peng endured, breathless, with a heart pounding like a drum, blood surging, and strength soaring. This was the true essence of the reverse breathing technique. The entire arena was astounded. Wang Luoshu could also perform the reverse breathing technique. Insanity. It was utterly insane. In a single martial arts examination, 2 prodigies who had mastered the reverse breathing technique emerged. No, it was evident that Wang Luoshu's mastery was even more formidable. He displayed none of the ferocity and suffering that characterized Li Peng. This was the hallmark of someone who had truly grasped the reverse breathing technique. My goodness, he is indeed a genius awakened with dual combat skills. Li Peng has truly met his match, I declare. The first place in this year's martial arts examination has been established. Not only the students were shocked. The dignitaries in the stands were equally astonished. Many even rose to their feet. This Wang Luoshu is the genius who awakened dual combat skills last time. Isn't he? This is what true genius looks like. If this young man can flourish, my country shall have no worries for at least a century. The youth of today are remarkable. Yun Songxi remained seated but wore a broad smile, inwardly exclaiming thrice. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. It was worth my trip to see you, Wang Luoshu. You have not disappointed me. While others were still in disbelief, Li Peng, as Wang Luoshu's rival, was nearly overwhelmed by despair. Impossible. This is all a lie. Li Peng felt he was on the brink of madness, yearning to land a punch on Wang Luoshu to prove that this was all a fabrication. There is nothing impossible, Wang Luoshu calmly uttered. Then suddenly surged forward, his speed more than double that of Li Peng's move. Wang Luoshu appeared directly in front of Li Peng, delivering an uppercut that struck his chin, sending Li Peng flying. You? Wang Luoshu then struck Li Peng's left cheek with a punch. Take that. Wang Luoshu hit Li Peng's right cheek. Wang Luoshu kneed Li Peng upwards once more. Source. Wang Luoshu executed a flying kick, sending Li Peng sprawling. Zhen. Wang Luoshu finished with a powerful stomp directly onto Li Peng's chest. With that series of attacks, Li Peng spewed a mouthful of blood. The fiery patterns on his face vanished without a trace, leaving him looking utterly defeated, only able to glare at Wang Luoshu with resentment. The water-like markings on Wang Luoshu's face gradually faded as he took deep breaths of fresh air. The sensation was exhilarating, yet emerging from that state left him gasping for breath. Wang Luoshu murmured something before removing Li Peng's wristband and transferring all the points into his own. In a split second, Wang Luoshu's ranking soared to first place, with a significant lead over the second. At that moment, the playground erupted with enthusiastic applause. Well done. A remarkable performance. Li Peng had finally tasted the bitter fruit of defeat. How amusing, so arrogant before, and now reduced to a pitiful state. Hearing the cheers, a wicked amusement washed over Wang Luoshu as he turned to Li Peng with a grin. Did you know? You are even easier to handle than Zhang Meng. Upon hearing this, Li Peng's legs buckled as he fainted from rage. Chapter 71. Mentors sparring after Li Peng's defeat. The remaining time became mere formality. As the competition drew to a close, Wang Luoshu allocated some points to Lin Xiuqiu, securing her the second position. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their companions rise with them, and Zhou Yi managed to snag third. Thus, the top 3 spots were entirely claimed by Qinqing High School, marking a perfect conclusion to the practical combat exercise. In the stands, Yun Songzi could hardly contain his delight, while Li Tian sighed in discontent. Those who had just congratulated Li Tian now turned to praise Wang Luoshu instead. This young man will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Such an unflappable demeanor is rare among the youth, yet when passion is required, he shows no hesitation. Such talent deserves nurturing by the state. Surely, he could enroll in any of the top 10 prestigious institutions. Speaking of which, how are his humanities scores? If his academic performance is commendable, he could be admitted even if he falls short of the cutoff, as exceptions can be made. Hearing these remarks, Li Tian felt increasingly uneasy and stood to address Chen Sheng. Mayor, I shall visit the infirmary to check on my son. Go ahead, Chen Sheng nodded, adding, your son is indeed quite impressive, but Minister Li must offer more guidance to ensure he does not stray from the right path. Absolutely, Li Tian affirmed as he departed. Thereafter, Chen Sheng turned to Yun Songzi with a smile. Teacher Yun, it is time for you to guide these young ones, is it not? Your efforts are much appreciated, it's no trouble at all. Yun Songzi replied, rising to stretch his limbs with a smile. I, too, wish to move about in the center of the playground. Wang Luoshu, Lin Xiuqiu, and Zhou Yi stood side by side. Students from various schools gathered around the edge of the playground, many bearing expressions of envy. Qinqing High School truly had its moment, having overshadowed Shanshui High School. Indeed, in previous years, it was always Shanshui High's geniuses who left us gasping for breath. Who would have thought this year would bring a change? I previously believed Lin Xiuqiu was the only remarkable talent at Qinqing High School. Where did this Wang Luoshu come from? I had never heard his name before. This guy has simply been too low-key. Had he showcased his abilities earlier, we would have recognized him sooner. Sigh, I wonder what it's like to spar with a mentor. I envy them. Unlike the other students' envy, Zhou Yi trembled with anxiety. Luzi? I managed to secure third place. What if I get utterly crushed in the sparring session with the mentor? What to do? Just endure it. Wang Luoshu chuckled at your tough. You'll manage. Lin Xiuqiu laughed. Is it really that easy for you two to joke around? Zhou Yi immediately protested. If that's the case, be careful. The class monitor might pin you down and beat you. Wang Luoshu teased. Do I look like a ferocious person? Lin Xiuqiu first smiled brightly, then remarked. If you're going to get pinned down, let us hang Zhou Yi up for public display. Enough, enough. I'm done. Zhou Yi waved his hands frantically. You two are too ruthless. I can't keep up. The 3 laughed and joked. An elderly man dressed in martial attire approached leisurely. You must be the mentor, Zhou Yi remarked, noticing the old man first and standing straight. Sir, it's you? This was Wang Luoshu's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi and Lin Xiuqiu turned their attention, surprised that Wang Luoshu knew the mentor. Don't get too familiar. Yun Songzi maintained his usual solemn demeanor, addressing them sternly. Though you have distinguished yourselves from the masses, the road ahead remains long. Your techniques and movements are still quite immature. Today's sparring will help you gain clarity on your path ahead. Do not become arrogant, understood? Understood, the three replied in unison. Very well. Who wishes to go first? Yun Songzi inquired. I will. Zhou Yi eagerly raised his hand, initially anxious but now the most eager to try. Good. Yun Songzi nodded. Feel free to attack. All right, Minter, take care. I hit pretty hard. So don't get hurt, Zhou Yi shouted, charging toward Yun Songzi. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yi lay on the ground, utterly defeated. He had attacked no fewer than 20 times, yet each attempt was effortlessly countered, leaving him in various positions resembling a dog eating dirt. Now, he looked disheveled and utterly miserable. His punches felt weak, his stance unsteady, and his limbs lacked agility and coordination. Yun Songzi spoke slowly. Your bravery is commendable. But in combat, mere passion is insufficient. You should focus on honing your skills at Martial University. Next, I'll go. Teacher, Lin Xiuqiu raised her hand. Very well, Yun Songzi nodded. Another 5 minutes passed. Lin Xiuqiu did not appear as ragged as Zhou Yi, but she was disheveled and drenched in sweat, far from her usual goddess-like appearance. Your punches are balanced and your movements agile. Clearly, you have undergone systematic training. However, you still lack practical experience. Both your punches and movements are too rigid. You must practice diligently, Yun Songzi remarked. Thank you, Minter, Lin Xiuqiu replied, stepping aside. Sir, please go easy on me. Leave me some face, Wang Luoshu said, observing the outcomes of his companions. Come forth, Yun Songzi nodded. 5 minutes later, bang. Wang Luoshu was abruptly forced out of the reverse breathing state, his face meeting the ground once more. The preceding 5 minutes were an experience he wished to forget, as he endured a variety of humiliating defeats at the hands of Yun Songzi. Even with the application of the reverse breathing technique, I could not grasp even the hem of Yun Songzi's garment. I often charged forward only to find myself collapsing in a daze. Zhou Yi, observing from the sidelines, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Luozi, today is your day of reckoning. Each punch and kick was utterly chaotic, devoid of any coherence, completely ignorant of the principle that a martial artist's entire body is a weapon. Though you have attained the rank of a patterned martial artist, your combat techniques are woefully inadequate. You rely solely on brute strength to launch reckless assaults. When faced with an opponent possessing even a modicum of practical experience, you find yourself utterly powerless. You have ample strength and talent, yet your lack of experience is glaring. Yun Songzi remarked sternly. Wang Luoshu, grimacing as he rose from the ground, retorted, Master, isn't experience something that must be accumulated gradually? I haven't even entered the Martial University yet. Where am I to gain experience? The corners of Yun Songzi's mouth twitched slightly, quickly returning to a serious demeanor as he thought to himself. I do this for your own good, to prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. He then nodded and said, Overall, you all possess commendable talent. I shall impart to you a universal combat technique. I hope you will study it diligently, as it may prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 72. He alone is a noble family. Here it comes. Here it comes. The combat technique has finally arrived in all its glory. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he silently cheered within. After enduring such torment for so long, the payoff was finally at hand. Wang Luoshu, even more exhilarated than Zhou Yi, realized that this meant his buy one get one free offer could finally be activated. However, he did not outwardly display his enthusiasm. Yun Songzi produced 3 USB drives from his pocket, distributing them among the 3 of them. Once you master this combat technique, it will greatly assist you. Remember to practice diligently, he stated nonchalantly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Master. The trio expressed their gratitude in unison. Beep, buy one get one free, activated. At that moment, a system notification window appeared. Wang Luoshu's expression brightened, as he thought, truly useful. But where is the second combat technique that comes as a gift? Could it be that this USB drive contains 2 combat techniques? He resolved to return and examine the USB drive thoroughly. Thus, the 3rd round of examinations officially came to a close. It is worth mentioning that the martial examination results are announced on the spot, while the academic results will be disclosed in the evening, allowing for the submission of applications the following day. In this thrilling moment, countless media outlets had already flocked to the scene, eager to release first-hand news and interview the focal candidates, including the top martial examination candidate. Wang Luoshu awaited this moment eagerly. He intended to escalate the situation. The gathering included not only local media but also provincial and even out-of-province reporters. This meant that if he were to voice his grievances about the injustice he suffered, it would quickly become known nationwide, creating a media storm that could ensnare the Li family at its center, subjecting them to the scorn of netizens from all corners of the country. Consequently, relevant government departments would undoubtedly investigate the underlying reasons and provide Wang Luoshu with a satisfactory resolution. Throughout the province, there were 6 examination centers, all fervently tallying their results for a unified announcement. This approach not only facilitated horizontal comparisons but also vertical ones, culminating in the emergence of the provincial martial examination champion under the spotlight. Wang Luoshu felt a flicker of anticipation. If he could secure the provincial champion title, his acclaim would far surpass that of the city champion. At that point, those who rallied to his defense would naturally multiply. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Zhang Huifeng rushed over upon receiving the news. Upon seeing Li Peng lying on the bed with a bruised and swollen face resembling that of a pig, her fury ignited. "You, the child's father, how could you not intervene when our child was beaten to such a state? Which brute struck him so mercilessly? I shall see to it that he is imprisoned," Zhang Huifeng exclaimed, increasingly exasperated. "Intervene. This is a martial examination, not child's play. Once on the field, one must be prepared for failure. As long as he hasn't been killed, it fully complies with the regulations," Li Tian replied coldly. "Furthermore, why did you teach our son the reverse breathing technique? Do you realize this could ruin his future? I merely wished for Pang Pang to secure the first place without fail. The situation in the provincial capital has been quite tumultuous. If Pang Pang can claim the top spot, all that noise will dissipate. Wasn't I doing this for your father and for the entire Li family?" Zhang Huifeng approached the bed, gently stroking Li Peng's swollen cheek with a pained expression. "Regardless of who inflicted such harm, I will ensure they pay the price. Zhang Huifeng, I warn you, do not act recklessly," Li Tian said, his eyes icy. "I was against taking resources from Wang Luoshu from the start. Now that he has secured first place, many eyes will focus on him. He is a pillar of the nation's future, a hope against calamity, and no matter how much you despise him, it all ends here." "Are you saying that Wang Luoshu is the one who did this to Pang Pang?" Zhang Huifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "He comes from an ordinary family, lacking resources and connections. How could he possibly cultivate so rapidly?" Li Tian laughed in frustration. "Lacking resources and connections? Do you not realize that from this day forth, he is a resource, he is a connection. As long as he maintains this momentum, he alone is a noble family." Zhang Huifeng fell silent, her heart heavy with regret. Regret for what? Regret for not recognizing Wang Luoshu's potential earlier. She lamented allowing him to grow. Had she acted preemptively, the title of first place would have belonged to her son. Li Tian was right. Wang Luoshu had already become a force to be reckoned with. If she were to create any further disturbances, it was likely that the nation would deal with her before Wang Luoshu even had to lift a finger. The atmosphere in the hospital room was tense, with only the television continuing to play silently, showcasing the bustling scene of the martial examination, where countless candidates and media awaited the results. At that moment, Li Peng on the bed let out a faint groan. Slowly awakening, his swollen lips, resembling sausages, opened and closed as he called out, "Mom, Mom, it hurts so much." Hearing this, Zhang Huifeng immediately bent down, grasping Li Peng's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Peng Peng, Mommy is here, Mommy is here. Mom, it hurts." Li Peng continued to cry out in pain, feeling not only the physical agony but also the emotional torment. After today, his dignity lay in tatters, and no one would regard him with any respect. All eyes would be on Wang Luoshu, while he would merely serve as a stepping stone on Wang Luoshu's path to success. As this thought crossed his mind, the pain intensified. "Mom, help me, help me," Li Peng murmured. "Peng Peng, you can tell me anything you need," Zhang Huifeng said, her heart aching even more. Meanwhile, Li Tian sat nearby, his brow furrowed, smoking a cigarette as he stared at the ceiling, a sense of foreboding creeping over him as his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, as if a significant event was about to unfold. "Mom, I want that Wang Luoshu dead," Li Peng murmured, continuing, "No, I want to ruin him, repay the humiliation I suffered today 1,000-fold. "All right, I promise you," Zhang Huifeng said, wiping her tears as she assured Li Peng in her heart. She had cursed Wang Luoshu 1,000 times and was even plotting how to bring this fellow before her son to kneel and apologize, only to then discreetly eliminate him. She cared not for right or wrong, nor for the consequences. This was a mother's love for her child. At that moment, the television screen shifted to the image of a reporter who was speaking excitedly about something. Li Tian quickly grabbed the remote and turned up the volume, and the reporter's voice filled the room. Just moments ago, the results of the provincial martial examination have been announced. I have some good news to share. Our city, Shanshui, has a county-level city named Qincheng. Remember this name, Qincheng. A senior from Qincheng High School named Wang Luoshu has claimed the title of provincial martial examination champion. Chapter 73. Explosive news. With a loud thud, the remote slipped from Li Tian's grasp, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had already known that Wang Luoshu had secured first place in the martial examination, it had only been confirmed that he was the top candidate in Shanshui City. Who would have thought he would achieve the title of provincial champion? Zhang Huifeng, too, heard the news report and turned her gaze toward the television. Her expression a mix of shock and seething hatred. If not for this sudden emergence of Wang Luoshu, would the title of provincial champion not have rightfully belonged to her son? Wang Luoshu had snatched away her child's grand opportunity. He had also deprived the Li family of a significant chance for advancement. This enmity could not be forgiven. Quickly, the television shifted to another reporter. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ming, a field reporter from Shanshui Television. I am currently standing at the martial examination site at Shanshui High School. Just ahead of me is the genius youth Wang Luoshu, who has just been confirmed as the provincial martial examination champion. As you can see, he is already surrounded by numerous reporters. As Zhang Ming's words echoed, the camera zoomed in on Wang Luoshu, enveloped by a throng of admirers. Clad in simple athletic wear, his gaze exuded a maturity and confidence beyond his years. Reporters eagerly thrust microphones toward him, their cameras flashing, capturing this exhilarating moment. Wang Luoshu, congratulations on becoming the provincial martial examination champion. Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with everyone? Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, being the first to pose a question to Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu gazed into the camera, offering a slight smile. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to my family, my school, and my teachers. Without their unwavering support, I could hardly have achieved such success today. Dad, Mom, older brother, are you watching on the television? Mother, I wish to indulge in sweet and sour ribs upon my return home today. At home, Wang Weigua and Li Lanxin are seated on the sofa, while Wang Wenwu occupies a stool, all engrossed in the live broadcast. The vegetables in the pan, halfway through cooking, have been left unattended, and the kettle continues to bubble away. The three of them remain fixated on the television, reluctant to divert their attention for even a moment. Upon hearing Wang Luoshu's words, Li Lanxin bursts into laughter, tears mingling with her mirth as she wipes away the moisture from her eyes. This cheeky boy has indeed made something of himself. Wang Weigua joins in the laughter, his fan coming to a halt. The silver strands in his hair seemingly glimmering, he rises and declares, "If our son desires it, then let us prepare it. I shall go buy the ribs right away, no need to rush." Li Lanxin interjects, tugging at Wang Weigua's sleeve. "Let our son finish speaking first. I will accompany you, Dad, Mom. I must say, my little brother's success as the top scorer in the martial arts exam is partly due to my influence." Wang Wenwu adds, unable to suppress a smile. "When he decided to apply to Wuda, it was I who invested my savings, giving him over 1,000 yuan for supplements." A swell of pride fills their hearts. After all, he is the top scorer in the province's martial arts examination. A truly glorious achievement for the family. On the television, the surrounding reporters are also amused by Wang Luoshu, contemplating how this top scorer appears remarkably composed before the camera. No wonder he is destined for greatness. Wang Luoshu continues, "At this juncture, I wish to share a true story about myself. Many may not know that I was born into a humble family. My parents are ordinary workers. When I resolved to participate in the martial arts exam, my family exhausted their savings to procure a Shirong pill through connections. And can you guess what happened next? Initially, the audience anticipated a heartwarming tale. But Wang Luoshu abruptly shifts his narrative, piquing everyone's curiosity. Did he manage to seize the top position thanks to that pill? The top scorer certainly knows how to keep people on the edge of their seats. What ensued? Could it be that he acquired a counterfeit? At Qincheng Hospital, Director Zhao Weiren watches the television, wiping away cold sweat incessantly. The other doctors and nurses watching alongside him begin to tease him, noting how he appears unusually pale despite the air conditioning. Isn't Wang Luoshu the son of Sister Li? He has truly excelled. One remarks, I recall some time ago, Sister Li asked Director Zhao to procure a Shirong pill. Her son's victory surely owes something to him. Listening to their banter, Zhao Weiren's smile is more akin to a grimace, rendered speechless. His right eyelid twitches uncontrollably. He is acutely aware that the pill he sold to Li Lanxin was counterfeit, and moreover, laced with potent substances. Surely, Wang Luoshu hasn't uncovered this, has he? On the television, Wang Luoshu acknowledges the reporter who mentioned the counterfeit, commending him with a smile. Ah, this reporter is indeed astute. It is indeed a counterfeit. A wave of shock ripples through both the live audience and viewers at home. No one expected such a lack of morality. Selling counterfeit medicine. The reporters grow animated. This is a major scoop. Selling counterfeit medicine to the top scorer, and now he is here to settle the score. This news will undoubtedly create a sensation. Back in the hospital office, those who had previously mocked Zhao Weiren fall silent, casting him sidelong glances, shocked to discover that the seemingly upright director harbors such a nefarious side. And thus, the tale takes a riveting turn. Wang Luoshu tantalizingly hints, as for the next part of the story, I believe this person's testimony will hold more weight than mine. Teacher Yun, the floor is yours. Yun Songzi leaps from the crowd, effortlessly joining Wang Luoshu's side, clutching a glass vial containing an unmistakably counterfeit Shirong pill that looks no different from a mere snack. In the hospital room, Zhang Huifeng's complexion turns pale in an instant. Though she knows Zhao Weiren is shielding her for now, guilt weighs heavily on her conscience, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Merely frowns and remarks. In this day and age, selling counterfeit medicine shows a complete disregard for life. On the television, Yun Songzi, hands pressed down, adopts a serious demeanor. Such heinous actions must be met with severe punishment. We must ensure that this individual faces public disgrace. Here, I will not hesitate to disclose that the scoundrel selling counterfeit medicine is none other than Zhao Weiren of Qinqing Hospital. Subsequently, Yun Songzi points directly at the camera and states, Zhao Weiren, you are merely the director of a county-level hospital. I know there are others behind you. I shall not rest until I uncover everyone involved in this matter. If you wish to redeem yourself, consider coming clean to seek leniency. Furthermore, I wish to convey to everyone that we must dismantle this black market chain. They seek to ruin not just one youth or family, but the future hopes of Longhua. Young people are like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. They are the living force against calamities. If I remain indifferent today, who will rally for me tomorrow? Let us all strive together. His words successfully ignite the collective anger of the crowd. Many begin investigating the truth behind this scandal through various channels. Within Qinqing Hospital, Zhao Weiren appears as though he has just been pulled from water. Slumping into his chair, his eyes devoid of light, he realizes his doom is imminent. This wave of public outrage will expose all his past misdeeds. Yet soon, a fierce survival instinct surges within him. I cannot die. I cannot die. Zhang Huifeng, you vile woman, even if I must perish, I will drag you down with me. It was Zhang Huifeng who forced me to do this. It was Zhang Huifeng who compelled me. Zhao Weiren screams frantically at the doctors and nurses in the office. If I die, remember, it was Zhang Huifeng who made me do it. With that, he collapses to the ground, kneeling and beginning to retch. It was Zhang Huifeng. Zhang Huifeng made me do it. This is a typical physiological response to extreme fear. The others exchange glances, deciding to report this matter immediately. Soon after, the office door bursts open, and a group of armed police officers storms in. Led by Li Jingyi, Zhao Ritian, with a stern expression, pulls out his badge and calls out, Who is Zhao Weiren? You are suspected of murder. Please accompany us for a while. Soon, Zhao Weiren was taken away. However, a greater storm was brewing. Wang Luoshu smiled and addressed the crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, let us momentarily set this matter aside. I trust that the state will provide me with a fair outcome. Let us return to our previous discussion, and I wish to express my gratitude to a certain individual, or rather, a family. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. For reasons unknown, the reporters sensed that it was not as simple as it appeared. If gratitude were to be expressed, why wait until now? In the hospital room, Li Tian's hand trembled slightly as he reached for a cigarette. He had an unsettling premonition that Wang Luoshu was about to mention the Li family. Zhang Huifeng was in a daze, scarcely listening to what Wang Luoshu was saying, preoccupied with whether Zhao Weiren's lips were sealed tightly enough to keep her secrets hidden. At that moment, Wang Luoshu spoke on the television. Grinning as he said, I must thank Li Peng and the Li family. If it were not for their underhanded dealings in seizing the national resources that rightfully belong to me, how could I have been inspired to strive diligently, honing my skills to attain today's distinction in the martial arts examination? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. It was evident to all that this was sarcasm. A declaration of war against the Li family. The reporters present were all astute individuals. Who among them was unaware of the Li family's formidable background? Nevertheless, in the face of overwhelming circumstances, nothing else mattered. They swiftly concluded, Li family, you're finished. In Jinqing, within the office, Li Qingsong sat in silence, shutting off the television, his mind echoing with the grandiose proclamations he had made that day. This time, the national resources will surely include a portion for my beloved grandson. He had indeed achieved this, yet he never anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly in that instant. Li Qingsong seemed to age 20 years. He rummaged through his drawer for a cigarette. Click, click. The lighter failed to ignite after a long while. Li Qingsong discarded the cigarette in his hand, sighed deeply, and then, trembling, picked up his phone to make a call. Once the call connected, an endless silence greeted him. Old leader, Qingsong has aired. I implore you to save me this time. Li Qingsong's voice cracked with desperation. After a lengthy pause, the other end sighed. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, Qingsong. The mistakes you have made must be rectified by you alone. Chapter 75. The examination results emerged. The storm arrived even more swiftly than anticipated. Within an hour of the news breaking, a special task force was established in Jincheng to investigate Li Qingsong and Li Tian. The police quickly learned from Zhao Weiren that the mastermind behind the counterfeit drugs was Zhang Huifeng. Thus, the increasingly anxious Zhang Huifeng was summoned to the station for questioning. Li Peng lay in his cold, desolate hospital room, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Until today, he had enjoyed a life envied by many. An admirable family background, exceptional talent, formidable strength, and striking good looks. Yet, all of this had dissipated like a mirage. Vanishing within a single day, it was then that he grasped a profound truth. If one recklessly exploits their family connections, the sins of the past will inevitably return like a boomerang, pinning you to the pillar of shame. Amidst the tumultuous investigations ongoing outside, Wang Luoshu had returned home. The news of his triumph in the martial arts examination had swept across the province like a tempest. Those who did not know him might merely express awe, but it would not affect his life in any significant way. However, his friends and family were a different story. Countless congratulations poured in like confetti, and even those with whom he had no prior connection were suddenly eager to reach out. In short, during a meal, Wang Luoshu observed his parents receiving no fewer than 50 calls. They've never shown such enthusiasm before. The moment my brother becomes the martial arts champion, they flock around. Such is human nature, Wang Wenwu remarked while eating. Wang Luoshu was already accustomed to this scenario and chuckled. Mom, today's sweet and sour ribs are quite delightful. As long as you like it, Li Lanxin replied with a smile. Isn't the liberal arts score being released soon? Your father and I were thinking that once your scores are out, we'll pick an auspicious day for your graduation banquet. We should invite all our friends and family to show our old Wang family's face. You can arrange it as you wish, Wang Luoshu nodded, smiling. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized he had hardly brought honor to the Wang family. Today, allowing his parents to bask in pride was fulfilling a long-held wish. It's exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. They began to check the scores. The family sat anxiously in front of the computer, watching Wang Luoshu calmly enter his information on the query interface. Can you hurry up? I'm dying of anxiety, Li Lanxin, ever the impatient one, exclaimed. Mom, please don't rush, I need to verify my identity information, Wang Luoshu replied. After a prolonged moment, he finally pressed the enter key. Done. The interface switched, revealing Wang Luoshu's examination results. Chinese, 130 points, Mathematics, 110 points, Liberal Arts Comprehensive, 200 points, Science Comprehensive, 210 points, total, 650 points. So high. Wang Wenwu jumped up in excitement. How many points? How many points? Li Lanxin asked, still struggling to comprehend. 650 points. Wang Weigua saw the total score and, overwhelmed, embraced Li Lanxin. Our son scored 650 points. Hold on, let me check what the cutoff for key schools is this year. Wang Luoshu quickly searched. Oh, it's 625 points. I'm in the clear. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Wang Wenwu shouted thrice in jubilation, lifting Wang Luoshu into the air. Laughing heartily, brother, you did it, you did it. You certainly did not disappoint me. Observing his family's unrestrained joy, a faint smile graced Wang Luoshu's lips. Although his liberal arts score was mediocre, not exceptionally high, his martial arts score was the province's top result. Even if his liberal arts score fell short of the cutoff, numerous martial arts universities would still be eager to accept him. However, if his liberal arts score did not meet the standard, gaining admission to a top-tier university would be challenging. Those prestigious institutions valued both talent and academic results, of course. What if one excelled in martial arts yet faltered in liberal arts? The answer was joining the military, where one would still receive significant state support. I must share this news in the family group. Li Lanxin quickly pulled out her phone, ready to announce the momentous news. At that moment, Wang Luoshu's phone rang. Seeing it was Zhou calling, he knew the young man was likely calling to share good news. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Luoshu answered, Zhou's excited voice erupted on the other end. Luozi. I passed the cutoff. I scored 642 points, and my martial arts comprehensive score is 76. I got in. Good, good, good. I knew you would. Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Congratulations. Which university are you considering? I'm still deciding that I initially wanted to attend Shanghai Martial Arts University, but their requirements seem quite high this year. 647 points for liberal arts and a comprehensive score of 77 for martial arts. I'm just shy of both, so it looks like I'm out of luck. Zhou continued clicking away at his keyboard, likely perusing the admissions requirements for various martial arts universities. Wang Luoshu also opened the admissions page, clearly seeing the requirements laid out for each martial arts university. 1. Longqing Martial Arts University, liberal arts score requirement, 720 points, martial arts comprehensive score requirement, 82 points, if liberal arts score exceeds 800 points. The martial arts comprehensive score requirement may be relaxed. If martial arts comprehensive score exceeds 90 points, the liberal arts score requirement may be relaxed. Longqing Martial Arts University is currently the top martial arts university in the nation. Rich in resources, graduates from this university often find themselves in high societal positions, representing the elite, and are the aspirations of all students. Wang Luoshu's martial arts comprehensive score was 98, and he felt he had a good chance if he applied there. 2. Longqing Martial Arts University, liberal arts score requirement, 700 points, martial arts comprehensive score requirement, 80 points, if liberal arts score exceeds 750 points. The martial arts comprehensive score requirement may be relaxed. If martial arts comprehensive score exceeds 85 points, the liberal arts score requirement may be relaxed. Longqing Martial Arts University, the second-ranked martial arts university nationwide, boasts resources comparable to Longqing Martial Arts University, with slightly lower requirements. If Wang Luoshu applied here, his acceptance probability was over 90. 3. Jingxing Martial Arts University, liberal arts score requirement, 675 points, martial arts comprehensive score requirement, 78 points, if liberal arts score exceeds 740 points. The martial arts comprehensive score requirement may be relaxed. If martial arts comprehensive score exceeds 83 points, the liberal arts score requirement may be relaxed. 2 more chapters to go. Chapter 76, Choosing a Martial Arts University. Wang Luoshu meticulously reviewed the top 10 universities. Based on his current scores, only the 10th-ranked Shanghai Martial Arts University was a sure bet. After some thought, he called Yun Songzi. After the interview concluded today, Yun Songzi had mentioned that once the liberal arts scores were released, he would help him strategize, likely still harboring hopes of recruiting Wang Luoshu into Jincheng Martial Arts University. The call connected quickly, and Yun Songzi's cheerful voice resonated through the line. So, young man, how did you do in the liberal arts? I scored 650 points, so I'd like to seek your advice, Wang Luoshu replied, smiling. Is it really that high? Yun Songzi, clearly taken aback, continued. Your score has surpassed the threshold for key schools. To put it simply, with your martial arts examination results, you can gain admission to any institution, including the top 10 prestigious universities. While I would love to keep you at Jincheng Martial University, for the sake of your future, you should aspire to a larger platform. Master Yun, that's exactly what I wanted to ask. Is there a significant difference between the top 10 universities and an ordinary martial arts university? Wang Luoshu inquired. Absolutely. Yun Songzi replied emphatically. The top 10 universities receive substantial national resources each year. The disparity is immense. Take the 10th-ranked Shanghai Martial University, for instance. People often claim that Jincheng Martial University and Shanghai Martial University are nearly equal. But that is merely wishful thinking. When it comes to resource allocation, students at Shanghai Martial University receive 3 times the resources available to those at Jincheng Martial University, and that's not even accounting for various subsidies. There are also differences among the top 10 universities themselves. The foundational strength of the first-ranked Longqing Martial University is beyond what an ordinary person can fathom. However, it is a battleground for geniuses. Those who emerge victorious will undoubtedly have a bright future, yet many lose their luster and become nameless, some even losing their lives in the process. Moreover, each martial arts university has its own mission assignments. These resources are not given freely. Becoming a student of a martial arts university entails a responsibility to protect. When disasters strike, nearby martial arts universities dispatch students for disaster relief, serving as both training and a means of selection. Despite the abundant resources provided by Longqing Martial University, it also suffers the highest casualty rates among its students, as there are often dozens of disasters each year in the vicinity of Longqing, with the severity of these disasters increasing annually. This year's lowest level disaster is already at level 4. Therefore, before selecting a martial arts university, you should consider your own circumstances. If you are not mentally prepared to face danger, I would advise you to opt for a university ranked lower. After listening to Yun Songzi, Wang Luoshu gained a fundamental understanding of the operational mechanisms of martial arts universities. However, instead of feeling apprehensive, he was even more exhilarated. Frequent disasters could accelerate his growth, allowing him to stand out even among the talented at Longqing Martial University. He believed that danger often accompanies opportunity, and since he was determined to compete, he would compete against the strongest. You need not make a decision right away. Take your time to ponder, Yun Songzi suggested, noticing Wang Luoshu's prolonged silence, mistakenly assuming he was intimidated. Master Yun, there's no need to think any further. I am applying to Longqing Martial University, Wang Luoshu declared decisively. Excellent. Such ambition? Yun Songzi laughed heartily. If you succeed at Longqing Martial University, I can boast of having connections there too. Ha ha ha. Master Yun, I shall hold on to your leg then. Wang Luoshu responded playfully. You're such a glutton, and now you're out of breath. All right, let's leave it at that. I'll keep an eye on your situation. It won't stir up any trouble, and soon you will receive a satisfactory outcome. Yun Songzi teased. Thank you, Master Yun, Wang Luoshu replied before ending the call. After hanging up, Wang Luoshu promptly uploaded his application. First choice, Longqing Martial University. Second choice, Shanghai Martial University. If he were not admitted to Longqing Martial University, he would still have a secure option with Shanghai Martial University. Hadn't Zhu Qingyan said she would look out for him at Shanghai Martial University? Although he didn't need her protection, it was certainly advantageous to have an acquaintance in the institution. Shortly after submitting his application, Zhu Qingyan's call came through. Heard from Auntie that you scored 650 points? Zhu Qingyan got straight to the point. Which martial arts university are you planning to apply to? I have already submitted my choices. First choice is Longqing Martial University, and second choice is Shanghai Martial University, Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Since you've already made your decision, I won't try to dissuade you. However, be aware that Longqing frequently experiences disasters. Once you're there, Zhu Qingyan paused. Take good care of yourself. All right, Wang Luoshu nodded. Just as he thought Zhu Qingyan would hang up, she unexpectedly asked, Wang Luoshu, what do you think those planets turned into disaster stars are like beneath the fog? Wang Luoshu was puzzled by Zhu Qingyan's question. After a moment of thought, he recalled the images he had seen online. The 8 major planets, transformed into disaster stars, were all shrouded in mist, and the probe sent previously could no longer transmit images back. In truth, even the so-called evil gods were merely legends. No one had ever seen what an evil god looked like, nor did anyone know the current state of the 8 major planets beneath the fog. All that was known was that each eruption they caused brought terrifying calamities to the blue star point. One day, we will find out, Wang Luoshu replied. Theo completely resolve the disaster star issue. We must land on them. Currently, various nations are developing interstellar spacecraft capable of landing on disaster stars. I've heard there has been some progress, but when it will be operational remains uncertain. Get some sleep early. Good night. Zhu Qingyan responded before hanging up. 3 days later, Wang Luoshu saw the outcome regarding the Li family on television and online. Li Qingsong, the former deputy minister of the Jincheng Resources Department, was dismissed and sentenced to 20 years in prison for the crime of misappropriating national resources. Li Tian, the former minister of the Shanshui City Resources Department, was also dismissed, receiving a 10-year sentence as an accomplice in the same crime. Zhang Huifeng, the former deputy director of the Shanshui City Hospital, faced multiple charges, including misappropriating national resources, selling counterfeit and substandard medications, attempted murder, and intentional harm, resulting in a life sentence and the death penalty. As for Li Peng, his family insisted that the wrongdoing was solely theirs and had nothing to do with him, allowing him to narrowly escape punishment. However, without the family's protection, his future remained uncertain, and he would have to rely on himself from now on. Chapter 77. The 13 Tasks of Tai. Wang Luoshu felt somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Moreover, the portion of national-level resources that belonged to him was reinstated and ultimately arrived in his hands, proving that what was rightfully his would eventually be reclaimed. This national-level resource was indeed worthy of its title. First and foremost, there was the Shiyun Dan, a miraculous item for breaking through to a 2-pattern warrior, recently developed and exceedingly rare, with a total of 9 pieces included in this national-level resource. If converted to market value, it would be worth approximately 10 million, yet it was priceless. Additionally, there were Qi and blood pills, each valued at around 10,000, with a total of 100, equating to another 1 million. Furthermore, there was a cash reward of 5 million and a particularly special item, a wood carving of the martial god. This wood carving was about the size of a palm, and according to the staff, holding it while practicing breathing techniques would significantly enhance one's progress. No wonder Li Peng could advance to the warrior realm so quickly. This wood carving must have played a crucial role. Wang Luoshu examined the wood carving closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite and lifelike. However, he did not recognize this so-called martial god. Just from its appearance, it exuded a striking charm, with piercing eyes that conveyed an aura of dominance over the world. Let me see if it has any effect. Wang Luoshu held the wood carving of the martial god and began to practice. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Not long after he commenced his breathing technique, a system notification suddenly echoed in his ear. He opened his eyes in surprise, unable to comprehend how the high-end shopping had activated before he had completed his weekly cycle. Then, he felt a warmth in his palm. Looking down, he noticed that the facial features of the wood carving of the martial god had undergone subtle changes, shifting from a noble visage to one imbued with a hint of malevolence. The surface shimmering with a faint blood aura, Wang Luoshu was startled and instinctively tossed the wood carving aside. Once it left his hand, the blood aura gradually dissipated, and the wood carving returned to its original form. What was that blood aura? Wang Luoshu sensed that the matter was far from ordinary and that the high-end shopping activation was indeed perplexing, so he called Yun Songzi, hoping he could offer some insight. "What's up, kid?" Yun Songzi's voice came through the line. "Master Yun, do you know about the wood carving of the martial god among the national-level resources?" Wang Luoshu asked, "Of course. What's the matter?" Yun Songzi chuckled. "Oh, I almost forgot you received a reinstated national-level resource. I must tell you, it's a treasure. Each one has been personally consecrated by General Li Beichen, the martial god, and is beneficial for cultivation. Li Beichen?" The name rang a bell for Wang Luoshu, prompting him to search for information online. Soon, he found a profile on Li Beichen. Li Beichen, a legendary general of the Dragon Nation, revered as the martial god of the Dragon Nation, known for his extraordinary martial arts and fearless courage. Following that were various accounts of Li Beichen's life, with the most renowned battle being his solo confrontation against an 8th-level disaster, protecting the lives of millions. Upon hearing that the wood carving had been consecrated by Li Beichen, Wang Luoshu reconsidered. It was unlikely that such a revered and adored martial god of the Dragon Nation would engage in any tricks with a mere wood carving. However, Wang Luoshu still confided this matter to Yun Songzi. Upon hearing it, Yun Songzi chuckled and said, "Although I am unaware of what this bloodthirst you speak of entails, I assure you that anything that has passed through the hands of the martial god is undoubtedly without issue. You need not be overly sensitive, my boy." "All right, thank you, Uncle Yun." Wang Luoshu ended the call and picked up the wooden carving from the bed, finding it rather unappealing. "Well, even if I have misunderstood, I need not rely on this for cultivation. The Hex system serves as sufficient assistance." Subsequently, Wang Luoshu retrieved the USB drive that Yun Songzi had given him and plugged it into the computer to begin his examination. Universal combat technique, Hunyuan posture. To his surprise, it was a stance exercise. Wang Luoshu felt a twinge of astonishment and began to read the introduction to Hunyuan posture. Originating from the horse stance, it emphasizes the unity of the waist and legs, promoting the smooth flow of qi and blood throughout the body by adjusting posture and breathing, thereby enhancing lower body strength. Through mental guidance, it improves overall bodily coordination and internal power. Following this were the cultivation methods and key insights regarding Hunyuan posture. Remarkably, this universal combat technique also triggered a buy one get one free offer. Surely, this must be without sequence. But where did the complimentary book go? Wang Luoshu scrutinized the USB drive, which contained only the Hunyuan posture file. Devoid of anything else. Ding. The host may extract from the system panel. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Upon hearing this, Wang Luoshu hurriedly opened the system panel and indeed discovered an extraction icon following the buy one get one offer. He promptly clicked to extract. Tai 13 posts extraction successful. The extracted martial technique was directly imprinted into Wang Luoshu's mind. The so-called Tai 13 posts, also a form of stance exercise, emphasized the cultivation of both internal and external strength, proving to be considerably more formidable than Hunyuan posture. Practice. This was the only thought that crossed Wang Luoshu's mind. He immediately commenced practicing Tai 13 posts. The most crucial aspect was that he could simultaneously cultivate breathing techniques while practicing Tai 13 posts, resulting in a remarkable efficiency. In a dark corner of Qian City, Yuan Xinwen was crawling in a twisted and shadowy manner, his face contorted in a grimace, veins bulging ominously. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black, who spoke in a raspy voice. "I have granted you many opportunities. You are of no further use to me. D director, I can do it. I have arranged to meet a potential candidate, and I will take action today. Yuan Xinwen replied with a fierce expression. This is your final chance. The figure in black spoke coolly. If you fail to complete the task I have assigned today, I shall reclaim the divine power within you and send you to meet the Lord of Evil. With that, the figure turned and departed. Only then did Yuan Xinwen's contorted body come to a halt. He gasped for air, rising from the ground, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He had never felt death so near. The director truly wished to eliminate him. He dared not delay, glancing at the time before hastily making his way to the agreed meeting point. This was his only chance today. Old Yuan, what did you summon me for today? After a brief wait, Yang Wei approached from a distance, a smile illuminating his face, clearly in good spirits. Nothing much. I just thought that since all the exams are finally over, it would be nice to unwind a bit. Yuan Xinwen replied with a forced smile. Old Yuan, let me tell you, what have we turned into over these 3 years of high school? Friends, we haven't made any. Achievements? Our grades aren't impressive either, but at least we still have each other. Yang Wei said as he stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Yuan Xinwen's shoulders, chuckling. They say you're the old lady, that you're gay. But I don't see it that way. I can tell you're a very interesting person. By the way, which university did you apply to? Upon hearing this, a wave of emotion surged within Yuan Xinwen. He mused that his 3 years of high school hadn't been a complete failure. For he had made a true friend. However, from this day forth, that singular friendship would vanish. With this thought, his already low spirits sank further into silence. What's wrong? Did you not do well? Yang Wei noticed Yuan Xinwen's silence and patted his shoulder. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well. You can always repeat a year. I did all right this year. I should be able to get into a decent liberal arts school. And my family wants me to join the military. But I know I'm not cut out. This is his only friend. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and picked up Yang Wei's note from the lunchbox. I came to see your wishes. Upon unfolding it, he found written there. I hope that both Lao Yuan and I remain forever healthy, happy, and joyful, and that we can attend a good university together. We shall be good friends for life. Chapter 79. Surrender. Yuan Xinwen stood frozen in place. He gazed at the note in his hand, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Hey, I hope you're not too moved and end up falling for me. At heart, I still prefer girls, Yang Wei chuckled. Guilt, shame, and sorrow intertwined within Yuan Xinwen, surging towards him like a tidal wave. In that moment, he broke down, clenching the concert ticket and the note in his hand, burying his head in his arms as he sobbed uncontrollably. Yang Wei, startled by Yuan Xinwen's reaction, hurriedly approached to comfort him. What are you doing, Lao Yuan? Don't scare me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yuan Xinwen repeated 3 times, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Thus, one cried while the other consoled, and after a full half-hour, Yuan Xinwen's emotions finally began to stabilize. Yang Wei let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lao Yuan? Why are you acting like a girl? Even though they all say you're like an old sister-in-law, I've always seen you as a real man. Don't make me lose respect for you. Yuan Xinwen's eyes were red. He stood up and embraced Yang Wei tightly. Away, we will be good friends for life. Let us go home. All right. Yang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. After descending the mountain, they parted ways. Lao Yuan, the concert is in 3 days. Let us take the bus to Jincheng together the day after tomorrow, Yang Wei shouted. Okay. Yuan Xinwen nodded emphatically, responding loudly. He then watched Yang Wei depart until he vanished from sight. Looking down at the crumpled concert ticket in his hand, he felt a decision crystallize within him. Half an hour later, at the Jincheng Security Bureau, Yuan Xinwen sat in the lobby, a look of ease upon his face. Excuse me, young man, is there something you need? The welcoming officer inquired kindly. I wish to surrender, Yuan Xinwen replied. Surrender? What crime have you committed? The officer's expression turned serious. I am a believer, Yuan Xinwen stated. A believer? What do you mean? The officer seemed to misunderstand. A believer tainted by falsehood, Yuan Xinwen repeated. The officer's face changed dramatically as he swiftly drew his firearm, pointing it at Yuan Xinwen. Such jokes are not to be taken lightly. I am not joking. Yuan Xinwen shook his head, his expression calm. I am a believer. I wish to surrender at that moment. The officer finally realized Yuan Xinwen was serious. He immediately called for backup, his gaze warily fixed on Yuan Xinwen. A believer surrendering. This is truly unprecedented. Soon, Li Zhengyi arrived with Zhao Ritian, leading Yuan Xinwen to the interrogation room. Why do you wish to surrender? Li Zhengyi asked, sitting across from him. Though handcuffed, Yuan Xinwen wore an unprecedented look of tranquility as he slowly spoke. I am an orphan, without friends since childhood. Until a kind-hearted old lady took me in. She passed away when I was in my 3rd year of junior high, leaving me alone once more. I once lamented the unfairness of fate, wondering why others had blissful families while I could only lick my wounds alone in the dead of night. I tried hard to become a normal person, but I realized I had long been out of sync with my surroundings. So, when the falsehood appeared, seeking to redeem me, I agreed without hesitation. Zhao Ritian diligently took notes. At this juncture, Yuan Xinwen paused, a smile suddenly gracing his face. However, I never realized I had true friends. It turns out I was not forsaken by fate, but rather, I had forsaken myself. He opened his palm, revealing the crumpled concert ticket lying there, and smiled. Officer, please convey to my friend that he will have to attend the concert alone. Outside the detention room, Zhao Ritian observed Yuan Xinwen sitting quietly within, unable to refrain from saying to Li Jingyi, Captain, is this kid really a believer? We've never had a case of a believer surrendering voluntarily. Do you think he might be causing trouble? No, Li Jingyi shook his head. He is indeed a believer. We previously thought that believers, after succumbing to false deities, would lose all moral boundaries and humanity. But it seems this is not the case. I have reported Yuan Xinwen's situation. Perhaps we can find breakthroughs through him and uncover those hidden believers. Zhao Ritian nodded thoughtfully. Captain, how many believers are still lurking in the shadows? It remains unclear, but I estimate there aren't many left, Li Jingyi remarked with a smile. Let us be optimistic. This protracted battle is finally nearing its end. That night, Yuan Xinwen lay on the cot in the detention room. Tossing and turning in restless slumber, he harbored no regrets about his surrender. In fact, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that, thus far, he had not taken a single life nor harmed anyone. Even if he were to be imprisoned, he doubted it would be for long. In this manner, he drifted into a drowsy sleep. Until midnight, he felt an icy chill emanating from beside him, awakening him groggily. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure clad in black robes standing silently at his side. Yuan Xinwen's pupils contracted, and he bolted upright, instinctively wishing to scream for help. Yet, he found his throat constricted by an unknown force, rendering him utterly mute. Awake? The figure in black spoke coolly. You've squandered your opportunity. I initially thought you were a promising seed, but it appears you are merely a rebellious wretch. Under these circumstances, you have no further purpose. Yuan Xinwen desperately opened his mouth to plead, but no words escaped his lips. He sprang up, attempting to dash towards the cell door to attract the attention of the patrolling officers. Alas, after only 2 steps, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and an eerie hand emerged from within, clutching his still-beating heart. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave. Yuan Xinwen wished to beg for mercy. But the opportunity had vanished. In the next moment, his heart was crushed, blood spurting forth. Yuan Xinwen's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his life flashing before his eyes. He wished to grasp onto those fleeting images, but they receded further away. Is this how it ends? A bitter smile crept upon Yuan Xinwen's lips as he succumbed to the ground. So be it. The following day, Yuan Xinwen's lifeless body was discovered. His condition gruesome, with a gaping hole in his chest and his internal organs vanished without a trace. The Security Bureau established a special task force, initiating a citywide search for believers. Chapter 80. Graduation Banquet at the end of June. Wang Luoshu received his admission notice from Longqing Wuda. Longqing Wuda. This was indeed Longqing Wuda. Wang Wenwu clutched the acceptance letter, beaming with joy, as if he himself had been accepted into the prestigious university. Stay calm, stay calm. Although Wang Luoshu shared in the excitement, he maintained a facade of composure. Little brother, this is Longqing Wuda, the ultimate dream of all examinees. How can I remain calm? Wang Wenwu burst into laughter. Taking out his phone to snap a picture, his face practically splitting from the grin. I'm sending this to your sister-in-law right now. What do you want to send it to my sister-in-law for? Planning to bring it home for me to see? Wang Luoshu teased out, of course. Now that you've been accepted to Longqing Wuda, she'll definitely want to come back for a celebration. This graduation banquet is the perfect opportunity for you to meet your sister-in-law. Wang Wenwu declared with pride. That evening, Li Lanxin and Wang Weigua set the date and location for the graduation banquet, notifying friends and family. Upon learning that Wang Luoshu had indeed been admitted to Longqing Wuda, the family group erupted in excitement. Luoshu is truly remarkable. I've seen his potential since he was young. Our Qinqing hasn't produced a Longqing Wuda student in years. Luoshu has truly brought us honor. It is all thanks to the Wang family. With an accomplished brother, the younger one is also doing well. Echoes of praise flooded in. even from relatives with whom relations had been tenuous, now showering him with flattery. Over the years, those who graduated from Longqing Wuda had all flourished. They were destined to become high-ranking officials, leaders, and prominent figures. The Wang family's current situation was one of pride based on their children's success. Amidst the external clamors, Wang Luoshu remained unfazed. His mastery of the Tai 13 stances had progressed significantly, and when combined with his breathing techniques, his strength had surged to new heights. If he were to participate in the martial examination again, he could easily defeat Li Peng without resorting to reverse breathing techniques. Wang Luoshu opened his class group chat, which was buzzing with excitement as classmates shared their acceptance letters. Zhou Yi, brothers. Ive been accepted to Jinqing Wuda. Image, Yang Kong. Sigh. I'm so envious. Unlike me, I only got into a third-rate martial arts university. Post-acceptance letter. Chun Ku. You two are showing off. Haha, I'll join in too. Showing the admission notice, Wang Luoshu scanned through the list, noting that at least 10 individuals from his class had been accepted into Wuda, while most of the others had secured spots at liberal arts universities. Of course, there were some who hadn't fared as well and had chosen to enlist in the military, which was also a viable path. After browsing for a while, Wang Luoshu remained silent in the group chat. However, Zhou Yi's message came through first. Luaji, has your admission notice arrived? Is it Longqing Wuda or Shanghai Wuda? Longqing, Wang Luoshu replied. Wow, incredible, Zhou Yi exclaimed with envy. Although I had anticipated that you might be admitted to Longqing Wuda, I'm still incredibly envious. I must share this in the group so that those guys can feel a tinge of envy too. With that, Zhou Yi dashed into the group chat and relayed the news of Wang Luoshu's acceptance into Longqing Wuda. As expected, it elicited a chorus of cheers and expressions of envy. At that moment, Lin Xiuqiu's message also came through. I have been admitted to Longqing Wuda as well. You also applied to Longqing Wuda? Wang Luoshu was taken aback, then quickly typed back. Did you not say before that you applied to Maching Wuda? My first choice was Longqing, and my second was Maching. I was just hoping for a stroke of luck. Lin Xiuqiu paused before continuing. I didn't expect to actually be accepted. Later, I looked into the reasons, and it seems this year Wuda is expanding its enrollment. Compared to previous years, each Wuda has seen varying degrees of increases in their admission quotas. Why the expansion? Is it because the disasters have caused too many casualties? Wang Luoshu speculated. The officials haven't stated it outright, but that could be one reason, Lin Xiuqiu replied. Additionally, according to predictions from the Disaster Monitoring Institute, starting next year, the frequency and intensity of disasters will increase, so this is also a measure of precaution. Hearing Lin Xiuqiu's words, Wang Luoshu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The world was becoming increasingly perilous, and he wondered if his pace of growth could keep up with the rate of catastrophe. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Once he reached Wuda, as long as he frequently encountered disaster events, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Wang Luoshu quickly suppressed the unease and smiled as he replied, It seems we'll be classmates again, Lin Xiuqiu. Haha, what a twist of fate it is, Lin Xiuqiu responded. After chatting for a while, they concluded the conversation. Wang Luoshu logged into the official website of the Disaster Monitoring Institute, where daily reports of disaster warnings from various cities were broadcasted. He glanced at the disaster warnings near Longqing. Over the past 6 months, there had been no fewer than 30 disaster events, which was indeed alarming. Strengthening one's abilities was the paramount path. Wang Luoshu closed the webpage and resumed his practice of the Tai 13 stances. A week later, Wang Luoshu's graduation banquet arrived punctually. In addition to the family and friends invited by his parents, he also invited a few close classmates to celebrate this occasion. In fact, during this past week, he had already attended several other graduation banquets. Whenever there was a gathering, Yang Kong was invariably the most enthusiastic. Early in the morning, he was clamoring to arrive early, imploring Wang Luoshu to prepare snacks and treats. However, after making that declaration, he promptly fell back asleep until noon. By the time noon rolled around, all of Wang Luoshu's good friends had arrived, each bearing small gifts. Luoshan, here's a watch I bought for you. Although it's not very valuable, I spent all my savings on it, so I hope you won't think poorly of it. Luoshan, when you rise to prominence, don't forget us old classmates. This unlike the false ones. These devotees conceal themselves more deeply, for they are indeed human in form. Unless they exhibit any abnormality, they bear no distinction from ordinary individuals. So why is it said that I have caught the attention of a devotee? Sister-in-law, can you discern a devotee? Wang Luoshu inquired. My visit to Qinqing serves dual purposes. 1. To attend your graduation banquet, and 2. As an expert invited to locate this batch of devotees in Qinqing. Ananyue replied, producing her phone and flipping through images. Do you recognize this person? Yuan Xinwen? Upon seeing the photo, Wang Luoshu's eyes widened in shock. This is my classmate. In the picture, Yuan Xinwen's abdomen had been hollowed out. The scene was somewhat gruesome, seemingly taken in a cell. He is a devotee. Ananyue tucked her phone away and continued. Approximately 10 days ago, he confessed at the Public Security Bureau and was subsequently locked in a detention room. That very night, he was murdered by other devotees, only to be discovered the following day. The Public Security Bureau retrieved the surveillance footage from that time. There were no signs of anyone breaching the cell, nor was there any indication of others approaching the Bureau that night. Thus, there exists but one possibility. This devotee possesses the ability of earth evasion. I have inspected the scene, and indeed, remnants of malevolent energy linger. Furthermore, I suspect this devotee harbors a second ability, devouring. Devouring? Wang Luoshu felt that this term must denote considerable power. Indeed, his act of hollowing out Yuan Xinwen's organs was likely a manifestation of this devouring ability. Having usurped all his memories and cultivation, given that he possesses the ability to devour, he will not cease his pursuit, and among those most familiar to Yuan Xinwen, Yu and Lin Xiuqiu possess the highest talents. I observed earlier that a faintly visible malevolent aura surrounds you, indicating he has already set his sights on you, Ananyue stated. Chapter 82. Encounter with a devotee. What should I do now? Wang Luoshu asked. The sensation of being targeted by a monster is indeed unsettling. However, he remained relatively calm, for he had already become a first-grade martial artist, having made initial strides in the Tai 13 stances, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Even if he were to encounter a monster, he would be capable of putting up a fight, provided the creature's strength is not overwhelmingly superior, since he has left a mark on you. It confirms that you have had contact recently. Consider where you have been and whom you have encountered. Is there anyone particularly memorable? Ananyue inquired. Most of my time has been spent at home, though I did attend a few graduation banquets with classmates. However, there were so many people that I did not pay particular attention to anyone noteworthy. Wang Luoshu shook his head. Very well, but since he has already targeted you, this actually presents a favorable opportunity to draw him out and eliminate the threat permanently. Ananyue smiled faintly. I will arrange for personnel from the Public Security Bureau to provide covert protection for you. The moment that devotee shows up, he will surely find it difficult to escape. Understood. Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, what should I do next? Maintain your usual demeanor. Do not arouse the suspicions of the devotee lurking in the shadows. I share this information with you to ensure you remain vigilant and protect yourself, Ananyue advised. All right, I understand. Wang Luoshu nodded and then curiously asked, Sister-in-law, do tell me honestly, you are not merely an assistant to some big shot, are you? Given that you were invited here as an expert, it suggests you hold considerable renown within this circle. You will come to know in due time, Ananyue replied with a slight smile. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Wang Luoshu noticed Ananyue's reluctance to divulge further details and chose not to press her. Stay safe. As he reached the door, Wang Wenwu patted Wang Luoshu's shoulder, seemingly already aware of the situation. Don't worry, brother, Wang Luoshu nodded and then added. Let's keep this from Mom and Dad to spare them from worry. At 2 in the afternoon, Wang Luoshu arrived at the KTV with a group of classmates. They had reserved a large private room and began to showcase their singing talents. Wang Luoshu refrained from joining them, instead pondering how to lure out the hidden devotee. With so many people around, the devotee would not be foolish enough to reveal himself. Logically, he would wait until Wang Luoshu found himself alone, perhaps in a deserted street or alley, where the devotee could suddenly descend upon him. Luozi, how about you sing a song too? After shouting out several songs, Zhou Yi's voice grew hoarse, and he quickly handed the microphone to Wang Luoshu. Come on, this song Little Mango is your specialty. I bet no one has heard it before. You are my little mango. No matter how much I love you, it is never too much. Soon, the private room was filled with a cacophony of voices. After an afternoon of singing, everyone was exhausted and then headed to a restaurant for dinner, marking the official conclusion of the graduation banquet. Wang Luoshu bid farewell to each person before concocting an excuse to slip away alone. He estimated that the devotee would likely come looking for him now that he was alone. Throughout his journey, he did not specifically seek out alleyways, as that would appear too deliberate. He passed through several sparsely populated neighborhoods without encountering any danger. As he approached the final unavoidable alleyway, he thought to himself that if the devotee did not appear now, it was likely he would not show up today. Wang Luoshu stood at the entrance of a dimly lit alley. Recalling that it was the same alley where he had encountered Yuan Xinwen at the time, he had assumed this fellow was merely engaging in some performance art on the street. In hindsight, it seemed he had come to target him, but given his lack of strength, he probably did not dare to act. Wang Luoshu plunged into the alley, and as he reached the middle section, a streetlight flickered out, plunging that segment into darkness. A chilling sense of danger surged within him. The closer he drew to that darkness, the more intense the feeling became. Here it comes. Wang Luoshu suddenly realized that the devotee had a penchant for theatrics, choosing to confront him in the very spot where Yuan Xinwen had once squatted. Come out, Wang Luoshu called into the shadows. The darkness visibly writhed, and soon, a figure cloaked in black emerged, moving mechanically, producing a series of creaking sounds. As it did so, it then spoke in a hoarse voice. No wonder you are the top scorer in the martial arts examination. You are worlds apart from that worthless fool. Who are you? Though Wang Luoshu was already aware, he feigned ignorance, contemplating whether assistance from the Public Security Bureau would arrive soon, and of course, he did not place all his hopes on them. He swiftly activated his random staff to refresh its effects. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the most devoted follower of the Dark God. I spread the love and hope of the Dark God in this world, rescuing all from suffering. If you too can worship the Dark God, then today, I shall bestow upon you divine power. The voice of the figure in black was imbued with seduction, its hands raised high in a gesture of piety. Divine power will free you from the sea of suffering, elevate you above all beings, and ultimately transcend death, granting you eternal life. Have you attained eternal life? Wang Luoshu responded while keeping his gaze fixed on the system panel, repeatedly refreshing his random staff, but yielding no useful effects. I am infinitely close to eternal life. The figure in black chuckled darkly. When you grasp divine power, you will realize I have not lied. Now it is your turn to choose. Will you embrace eternal life or welcome death? Ding! Random staff refresh successful. Following another system prompt, Wang Luoshu finally acquired a powerful random staff. After 10 seconds of battle, all enemies will be stunned for 5 seconds. Wang Luoshu's eyes lit up. A 5-second stun could very well be sufficient for him to counterattack against this figure in black. Without hesitation, he selected this random staff. Ding! Random staff activated. Timing will commence upon the host entering combat. I choose neither. Wang Luoshu shook his finger, smiling nonchalantly. Such a pity. I had thought you possessed some intelligence, yet you appear no different from those foolish and worthless souls. In that case, farewell. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure in black moved. Its form shifted like a ghost, instantly appearing before Wang Luoshu. Immediately, the figure in black slowly raised a hand concealed within its oversized sleeve. When the palm was fully revealed, the sight was spine-chilling. A hand so emaciated that the bones protruded, the skin clinging tightly to the bones, as though every last shred of flesh had been consumed by some mysterious force, leaving only a grotesque structure of skin and bone. Then, the hand lunged towards Wang Luoshu's chest. Chapter 83. The truth destroys the devotee. Swish. The speed of that hand was astonishing, generating a fierce gust of wind, almost reaching Wang Luoshu in the blink of an eye. Instantly, his gaze sharpened, and he moved his body slightly, evading the lethal strike at an incredible angle. The blow passed perilously close to his chest, the force of the wind tearing a small hole in his clothing, causing a sharp sting against his skin. How powerful, Wang Luoshu thought, alarmed. Just then, the hand that had missed suddenly clenched into a fist, striking Wang Luoshu's chest with tremendous force, sending him sliding backwards several meters until he crashed violently against the wall. Bang! After a tremendous crash, Wang Luoshu felt as though a colossal stone had struck his chest, causing an unbearable pain that made him involuntarily gasp. Yet, he did not succumb to the force. Instead, he harnessed the impact, firmly planted his feet on the ground, slightly bending his legs as if they were roots embedding into the soil. Stabilizing himself in an instant, the first stance of the Tai 13 stances. The stance technique? The figure in the black robe chuckled. Indeed, at such a tender age, you have mastered the stance technique. It is a pity, however, that you fail to perceive the situation clearly, thus squandering your considerable talent. With that, he lunged forward once more, this time a faint black mist emanating from his bony hand, thrusting towards Wang Luoshu's chest once again. Wang Luoshu inhaled deeply, gradually adjusting his posture, spreading his feet apart with toes slightly outward, allowing his arms to drop naturally before suddenly raising them, extending outward to form a stable and commanding stance resembling the character. Ha ha ha! A splendid stance indeed, but alas, it is futile. The figure in the black robe laughed heartily, as his hand appeared poised to pierce Wang Luoshu's chest. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the figure suddenly felt a deafening explosion within his skull. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a wave of dizziness crashed over him, shattering his once formidable assault in an instant. The aftershock had taken effect. Wang Luoshu's eyes sparkled with realization as he seized this rare opportunity. Thrusting his arms forward with a force akin to iron, simultaneously pushing off the ground with his feet, his entire body erupting with astonishing power, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. Boom! In an instant, Wang Luoshu's fists collided with the chest of the figure in the black robe, who, still dazed, could not withstand the blow. He was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a distant wall with a resounding thud. Seizing the moment, Wang Luoshu did not linger foolishly in place. This dizziness could only last 5 seconds, and if he failed to incapacitate his opponent within that time, he would be in peril. Approaching the figure in the black robe without hesitation, he clenched his fists tightly, launching them with a fierce wind towards the figure's arms and legs. Crack, with several crisp sounds of bones fracturing. The figure's arms and legs were brutally shattered by Wang Luoshu. Despite his dazed state, the figure's body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. Bang! Finally, Wang Luoshu delivered a punch to the figure's neck, only to find it unexpectedly solid, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. Just then, the dizziness subsided, and the fallen figure let out an enraged roar, accompanied by a pained hiss. "What have you done?" The figure's shattered hands and feet emitted a series of cracking sounds, and the already twisted limbs seemingly reattached themselves. Witnessing this scene, Wang Luoshu was taken aback and quickly retreated. How could one reattach broken limbs? "You must perish." The figure in the black robe rose from the ground, abruptly pulling back his hood to reveal the unremarkable face of a middle-aged man, his eyes glinting like ghostly flames, flickering with eerie green light. Thud! He then propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to tremble as he charged towards Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu took a deep breath, rooting his legs in preparation to counter with the stance once more. Bang! However, at that moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot sliced through the darkness. Wang Luoshu observed as a bullet whizzed past him at breakneck speed, promptly embedding itself in the figure's forehead. A spray of black blood erupted forth, and Wang Luoshu noticed numerous tiny worms writhing within the viscous fluid, prompting him to step back hastily to avoid the nauseating blood splattering onto him. The figure in the black robe stood frozen, his face twitching and his mouth gasping as if to utter something, but was immediately followed by 2 more gunshots. His eyes were pierced, extinguishing the ghostly fire within. Bang! Subsequently, the figure's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his head drooping as if lifeless. "Step back, kid." Out at that moment, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind Wang Luoshu. Turning, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a police uniform, a half-burned cigarette dangling from his lips. With an almost artistic flair, he executed a magazine change, holding a gun in his right hand while swiftly drawing another already chambered pistol from his waist with his left. The alternating shots were executed with an elegance akin to a dance. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the flurry of gunfire, Li Zhengyi's expression remained utterly impassive, his steps deliberate and measured as he adjusted his shooting angle with each stride, ensuring that every bullet struck true, penetrating the figure's vital points. At last, the gunfire ceased, and the kneeling figure lay sprawled on the ground. A mere sieve of flesh, the pool of black blood seeped from beneath him, accompanied by the writhing black worms. After a moment, the squirming creatures ceased their movement. Li Zhengyi holstered his pistols, spat the cigarette butt onto the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. "Kid, those moves you just pulled off were quite impressive." Li Zhengyi turned to Wang Luoshu, a grin spreading across his face. "Officer, you are still the more formidable one," Wang Luoshu replied, gazing at the now perforated figure in black. "But why shoot him after he's dead? Is he not truly finished?" "Clever." Li Zhengyi snapped his fingers. "Oh, you see those black worms? They are the blood of the cultists. Only when they cease to move can it be confirmed that the cultist is truly dead. Earlier, when he collapsed, he appeared lifeless, but he still had the strength to resist. If you had approached him, the outcome would have been uncertain. Regardless, thank you for helping me eliminate the last cultist." Chapter 84. The opening of Wu University upon returning home. Wang Luoshu took a hot shower, washing away the peculiar odors clinging to him. Lying on his bed, he recalled the gruesome scene of the cultist being shot, the writhing mass of tiny worms making his stomach churn. A mere level 2 disaster had repercussions that were far-reaching. Perhaps the calamity's emergence was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Wang Luoshu pondered. He then opened the system panel to check the synthesis interface. One golden magic orb can be synthesized. Current golden fragments, 108. The golden fragments he had diligently accumulated were now sufficient to synthesize a golden magic orb. Synthesize. Wang Luoshu clicked the synthesis button. Ding! Synthesis successful. Would you like to use the golden magic orb now? Yes. Immediately, golden fireworks erupted before his eyes, revealing a shimmering book. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained detailed explanation of reverse breathing technique. Detailed explanation of reverse breathing technique? Wang Luoshu was taken aback, and before he could react, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. It turned out that the book required no reading at all. The vast knowledge system made his head feel slightly warm. And after about 5 minutes, the sensation dissipated. Wang Luoshu opened his eyes, realizing this was indeed a comprehensive tutorial. It covered all aspects of the reverse breathing technique, including precautions, step-by-step instructions, and how to master it painlessly. First, what is the reverse breathing technique? This hardly requires elaboration. What is the purpose of the reverse breathing technique? In addition to significantly enhancing combat power, it allows for more fluid manipulation of internal energy, enabling the use of combat skills. Currently, Wang Luoshu had awakened 2 combat skills, but due to their high sequence number, he could not utilize either with the internal energy he possessed. Moreover, a level 1 martial artist was not yet fully capable of wielding internal energy. They had merely begun to manifest it. Each training session for a level 1 martial artist increases physical constitution and vitality, laying the groundwork for advancing to level 2. Only a level 2 martial artist possesses the true ability to utilize internal energy, meaning that Wang Luoshu would have to wait until he reached that level to employ the miraculous combat skills. Additionally, the potency of combat skills is contingent upon the martial artist's strength. Thus, even if he could use them at level 2, their effectiveness would likely be significantly diminished. This is one reason why water-type martial artists are difficult to cultivate. Awakening high-sequence combat skills necessitates waiting until one is sufficiently strong to wield them, which may seem somewhat impractical, yet it serves as motivation for martial artists. Prior to this, it was practical skills, such as weapon handling, agility, and stance techniques, that could enhance one's strength. With the detailed explanation of reverse breathing technique in hand, Wang Luoshu believed he could master it before the semester commenced, thus avoiding any suspicions from others, especially since he had already used the reverse breathing technique during the martial arts examination. It would seem odd if he could not perform it afterward. With this thought in mind, Wang Luoshu began his training. In such moments, it was crucial to focus. Although he had the Hex system as an aid, true strength relies not on external support but on oneself. A month later, Wang Luoshu successfully mastered the reverse breathing technique according to the tutorial. Furthermore, his Tai 13 stances had also advanced to the second realm, the Chi stance realm. In simpler terms, he stood more firmly, and his strength had increased. As early August arrived, the weather had not cooled but had instead grown even hotter. Although he had now mastered the reverse breathing technique and made progress in his stance skills, he still found himself at a loss regarding the Chi realm, level 2. It seemed that only under the guidance of a mentor at Wu University would he achieve any breakthroughs. Wang Luoshu began to anticipate the start of the semester. Though this past month has been quite relaxed, he still feels unable to fully relish the comfort of his current life. After all, in today's world, strength is paramount. Thus, after enduring more than half a month, he finally arrived at the time for the new semester. The commencement at Wuhan University occurs significantly earlier than at Wen University, with this year's start date set for August 20th in Longqing. Wang Luoshu decided to depart for Longqing on August 15th. Upon reaching the train station, it would be essential to cultivate good relationships with his classmates. Should funds run low, he would communicate with his family, all while vowing never to engage in unlawful activities and to aspire to be a person of value to the nation on the train. Wang Weigua earnestly advised him. Got it, Dad. Wang Luoshu nodded and then turned to Li Lanxin in the rear seat, smiling as he asked, Mom, do you have any advice for me? Hearing this, Li Lanxin chuckled softly. You've grown up. Your father has already imparted the necessary guidance. Now, bring home a daughter-in-law as soon as possible and remember to stay safe. Life there is far more perilous than in our little town. Don't worry, Mom. I'll bring you back a chubby grandson. Wang Luoshu laughed heartily. That would truly delight your father and me. Li Lanxin rolled her eyes playfully and teased. All right, off you go. Aren't your classmates waiting for you? Wang Wenwu playfully punched Wang Luoshu's arm, saying, Brother, you can venture out fearlessly. I'll take care of Mom and Dad. Nothing will go wrong. When I have the time, I'll come visit you in Longqing. Sure, let us all go together. Who knows by then, I might have become a significant figure. Wang Luoshu responded with a hearty laugh. Well then, I'm off. Take care, Mom, Dad, and brother. With that, Wang Luoshu opened the train door and stepped out, carrying only a single backpack for a light journey. After all, he could easily purchase anything he needed upon arrival, making it unnecessary to bring too many belongings from afar. Bang. Wang Luoshu shut the door behind him and, without looking back, strode towards the train station. Observing his retreating figure, the once cheerful family fell silent, a poignant sense of parting lingering in the it would likely be several months before they could reunite. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My brother is clever enough to thrive even in Longqing. Wang Wenwu smiled as he watched Wang Luoshu leave, reminiscent of his own early adventures. In the waiting room, Wang Luoshu immediately spotted Lin Shuqiu nestled in a corner, with two large suitcases in front of her. Dressed in a light green short-sleeved top and a white skirt, her long, fair legs seemed to radiate light, while her casually tied hair added a playful touch. Many eyes were drawn to her, as if admiring a work of art. From a distance, she spotted Wang Luoshu and waved cheerfully. Over here, Wang Luoshu. Long time no see, Lin Shuqiu. Wang Luoshu approached, instantly attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Clearly, everyone was eager to discern what made this boy capable of bringing such joy to the beautiful girl. You seem to have improved a bit, Lin Shuqiu remarked, her captivating eyes scanning Wang Luoshu. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Come on, admit it. You've become a two-patterned martial artist, haven't you? Not so simple, Wang Luoshu replied, shrugging his shoulders as he plopped down beside Lin Shuqiu. At present, I can't even touch the threshold of being a two-patterned martial artist. I'm utterly at a loss and will have to wait until I enter Wuhan University for guidance from the teachers. If being a one-patterned martial artist is a barrier, then a two-patterned martial artist is akin to a mountain, Lin Shuqiu illustrated, gesturing. Only by overcoming this mountain can one truly behold the scenery beyond. Wang Luoshu mused, acknowledging her point. Indeed, while the one-patterned martial artist solidifies the foundation, the two-patterned martial artist can wield many extraordinary abilities, thus rendering her metaphor quite fitting. By the way, have you joined the freshman group yet? Lin Shuqiu suddenly inquired. Freshman group? What freshman group? Wang Luoshu looked perplexed. You can't be serious. What have you been doing for over a month? Lin Shuqiu pulled out her phone and opened the app, revealing a group titled, Longqing Wuhan University Freshman Mutual Assistance Group. This one, had no idea. Wang Luoshu glanced at the group name, shrugging. No one mentioned I should join. The second page of the admission notice has the group info. Don't tell me you didn't see it, Lin Shuqiu exclaimed. Honestly, I didn't pay attention. I just showed the notice to my family to brag, Wang Luoshu admitted with an embarrassed smile. You've missed out on a lot of information, Lin Shuqiu began counting on her fingers. For instance, the first point, the college selection issued. Do you know about that? Nope, Wang Luoshu shook his head. Second point, the mentor selection issue. Are you aware of that? Not at all. Third point, the dormitory selection issued. Do you have a clue? Absolutely not. As Lin Shuqiu continued to enumerate these points, Wang Luoshu remained clueless. Finally chuckling, so, Lin Shuqiu, if you explain it to me, I'll know everything, right? Lin Shuqiu sighed, exasperated, and said, let us go. We need to check in for the tickets. I'll explain more on the train. After checking in and boarding, Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu found that their tickets were booked together, resulting in adjacent seats. Their journey would take them to Jinqing first, followed by a flight to Longqing, a distance of several thousand kilometers. If they were to take the train, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Once the train started, Lin Shuqiu began to share pertinent details about Wuhan University in Longqing with Wang Luoshu. Listen closely. Professor Lin is about to commence the lecture. Lin Shuqiu cleared her throat. I'm all ears. Wang Luoshu responded, adopting a serious listening posture. First, this year, the freshman intake is a total of 1,300 students, the highest in Longqing Wuhan University's history. Previously, there were only 4 colleges, but this year, a new one has been added, which holds a unique position. That assigned after enrollment. Yes, and it is based on strength, which means there will be an assessment after admission. So, what are the 5 colleges? Strategic Command College, Arts and Sciences College, Research College, Martial Arts College, and the newly added Spiritual College. The Spiritual College focuses on cultivating the psychological quality of martial artists and harnessing their inner strength. And it will receive a substantial allocation of resources. Additionally, the Martial Arts College is the most sought-after and resource-rich, yet it is also the most perilous, with casualty rates exceeding those of all other colleges combined. Upon hearing this, Wang Luoshu solidified his goal. Naturally, he aimed to join the Martial Arts College. He held little interest in the other colleges. For instance, The Strategic Command College seemed aimed at training officers and commanders, while the Arts and Sciences College likely focused on humanities students. The Research College was clearly for scientific endeavors, and as for the Spiritual College, it sounded rather esoteric and unappealing. Alright, that concludes Part 1. Let us move on to Part 2. The mentor selection issue, Lin Shuqiu said with a smile. After entering the college, everyone must choose a mentor, each of whom specializes in different areas. You can select the one that suits you best, provided you meet their recruitment criteria. Is it possible that there won't be any mentors available to choose from? Wang Luoshu inquired. Not at all. If the powerful mentors are chosen first, there will still be novice mentors accepting students. However, the resources and assistance they can provide are limited, so it's best to attract the attention of strong mentors, Lin Shuqiu explained. Understood, Wang Luoshu nodded. Thirdly, the dormitory selection issue. This is straightforward and is based on admission scores. Dormitories can accommodate 4, 6, or 8 people, and the lower your rank, the poorer the living conditions. However, rankings are reassessed every semester, allowing for room changes based on improved or declined rankings. Lin Shuqiu elaborated. Martial artists must strive in every aspect, and the dormitory situation is a prime example. For the remainder of the journey, Lin Shuqiu continued to enlighten Wang Luoshu with insights gleaned from the freshman group, not concluding until they reached Jincheng. Thank you, Lin Shuqiu. Without your insights, I would have been utterly lost. Wang Luoshu expressed his gratitude as they disembarked. Treat me to a meal when we get to Longqing, Lin Shuqiu requested. That essay given. Wang Luoshu asserted, thumping his chest. The two then proceeded to the airport together. Once on the plane, they headed straight to first class. This was Wang Luoshu's first experience in a first-class cabin. And notably, the tickets were booked through Wuhan University's official website, with the school covering the round-trip fare. Any student of Wuhan University could fly first class for free, a delightful perk of the institution. The journey was uneventful, and after more than 4 hours, the plane landed, finally bringing Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu to Longqing. From a bird's-eye view, the city's layout resembled a magnificent dragon soaring into the sky. An awe-inspiring sight. Upon their arrival at the airport, Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu immediately spotted a bus marked with the emblem of Longqing Wuda waiting at the entrance. As the two approached the bus, a young man's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward with a smile, inquiring, "Are you two freshmen at Longqing Wuda?" "Yes," Wang Luoshu nodded, and Lin Shuqiu followed suit with a slight nod. "Wonderful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the senior responsible for welcoming new students, and my name is Wang Sun." He beamed as he introduced himself, his gaze fixated on Lin Shuqiu, eagerly extending his hand. In his mind, he thought. At last, a beautiful junior has arrived. My efforts to volunteer as a freshman guide have not gone in vain, though it seems she might already have a boyfriend. I must inquire about their relationship. Wang Luoshu, perceptive of Wang Sun's intentions, promptly extended his hand, grasping Wang Sun's firmly. "Hello, senior. I am Wang Luoshu, and this is Lin Shuqiu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Sun snapped back to reality, glancing at Wang Luoshu with a chuckle. It's rare to see a pair like you two arriving together. Please, hop on the bus. Thank you, senior. Wang Luoshu replied with a slight smile, before he and Lin Shuqiu boarded the bus. Inside, a few other individuals were already seated, presumably those who had arrived early for registration. Upon noticing Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu, they cast curious glances, particularly drawn to Lin Shuqiu's striking beauty. While Longqing Wuda boasted many talented individuals, few matched her exquisite looks and prowess. Most appeared rather ordinary. Wang Luoshu and Lin Shuqiu opted for seats at the back. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a second bus emblazoned with the Longqing Wuda insignia arrived, and they soon departed the airport. Once on board, Wang Sun settled into the seat directly in front of them and turned around to engage in conversation. "Where do you two hail from?" "Jincheng," Wang Luoshu responded. Lin Shuqiu nodded politely in agreement. "Ah, both from Jincheng. Are you classmates?" Wang Sun feigned surprise, yet felt a surge of delight within, thinking, they must be from a lesser-known locale, likely inexperienced in the world, which might make them easier to approach. "Yes, we are classmates," Wang Luoshu confirmed with a smile. I asked the junior rather reticent. "Why is it always the junior answering?" Wang Sun teased playfully. "I just defer to him," Lin Shuqiu replied with a sweet smile, glancing at Wang Luoshu. "Splendid, splendid." Wang Sun's heart sank slightly. He had hoped to discern the nature of their relationship. If they were merely classmates, he would have pursued her ardently. Approaching 20, he felt an urgency to find someone special, and it would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. After Lin Shuqiu spoke, Wang Sun's desire to engage dwindled significantly, and he conversed only sporadically with Wang Luoshu, preoccupied with his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiuqiu suddenly tapped Wang Luoshu and pointed out the window. Following her gesture, he beheld the grand entrance of Longqing Wuda. The gates were nothing short of magnificent, towering several meters high, with an imposing stone tablet inscribed with the bold characters, Longqing Wuka University. Wang Luoshu felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the top-ranked institution in the nation. The prospect of studying here and becoming a part of Longqing Wuda filled him with pride. The shuttle bus came to a halt at the entrance, and everyone disembarked, proceeding to register at the security checkpoint. After completing their registration, they walked into the campus, where a large red banner welcomed the class of 2023. Wang Luoshu had expected fewer people given the early arrival, yet was taken aback by the bustling campus atmosphere. Numerous parents had accompanied their children for registration. Those who had chosen to arrive at the last minute were indeed the minority. Wang Sun escorted the group to the registration area before waving a lackluster goodbye. Feeling somewhat dejected, he had hoped to meet a lovely junior, only to discover she was presumably unavailable. At the registration desk, Lin Xiuqiu attracted the enthusiastic attention of several seniors. As a newcomer, you must have many questions. Allow me to show you around the campus and share some of its history. Are you tired from carrying your luggage, junior? Let me assist you. Feeling thirsty? Here, have some complimentary bottled water. In stark contrast to Lin Xiuqiu's flurry of attention, Wang Luoshu found himself rather overlooked, as few seemed to notice him. After all, at Longqing Wuda, the competition was fierce, and exquisite juniors like Lin Xiuqiu were a rare find. Just then, a young man approached, clapping Wang Luoshu on the shoulder with a grin. Hey, don't get too comfortable. The juniors belong to the seniors, and as a freshman, your focus should be on your studies. Turning to face the long-haired gentleman, Wang Luoshu noted the amiable expression on his face. The man, dressed in a manner reminiscent of ancient times, extended his hand. Hello, freshman. I'm Lu Jinan, a senior from the College of Arts and Sciences. Hello, senior, Wang Luoshu replied as he shook Lu Jinan's hand. Though Lu Jinan appeared somewhat frail, Wang Luoshu quickly realized that he was quite formidable, his hands calloused and strong, suggesting considerable strength. Isn't the College of Arts and Sciences primarily focused on the humanities? Wang Luoshu pondered, recognizing that prowess is not solely determined by one's field of study. Do you know why I singled you out from the throng of newcomers? Lu Jinan inquired with a smile. Because I'm handsome? Wang Luoshu jested. No, it's because of your exceptional talent, Lu Jinan replied with a subtle smile. Come, let me show you around the campus and share our school's history. All right, but please wait a moment. I'd like to call my friend. Wang Luoshu nodded and called out, Lin Xiuqiu, come on. After apologizing to the eager seniors, Lin Xiuqiu joined Wang Luoshu's side. This is Senior Lu, who will guide us around the campus and assist with our registration. Wang Luoshu introduced. Thank you, Senior Lu, Lin Xiuqiu said with a sweet smile. Lu Jinan appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing between Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu before bursting into laughter. This year is proving to be quite interesting. It seems we'll soon witness some captivating developments. Come, juniors, let me show you around. As Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu departed, they left behind a wave of heartbroken gazes. After all, it was rare to encounter such a beautiful junior, only to discover she was seemingly taken. Not necessarily taken, but their relationship is certainly noteworthy. Sigh, life can be so lonely, like snow. Does anyone know the name of that junior? Offering a handsome reward, with ears like yours? Don't even think about winning her over. Go practice your breathing techniques instead. What nonsense. Didn't you hear the new student call that junior by name? Her name is Lin Xiuqiu. Remember it, Lin Xiuqiu. Got it. Who knows her name? Offering a handsome reward. Scram, there's no hope for you. As Lu Jinan led Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu through the campus, they were struck by the lush greenery. Even the air seemed imbued with a hint of sweetness. Wang Luoshu could distinctly feel the acceleration of his breathing techniques. Initially, he suspected it was merely a figment of his imagination. But when Lu Jinan began to describe a towering 9-story building before them, he realized there was indeed something remarkable at play. This building, known as the Juyuan Building, had been constructed at great expense by the university. Each floor enhanced the gathering of natural energy, allowing one to perceive the invisible essence of the world. However, accessing this building requires a significant amount of credits. While there are free hours allocated each semester, it is far from sufficient for us. If one wishes to progress swiftly, accumulating credits is essential. Lu Jinan elucidated with a smile. Wang Luoshu gazed longingly at the building. It was common knowledge that a two-striped warrior needed to harmonize the natural energy of the world with their internal breath to cultivate combat-ready energy, akin to the spiritual energy possessed by cultivators in fantasy novels. Strictly speaking, The energy Wang Luoshu had cultivated through his breathing techniques did not yet qualify as internal energy. It was more aptly described as breath. Yet, the essence of natural energy was elusive. Otherwise, he would not still be struggling at the threshold of becoming a two-stripe warrior. Without the ability to sense this energy, he could not draw it into his body, thus hindering his journey. But with the presence of the Jiyuan building, the path to breakthrough would become considerably easier. Longxing Wuda was indeed impressive to have such a facility. Senior Lu, do other schools have a Jiyuan building? Wang Luoshu inquired with curiosity. They do, Lu Jinan nodded. Yet no other institution has constructed a building of such grandeur. Take Magic City Wuda, for instance. Their Jiyuan building is a mere 3 stories tall. And the other schools fare even worse, each one smaller than the last. Senior Lu, how are credits accumulated? Lin Xiuqiu expressed her interest in this matter. Each freshman at your institution begins the semester with an initial allocation of 30 credits. Within the school, these credits can be exchanged for various resources essential for cultivation, and they can only be redeemed in this manner. Credits are freely tradable, with the market price typically hovering around 30,000 per credit. Although occasional premiums may arise. However, there is a cap on the number of credits each individual can purchase per semester, limited to 100 credits. Any additional credits must be acquired by completing activities organized by the school or tasks that have been assigned. Lu Jinan elaborated. Wang Luoshu nodded in understanding, recognizing the school's clear intent to encourage students to hone their skills rather than allowing wealth to dictate their pursuits. Lu, how are the charges structured for the Jiyuan Tower? Wang Luoshu inquired further. The first floor costs 1 credit per hour, the second floor 2 credits per hour, the third floor 3 credits per hour, and so forth, increasing incrementally, Lu Jinan replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Luoshu felt a pang of shock. If one were to cultivate on the 9th floor, it would entail an expenditure of 9 credits per hour, equivalent to a staggering 270,000 at market value. That's utterly outrageous. You will have the opportunity to experience it for yourselves. Each student is granted a complimentary hour on each floor of the Jiyuan Tower per semester. Lu Jinan smiled. Wang Luoshu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Longxing Martial University was extraordinarily affluent, effectively offering a staggering 135,000 worth of benefits each semester, and surely, the perks did not end there. Subsequently, Lu Jinan guided them through several renowned sites within Longxing Martial University. This is the Martyrs Monument, inscribed with the names of those heroes from our school who made extraordinary contributions and sacrificed their lives during the disaster. This is the library, which boasts 6 levels. The lower 3 levels are open for your research, while access to the upper 3 levels is granted only after becoming a 3-pattern martial artist. This is the Wuyuan Pavilion, where all resources can be exchanged. Remember to prepare ample credits, for the treasures within will dazzle your senses. This is the combat arena, where martial artists often engage in friendly contests. Should you find yourself at odds with someone, you may challenge them here, provided that no lethal force is employed. Should your opponent resort to such measures, you retain the right to retaliate without limits. This is the student dormitory, divided into 4 zones: B, C, and D, with the conditions deteriorating progressively towards the latter zones. To secure accommodation in the more favorable areas, one must strive to enhance their strength, as Longxing Martial University does not welcome idlers. The school occupies a vast area of 25,000 acres. There are further regions I shall not detail now, but feel free to explore when time permits. Ahead lies the freshman registration area, where dormitory assignments and student ID distribution occur. Proceed there. After a comprehensive tour, Lu Jinan escorted the 2 to the registration area. Thank you, Senior Lu. They both expressed their gratitude. Lu Jinan waved his hand with a smile. It is my duty. I hope you both find your desired academy. With that, he turned and departed. I find Senior Lu to be quite agreeable, Wang Luoshu remarked with a smile. Lin Xiuqiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we now have a basic understanding of Longxing Martial University. Let us proceed to register. The freshman registration area, although bustling with queues, was not overly lengthy. Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu did not wait long before it was their turn. The tuition fee is 3,000, which to Wang Luoshu seemed merely a token gesture, as the school offers far more substantial benefits to newcomers each year. After paying the tuition, he swiftly received his student ID. The photograph was taken on site, and the efficiency was almost astonishing. This student ID functions as an electronic ID card similar to a national identification card, displaying only the name and photograph, while other information is recorded electronically. After being assigned to an academy, additional details will be incorporated. Upon receiving his student ID, he swiped it at a nearby machine, which automatically assigned him a dormitory, showcasing a touch of high technology. There are 3 such machines, ensuring a rapid processing speed. Lin Xiuqiu swiped her student ID, and with a beep, a dormitory card was ejected, displaying the relevant information. Zone A, Room 97. Wow, Wang Luoshu exclaimed, stepping forward to swipe his own student ID. Beep. Zone A, Room 36. Chapter 88. Roommates. Another A zone. 2 consecutive A zone assignments, and they are familiar with each other. Heavens, why was I assigned to the D zone? I heard that those are 8-person dorms. I cannot endure that. What's wrong with 8-person dorms? If I had that opportunity, I would be overjoyed. And what about you? I'm in a 4-person dorm. Damn. The surrounding newcomers expressed their envy. Wang Luoshu was slightly surprised. Although he had excelled in the provincial martial arts examination, his academic performance left much to be desired, yet he did not anticipate being assigned to such a prestigious dormitory. Soon after, Wang Luoshu and Lin Xiuqiu made their way to the A-zone dormitory. Upon arrival, Wang Luoshu was astonished to discover that these were no ordinary student dormitories. They were independent villas, complete with swimming pools. The disparity with Zone B is quite significant, isn't it? I thought we were in 4-person dorms? Wang Luoshu was taken aback. Earlier, Lu Jinan had shown them the dormitories in Zone B, which appeared to be typical dormitory buildings. Lin Xiuqiu shared his surprise. She too had assumed they would be standard dormitory buildings. Just then, the door of one of the villas swung open, and a tall, strikingly beautiful girl emerged. She sported a chic short hairstyle, exuding a commanding presence. The girl glanced at Wang Luoshu, then at Lin Xiuqiu, before breaking into a cheerful smile and greeting Lin Xiuqiu. You must be my roommate. Hello, I'm Chenmu Juanhe. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuqiu returned the greeting with a smile. Chenmu Juanhe? What a rare name. I'm Lin Xiuqiu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, so you are Lin Xiuqiu. Your room is right next to mine. I was just thinking that this must be a stunning beauty, and it seems my guess was spot on, Chenmu Juanhe remarked, stepping forward to assist Lin Xiuqiu with her luggage. Come. I'll take you inside. She then cast a glance at Wang Luoshu. Is he your boyfriend? Just a classmate, Wang Luoshu clarified. Oh, Chenmu Juanhe nodded, her tone turning somewhat cold. Then you should leave him here. It's not very convenient for boys to enter the girls' dormitory. The discrepancy in her demeanor towards Lin Xiuqiu and Wang Luoshu was glaring. Wang Luoshu remained unfazed, turning to Lin Xiuqiu. I'll leave you here. I am heading to my own dorm. Okay, remember, you still owe me a meal tonight, Lin Xiuqiu replied with a smile. Certainly, I'll contact you later. With that, Wang Luoshu waved goodbye and ventured deeper into the vicinity. Chenmu Juanhe frowned slightly, muttering under her breath, the exit is on the other side. Hearing this, Lin Xiuqiu chuckled and remarked, classmate Wang Luoshu is also in Zone A. He resides in room 36. Upon hearing this, Chenmu Juanhe's previous disdain dissipated. She nodded with a radiant smile directed at Lin Xiuqiu. From now on, I shall call you Qiu. We were the first to arrive. The other 2 sisters have yet to arrive. Wang Luoshu soon located his dormitory. The layout of the dormitories was uniform, without any apparent distinction. He swiped his dormitory card, opened the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering the villa, he discovered it was 2 stories high, with nameplates displayed at the entrance to each room. Wang Luoshu briefly surveyed the 4 bedrooms, each labeled with different names, with his room located on the 2nd floor. A 4-person arrangement, yet it was exceptionally comfortable. Upon entering his bedroom, Wang Luoshu was struck by its spaciousness, approximately 50 square meters, adorned with high-quality furnishings that exuded a subtle woody fragrance. The bathroom, large television, and internet connectivity were all present, offering a level of comfort surpassing that of a hotel. Initially, Wang Luoshu thought he would need to purchase bedding and other essentials. However, it appeared that the school had already provided everything, including unopened toiletries. Once again, Wang Luoshu marveled at the financial prowess of Longqing Martial University. It was no wonder it ranked as the foremost martial university, with unparalleled conditions across the board. The other 3 roommates had yet to arrive, and he was uncertain when they would check in. Given the size of the school and the dormitory buildings, accommodating 1 person per villa was not unfeasible. Perhaps they aimed to foster a sense of teamwork among the students. Wang Luoshu speculated. As evening approached, Wang Luoshu heard commotion emanating from downstairs. He quickly rose, observing a rather handsome young man dragging an assortment of bags into the hall. The young man seemed to sense Wang Luoshu's gaze. Lifting his head with a smile, Hey, you arrived quite early. I'm Ming Shile, and we'll be roommates from now on. Wang Luoshu, he replied, initially stating his name before adding with a grin. Do you need a hand? Oh, no need. Ming Shile waved his hand dismissively. I can manage this. Come on, I'll help you, Wang Luoshu insisted. Your room is also on the 2nd floor. While I can carry it, You'll need 3 or 4 trips for all your belongings. Wang Luoshu ultimately assisted. Thanks, old Wang, Meng Xiao said, accepting the help. With Wang Luoshu's assistance, they completed the move in one trip, both feeling no fatigue. After all, those who could enter Longqing Martial University and reside in Zone A were undoubtedly physically capable. Old Wang, where are you from? As Meng Xiao tidied up the room, he engaged in casual conversation with Wang Luoshu. Qincheng, Wang Luoshu replied. Qincheng. It seems to be in the south, right? I saw it in the news last time. Meng Xiao chuckled. Yes, in the south. What about you, me? I'm just a local from Longqing. If it weren't for my parents constantly urging me, I wouldn't have come to report so early. But on the bright side, without their incessant nagging, I feel much more at ease. Being close to home is also a plus. I can return whenever I wish to. What is so great about going home? I get nagged every day. My ears are almost calloused from IT. It seems those 2 guys downstairs aren't coming today. Old Wang, what do you say? Shall we go out for a drink later? Let us skip tonight. I have plans. Once the guys downstairs arrive, we can have a group bonding session. All right. I'll have my fiancée invite her dorm mates for the gathering. You single fellows are in for a treat. You already have a fiancée? Don't mention it's arranged by my family. It's such a young age. I'm already bound. Why fiancée is quite the tigress. Never mind, if she finds out, I'll be in trouble. The 2 exchanged banter, quickly growing more familiar with each other. Wang Luoshu, who had previously worried about his roommate's potential quirks, now found such concerns to be unfounded. As long as they were normal people, it would be manageable. Chapter 89. In truth, I am a rapper in the evening. Wang Luoshu took Lin Xiuqiu to the campus snack street for a hot pot meal. Longqing Wuda's expansive campus boasted a plethora of facilities, eliminating the need to venture off campus. There was also no concern over the food not suiting their tastes. The cafeteria and snack street offered a rich variety of dishes from all corners of the country. During the meal, as they cooked tripe, they continued their light-hearted conversation. For some reason, my roommate seems to dislike you. She spent the afternoon speaking ill of you in my ear, Lin Xiuqiu remarked. Who? Qin Majun? Wang Luoshu casually replied, yes. Lin Xiuqiu placed the cooked tripe onto a plate filled with spicy oil, his expression a mix of confusion. It seems she's not just targeting you. She appears to dislike all boys. Then you should be cautious. Wang Luoshu smirked slightly. Cautious of what? Lin Xiuqiu asked, even more puzzled. Be careful. She might be a lesbian, perhaps plotting to turn you. Wang Luoshu laughed heartily. Oh. Lin Xiuqiu took a bite of the tripe and shook his head. It's all right. I'm not attracted to girls. After finishing the hot pot, Wang Luoshu accompanied Lin Xiuqiu back. As they reached the entrance, he instinctively glanced upstairs. Just then, he saw Qin Majun in her pajamas, standing by the window with an indifferent expression. Could she really be a lesbian? Wang Luoshu pondered before turning away. Time swiftly passed to August 20th, the official start of the school year at Longqing Wuda. However, the number of students reporting today was significantly lower than in previous days, as most had completed their enrollment procedures earlier. Wang Luoshu finally met his other 2 roommates. The first, Lin Xiao, had dark skin, well-defined features, and a serious demeanor. The second, He Jiang, had an average complexion, an unremarkable appearance, and a penchant for chatter, exuding an indefinable yet compelling personality. The group gathered in the living room of their villa for their first meeting. I believe that without rules, there can be no order. To ensure our future living arrangements are more comfortable, we should establish some guidelines, He Jiang stated nonchalantly. Go ahead. Wang Luoshu nodded. Meng Xiao was busy with his phone, seemingly engrossed in replying to messages, while Lin Xiao sat expressionless, attentively listening. Xiao Ming, although this isn't an official meeting, it's still a decision-making session for our dormitory. Please take it seriously. He Jiang glanced at Meng Xiao. Speak. I'm listening. Well, Meng Xiao began. But just as He Jiang was about to react, Meng Xiao suddenly jumped up with a smile. We're having a dormitory social tonight. If anyone finds a partner, they must express their gratitude to me. What dormitory social? He Jiang was taken aback, quickly inquiring. There are 3 beautiful ladies in my fiancée's dorm. You guys better seize this opportunity. You might just find love. Meng Xiao laughed. Hearing this, He Jiang's mood brightened instantly. Xiao Ming really thinks ahead. I see there's no need for this dorm meeting anymore. Let's prepare for tonight's social. Don't forget there's a new student orientation in the afternoon. Wang Luoshu reminded I won't forget. He Jiang waved his hand and rushed back to his room. He is really eager. He practically bolted at the mention of beautiful girls, Meng Xiao teased. He then turned to the stoic Lin Xiao. Old Lin, aren't you going to tidy up a bit? Lin Xiao shook his head, expressionless. I'm always like this. No need to tidy in the afternoon. The new student orientation commenced, with the principal and various university officials giving speeches, creating quite a spectacle. On the playground, 300 new students stood in a sea of youthful vitality, each radiating an impressive vigor. These were the prodigies from across the nation, a sight only seen at a prestigious institution like Longqing Wuda. The officials began their speeches, filled with bureaucratic jargon that Wang Luoshu found utterly soporific, each utterance lulling him further into drowsiness. However, when it was the principal's turn to speak, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, awakening everyone from their stupor. Everyone, wake up and pay attention. I'll keep this brief. First, tomorrow we will hold departmental assessments. And based on the results, you can choose your faculties. Second, refer to what I just mentioned. That's all. The meeting is adjourned. The crowd was left bewildered. Based on past experiences, the principal's brief remarks were expected to last at least half an hour. Yet the principal of Longqing Wuda had indeed only uttered 2 sentences. As the university officials began to depart, the realization dawned upon everyone. It was true. The principal really had only said 2 sentences. I love this. I absolutely adore this kind of straightforwardness. Who wouldn't he appreciate a principal like this? My apologies. I expected the principal to deliver a lengthy, impassioned speech filled with vague and convoluted statements. But I was pleasantly surprised by such candor. All right, let us focus on preparing for tomorrow's assessment. I aim to get into the Martial Arts Academy, but I hear there are only 300 spots available this year. That means I need to be in the top 300 to qualify. Only the top 300? If I lack confidence in that, what will happen next? I've made progress over the summer. I'm confident I'll easily make the top 300. Discussions erupted among the students in the evening at the campus snack street. A self-service restaurant hosted the dormitory social. Meng Xiao cheerfully introduced his 3 roommates to the girls across the table. This is Wang Luoshu. A handsome guy just like me. You single ladies should seize the opportunity. This is Lin Xiao. Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. He is actually a sweet guy, if you fancy that type. Don T hesitate. This is He Jiang. Before Meng Xiao could finish, He Jiang interjected. Having dressed flamboyantly for the occasion in an eye-catching red suit, his hair slicked back, revealing a practiced smile, I'm He Jiang. From Ningxiang, accepted into Longda, renowned far and wide. If you catch a whiff of my alluring aroma, don't be shy. It's the enchanting scent of wood. Yo, actually, I'm a rapper. My previous 5 bars were for the lovely ladies. Pardon my humble performance. Chapter 90. Teaching cannot impart. He Jiang had expected his rap to be a hit, but instead, it left the table in stunned silence. The 4 girls stared, mouths agape, in sheer shock. Taking a moment to recover, an elegant-looking girl was the first to break the silence, awkwardly smiling before applauding. Wow, He Jiang, you're incredible. Allow me to introduce the girls from our side. I'm Yang Huan. Meng Xiao's fiancée. After Yang Huan shattered the silence, she promptly began introducing the other 3 girls. This is Huang Yanan, the joy of our dorm. She pointed to the slightly chubby girl sitting across from He Jiang. This is Sun Hanmei, our tall, adorable girl. She gestured to the girl sitting across from Lin Xiao. And this is Tao Xinchuan, our genuine Jiangnan sweetheart. She indicated the girl sitting across from Wang Luoshu. After hearing Yang Huan's introductions, He Jiang smiled and shook hands with each girl. Hello, I'm He Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girls forced smiles as they shook He Jiang's hand. Unable to voice their thoughts due to Yang Huan's presence, it could be said that He Jiang's earlier rap had cost him any preferential treatment in selecting a partner. All right, let us eat. Meng Xiao quickly interjected to ease the tension. He Jia, as ever, spoke volubly, exuding his charm from every conceivable angle. However, he soon realized that the girls seemed disinclined to engage in conversation with him. Tao Xinchuan sought out Wang Luoshu for a chat. Sun Hanmei gravitated towards Lin Xiao, and even Huang Yanan, who sat directly opposite him, primarily conversed with Yang Huan. Upon noticing this, He Jia was immediately displeased. Was his luck so unfortunate? Had he been assigned to sit opposite a girl who was uninterested in chatting? Although Huang Yanan was appealing to his aesthetic sensibilities, he had no intention of being a sycophant, pressing a warm face against a cold shoulder. Xiao Wang, shall we change seats? He Jia looked around and spotted Tao Xinchuan, who also caught his fancy, so he leaned towards Wang Luoshu and whispered, My girl isn't too fond of talking. I genuinely like the one opposite you. Wang Luoshu was taken aback but nodded in agreement. All right, He Jia's face lit up, and he clapped Wang Luoshu on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Good brother. Wang Luoshu then swapped seats with him. This left Tao Xinchuan utterly bewildered. Her radiant smile vanished as she realized that Wang Luoshu, whom she found quite to her taste, had suddenly switched places. Hello. I'm He Jia. As soon as he sat down, He Jia took the initiative to engage. Extending his hand, hello. Tao Xinchuan nodded, responding distractedly. Meanwhile, Huang Yanan noticed Wang Luoshu had moved to her side and ceased her conversation with Yang Huan, beckoning Wang Luoshu to lean in. He complied, and she whispered in his ear. Does He Jia have feelings for Xinchuan? Wang Luoshu nodded. They have no chance. Xinchuan isn't interested in He Jia's type. Huang Yanan quipped, so, do you fancy me? And that's why you switched seats with He Jia? I merely wish to facilitate a good match, Wang Luoshu replied before retracting his head. His presence at the gathering was solely out of respect for Meng Xiao. As for romance, he had no such intentions at the moment. He believed that enhancing his abilities was far more appealing than pursuing a relationship. On the other hand, He Jia quickly discerned that Tao Xinchuan's engagement in their conversation was half-hearted, occasionally chatting with Yang Huan, which felt rather dismissive, much like his earlier experience with Huang Yanan. This realization left He Jia quite irked. After all, he was a person of distinction. What is wrong with you girls? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. Back in his hometown, after being accepted into Longqing Wuda, matchmakers had nearly worn out their welcome at his door. These girls were truly oblivious to the fortune they had. To converse with him was a considerable honor, was it not? After exchanging a few more lackluster remarks with Tao Xinchuan and still sensing her indifference, He Jia abruptly stood up and declared, I am full. I'm heading back to the dormitory. With that, he turned on his heel and left. This action left everyone at the table utterly perplexed. What was going on with old He? Meng Xiao, caught up in a tender moment with Yang Huan, was taken aback by He Jia's sudden departure. Xinchuan, what's his deal? Yang Huan asked, equally confused. I don't know. Tao Xinchuan replied, bewildered, I was just chatting normally. And out of nowhere, he said he was full. He Jia can be a bit arrogant, Huang Yanan remarked, astutely pinpointing his mentality. He probably has been spoiled and hasn't yet adjusted to the reality of Longqing Wuda. Still expecting everyone to cater to him. Yes, that seems likely, Sun Hanmei concurred. After all, anyone who gets into Longqing Wuda is a local prodigy. A bit of pride is to be expected. However, he seems unaware that he is surrounded by many who are equally, if not more, talented. Meng Xiao inhaled sharply. Hearing you all speak, it does seem plausible. Old Wang, Old Lin, we need to have a serious talk with this kid. His attitude could lead to significant setbacks. It is pointless. Wang Luoshu shook his head, speaking matter-of-factly, people don't learn from advice. They learn through experience. Once he faces hardship, he will inevitably gain wisdom. This. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Luoshu's words were indeed sensible. As adults, they must learn to take responsibility for their actions instead of behaving like oversized infants. Well then, let us leave old He to his own devices. He can sort himself out. Let us continue enjoying our meal. Meng Xiao suggested with a grin. With He Jia's absence, the group remained undisturbed and even seemed to have a more enjoyable time. Meanwhile, He Jia stood at the entrance for quite some time. Noticing that no one came out to pursue him, which only fueled his anger, a bunch of oblivious fools. If this were back home, I would never have to endure such humiliation. Ha! Don't come begging me for favors during tomorrow's assessments. He stormed away, indignant. After the social gathering concluded, Lin Xiao and Sun Hanmei exchanged contact details. Tao Xinchuan had intended to add Wang Luoshu but refrained upon recalling his decision to switch seats. Moreover, Wang Luoshu departed quickly, leaving her with no opportunity to connect with anyone. On the way back to the dormitory, Meng Xiao draped an arm around Wang Luoshu's shoulders. Old Wang, you need to be more proactive. Look at old Lin, he's already exchanged contacts. What are you doing? 2 chapters remain, chapter 91. Playing for high stakes. I'm not planning on that for now. I came to Wuda to enhance my skills. Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. That mindset is unacceptable. You should take this opportunity to familiarize yourself. What if the state assigns you a peculiar partner later? Meng Xiao seemed to recall something. His expression shifting. Listen, I'm not trying to alarm you, but I once had a cousin who remained single, too lazy to mingle with women, thinking he'd be assigned someone decent. In the end, he got paired with a bizarre woman. This strange woman not only cheated during their marriage but also said things like, if we disregard the facts, are you really at fault? Forget it, just thinking about it is terrifying. I refuse to wait for the state to assign me someone. Upon returning to the dormitory, He Jia's bedroom door was firmly shut, and a note was affixed to it that read, no entry without invitation. Please do not disturb. Look at old He throwing a tantrum. Meng Xiao chuckled upon seeing the note. He called out loudly, Old He, are we having breakfast together tomorrow? Unfortunately, there was no response from within. Well, never mind. Let us all head back to our rooms and get some rest. Meng Xiao said with a smile, shaking his head. The next day, Wang Luoshu rose early. He went through his morning routine, had breakfast, and then prepared to head out to the assessment venue, the arena. Just then, Hejia's bedroom door swung open. He glanced at Wang Luoshu but did not greet him and turned to head towards the bathroom. Wang Luoshu, adhering to his principle of not forcing himself upon anyone, called for Lin Xiao and Meng Xiao, and the three departed together. Before leaving, Meng Xiao also shouted for Hejia to join them. But it was as if Hejia had not heard. He completely ignored them and plunged back into his room. Old He's temper is a bit odd. Even the amiable Meng Xiao found himself taken aback. Forget him, Wang Luoshu replied dismissively. After a while, Hejia finally emerged, surveying the empty villa with a cold snort. Forming cliques and ostracizing talent. I will make you realize just how foolish you are. At the arena, the newcomers gathered. As they had yet to be assigned to their respective faculties, they stood wherever they pleased. Wang Luoshu, Meng Xiao, and Lin Xiao congregated in one spot. The design of the venue resembled that of a sports stadium, with seats positioned all around, and many spectators had taken the opportunity to watch the spectacle. Among them were members of two competing clubs. In the front row, several members of the Martial Arts Society sat, observing the throng of newcomers and engaging in lively discussions. Has the school expanded its intake this year? In previous years, there were only around 800 students, yet this year there are a staggering 300 newcomers. Is that a bad thing? More students mean more potential talent. If we don't recruit some high-quality new blood soon, we'll surely be overshadowed by the Wuji Society. Members of the Wuji Society had also arrived, eagerly discussing the prospect of recruiting exceptional newcomers. We must seize the opportunity to recruit the promising talents we see today, one of them remarked. What does the vice president think? The members of the Martial Arts Society turned to a young man seated at the front. The vice president of the Martial Arts Society, Fu Xingchen, flashed a grin. The Wuji Society is merely a troupe of clowns. Anyone we set our sights on this year will be welcomed into our ranks. If those Wuji folks fail to recognize the opportunity, I'll show them why flowers bloom in such vibrant colors. With the vice president's assurance, the members felt reassured. On the other side, the Wuji Society members were also strategizing their recruitment efforts. With so many newcomers, we should be able to attract quite a few promising talents. The Martial Arts Society won't just sit idly by this year. I suspect they'll come at us aggressively. What are we afraid of? Our president is no slouch either, and our benefits are far superior to those of the Martial Arts Society. Those with exceptional qualifications should naturally gravitate towards us. At that moment, precisely at 9 o'clock, a robust man strode into the arena, his voice booming like thunder. First-level martial artist, step forward. A contingent of 1,300 individuals experienced a fleeting moment of silence before approximately 120 of them stepped forth, instantly becoming the focus of attention. To ascend to the rank of a martial artist at the onset of one's academic journey is a testament to unparalleled genius. Those with a breath technique exceeding 90 cycles. Step forward, the man bellowed once more. This time, around 300 individuals emerged. A breath technique surpassing 90 cycles designates one as a prospective martial artist, a status that would be considered extraordinary in any other institution. Yet, in the prestigious Longqing Martial University, it appeared as common as cabbages. In an instant, the original assembly of 1,300 was divided into three distinct ranks. Now, allow me to briefly outline the rules of this assessment. The man proclaimed, we will be divided into three zones, ranked accordingly. The first zone, the martial artist zone, comprises 120 slots. Those who finish within this zone will automatically receive a ranking among the top 120, along with academic credit. The second zone, the prospective martial artist zone, has 300 slots. Those who conclude within this zone will automatically secure a ranking among the top 420, also earning academic credit. The third zone, the non-martial artist zone, will rank participants based on the number of opponents they defeat, with no academic credit awarded. Upon the announcement of these rules, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. To gain entry into the Martial Arts Academy and secure preferential selection, one must strive to enter the foremost zones. Those wishing to maintain their positions would not permit others to encroach upon their territory. Thus, a tumultuous melee was inevitable. Teacher, what happens if a zone exceeds its designated capacity? A student inquired. Rankings will be assigned from left to right, with the individual at the forefront designated as the first. The man replied nonchalantly. With this clarification, the crowd comprehended the implications. Not only did those in the rear need to advance, but those in the front also had to vie for superior placements, necessitating a contest of strength. If there are no further questions, the competition shall commence, lasting for 1 hour. With a commanding voice, the man initiated the contest. The arena experienced a brief stillness before chaos erupted in the third zone. Some students, lacking the confidence to contest the first two zones, began to brawl with those beside them. For a higher ranking was essential. Otherwise, they would be relegated to selecting from the remaining colleges, jeopardizing their futures. Meanwhile, in the first zone, Meng Xiao turned to his companion Wang Luoshu and asked, "What do you propose?" "Old Wang, shall we simply wait here? We are assured of being among the top 120. There is no need for a life-or-death struggle, no." Wang Luoshu shook his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "If we do not compete, who shall notice us? If we are to play, let us play for the grand stakes." Chapter 92. The unfortunate Qin Majun Wang Luoshu was determined to fight. If he did not, he would merely be one insignificant part of a larger whole. However, should he manage to attract some attention, showcasing his potential to the esteemed faculty and mentors in the audience, his reputation would soar. "What do you intend to do?" Meng Xiao inquired, his excitement palpable. "Wait for reinforcements," Wang Luoshu replied with a calm smile. "Reinforcements? Where are we to find allies?" Meng Xiao questioned, but before he could finish, an exceptionally beautiful girl approached them. "Wang Luoshu," Lin Shuqiu said as she reached him, her smile radiant. "Let me guess, are you planning something grand again? Count me in, I knew it." Wang Luoshu grinned. In these past 2 months, with Lin Shuqiu's pedigree and national-level resources, it would indeed be surprising if she had not broken through to the rank of a martial artist. Although he had never asked her, it did not mean he was devoid of speculation. "This is?" Meng Xiao asked, utterly perplexed. "Lin Shuqiu, my high school classmate," Wang Luoshu introduced with a smile. "Just a classmate?" Meng Xiao's skepticism was evident. "I find that hard to believe." "Believe it or not," Wang Luoshu said with a slight smile. "Why don't the three of us just take down the remaining 117 participants? What do you say, what?" Meng Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced around, lowering his voice. "Have you lost your mind? These are all martial artists of our rank. What is there to fear? Let them come one by one. Can they truly swarm us?" Wang Luoshu laughed heartily. "We'll take turns when I need a breather. You two can step in. This way, we can all rest adequately. Once we have incapacitated everyone in the first zone, don't you think the academy and mentors will be at our mercy in terms of selection?" Meng Xiao felt a surge of excitement. While they were assured entry into the martial arts academy by virtue of being in the first zone, the strength of the mentors varied. There had been no prior explanation on how to select a mentor. And what if assessment performance influenced mentor selection? Thus, competition was indeed necessary. "I have no objections," Lin Shuqiu nodded first. "Neither do I," Meng Xiao quickly agreed. "Then let us proceed." Wang Luoshu laughed heartily and marched straight to the front row. Since they were going to engage, they would start from the very front. However, upon reaching the front row, he encountered a familiar face, Chan Majun. Standing in the middle of the first row, Chan Majun cast a hostile glare at Wang Luoshu as he sauntered over, her demeanor far from welcoming. Wang Luoshu was unaware of the source of her animosity but decided to endure it for the moment, knowing she was Lin Shuqiu's roommate. Though the far left of the first row stood another girl, notably less attractive, with an unremarkable physique and appearance, though her vitality was quite robust. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu approach, she frowned and questioned, "What do you want?" "To fight," Wang Luoshu replied with a dazzling smile, then launched a punch toward her face. Martial artists contend irrespective of gender. The girl was taken aback, never expecting Wang Luoshu to strike without hesitation. In a hasty response, she raised her hands to defend. Bang! The punch sent her reeling several steps back, colliding with a few male students. "What is happening? Are you looking to die? How dare you touch our leader?" they shouted, incensed. Wang Luoshu realized that the individuals surrounding the girl were all familiar with her. "Well, this works out nicely. I want to have to hunt them down one by one," he thought, laughing heartily. "I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I merely assert that all of you present are beneath contempt. Let us expedite this. Come at me together." His brazen attitude ignited the fury of the crowd. "Damn it, take him down and toss him to the third zone. He is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Brothers, charge!" Instantly, over a dozen individuals surged towards Wang Luoshu. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, throwing a punch at the nearest assailant. Bang! With so many opponents, the assailant had no chance to evade, and Wang Luoshu's punch landed squarely on his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he collapsed to the ground, dazed. This only served to enrage the others further, and they began to rain down punches and kicks upon Wang Luoshu. 2 fists can hardly contend against 4 hands, especially when those hands belong to fellow martial artists. In mere moments, Wang Luoshu had taken several blows, grimacing in pain. "Help!" he called out. Having observed for a while, Meng Shiel and Lin Shuqiu leaped into the fray. With their assistance, Wang Luoshu felt the pressure ease significantly, and he swiftly took down several more opponents, gaining momentum. Those who had yet to join the battle retreated to a safe distance, beginning to murmur among themselves. That guy may be arrogant, but his strength is indeed formidable. He is a first-rank martial artist, yet can hold his own against 7 or 8 opponents. I believe he is nearing the level of a second-rank martial artist. His vitality and strength clearly surpassed those of the others. What was his name again? Wang Luoshu, right? It seems he aims to make a name for himself through this battle. Should we just stand by and watch? Since he is so audacious, let us join forces to teach him a lesson. Exactly. If we simply watch, we'll miss out on all the glory he is grabbing. As Wang Luoshu dispatched 5 or 6 opponents, he looked up and felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing 20 to 30 individuals charging towards him, intent on overwhelming him with sheer numbers. In response, Wang Luoshu turned and fled. As he passed Chen Mijun, he noticed a glint of determination in her eyes as she reached out to grab his collar, seemingly intent on detaining him. At that moment, Wang Luoshu had no time to spare. He didn't even glance at Chen Mijun, swinging his arm in a wide arc slap. Chen Mijun received a stinging slap, her delicate face flushing red with disbelief as she chased after Wang Luoshu, shouting, "Don't go! Stay with me!" Having never been struck before, especially not by a man, Chen Mijun was utterly incensed. Ahead of Wang Luoshu, a group of opponents approached, prompting him to pivot and sprint sideways, inadvertently colliding with the furious Chen Mijun. Wang Luoshu didn't take a moment to assess the situation. Perceiving her merely as an obstruction, he leaped up and planted a foot squarely on her face, using her form to vault over the encircling mob. Chapter 93. The chaotic scene. Chen Mijun was on the brink of madness, the footprint on her fair cheek glaringly conspicuous. After Wang Luoshu broke free from the encirclement, he deftly landed a punch on the nearest assailant. This action resulted in an escalating pursuit, with the number of his followers multiplying. The onlookers in the 2nd and 3rd districts were left in a state of stupor. As the 1st district, which was supposed to be the most stable, erupted into the loudest commotion. This uproar also sparked some ulterior motives among the crowd. If they could take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the 1st district, wouldn't that be a splendid opportunity? Consequently, the individuals from the 2nd district grew restless and seized the chance to slip into the 1st district amidst the turmoil. The scene became even more chaotic. Those in the 1st district who had yet to engage in combat, upon witnessing the influx of outsiders attempting to exploit the situation, were unwilling to stand idly by. "If you are not even a, you ought to roll out of the 1st district," they exclaimed indignantly. "How dare mere join the fray in the 1st district, unable to distinguish between the mighty and the meek?" Immediately, a faction formed spontaneously to drive out the interlopers from the 2nd district, alleviating some of the pressure on Wang Luoshu. Given his current prowess, he could fight while retreating. It would be challenging for them to keep him at bay. Despite sustaining numerous blows, he remained as lively as ever, displaying remarkable agility. Bang! Just as Wang Luoshu was engaged in a fierce battle with several pursuers behind him, a sudden gust of wind struck him violently from behind. The force was tremendous, but fortunately, his Tai 13 stances had reached the Qizhuang realm, allowing him to stagger only a few steps before regaining his balance. Though he couldn't escape a few more punches from the martial artists in front of him, he was on the verge of collapse. They needed to act fast. Faced with the swarm of martial artists approaching from the front, Wang Luoshu pressed forward instead of retreating, moving like a specter through their ranks. His hands transformed from open palms to formidable fists, each punch encapsulating immense power, the wind from his strikes howling, creating a symphony of shattering air. He skillfully exploited the terrain and the gaps between opponents, engaging multiple foes with ease. With a low shout, Wang Luoshu unleashed a powerful punch, its force akin to a dragon breaking through the sea, instantly sending several martial artists before him staggering back a few steps, some even losing their footing and falling to the ground. Having neutralized the immediate threat in front of him, Wang Luoshu swiftly pivoted, his gaze sharp as he locked onto the figure that had attempted to ambush him. The individual was strikingly handsome, clad in an elegant long robe, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, exuding the demeanor of an ancient chivalrous hero. At that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Wang Luoshu with an air of nonchalance, even a hint of disdain. "With such mediocre skills, I expected more of a challenge," the young man said coolly. "Wang Biao is about to make his move. Wang Biao is our top scholar from Long City. Once Wang Biao strikes, that arrogant brat is doomed. The surrounding crowd, familiar with Wang Biao, began to murmur. The assailants who had been besieging Wang Luoshu also withdrew to the sidelines, eager to witness the spectacle. They had the numerical advantage, but a victory against Wang Luoshu wouldn't be as glorious. However, if someone could defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation, wouldn't that restore their pride? Wang Luoshu's expression was peculiar, as he hadn't anticipated that the seemingly gallant youth before him was actually from his own family, albeit with a name that did not match his demeanor. Wang Biao. He doesn't look very Biao to me. An ambush is hardly a remarkable skill, Wang Luoshu remarked with a slight smile. An ambush. Wang Biao's previously indifferent face suddenly broke into a faintly contemptuous smile. You merely happened to collide with my fist. I initially intended to observe you for longer as a mere clown, but since you've provoked me, I shall show you the chasm in our abilities. With that, Wang Biao flickered, moving through space like a phantom, his speed dizzying, leaving behind mere afterimages. It's the Wang family's flowing cloud step. Wang Biao claimed first place during the martial examination with this technique. It's unbeatable. No martial artist of the same rank can possibly catch his true form. The onlookers immediately began to chatter. Indeed, the skill was formidable. Wang Luoshu, not daring to be complacent, firmly rooted his feet to the ground. His eyes fixed on the elusive figure as he silently devised a counter-strategy. Just then, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind. Wang Luoshu, fully alert, quickly discerned the source and deftly dodged the attack. Upon turning, he discovered it was not Wang Biao but Chen Mijun. Her face was flushed with fury, her teeth gritted, and a dark footprint marred her cheek. What happened to you? Wang Luoshu inquired, puzzled. What happened? This scoundrel dares to ask me that? Chen Mijun's eyes widened, nearly choking on her indignation, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of this fellow. Scoundrel. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she charged at Wang Luoshu. Launching a flying kick aimed at his face to ha. It seems you have quite a few enemies. In that case, I shall lend her my assistance. Wang Biao's voice rang from behind, followed by a palm striking Wang Luoshu's waist, propelling him toward Chen Mijun. Bang, however, at that moment, Wang Luoshu suddenly clenched his fists, launching powerful strikes to either side. His punches were executed with lightning speed, one connecting with Chen Mijun's abdomen and the other with Wang Biao's chest, leaving them no time to evade, and they were sent flying. Chen Mijun collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Her body curled in pain like a shrimp. Meanwhile, Wang Biao felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest. Clutching it as he knelt on the ground, shock etched across his face as he gazed at Wang Luoshu. This moment, a water-blue pattern emerged on Wang Luoshu's face, radiating dazzling light. Reverse breathing technique? By heavens, he has mastered the reverse breathing technique at the level of A. This fellow is terrifying. It was no wonder he was so brazen. Possessing the reverse breathing technique meant that as long as he did not encounter other practitioners of the same skill, he would be invincible among his peers. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. In the stands, the instructors began to voice their opinions. This lad is named Wang Luoshu, correct? I find his combat style aligns perfectly with my own, powerful and unrestrained. Ideal for my guidance. What do you mean it suits your style? This kid has a solid foundation. He should learn the sword from me. Only weapons can effectively deal with those monsters, as the saying goes. An inch of length is an inch of strength. I believe this lad is suited for the spear. He should come under my tutelage, and he will surely make a name for himself. Though this young man possesses potential, his approach is somewhat reckless. In my opinion, he is not suitable for us. If you want to take him, then I want to either. Very well, since none of you will accept him. Then I shall take him, but remember not to compete with me. Shameless. Who said I wouldn't take him? He must become my disciple. The instructors began to bicker even before the assessment concluded. Chapter 94. Desired mentor Wang Luoshu chuckled and asked, still want to fight? This display of the reverse breathing technique had effectively intimidated the onlookers. Wang Biao took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure, finally standing up and shrugging. What is the point of fighting? I have no penchant for masochism. Once I master the reverse breathing technique, I'll come back to settle the score with you. Wang Biao maintained his pride, but he was not one to relish in suffering. As the patterns on Wang Luoshu's face gradually faded, the reverse breathing technique consumed significant energy with each moment it was sustained. Hence he wouldn't maintain it for the sake of showing off. Just then, a throng of individuals surged from a distance, with Meng Shiel at the forefront, his face bruised and swollen, covered in lumps. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu, he exclaimed with delight, Old Wang, save me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Following Ming Xiao were at least 30 others. After Wang Luoshu broke free from the encirclement, he became the target of their collective assault. As for Lin Shuqiu, she was not pursued by many, partly due to her elusive movements and partly because Ming Xiao appeared to be the more deserving target of their ire. There he is. Get him. Don't let him escape. Let us pin these two down and give them a good beating. Since these individuals had just been embroiled in the battle, they had not witnessed Wang Luoshu's display of the reverse breathing technique, and their anger was still at its peak. Perfect timing. Wang Luoshu laughed heartily, then activated the reverse breathing technique once more. The patterns that had been fading away illuminated brightly again as he charged toward the throng of over 30 individuals without retreating. Bang! With a single punch, Wang Luoshu sent the first wave of attackers flying back, the tremendous force causing chaos among the crowd. It's the reverse breathing technique. That guy has mastered it. Quick, retreat. Why retreat? Let us take him on. Can he really take on 100 of us? Amidst the confusion, some wanted to continue the fight while others sought to retreat, resulting in a chaotic scene among the group of over 30. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Luoshu led Ming Xiao to break free from the encirclement, the patterns on his face gradually fading once more as he gasped for breath. After the prolonged battle, his stamina was starting to wane. Even the reverse breathing technique could not be sustained indefinitely. Once the time elapsed, he would only end up being beaten even worse. Therefore, he had to feign an attack to draw the fire away from Ming Xiao, allowing him to escape. Old Wang, you're quite impressive. You've even mastered the reverse breathing technique. What should we do next? Should we launch a counterattack? Upon realizing Wang Luoshu's mastery of the reverse breathing technique, Ming Xiao felt emboldened. What are you talking about? We should stall. Just stall until the time is up. Wang Luoshu laughed heartily. We caused quite a stir. The instructors in the stands must have noticed by now. There's no need to continue fighting, and besides, I'm running out of steam. If I don't conserve some energy, I'll surely end up as a punching bag. When it is time to be audacious, one must be audacious. When it is time to be humble, one must be humble. Wang Luoshu remains clear-headed amidst the chaos. A significant portion of the crowd, upon witnessing Wang Luoshu's reverse breathing technique, has already abandoned the pursuit, while a smaller group, despite their relentless chase, finds themselves utterly incapable of catching up, resulting in their frustrated outburst. As the hour draws near its conclusion, the pursuit ceases. Preserving one's ranking has become the utmost priority. Those aspiring warriors who infiltrated the martial artist ranks have all been relegated back to the second zone. Wang Luoshu and Ming Xiao, having concluded their escapades, returned to their team without anyone daring to impede them. Lin Shuqiu, having dealt with the few martial artists who bested your mentors, also instruct you to select a fine set of equipment from Wuyuan Pavilion? Wang Luoshu shifted the topic of conversation. Indeed, Ming Xiao nodded and responded. My mentor emphasized the paramount importance of our equipment, especially since we must engage in close combat with monsters. A good set of gear can be a lifesaver in critical moments. My mentor conveyed the same message. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in Wuyuan Pavilion was quite lively today, as it was customary for new students to indulge in a shopping spree after choosing their mentors each year. Upon entering, Wang Luoshu was taken aback by the vastness of the interior, which was spacious and well-lit, adorned with an array of weapons and gear that dazzled the eyes. Additionally, there was a designated area for medicinal pills. Under the illumination, the pills appeared plump and enticing. However, he did not lose sight of his objective, the equipment section. Wang Luoshu first glanced at the price list. Ordinary heavy armor, 3 credits. Ordinary light armor, 2 credits. Ordinary bracers, 1 credit. Ordinary steel boots, 1 credit. These were the prices for the ordinary section. Below were the prices for the advanced section. Advanced heavy armor, 10 credits. Advanced light armor, 8 credits. Advanced defensive bracers, 5 credits. Advanced steel boots, 5 credits. Just as he was contemplating, a loud call echoed through the hall. Dear junior students, are you troubled by insufficient credits? Why not consider our credit loan? Helping you realize your dream of becoming stronger. A special offer for you. We've reached over 100,000 reads. While not exceptionally high, it's still commendable. Thank you all for your support. Please encourage more updates and send some free gifts. It will motivate me further. Ha ha ha. Lastly, I wish everyone a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 96. Imparting Knowledge. This announcement immediately captured everyone's attention. Wang Luoshu turned to see a bespectacled, portly man with a prominent belly, holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, credit loan. Enjoy interest-free repayment within 7 days. What exactly is a credit loan? Is it akin to a traditional loan? Interest-free for 7 days. So, if I borrow credits, I just need to repay within 7 days? Do not borrow. Where can we possibly acquire credits now? If we borrow, the interest will compound, and we will end up working for this fellow. The crowd murmured in discussion. Yet no one stepped forward to inquire. Junior students, our credit loan is truly beneficial. It can expedite your transition through the novice phase. Don't miss this opportunity, and don't worry about legitimacy. We are allowed to advertise within the school. Just think about it. Could we not be legitimate? The portly man said with a grin. His words resonated with some students, who, mustering their courage, asked, "Could you elaborate on your product? If it's suitable, we might consider it." Our product is called the credit loan, established under the auspices of the Wuji Society as a mutually beneficial lending scheme. Each individual has a loan limit of 100 credits, to be repaid interest-free within a week. Of course, if you cannot repay on time, it's not too burdensome. You can opt for installment payments divided into 12 periods, with only 15 credits due each month. The man explained with a smile, repaying 15 credits each month? Doesn't he that total an additional 60 credits over the year? This is quite exploitative. Those who manage to enroll in launching Marshall University are not fools. They quickly calculated the true cost of this credit loan. Haha, Junior, that's not entirely accurate. Credits can be exchanged for various resources within the school, allowing you to significantly enhance your strength in a short time. Consider it. Wouldn't you feel more secure executing tasks if you had more life-saving equipment? Once you complete the tasks, would you truly care about a mere dozen or so credits? The portly man's voice was laced with temptation. After a pause, he added, "Of course, there's another option. You may choose to join the Wuji Society. If you opt for installments, each payment would only require 12 credits. Furthermore, the benefits of joining the Wuji Society extend beyond this. It could raise your loan limits based on your membership level. Just think, what is the difference from getting something for nothing?" Many in the crowd silently calculated. If they could make payments of only 12 credits, it was indeed a more reasonable deal. At the very least, it was not as outrageous as 15 credits. Additionally, the man had a point. Being able to secure a substantial amount of credits before undertaking tasks would indeed mitigate the associated risks. As a result, several individuals approached to inquire further. However, Wang Luoshu remained disinterested. He currently possessed 60 credits, more than sufficient for the acquisition of some equipment. Even borrowing 100 credits would not be particularly useful. The most crucial factor was his suspicion of the credit loan scheme. Meng Xiao and Lin Xiao shared his lack of interest, and the three of them focused on selecting equipment. Ultimately, Wang Luoshu opted for a set of advanced gear, which totaled 18 credits, equivalent to donning 540,000 worth of assets. This so-called advanced light armor, crafted from an unknown metal, was remarkably durable yet as light as a cicada's wing, comfortably fitting beneath his clothing without hindering his movements. After donning their new equipment, the trio returned to their dormitory and resumed their regular training. Later that evening, Hejiang returned, arms laden with a plethora of supplies, evidently acquired from Wu Yuan Pavilion, besides various medicinal pills. He also carried an array of unknown alloy swords and knives, which appeared to be quite valuable. Glancing at the 3 closed bedroom doors, a flicker of disdain crossed his face as he thought, "With all these resources I've gathered, I'll soon surpass you all. You'll learn how foolish it was to isolate me." The following day, Wang Luoshu and his companions made their way to the training ground, seeking out their respective mentors for guidance. After a prolonged search, Wang Luoshu finally spotted Tang Yunju in an inconspicuous corner. He was wearing sunglasses, reclining on a deck chair, swaying gently, with a small table beside him laden with an assortment of fruits. Not far behind him stood 2 long spears. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the training ground, this scene seemed somewhat out of place. Wang Luoshu sprinted over to Tang Yunju. "Teacher, what is this?" "Ah, young Wang, you've arrived." Tang Yunju popped a grape into his mouth, chewing a few times before expressing his thoughts. "Today's grapes are far too sweet. They lack that delightful balance of tartness and sweetness from days gone by. The grapes from the forbidden areas are far superior." "Forbidden areas? What are forbidden areas?" Wang Luoshu inquired curiously. The forbidden areas are regions that have been ravaged by monster invasions, resulting in the annihilation of nations and the subsequent occupation by these creatures. Tang Yunju explained, removing his sunglasses to reveal his sharp eyes, his handsome face adorned with an air of leisure. "Since you're here, we shall begin in earnest." He stood upright, his posture commanding, his meticulously groomed black hair accentuated by a few silver strands that casually fell across his forehead, adding an element of untamed charm. Truth be told, Tang Yunju was indeed a rather charismatic middle-aged man. "Am I the only one here?" Wang Luoshu scanned the surroundings. Other mentors were accompanied by several. Even dozens of students. In contrast, Tang Yunju's group seemed rather sparse. Quality over quantity. I can't be bothered with too many students, Tang Yunju replied with a slight smile, before moving behind the deck chair, grasping one of the long spears from the ground and tossing it to Wang Luoshu. Catch! Wang Luoshu hastily extended his hands to receive it, only to feel a sudden weight that nearly caused him to stagger and strain his back. How heavy! Wang Luoshu gasped. This spear, seemingly unremarkable, was astonishingly heavy. You will wield that spear from now on. It is crafted from a special heavy metal, weighing 860 pounds, Tang Yunju said with a faint smile. 860 pounds? Upon hearing this, Wang Luoshu's expression changed. No wonder it felt so burdensome. An ordinary first-grade warrior could manage it, but wielding it would undoubtedly be strenuous. Fortunately, Wang Luoshu was significantly stronger than an average first-grade warrior, allowing him to handle it, albeit with some effort. Teacher, why is the spear so heavy? Wang Luoshu asked. There is a reason. My overlord's spear is fierce and unyielding, advancing without hesitation. When you can master the art of wielding that spear with finesse, you will have graduated, Tang Yunju replied with a calm smile. Chapter 97. UNCHJUE. An hour later, Wang Luoshu sat on the ground, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. The spear weighing 860 pounds was no joke. Even with his current physique, it remained a challenge to wield. Tang Yunju, lounging in his chair, leisurely munched on fruit while offering guidance, embodying an effortless relaxation. The three fundamental and core techniques of spear play are block, seize, and thrust. Block and seize require a sudden burst of energy from the wrist to the waist, producing a powerful flow of force. The spear's front tip can move in large and small circles unpredictably, resembling a swimming dragon, exhibiting remarkable agility. The thrust is akin to an arrow releasing from the bow, swift and penetrating, with force resembling thunder and lightning, quick and ferocious. Tang Yunju stood up from his chair, strolling towards the spear he had previously set down. Young Wang, watch closely. His voice was deep and resonant as he effortlessly grasped the spear and, with a subtle shift of his feet, entered a state of unity with the weapon. With each breath he took, the long spear seemed to come alive, gently swaying in the breeze while maintaining an air of steadiness. The first stance, block, Tang Yunzo pivoted, and the spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, suddenly crossed in front of him. With a swift flick of his wrist, the spear tip traced a perfect arc, simultaneously guarding against all possible attack paths and embodying a fierce counterattack potential. In that moment, it felt as if the very air was stirred by this force, emitting a faint roar. The second stance, capture. Immediately following, Tang Yunzo adjusted his wrist once more, and the spear in his grasp appeared to possess a life of its own. With a deft flick and a twist, the spear tip seemed capable of ensnaring the trajectories of all things in the world, effortlessly nullifying his opponent's aggression. His movements were fluid and precise, offering a visually pleasing spectacle. The third stance, thrust. The most breathtaking moment arrived as Tang Yunzo surged forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the wooden post. Eye in his hands, the spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking with instantaneous ferocity, targeting the vital points. Boom! The stationary wooden post was instantly shattered by this thunderous force, splintering into fragments that scattered across the ground. It's over. The force was a bit excessive. And now I'll have to pay for it. After the demonstration, Tang Yunzo stood still for a moment, clutching his chest in apparent pain, the penalty feeling less like a monetary fine and more akin to a matter of life and death. Wang Luoshu remained immersed in the awe of Tang Yunzo's earlier techniques, feeling profoundly impressed. And no wonder the stances block, capture, and thrust are considered the most fundamental and essential techniques of the spear. Mastering them would yield boundless power. After a brief moment of lamenting the cost, Tang Yunzo returned to his reclining chair and popped a juicy peach into his mouth. All right, young one, you practice first. Once you've mastered these three stances, I will teach you other techniques. Yes, esteemed teacher. Wang Luoshu rose and began to diligently practice. This continued for an entire day. After his training, Wang Luoshu felt an intense soreness in his arms, hardly able to lift them. Meanwhile, Tang Yunzo had devoured all the fruits on the small table, standing up with a smile as he retrieved a palm-sized book from his pocket and casually tossed it to Wang Luoshu. Here, young lad, this is the Yuan Shiju. If you wish to break through to the second pattern warrior level, contemplate it carefully. Tomorrow, at the same time and place, do not be late. With that, Tang Yunzo gathered his small table and recliner. Departing leisurely, Wang Luoshu opened the palm-sized book to find the characters Yuan Shiju prominently inscribed within. After reading, he felt a surge of excitement. This Yuanqiju was indeed the exclusive technique of Longqing Martial University. It aimed to help students more easily sense the vitality of the heavens and earth, thereby facilitating their breakthrough to the second pattern warrior level. Ding! High-end shopping activated. Just then, a system notification sounded. Yuanqiju upgraded to Yuanqiju, improved version. Wang Luoshu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of warmth flood into his mind. The Yuanqiju he had just learned had been enhanced in its cultivation method, becoming more efficient and easier to practice. With this, breaking through to the second pattern warrior level was surely within reach. Wang Luoshu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he picked up the long spear and hurried towards his dormitory. Eager to begin his training, over the following days, Wang Luoshu practiced both spear techniques and the improved Yuanqiju. Making rapid progress, he gradually began to sense the invisible and intangible vital energies of the universe. Now, he simply needed to draw this energy into his body, merging it with his breath to form a substantial internal energy, thus officially stepping into the realm of a second pattern warrior. Indeed, he was becoming increasingly proficient. Tang Yunzhou, while munching on fruit, offered his observations. In just a few days, the spear, weighing 860 pounds, had become an extension of Wang Luoshu's body, and the foundational 3 stances were beginning to take shape. Teacher, I feel the vital energies of the universe becoming clearer. Next, I will attempt to draw them into my body. Will there be any risks during this process? Wang Luoshu inquired. The vital energies of the universe originate from nature and do not belong to human will. Forcibly drawing them into one's body certainly carries some risk, necessitating caution against potential surges of energy. However, as long as you proceed gradually according to the Yuanqiju's method, there should generally be no issues. After finishing the last cherry, Tang Yunzhou stood up and stretched lazily. Once you break through to the second pattern realm, I will teach you how to integrate your internal energy with your spear techniques. That will be the true embodiment of the Overlord Spear. By the way, you haven't forgotten what I mentioned about a week ago, have you? Tomorrow, we won't practice. I will take you to Wangxiang. You can check the Disaster Star Monitoring Agency's official website to learn about tomorrow's disaster star eruption. I must clarify that although I will be accompanying you, it is a test for you. Therefore, unless in exceptional circumstances, I will not intervene. Be prepared. Yes, esteemed teacher. Wang Luoshu nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Haikisi Fuin, here I come. That evening, Wang Luoshu opened his computer and browsed the Disaster Star Monitoring Agency's official website, searching for information on Wangxiang. Soon, relevant details appeared. Disaster Star Warning, Emergency Alert Number, NS, 2010-098 Erupting Disaster Star, Neptune Disaster Level, Level 4 Disaster Type, Extreme Cold Eruption Time, August 28, 2010, 14:00:00 Affected City, Wangxiang Duration, 7 to 10 days. Level 4 disasters are indeed far more terrifying than Level 2 disasters, lasting 2 to 3 times longer. Wang Luoshu pondered to himself, during this sweltering August, an extreme cold disaster was set to occur. Only a disaster star eruption could produce such an anomaly. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Meng Shile's voice. Old Wang, let's discuss tomorrow's disaster star eruption. Chapter 98. Frightening driving skills. Upon seeing Wang Luoshu open the door, Meng Shile grinned. Old Wang, let's talk strategy for tomorrow. What strategy? Wang Luoshu asked, puzzled. The strategy for the disaster star eruption, Meng Shile replied eagerly. Are you also going to Wangxiang? Wang Luoshu was somewhat surprised. Are you kidding, Old Wang? You didn't know. All new students who have reached the first pattern warrior level must go to Wangxiang for their first trial. Meng Shile looked astonished. I genuinely didn't know. Wang Luoshu felt a bit awkward. The key was that the instructor hadn't mentioned it, spending all day lounging in a chair and eating fruit. If there were a title for the most leisurely instructor, Tang Yunzhou would undoubtedly claim it. No wonder people say that once you enter Tang's tutelage, everything relies on yourself. Meng Shile laughed heartily. But this year, Tang only took in one student, so Old Wang. You must be quite valued, I suppose so? Wang Luoshu thought for a moment. Tang Yunzhou did occasionally offer him some guidance, but most of the time, he was practicing alone. If there's a team formation tomorrow, let us team up, Old Wang. Just giving you a heads up. Meng Shile grinned. All right. Wang Luoshu nodded and returned to his room to research the associated risks of the extreme cold. The first risk was low temperatures, not just any low temperature. But in some areas, it could plummet to over 90 degrees below zero. Such temperatures were unbearable for ordinary people, making thermal clothing essential. Thankfully, the instructor would prepare for this. However, Wang Luoshu felt a twinge of doubt. Would Tang Yunzhou? With his usual carefree demeanor, Remember such an important matter? The second risk was monsters. Level 4 disaster monsters were not as singular as those in Level 2 disasters. At least 3 different types of monsters would exist, each with distinct habits but all possessing an insatiable desire to hunt humanity. Beyond that, there was little else to note. After finishing his research, Wang Luoshu retired early to bed, conserving his energy to better confront the challenges of the following day. The next day, Wang Luoshu arrived at the East Gate by 8:30, only to find it peculiar that not a single fellow traveler was present. Upon inquiry, he learned that Ming Xiao and the others were at the West Gate. And the distance between the two was quite substantial, so the instructor did not intend to move with the main group. Wang Luoshu speculated. At precisely 9:00, Tang Yunzhou arrived on time, sporting sunglasses, beach shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt, resembling someone ready for a seaside vacation. Seeing Tang Yunzhou's attire, Wang Luoshu's silence was deafening. "Oh, Xiao Wang, quite punctual," Tang Yunzhou greeted with a smile, his teeth gleaming like they were illuminated by the sun. "Instructor, are you certain we're heading to Wangxiang today? I see today's disaster is extreme cold." Wang Luoshu asked weakly. "What's the rush? We can change our gear once we arrive," Tang Yunzhou replied, hands on his hips as he scanned the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. "Wasn't it supposed to be a 9 o'clock gathering at the school gate? How come I don't see a soul?" Wang Luoshu cleared his throat. "Instructor, you wouldn't happen to have misremembered the gate? Would you? My classmates seem to be at the West Gate. Is that so?" Tang Yunzhou's voice rose slightly, then he shrugged. "Perhaps I really did misremember." Wang Luoshu's silence was thunderous. At this moment, Tang Yunzhou grinned. "All right. Just messing with you. You really think I'm that unreliable? Our route differs from the main group. This time, I'm taking you via another path." Wang Luoshu heaved a sigh of relief, nearly believing Tang Yunzhou was genuinely that careless. If so, he would have to be exceptionally cautious during this trial. Subsequently, Tang Yunzhou led Wang Luoshu to a taxi. Notably, Tang Yunzhou took the driver's seat. "Teacher, is this your car?" Wang Luoshu inquired. "See that?" Tang Yunzhou pointed to a certification behind the central control screen, which prominently displayed his photo and name. "Teacher Tang, your hobby is quite unique," remarked Wang Luoshu with a hint of sarcasm. A prominent mentor from Longqingwu University and a 5-pattern martial artist at that. "Why would you choose such an inconspicuous job as a taxi driver? You may not understand now, but you will come to realize that there are merits in being a taxi driver as well. Buckle up. We are about to set off with that." Tang Yunzhou abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life as the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! In the next moment, the taxi collided with a nearby sand pile, sending sand flying everywhere and covering the taxi in a fine layer. Wang Luoshu tightened his grip on the seatbelt. "Teacher, are you sure you can drive?" "Ahem." Tang Yunzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. "It was an accident, purely an accident. I haven't driven in a long time and forgot how powerful this car is." With that, he maneuvered the vehicle out of the sand pile. This time, he was much more cautious, at least not daring to floor the gas pedal. Fortunately, it wasn't a wall he crashed into. Otherwise, the car would have been totaled by now. Wangxiang, once the most affluent village around Longqing, now stands nearly deserted due to the frequent disasters that have plagued the area over the years. The once thriving community, richer than many county towns, has dwindled to just a few households. As most residents have moved away to escape the recurring calamities, thankfully, the roads have remained intact despite the destruction. Throughout the journey, Wang Luoshu felt a heightened sense of tension, primarily fearing that Tang Yunzhou might crash again in a moment of inattention. Luckily, such a scenario did not unfold. "Xiao Wang, there's no need to be so tense. I have been driving for many years without a single accident." Tang Yunzhou chuckled lightly. "Teacher, your words only heighten my anxiety." "Please don't tempt fate," Wang Luoshu replied, gripping the handle of the passenger seat tightly. "You really don't believe in my skills?" Tang Yunzhou retorted, clearly unconvinced and eager to show off. "Watch closely." They had now entered a rural road. A narrow one paved with concrete, flanked by overgrown fields. Not far ahead, on the right side, lay a recessed area known in technical terms as a bay-style bus stop. Tang Yunzhou pressed both the brake and accelerator, executing a flashy drift that sent Wang Luoshu's heart racing for a moment. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving behind a long black mark before the car parked in the bus stop, only to roll over into the abandoned field without stopping. Bang! The car jolted to a halt, thankfully sustaining no significant damage due to its solid build. Wang Luoshu looked at Tang Yunzhou, hesitating for a moment. "Teacher, perhaps I should drive from now on?" Chapter 99. "Extreme cold, isn't it parked now? Get out," Tang Yunzhou said as he opened the car door and stepped outside. Once Wang Luoshu exited, He saw Tang Yunju retrieving 2 sets of cold weather gear from the trunk, tossing one to him. Put this on. He then pulled out a long gun, which was not a single piece, but divided into 3 segments that could be assembled. It was quite portable. Assemble it yourself. Tang Yunju tossed the long gun to Wang Luoshu. Wang Luoshu skillfully put the long gun together, and now, its weight of 860 pounds felt manageable in his hands. After preparing everything, Wang Luoshu watched as Tang Yunju effortlessly lifted the car with one hand and gently placed it back into the bus stop. This display of strength, Wang Luoshu could only marvel at the prowess that came with high cultivation. Teacher, where are we headed next? Wang Luoshu inquired. To the back of the village. Tang Yunju replied casually. Others congregate in the front. There are more monsters there, and they are simpler to deal with. The terrain at the back of the village is complex, and the monsters are relatively scarce, allowing you to learn more. Subsequently, Wang Luoshu followed Tang Yunju along the rural path. After a few minutes on the concrete road, they reached its end and continued down a dirt road overrun with weeds, indicating it had long been neglected. This path was originally intended to connect directly to the village, but the frequent disasters had forced many to leave Wangxiang, thus abandoning the plan. Over the years, the villagers had largely ceased to use this route, rendering it increasingly desolate. Yet it was the only way to reach the back mountain, which was quite beautiful. Tang Yunju walked ahead, narrating tales as they went. Wang Luoshu listened intently, occasionally chiming in. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road, one leading up the mountain and the other toward the village. The path to the mountain showed signs of recent clearing. With less rampant overgrowth, Tang Yunju took the lead, heading up the mountain. The mountain path was not overly difficult, but it was winding and required considerable effort. After half an hour, the two reached the summit. A breeze swept across the peak, the sun warming their skin as they found themselves on surprisingly level ground, overlooking the small village below. At that moment, 2 large buses arrived in the village, with numerous students gathering nearby, all from Longqingwu University. Where are you? A message from Lin Xiuqiu arrived. Wang Luoshu snapped a photo and sent it. On the mountain, far away in the village. Lin Xiuqiu looked up at the back mountain, her keen eyesight catching a glimpse of a figure standing atop the summit, unmistakably Wang Luoshu. A slight smile graced Lin Xiuqiu's lips as she sent another message. I see you. Okay, stay safe, Wang Luoshu replied. You too, Lin Xiuqiu responded. Wang Luoshu tucked his phone away and glanced around, noticing Tang Yunju staring blankly at a small mound of earth. Teacher, what are you doing? Wang Luoshu approached him. Visiting an old friend, Tang Yunju replied as he pulled out a flask from his pocket, pouring half of it onto the grave before taking a swig himself. His name was Pan Xing. We undertook a mission here in Wangxiang during our student days, and he ultimately remained here forever. Yes, he spoke. Tang Yunju's tone was calm, seemingly untroubled. He returned the flask to his pocket and stood up. Old friend? May you rest in peace. Wang Luoshu gazed at the mound, unable to contain his curiosity. Teacher, why not erect a tombstone? Frequent natural disasters occur here, and some monsters possess intelligence. If they discover this is a grave, they would not allow him to rest peacefully, even if he lies beneath the ground, Tang Yunju replied, looking into the distance with a faint smile. If disturbed, he would be displeased. Wang Luoshu also paid his respects to the grave, honoring the heroes who sacrificed themselves during the disasters. Afterward, Tang Yunju found a spot for them to sit, pulling out a large assortment of food from his bag, primarily fruit. It was evident that Tang Yunju had a fondness for fruit. Whenever one encountered him, he was either eating fruit or on his way to procure some point. One must fill their belly before having the strength to fight, he remarked. Tang Yunju also set a few bottles of beer aside. Chuckling, this beer is just warm horse urine. Once the temperature drops, we'll be able to enjoy some chilled guojiao. Chilled is still not as good. It has to be baijiu, Wang Luoshu replied with a smile. Especially on snowy days, a sip of baijiu warms the body. As long as there's something to drink, that's good enough. Who needs baijiu? Tang Yunju quipped as he picked up an apple, casually wiping it before crunching into it. After a satisfying meal, Wang Luoshu reclined, his eyes narrowing in contentment. If this were an ordinary afternoon, he would certainly indulge in a nap. The final hour before the disaster began, the sky had begun to display strange phenomena. The once bright and sunny day turning overcast, with temperatures plummeting by at least 20 degrees in a short span. What was once over 30 degrees had swiftly dropped to just over 10. Change into your cold weather gear in the last half hour, Tang Yunju instructed. Understood, teacher, Wang Luoshu replied. Half an hour later, the temperature continued to drop as the sky became enveloped in a thick, white haze, resembling a heavy fog. Wang Luoshu donned the cold weather gear, specially designed for combat, crafted from an unknown material that kept him neither cold nor hot, and did not appear bulky. Once attired, it fit him perfectly, accentuating his stature. "Teacher, aren't you going to change?" Wang Luoshu asked, noticing Tang Yunju still dressed as before. "Both sets are for you. You will inevitably tear your clothes while battling monsters, and you can change into the other set later," Tang Yunju said, crossing his legs nonchalantly while munching on a pear. "As for me, I have no need." "All right then." Wang Luoshu began to tidy up, packing everything neatly for easy transport later. As for the cold weather mask, there was no rush to put it on. He would don it when the disaster struck. Time flew by in the half-hour that followed. Snowflakes began to fall heavily from the sky. With a soft, ethereal sound, a white aurora spread across the heavens. This white aurora was far more dazzling and majestic than the one Wang Luoshu had seen previously in Xingqing. This was his first time confronting a disaster outbreak outdoors. At that moment, the temperature plummeted drastically, prompting Wang Luoshu to quickly put on his cold weather mask, fully arming himself for what lay ahead. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the sky, followed by streaks of light cascading from the aurora. The disaster had officially begun. Chapter 100. Real combat. As the radiance cascaded from the heavens, Wang Luoshu beheld a white mist that surged forth like a shockwave, spreading outwards at the very moment the light made contact with the ground. Wherever this ethereal fog passed, everything was encased in a thick layer of frost, heralding an extreme chill. The scene was profoundly awe-inspiring. Standing atop the mountain, Wang Luoshu could distinctly witness how the entire landscape transformed into a realm of silvery splendor. While the snow fell with increasing intensity, accompanied by a biting cold wind, soon, the luminous aura descended upon the mountain peak. The frigid air howled in, and in that instant, Wang Luoshu felt as though the world before him had been enveloped in a shroud of white. Even clad in thermal gear, he sensed a fleeting, bone-chilling cold that swiftly dissipated. Once the white chill vanished, the once lush mountaintop had been transformed into a glistening expanse of silver, even forming a delicate layer of ice. At the site where the light had fallen, Wang Luoshu observed a slender creature emerging, its head adorned with two antennae, reminiscent of a cheetah. This being possessed ice crystal claws on its limbs, exuding a forbidding aura. Its surface cloaked in a translucent blue ice armor. Its visage was somewhat contorted, resembling an alien entity, radiating an unsettling strangeness. Its eyes, akin to lanterns, glimmered with a faint blue luminescence. "Teacher, what manner of creature is this?" Wang Luoshu inquired. "Cryo-hunter," Tang Yunju replied, unfazed by the biting cold, maintaining an exceedingly relaxed demeanor with his hands clasped behind his head as he continued. "This creature first appeared in the ugly country, wreaking havoc of unimaginable proportions. In Chinese, it is known as the Ice Hunter. Its 4 claw blades are perilous, capable of effortlessly tearing through ice layers and armor. Despite the size of its eyes, they are nearly blind, relying primarily on the 2 antennae on its forehead to perceive its surroundings and foes. If you can sever those antennae, it becomes utterly incapacitated. Therefore, your task is to relentlessly assault its antennae, or shatter the layer of ice armor on its body. Either action will allow you to inflict damage upon it." Upon hearing this, Wang Luoshu understood that Tang Yunju did not intend to intervene. He nodded, gripping his spear and advancing a few steps. Crack! The alloy boots he wore shattered the thin layer of ice beneath him, producing a crisp sound. Snowflakes danced through the air, each flake seemingly imbued with life, swirling in a wild ballet to the rhythm of the cold wind, as if orchestrating a symphony for the impending battle. The ice hunter stood resolute amidst the snowstorm. Its enormous eyes, though seemingly profound, were devoid of emotion, while the slender antennae atop its head swayed gently, keenly attuned to every subtle movement around it. Wang Luoshu tightened his grip on the spear, its tip glinting with a lethal chill. Taking a deep breath, he regulated his breathing and stride, summoning the energy and vitality within him. Moments later, he reached the pinnacle of his state, and with a sudden stomp, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Racing toward the ice hunter, the spear tip sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, aimed directly at its 2 vulnerable antennae. The ice hunter seemed to sense the imminent threat. Its antennae quivered violently, and its ice crystal claws unfurled menacingly as it lunged at Wang Luoshu. Anticipating its move, he executed a perfect arc with his spear, deftly evading the deadly claws and targeting the antennae at that moment. A surge of frigid energy erupted from the ice hunter, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Snowflakes instantly crystallized upon contact with the icy blast, flurrying even more chaotically. The biting cold enveloped Wang Luoshu's spear, forming a delicate frost upon its surface. Break. With a fierce roar, Wang Luoshu unleashed a torrent of energy, the frost on his spear shattering as he thrust downward with terrifying force. The strike was swift and precise, directly severing one of the ice hunter's antennae, which shattered with a sharp crack, scattering icy fragments across the ground. With a pained howl, the ice hunter quivered violently, the surrounding ice fracturing under the immense shock before abruptly vanishing from sight. Wang Luoshu's pupils constricted. He could perceive the shadow of the ice hunter, now thoroughly incensed. The remaining antenna flailed wildly in the wind, its ice crystal claws shimmering ominously as it lunged at him from behind. Wang Luoshu swiftly pivoted, gripping the spear tightly, and thrust it forward with force. Clang! The ice crystal claws collided with the spear, and Wang Luoshu caught a close-up glimpse of the ice hunter's grotesque visage. Its gaping maw dripping with foul, putrid fluid. A surge of terrifying force struck him, propelling Wang Luoshu backward. The swirling wind and snow disheveled around him, dancing chaotically. With another piercing roar, the ice hunter unleashed a shriek, the noxious fluid splattering against Wang Luoshu's visor, its razor-sharp fangs nearly within reach. Stay calm at that moment. Tang Yunju's languid voice drifted over. Recall what I've taught you. First neutralize its force, then use it against it. Hearing this, Wang Luoshu leveraged the momentum to retreat, sending the ice hunter hurtling aside. As it remained airborne, he swiftly redirected his spear, thrusting it toward its other antenna with fierce intent. Another sharp crack echoed as the antenna snapped, causing the ice hunter's body to tremble in agony, the surrounding ice exploding into chaos, intertwining snowflakes and icy shards. At this juncture, the creature had succumbed to madness, wildly thrashing its ice crystal claws, even striking its own ice armor multiple times. Its fragile armor was torn apart by its own claws, revealing the flesh beneath. Pierce its heart, Tang Yunju advised at the opportune moment. Wang Luoshu raised his spear, prepared to strike, but the ice hunter seemed to sense his approach. Lunging once more, yet this time, the creature had completely lost its edge. Wang Luoshu remained as composed as a machine, deftly rotating his spear to dissipate the impact of the ice crystal claws, then leaping forward, transforming the spear into a silver streak of lightning, aimed directly at the ice hunter's heart. Thud! The spear penetrated the flesh, embedding itself deep within the ice hunter's body, a wave of icy chill coursing through the spear into Wang Luoshu's palm, yet failing to surpass the thermal insulation of his gear. Die! Wang Luoshu shouted, exerting all his strength, the spear piercing through, releasing a torrent of icy blood and internal fragments. The ice hunter struggled a few times before succumbing to stillness. Lifeless at last.